My girlfriend and I have been in love for 4 years, and today I'm holding roses and ready to propose to her. She walked slowly towards me in a little black dress, but her eyes hesitated. I knelt down on one knee and took out a diamond ring. Mingyuan, marry me. The audience gasped, but she calmly said, "You're a good person, but we're not right for each other. Let's break up." For years of relationship and the estrangement after graduation vanished in an instant. She even mentioned someone else, Xin Xiao, someone who could provide her with a luxurious life. Just as I was about to give up in despair, her best friend, Chu Qinglan, suddenly walked up to me, picked up roses and a ring, and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Lin Chun, I love you, and I want to marry you." Mingyuan was stunned. She hadn't expected her best friend to propose to her right then and there after she rejected her. Her expression shifted from confusion to anger and jealousy, even a sense of betrayal. A thought flashed through her mind. Had I been having an affair with Chu Qinglan behind her back all along? I once loved Mingyuan deeply, so when faced with Chu Qinglan's sudden marriage proposal, my subconscious thought was to refuse. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Ding dong. Life reversal system is activating. The system's voice continued. Detecting that the host is at a critical moment in life, 3 choices are provided. First, reject Chu Qinglan, and you will be rewarded with 1 random time travel opportunity. Second, beg Mingyuan to reconcile, and you will be rewarded with 2.5 million yuan in cash. Third, accept Chu Qinglan's marriage proposal, get the marriage certificate today, and receive the reward of a bound system. The countdown began, and a thought instantly dawned on me. Random time travel? What if I end up as a eunuch or a slave? Forget it. Begging for reconciliation? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, I said, "System, I choose 3. I looked up at Chu Qinglan. There was bitterness in her eyes, but also expectation. "I won't force you. As long as you're single again, I'll have a chance." She had witnessed my 4-year relationship with Mingyuan, knew my character and personality, secretly liked me, but had always silently waited for me. I nodded firmly. "No, I do." She looked up suddenly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Really?" I smiled and said, "If you're willing, we'll go get our marriage certificate today." She stretched out her slender hand, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. "Chun, put the ring on my finger." I shook my head. "No, it's not good enough for you." I threw the diamond ring and roses I had prepared directly into the trash can, looking very serious. I told her that I owed her a romantic confession and a grand wedding. I told her that as long as she was willing to give me time, I would definitely make it up to her in the future. She smiled and replied, "I don't care about any of that, as long as you're by my side." She said that as long as we work together, we will definitely have everything in the future. I nodded emphatically, "Definitely." She took my hand and said, "Then let's go get our marriage certificate." I readily agreed. "Okay." Someone nearby remarked that this was true love. Ming Yuan's face turned pale, and she urgently questioned Chu Qinglan about what he was up to. She suspected that I was deliberately trying to upset her, and felt that I still loved her. I shrugged. "You're overthinking it. We're over now." Chu Qinglan also looked at Ming Yuan. "Let's break off our friendship and not contact each other again," she said coldly. "Breaking up with Chun will be the biggest regret of your life." She took my arm and snuggled up to me as we walked out of the movie theater. Ming Yuan gritted her teeth and told herself that she had made the right choice. She disliked me because I came from a rural area, had no connections or background, and had no future. She said that having a good personality is useless. Not being able to afford a house is a fatal flaw. She felt that I was earning 5,000 yuan a month, living in a shared apartment, and couldn't even afford to eat at Heideleo. She compared me to Xin Xiao, saying I could never compare to him who drives luxury cars and lives in a villa. She confidently believes that people who have tried Evian will never want to try Yibao again. She was convinced she wouldn't regret it, and turned to leave the movie theater. When we reached the bottom of the mall, I let go of Chu Qinglan's hand and looked at her with mixed feelings. I said, "Thank you for earlier." She frowned. "What do you mean?" I stammered and couldn't explain clearly. I wasn't sure if she really wanted to be with me, or if she was just doing it to embarrass me. Although I really want the system, I know that with it I can definitely give Chu Qinglan a good life and not let her suffer poverty with me. But I also understand that love cannot be forced. If she only agreed to give me a way out, then we might get divorced later. A forced relationship won't be happy, and it's not fair to her either. Chun, are you doubting me? She stiffened, her eyes filled with sadness. I quickly explained, it's not doubt, don't overthink it. Marriage is a major life event. Are you really willing to marry me? I looked at her seriously and said, if you don't want to, I won't blame you. In fact, I'll thank you. I asked her if she had her household registration booklet with her, and she said she did. Because I originally planned to get our marriage certificate directly after successfully proposing to Ming Yuan, I also brought my household registration book. She didn't answer me, but walked towards the electric scooter. Get on. I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. She told me to wait at the entrance of a residential complex, and then ran upstairs. Soon after, she hurriedly ran downstairs, offered no explanation, and continued riding her bike. Half an hour later, we arrived at the marriage registration office in the district's citizen service hall. She tossed her long hair, its fragrance wafting past my nose, and said, let's go. I took a deep breath and took out my household registration booklet. Since premarital medical examinations are no longer mandatory, we signed a commitment letter, took photos, and received our marriage certificate in less than 10 minutes. The little red notebook looked particularly eye-catching in my hand. She moved closer to me, smiled, and said, do you believe me now? I swallowed hard, my palms sweating. I will treat you well. She nodded, I believe you. How about we have a big meal to celebrate today? She tilted her head, revealing her canine teeth, but it's only 2:30 now. I want to go for a walk by the lake. Will you come with me? I smiled and agreed, of course. She naturally took my hand, and our fingers intertwined. At that moment, a system notification sounded in my mind. Task completed, system binding successful. I immediately asked what functions the system had. It told me that as long as I check in every day and complete the tasks, I will have a chance to get a reward. If you check in for 7 consecutive days, you'll receive a letter from your future grandson. I asked what this meant out of curiosity, and the system only said that the letter was written by a future grandson and that it had no right to check its origin. I chose to check in immediately. The system prompted me that today's task was to kiss my wife, Chu Qinglan. After completing the task, I would receive a newbie gift pack. I felt a little awkward looking at her as she rested on my shoulder. Her eyelashes were long and long. Her face was fair and clean. Her lips were soft, and her hair was fragrant. It has to be said that, as the university's recognized campus beauty, her looks are at least a 9 out of 10. I secretly compared her to Ming Yuan and realized she was much prettier. I used to only have eyes for Ming Yuan and didn't notice Chu Qinglan's beauty. I wanted to take this opportunity to complete the task, but the subway was crowded, and I was too embarrassed to do anything. While I hesitated, the subway arrived at the station. She took my hand, and we walked out of the subway station, then nestled close to me. Walking on the broken bridge, I wanted to ask her if I could kiss her, but I didn't say it. She bought a marshmallow, took a bite, and handed it to me. She suddenly said, Chun, shouldn't we change how we address each other? I was taken aback for a moment. Isn't it better to call you Qinglan? She rolled her eyes. That's too formal. We're a married couple, by the way. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with expectation. What should you call me? I was speechless for a moment. Honey, wife. She smiled sweetly, as happy as a kitten. I smiled at her and said, it's your turn. What should you call me now? Old. Oh dear. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, gave me a shy glare, and said, Chun, I can't say it. It's so embarrassing. She's never been in a relationship before. Holding hands and resting on my shoulder were fine, but asking her to say those 2 words was really difficult for her. I squeezed her hand. What's embarrassing? We're a legally married couple. We're married. I looked into her eyes and said, honey, I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Qinglan didn't dare to look me in the eye. She hugged my arm and nestled against me, whispering as softly as a mosquito's buzz, husband. Husband. I smiled at her and said, my dear wife, you are so adorable. She stomped her foot, rested her head on my arm, and covered her face with her hair, not letting me see. Looking at her shyness, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to myself that she was truly charming. Holding her hand, I cursed myself for being blind before. How could Qin Mingyuan compare to Qinglan? Since she's willing to treat me so well, I'll definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. She bit her lip and whispered, let's never be apart, okay? Without hesitation, I said, of course, honey, we'll be together for life. She nodded. Even if you don't really love me, I'll be content as long as we can be together for a lifetime. I immediately turned her shoulders and looked at her earnestly. From now on, you'll be the only one in my heart. I raised my hand and swore, if I ever fall in love with someone else, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. She quickly covered my mouth. You mustn't talk nonsense, it's bad luck. Her eyes were gentle and touched. Chun, I believe in you. I smiled and said, honey, don't worry, I'll do it. Looking at my phone, I suggested we go out for a big meal to celebrate our wedding. Westlake State Guest House or Lakeside 28 Restaurant. She shook her head. Those are too expensive, not worth it. Let's just grab something to eat on Hufong Street. She snuggled up to me and took out her phone. Chun, smile. Click, the photo captures this moment. I jokingly said I would take her out for fancy meals every day from now on, but she said she prefers to cook for herself. I grinned and said, I love everything my wife makes. I promise I'll finish it all. She squinted and threatened, if you don't finish it, see how I deal with you. I joked with a laugh, then you can just eat me. I took her hand and led her into a restaurant on Hufong Street. She insisted on listening to me today. I shrugged and said, of course I'll listen to you. My wife is the boss. She smiled and suggested that from now on I would make the decisions on big things, and she would make the decisions on small things. I joked that then there would be no big things anymore. She rolled her eyes and ordered my favorite braised pork and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Just then, a familiar female voice rang out, and we realized it was Hao Fong, a fellow alumna from the same department. She exchanged a few pleasantries and asked why Meng Yuan hadn't come, but Qinglan deflected the question for me. She had something to do. Hao Fong left with a smile, but secretly took a picture. After dinner, I walked Qinglan back to her apartment building. I wanted to kiss her, but I didn't say it. I just waved and said, see you tomorrow. Just as I turned around, she called out to me, Chun. I turned around, and she leaned down and gently kissed my lips. Goodbye. She ran upstairs as fast as she could. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You are rewarded with a newbie gift pack. I immediately gave the order. Open the gift pack. The system's voice announced, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of physique improvement potion, 880,000 renminbi in startup funds, and god-level electric vehicle driving skills. The system notification sounded in my mind, saying that the reward had been sent to my backpack, the fund could be withdrawn at any time, and all money was obtained through legal means. When I heard 880,000, I was shocked. This system is really generous. Everyone says that getting a system can change your life, and it seems they weren't lying to me. I immediately opened the system's inventory and withdrew 880,000 yuan in cash to my bank card. Ding dong. The bank sent me a text message notifying me that 880,000 yuan had been deposited into my account. I looked at the balance and my eyes lit up with excitement. I majored in finance in college and am now interning at a fund company, earning only 5,000 yuan a month. 80,000. If I were to work, I might not be able to earn that much in 10 years. This is just the beginning. There will definitely be more and more in the future. I not only want to buy a house in Hangzhou, but also a large flat in Binjiang, and villas in Xixi and Westlake. With that in mind, I rode a shared bike back to my shared apartment. In addition to the 880,000, I also received 2 other rewards. This body-enhancing potion can improve the body, comprehensively enhancing temperament, appearance, and health. It's simply a wonderful product. Just as I was about to drink it, I suddenly wondered if I could let Qinglan use it. The system indicated that the medicine could only be taken by the host. I was a little disappointed and asked the system how I could make Qinglan have the same benefits. The system says that you have a chance to get it by completing daily tasks, or you can exchange it in the store once you have enough experience points. Experience points are gained by completing tasks, and I only have 1 right now. The system upgrade requires 1,000 points. There's still a long way to go. As for the god-level electric vehicle skill, I don't have an electric vehicle, so I can't use it for now. However, the medicine and the fund alone are enough to make people happy. I decided to drink the medicine first. It had no taste at first, but suddenly my whole body felt hot. Countless black grime was expelled from my pores, and the stench made me rush to the bathroom. Half an hour later, I walked out feeling refreshed, and my roommates were stunned by the change in me. My back is straight, my neck no longer hurts, my eyesight is good, my hair is shiny, and my skin is smooth. Her facial features are more defined, her eyes are bright and piercing, and she exudes confidence. Muscles appeared in his arms and abdomen, and even certain parts of his body underwent surprising changes. I smiled and thought to myself, Qinglan will be in for a big surprise tomorrow. Lying in bed, I picked up my phone and found that the finance department's group chat had suddenly exploded. Someone posted a screenshot of Hao Feng's WeChat moments, which was a photo she secretly took of me and Qinglan having dinner. The caption said I was a scumbag who was intimate with my girlfriend's best friend behind her back. I checked the group chat and found that several close classmates had already explained it to me. But many people don't listen to explanations and are only immersed in the truth they want. I don't care what others say, but I'm worried that Qinglan will be implicated. I opened her chat interface and saw that she had tagged me in her moments. I clicked on it and was immediately stunned. That's right, Chu Qinglan's post on WeChat moments was an official announcement of her relationship. When I saw the 9-grid photo, I sat up straight immediately, my heart trembling with excitement. The photos include our marriage certificate, a group photo taken at the marriage registration office, and a group photo taken in front of Leifeng Pagoda at sunset on the shore of West Lake. There was also a cartoon heart and a comic book depicting an elderly couple growing old together, with the caption, "May you live a long and happy life, remembering today's happiness," and then they tagged me at the end. That's when I understood why she didn't explain in the group chat, because this post on her WeChat moments already explained everything. Qinglan, you're so thoughtful. I followed her example and posted one with the caption, "Holding your hand, growing old together." I slapped my forehead and quickly deleted all my previous posts on WeChat moments with Chen Mingyuan. I never want to see those things again. I was so stupid before. During our 4 years of dating, I sent her so many messages, but she never sent me a single one. She said she didn't like official announcements, and I believed her. Now I understand that a woman who truly loves you will be eager to let everyone know that you are her man. If I don't send it, it means I don't love you. Qinglan is the woman I want to spend my whole life with, and I will definitely work hard for her. I glanced at the classmates discussing in the group and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. A moment later, my phone beeped with a comment notification. Some people praised my sister-in-law for being beautiful, some asked me how I managed to win over the school beauty, and some even called me, "Brother Lin is taking on apprentices." My college roommate, Wang Shihao, also sent me a message. I laughed and said that they were the ones who pursued me, and he sent a crying emoji and called me Versailles. I told him to wait for me to start my own company, and then he could come and help me, and also get to know the receptionist. He agreed very readily. I opened Qinglan's chat window again. "Wife, you've had a hard day." She replied to me, "Chun, thank you for your hard work. I'm a little sleepy, go to sleep." I checked the time. It was already 11 p.m., so I sent a good night message. She replied instantly, and even sent a cute cartoon emoji. I laughed and sent another emoji of 2 bears hugging and sleeping, thinking to myself that we could actually sleep together. My shared apartment is too basic. I need to buy a house as soon as possible. As a man, I can't let a woman suffer because of me. The system gave me 880,000 yuan in startup funds, and I'm determined to use it to make even more money. A typical 3-bedroom apartment in Hangzhou costs 3 million yuan. 880,000 yuan is enough for the down payment, but the monthly mortgage payment is 10,000 yuan, which is not enough to cover my salary. It's shameful for someone with a systematic approach not to think about starting a business and making money. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. Meanwhile, in another upscale apartment, Chen Mingyuan scrolled through my WeChat moments, watching Qinglan and me showing affection, her expression complicated. Even though she was the one who dumped me, she felt disappointed. She originally thought I would beg to get back together, and that she would impatiently delete me. She was very upset that I was living such a happy life. Seeing our marriage certificate, she had mixed feelings. Shen Zhao sent her a message congratulating her on becoming single again, and transferred 10,000 yuan to her to buy clothes and have dinner together on the weekend. She accepted it, thinking to herself that 10,000 yuan was 2 months' salary for her, but it was just pocket money for Shen Zhao. She firmly believed she was right, and secretly vowed to make us envious of the lives of the rich. The next morning, I yawned and the first thing I did was check in on the system. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in for 7 days. The system notified me that today's tasks had been assigned. I checked immediately, and what I saw shocked me. 7. The task the system gave me today completely stunned me. It surprised me 4 times. Yes, the task interface clearly shows completion 04, and I really have no idea what to do. I asked the system if it was serious, but it didn't answer. It just quietly displayed the task notification. It seems he's serious. I pondered the word surprise and asked what the reward would be upon completion of the task. The system still doesn't go into details, only emphasizing that the task is triggered randomly and there will be a random reward upon completion. Fine, I can only accept its bad habit of keeping things mysterious. Qinglan is going to cook for me tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to work first. I sat up in bed and put on my pants, patting my brother who was full of fighting spirit that morning. Don't rush. Once we have a home, you'll have a home too. After washing up, I rode a shared bicycle to the office building where my company is located. As I walked into the office, my colleagues greeted me. When I checked in, the receptionist looked at me with shock. You're Lin Shin? I smiled and said yes. She looked me up and down, her face full of suspicion. How come you've changed so much? I shrugged, offered no explanation, and walked to my seat. She stared at my back and muttered to herself that she hadn't realized I was so handsome before, that I had such an air about me. I ignored her gaze and turned on my computer to continue working on the PPT I hadn't finished last week. I went downstairs for lunch and ate some fried noodles. When I came back, I found a fruit afternoon tea on the table. I looked around, and no one else had this. Who gave it to me? Soon, the receptionist came over with a smile and said she didn't know if I liked mangoes, so she cut up some mangoes and oranges for me and asked what I wanted to eat tomorrow. I looked at her suspiciously, thinking that there must be a reason for her unusual kindness. As a married man, I politely declined her offer, but she laughed and said it was okay and she would buy it for me every day. Then she asked me if I wanted to go to the movies after get off work, and said she would take me to her house to walk her dog. I was terrified and kept thinking, is this some kind of trick to lure me into the house and then knock me out? I quickly declined, saying we could talk about it another day. She looked at me with reluctance, scrutinizing my face, her surprise growing more and more obvious. I never realized you were so handsome before. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The host has been detected to be causing surprise. Mission completion rate 14. My eyes lit up, so this counts as completing a task. I guess it was because she drank the body-strengthening potion yesterday that her appearance and demeanor changed, which surprised her. Just as I was about to surprise Qinglan before finding 2 old classmates to complete the task, the system prompted that the system could only recognize surprising appearances and temperaments once. I cursed the damn system in frustration. It seems I have no choice but to find another way to get the remaining 3 chances. My colleague next to me said enviously that she was so good to me, and that she ignored all the men who were pursuing her in the company. I laughed and said I wasn't interested. She was far inferior to Qinglan. Besides, she used to be very arrogant and look down on me, an outsider. It's only now that she's starting to think highly of me. My colleague reminded me that the manager was in a bad mood today because our group failed to close the deal with the client last time. I just said, oh, and didn't think much of it. At 3 p.m., I saw a girl from my group walk out of the manager's office, crying. It seemed the atmosphere wasn't good. 8. What's wrong? What did the manager say to you? I watched as a girl in my group lay on her desk crying. A group of colleagues surrounded her and asked her questions, but she just shook her head and couldn't stop crying. Old Zhang, who was standing next to him, suddenly sat up straight, his face pale. The manager is calling me. He looked at the shake notification on WeChat and muttered to himself, oh no, this is terrible. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he braced himself and walked into the manager's office. Colleagues whispered among themselves, he's probably going to get yelled at. He didn't close the deal with that big client. Some people are saying the manager is furious and might lay off employees. Upon hearing the word layoffs, everyone's expressions immediately became tense. I leaned back in my chair and sighed. The financial environment this year is indeed not good. Many companies are laying off employees, and graduation season has become unemployment season. We are lucky to have an internship. A dozen minutes later, old Zhang walked out dejectedly. My manager scolded me, and I lost my quarterly bonus, he said. He also warned me that if I didn't meet my KPIs, I'd be fired. After saying that, he glanced at me and said, the manager wants you to come over. My colleagues all looked at me with pity. I stood up and walked over indifferently. As I passed the front desk, the young woman whispered, don't be afraid. If you get fired, I'll support you. My family owns 3 houses. I stumbled and could only pretend I hadn't heard it. Inside the office, the manager's face was grim. The PPT you made is utter garbage. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. After seeing your proposal, the client immediately switched to investing tens of millions in the competitor. Are you out of your mind? You can't even make a decent PowerPoint presentation. What use are you to the company? I shrugged and said, I think that client is out of his mind. It's not a problem with the PPT. The manager froze for a moment, his face instantly turning red. What do you mean? Do you think I'm mentally ill? I said calmly, you said it yourself. He was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table and yelled, you little intern, how dare you talk back? I think you don't want to work here anymore. I smiled, then suddenly remembered the system task, and my eyes lit up. That's right, I just don't want to do it anymore. The manager glared at him. Say that again. I looked at him and said, I'm quitting. I'm not going to serve you anymore. He was stunned. Are you crazy? Jobs are so hard to find these days. Who would hire you if you quit? Just as he spoke, a system notification sounded, Mission Completion 2-4. I was secretly delighted. This was indeed surprising enough. Completing the task is far more important than this lousy job. I couldn't earn 880,000 yuan in 10 years with this paltry salary. I sneered. No need to say more. I've already decided to resign. Write the report immediately. For the first time in 10 years, I no longer bowed my head and endured the scolding. I used to have to put up with it to pay rent, but now that there's a system, why should I suffer any more grievances? I turned and left the office, and the manager behind me slammed his fist on the table, yelling, "You brat." He was actually just trying to scare his employees so he could deduct their bonuses and then pretend to be the boss and give them a reward. As a result, my departure ruined his entire plan. When I went outside, my colleagues looked at me with surprise. I shrugged. I really resigned. As I opened my computer to write a report, everyone quickly stepped back. A short while later, the boss came in, and as usual, he first put on a friendly demeanor and asked everyone to work overtime. Then he looked at me and said, "You want to resign? Young man, don't be impulsive." He told me I should apologize to the manager, keep working hard, and that there's no future without striving. I looked up and smiled. I'm planning to quit my job and go pick up trash. The shopkeeper was stunned. Picking up trash? Yeah, my friend collects bottles and cardboard boxes at night and can earn 30 or 40 yuan a night. That's better than this lousy job. The boss nodded suspiciously. Seeing his expression, I continued to laugh. Some bosses don't pay overtime. They're worse than garbage. 9. Puff. Old Zhang, who was sitting next to me, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea, looking at me with shock in his eyes. I could sense that although my other colleagues didn't say anything, their eyes were full of admiration and surprise when they looked at me. They know perfectly well that what I said to the boss just now came from the bottom of my heart. After all, this stingy and cunning boss loves to force employees to work overtime without paying them overtime wages. They also frequently spread rumors about layoffs to scare people, which is just to force everyone to work overtime or resign voluntarily. He refused to fire people directly for a very practical reason. National regulations require N+1 compensation, and he could save that by resigning. The system notification sounded promptly. Host detection has surprised colleagues. Task completion rate 3-4. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the manager immediately glared at everyone, then glared at me fiercely. "Shut up." I shrugged and sneered. Working 3 hours of overtime every day without a penny of overtime pay is less than earning 30 or 40 yuan by picking up trash. The boss was speechless for a long time after I confronted him, and could only give the manager a look. The manager yelled through gritted teeth, "You're fired." I simply tossed the printed resignation letter at him. "I'm resigning on my own. I don't need you to write it for me." The manager was so angry that he could only take the report and go to process his resignation. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up and laughed. "You're really something. You said you wouldn't do it, and you just did it. I admire you." He sighed and said that the rent was a huge burden and the job market was bad, so he didn't dare to quit his job. I understand his situation. Everyone knows the hardships of working people. But I have a system and an 880,000 yuan startup fund, so I have the confidence to be myself. He asked me if I had found a new job, and I laughed and said no. I was planning to start my own business. Old Zhang shook his head and told me to be careful, saying that he knew someone who invested over 100,000 yuan to open a shop, but lost it all in 6 months. I smiled and made a promise to treat him to a meal sometime. He smiled and thanked me, but he obviously didn't take it seriously. Soon after, HR handed me my resignation certificate and told me to pack my bags and leave. I didn't have much stuff, so I cleared out the files on my computer and left the office. Along the way, some colleagues were envious, some were disdainful, and some made sarcastic remarks. I couldn't be bothered with them, because I knew very well that they would be surprised when they saw me next time. I checked the task panel, and I've completed 3/4 of today's tasks, with only the final surprise remaining. Thinking about how to complete the 4th time, I rode a shared bicycle to Chu Qinglan's company. On the way, I jokingly told the system that it would be great if it could reward me with a godlike skill that allows me to drive a Ferrari with one hand. It only told me to look forward to it, keeping me in suspense as usual. When I arrived at Chu Qinglan's office park, I sent her a message to let her know I was there. She said she had half an hour left before she got off work and asked me to wait for her at a nearby coffee shop. I found a coffee shop, ordered a latte, and scrolled through her WeChat moments. Chu Qinglan works in an office at a medium-sized home furnishing company. We graduated from an ordinary second-tier university in Hangzhou, so most of my classmates either found ordinary jobs or took postgraduate entrance exams or civil service exams. Half an hour later, I finally saw Chu Qinglan walking over. However, she was not alone. A man was walking side by side with her. 10. What's going on? I suppressed my doubts and walked out of the coffee shop. I believe Qinglan and guessed the man next to her is someone from the company who's been bothering her. Qinglan. I waved. She quickly walked over, offered me her hand, which I took, and glanced at the man. Qinglan introduced him as her colleague Zheng Huan, who works in the sales department. He confessed his feelings to her shortly after joining the company, and even after being rejected, he didn't give up. He insisted on taking her to the movies today, but she said she was married, which he didn't believe. I smiled. This wasn't surprising. It would be strange if a beautiful woman like her didn't have suitors. Qinglan pointed at me with a graceful and generous manner and said, "This is my husband, Lin Chun. We got our marriage certificate yesterday. Please don't bother me anymore." Zheng Huan sneered. "You've been single all this time. Even if you were in a relationship, you wouldn't get married right away, would you? This is your friend, right?" He suspected I was hired by her to act, and said he wouldn't give up. Qinglan asked suspiciously. "I posted it on my WeChat moments. Didn't you see it?" Zheng Huan shook his head, saying he didn't see it. Qinglan patted her forehead. "I blocked you, so you can't see it." He coughed awkwardly, and I took out my phone to show him the photo of our marriage certificate. "See? We're already married. Please stop bothering her." Zheng Huan still looked unconvinced. Qinglan unblocked him, letting him see his moments on WeChat moments himself, and said there was no need to lie to him. After looking at the photos, Zheng Huan looked up and questioned Qinglan. "Why did you marry him? What does he have that I don't?" Qinglan said indifferently. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Zheng Huan glared at me angrily. "Kid, can you give Qinglan a good life? Are you good enough for her?" I laughed. "This is between her and me. It's none of your business." He roared. "Qinglan should marry me. I'm a local from Hangzhou. I own a villa and 2 apartments, and I have 3 million in savings. What do you have?" He said viciously that I was an outsider who could never afford a house even if I worked hard my whole life, because I didn't have a Hangzhou household registration. He pointed at me and said, "You can't give her happiness. You should get a divorce immediately." Zheng Huan then urgently urged Qinglan to consider the child's future, saying that after marrying me, the child wouldn't even have a school registration in Hangzhou. Qinglan didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she took my arm and said, "Chun, ignore him. Let's go." My eyes lit up, and I knew I had found the target for the 4th surprise. Zheng Huan had delivered himself right to my doorstep. "Chun." Qinglan was worried that I would be discouraged. I smiled and said, "It's nothing." Then I looked at Zheng Huan and asked, "What's the point of telling me all this?" Zheng Huan sneered. "Where do you work?" I shrugged. "Just quit my job unemployed." His lips twitched. "Even if you find a job right away, the monthly salary will be at most 5,000. After deducting rent and living expenses, you can only save up to 20,000 a year at most." He continued to mock. "The cheapest houses in the suburbs of Hangzhou cost 20,000 yuan per square meter. You can't even afford a toilet with your annual salary." He coldly said, "The down payment is 1 million. It would take you 50 years to save enough for the down payment. As a man, if you can't even give her a home, what makes you think you can marry Qinglan?" 11. What's it to you? I wasn't angry at all. Instead, I looked at Zheng Huan with a smile and said, "Qinglan doesn't care, so why are you worrying?" He was so angry that his face was contorted and his mouth was trembling. He pulled out a car key and waved it in front of me. "See that? A BMW 3 Series." I glanced at it and said, "Oh, a BMW lighter? Sorry, I don't smoke." He was so angry he almost fainted. I pressed the unlock button, and the white BMW next to me flashed its lights twice. He pointed at the car with great pride. "This is mine. Qinglan will come with me, and I'll have a car to pick her up and drop her off at get off work. She won't have to squeeze onto the bus or get wet in the rain. If I marry you, I'll only be able to ride an electric scooter. How shabby." After saying that, he looked at Qinglan again. "I know you acted on impulse. It's okay. As long as you get a divorce, I'm still willing to marry you." I reached out to stop Qinglan, who was about to explain, and looked at him with a smile. "I feel sorry for you." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" I said calmly. "You have a house, a car, and savings, yet you couldn't win Qinglan's heart. I have nothing, and she still married me. Don't you feel ashamed?" I shook my head and sighed. If it were me, I would have dug a hole and buried myself long ago. Qinglan was leading the electric scooter when I called out to her with a smile. "Wife, give me a kiss." Her face flushed red, and before she could say anything, I kissed her cheek. She lowered her head and said reproachfully, "Let's go, stop talking." I sat in the back seat and deliberately put my arm around Zheng Huan's waist in front of her. As I left, I smiled at him and said, "Dude, so what if you drive a BMW?" Qinglan urged me, "Sit tight." The electric scooter started, and behind him, there was a poof sound. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Host has been surprised. Mission complete." I almost burst out laughing. This guy really asked for trouble. Qinglan drove me to the supermarket outside the neighborhood, stopped the car, turned around, and glared at me. "Don't hug me so tightly. It's hot." I laughed and clung to your hand, saying, "You're not hot outside, you're hot inside." She blushed again and glared at me, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." I laughed so hard I almost fell over. I thought she was so easily embarrassed, and I liked her even more for that. We went into the supermarket, and she picked out vegetables from the shelves. I said, "Anything is fine. I love whatever my wife makes." She pretended to be fierce. "If you're left over, see how I deal with you." After buying the groceries, she pointed to the cherry tomatoes in the fruit section and said she wanted to eat them, so I immediately went to get the bag. She handed me the bag, saying her hands were too dry to open it, so I smiled and helped her tear it open and pack it away. "Thank you," she said softly. I shook my head. No need for thanks between husband and wife. She suddenly whispered, "I used to feel really lonely when I came to buy things alone and couldn't untie the bags. Chun, let's never be apart again." I squeezed her hand. "I'll open bags for you for the rest of my life." She smiled and nodded, and we paid and left the supermarket. I thought the neighborhood looked nice, so I asked her if it was rented. She said it was a relative who was going abroad and lent her their one-bedroom apartment. When we got to the 4th floor, she opened the door and invited me in. "The house is clean and tidy, and I like the temperature." She poured me some tea. "Please sit wherever you like, I'll go cook." Suddenly, she tensed up and ran to the balcony. I looked up and saw her quickly taking in a few small pieces of clothing that were hanging out to dry. I didn't look closely, but I knew the bright, sparkly color was captivating. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched her rush into the bedroom, her face flushed. It's good that she's still so shy even after getting married. Men always hope their wives are as conservative and cute as possible, while other women's wives are as daring and adventurous as possible. 12. Chun, time to eat. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, and I laughed as soon as I saw it. Qinglan served me rice, worried that I might find it too simple. This is already quite a feast. I rolled up my sleeves and started eating. Garlic sprouts with shredded pork, stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with chives, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. I shoveled rice into my mouth and gave a thumbs up. My wife is truly a woman who can grace any occasion and cook in the kitchen. She rolled her eyes at me and laughed. "Don't praise me, or I'll get too big for my britches. Eat as much as you like." She said she usually only eats half a bowl of rice for dinner, so I naturally didn't hold back and ate it all up. After we finished eating, I was about to clean up when she stopped me, saying, "It's your first time here. I can't let you do anything." I laughed and said that we should do housework together from now on, and she nodded and said that we would make an exception for today. I sat on the sofa, patting my stomach. That feeling of being full and satisfied, with women busy at home, was more comfortable than anything else. Thinking of Chen Mingyuan, I let out a cold laugh. I used to cook and wash the dishes. She wouldn't even wipe the table after she finished eating. Thinking of this, I shook my head and sighed, then casually started scrolling through the news. "Chun, have some fruit." Qinglan brought over sliced cantaloupe and then took out a file folder. "You really resigned?" "Yes," I nodded. "That job has no future. I'm planning to start my own business." I asked her if she supported me, and she said yes without hesitation and even encouraged me to try it. My heart warmed, and I picked up a piece of melon and fed it to her. "Wife, you're the best." I know many women would blame men for not having money, but she never said that. "Don't worry," I said confidently. "We'll be able to buy a house and have a wedding sooner or later." She nodded with a smile. While casually flipping through my resignation certificate, I suddenly exclaimed, "Chun, look." I glanced at it and was so angry I almost cursed out loud. It says on it that I am irresponsible at work, late and absent without leave, and disrespectful to my superiors. This is really bad. It's obvious they're deliberately messing with me. Qinglan was extremely worried. Should we confront them? I sneered. No need. It's no use him trying to harm me. I'm not planning on working again anyway. I threw the paper into the trash can and said casually, "I'm starting a business. I don't need their opinions." She bit her lip, still a little uneasy, so I could only hold her. She sat on my lap, and my heart fluttered. My hand involuntarily moved upwards. "Chun." She quickly grabbed my hand, her face turning bright red. "We're married," I said softly. "I know. I'm just not ready yet." She looked at me earnestly. "Give me some time, okay?" I sighed and could only nod with a smile. As I was leaving, she blushed and saw me to the entrance of the residential area. Not long after arriving at the shared apartment, she sent me a message. "You're not angry, are you?" I laughed and replied, "Of course not." She sent me a heart emoji, and I replied with a kiss emoji. Actually, I understand that, given her personality, if I really force her, she will comply. But that's not what I want. I hope that once I have a house and the means to do so, she will willingly hand it over to me. No rush, she's already my wife anyway. I leaned back in bed and nodded. The most important thing now is to make money. When planning a wedding, you have to meet your future in-laws. She may not care about material things, but her parents definitely do. A man should make a woman feel confident and not put her in a difficult position. I muttered to myself, I hope my mother-in-law is easy to talk to. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. The host has not yet claimed today's reward. I slapped my forehead. I almost forgot. Receive. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 13. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 51% of the shares of Ritter Fund Company. The system notification stunned me. It also said that the equity transfer was complete and that I was now the chairman. I was just thinking about starting my own business, and this opportunity was delivered right to my doorstep. A company with a market value of 10 million is like giving me 5,100,000 directly. Am I a millionaire now? Wait a minute. Isn't Ritter Fund Management Company Limited the company I just resigned from yesterday? Resigning at noon and becoming the boss by evening, that's a change that happens too fast. I suspected the system was playing a joke on me, so I immediately checked it out using Tianyanka, a Chinese business information platform. As expected, the shareholder change was completed, and Wang Hao, who originally held the controlling stake, became the second largest shareholder. I smiled and thought, if I sell these shares, I can buy a house in Hangzhou right away. However, the financial market is bad this year, and many companies have gone bankrupt, so whether anyone can take over is a problem. Besides, why should I be in a hurry to cash out? With the system in place, the money will come sooner or later. It's more fulfilling to build a successful company. After all, I studied finance, and the real thrill comes from running a company and growing it bigger and bigger. If they want to sell shares, they'll have to wait until the company's performance improves. Just then, my phone rang. Hello, Chairman Lin. I am Wang Hao from Ritter Fund. On the other end of the phone, his voice was unusually humble as he asked when I would come to the company for an inspection. I mimicked the tone of a successful person, saying I would visit when I had time, and reminded him to manage the company well, otherwise I wouldn't mind replacing the general manager. He quickly explained that it was due to financial market volatility and assured everyone that operations would be fine. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's funny to think of that arrogant and cunning boss who used to be so haughty in front of me, and now he's become so humble. And that scoundrel manager, the one who wrote those sarcastic comments about me. He only knew how to flatter the boss and didn't understand the business, which led to a decline in company performance and the loss of major clients. Truly capable people would never trust someone who is all bark and no bite. I sneered, thinking I was going to give him a surprise. However, the priority now is to raise funds and improve company performance. 880,000 is not much. Human desires are indeed limitless. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, I woke up as usual and sent Qinglan a message saying, "Good morning, wife." I drew back the curtains to get ready to wash up when I suddenly remembered that I had to clock in today. I checked in through the system, and it said I had completed 7 days. When I heard about today's task, I laughed to get my former boss and manager to apologize and beg for forgiveness. System, you really know me inside and out. This task is exactly what I want. I prefer to settle scores on the spot and not let them linger overnight. I immediately texted Wang Hao, saying that I was going to visit the company today. Upon seeing the news, he was startled and quickly prepared to receive it. After all, as the chairman of the board and the largest shareholder, I have absolute control, and I can remove him from his position at any time with a single word. 14. Wang Hao rushed to the company early in the morning. While he was busy preparing to welcome me, someone in another office building in Binjiang District, Hangzhou, was thinking about me. Sitting in the media company office, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but mutter before turning on the camera, "Lin Shun, Chu Qinglan, what are you doing right now?" She stared at the chat history on her phone, which had remained untouched for several days, a sense of melancholy washing over her. She used to greet her every morning and evening, but she was too lazy to reply. Now, the lack of messages only made her more and more uncomfortable. He said he had let it go, but deep down he was still unwilling to accept it. She clenched her fist in the office and muttered to herself, he didn't delete me from his friends list, so he must still be thinking about me. I'll go back to him when I get jealous. Her mind was even more confused when I wasn't by her side. Just as she was trying to comfort herself, the manager came in and called a meeting, saying that the general manager had an important personnel announcement to make. As they walked, the colleagues guessed who was going to be promoted, and most thought it would be Manager Lee. In the conference room, when the personnel results were announced, everyone was stunned. Shin Mingyuan was appointed as the deputy manager of the operations department. She herself was so surprised that she stood up and pointed at her nose. Me? Colleagues whispered among themselves, saying that she had only been a full-time employee for 3 months, so how could she have been promoted to deputy manager without meeting the required level? They even suspected that she had an affair with the general manager. The general manager smiled and gestured for her to speak, then leaned closer to explain. The boss and young Master Shin are friends. This is what young Master Shin instructed. She instantly realized that it wasn't her job that mattered, but her relationship with Shin Zhao. Thank you all for your kind words. I will work hard. She tried to appear calm. The manager led the applause, and the others had no choice but to clap along. She was moved to a private office, and Manager Lee became her assistant, immediately changing his attitude to be ingratiating. Sitting in her new seat, she opened her phone and saw a message from Shin Zhao. Satisfied with the surprise? She replied with 2 words, thank you, and then scrolled through his WeChat moments to receive another reply. As long as you're happy, congratulations, Manager Chun. She posted a photo of her office on her WeChat moments with the caption, promoted to deputy manager, thanks to Zhao Zhao. Looking at the likes and comments, a proud smile crept onto her lips. Chu Qinglan, Lin Chun, you'll never be managers in your entire lives. With just 1 word from young Master Shin, I can get promoted. She thought to herself, there's nothing wrong with exchanging one's body for benefits. A woman should always rely on her most valuable asset. Recalling how she could only earn a few $1,000s a month when she was with me, she became even more certain of her choice. Lin Shen, you'll never understand what it means to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Qinglan, just wait and see what happens. It's more comfortable to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. At that moment, I was riding my bike to Root Fund Company. I sneezed and laughed to myself. Who's thinking about me? It must be Qinglan. The thought of giving her a surprise soon made me even more determined. At the company, Wang Hao was ordering Manager Go to clean, decorate, and put up banners. He straightened his tie and his suit and said, I need to please the chairman. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll invest a few million. Manager Go patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely serve the new chairman well. Just then, the company doorbell rang. 15. It must be the chairman who has arrived. Wang Hao rushed out of the office and waved to the employees. Line up to welcome them. Get moving. With the cannons lined up, Manager Go hurriedly went to open the door. The door slammed shut, and as soon as I stepped inside, cannons fired in unison and colorful ribbons filled the air. Welcome, Chairman. Wang Hao bowed at a 90-degree angle, and the others also shouted good morning in unison. I was stunned for a moment. The news spread too fast. I really didn't expect them to be preparing to welcome me. Before I could react, Manager Go looked up and saw my face clearly. He glared and roared, Lin Shen, you're here to cause trouble? Get out of here. After he finished speaking, he looked outside and said, the chairman hasn't arrived yet. Don't block the way. I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they didn't know who I was, which made things easier. Wang Hao also said coldly, what are you doing here? You've already been fired. Why are you still getting in the way? Manager Go sarcastically remarked, apologizing now is useless. You've missed your chance. I laughed and replied, you're overthinking it. He said I was there to cause trouble, but I just calmly said, I have important business to attend to, and I won't waste time with you. Take your things and get out of here. Manager Go said, becoming increasingly impatient. Just as he was shouting, the receptionist suddenly interjected, Lin Shun is here to see me. Her eyes lit up, and she winked at me. Have you thought it through and decided to marry me? Don't worry, I won't bully you. Manager Go was furious. You don't want to work here anymore? She sneered, fine, I won't do it. I'll sell an apartment and travel the world with him. The office nearly erupted in chaos. Manager Go roared, get out of here, all of you. I was speechless. This girl was completely infatuated with me. Old Zhang came over and whispered to me, ignore him. Let me help you find a new job. Wang Hao coldly replied, if you're short of money, I'll pay your salary in advance. Don't cause trouble. I glanced at him sideways and laughed. If you hadn't told me, I would have been thinking of getting a husky to be the manager. Upon hearing this, Manager Go flew into a rage, picked up the husky plush toy on the table, and smashed it on the ground. The doll was shattered into pieces, and he gritted his teeth and roared. If you don't get out, I'll make you end up like this. I crossed my arms and sneered. I'm just here for an inspection. Inspection? Are you kidding me? There was complete confusion around me. No one believed what I meant. Manager Go laughed so hard he almost fell over. If you were the chairman, I would be the richest man in Hangzhou, I said calmly. I have no reason to lie to you. He laughed even harder. Shameless lunatic. Get someone to kick him out. After he finished speaking, he asked several male employees to come forward and urged Wang Hao to make a phone call to confirm the chairman's whereabouts. Wang Hao didn't have my number and assumed the new person mentioned in yesterday's shareholder notice was someone else. He took out his phone and dialed a number to contact the new chairman. Just then, my phone rang. The red sun rises in the east. Its path is filled with rosy light. All eyes turned to them. I remained calm and smiled as I took out my phone. Wait a moment. Let me take this call. Swipe the screen to answer the call. The office fell silent instantly. 16. I was standing at the company entrance when I saw Wang Hao holding his phone and asking respectfully, Chairman, where are you? There was no response for a long time, so he called out a few more times, his face full of confusion. He looked at Manager Go suspiciously and said that the chairman had answered the phone but wasn't speaking. Manager Go guessed that the chairman might be in the elevator, which was why he couldn't hear anything. I couldn't help but laugh and press the speakerphone button. I'm at the company in trance. My voice came from Wang Hao's phone. He froze instantly, staring at me blankly with a look of shock as if he had seen a ghost. The surrounding employees stared wide-eyed, clearly not expecting that I, who had been reprimanded by Manager Go yesterday, would become the company's chairman today. This contrast left them speechless. Manager Go nervously swallowed, suspecting Wang Hao might have dialed the wrong number, and asked him to call again to confirm. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then dialed my number again, which I answered with a smile. Looking at the three words, chairman, in his phone's contact name, and comparing them with the number sent by the shareholder last night, Wang Hao finally confirmed that he was indeed the chairman, his face full of bitterness. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at me with complex emotions, shock, flattery, and disbelief all mixed together. They never imagined that I was actually a major shareholder of the company. Someone checked the information on their phone and found that the company's legal representative was Wang Hao, but he only owned 40% of the shares, while I owned 51%, giving me absolute control. Upon hearing that the company's market value was just over 10 million, they gasped in surprise, exclaiming that my net worth exceeded 5 million, and marveling at how low-key I was. Some even joked that all I was missing was flip-flops. Several employees were curious about why I wanted to acquire the company, saying that the financial industry was sluggish this year and that I should invest in a hot pot restaurant instead. I just smiled, crossed my arms, and looked at Wang Hao and Manager Go. Now, are you still going to kick me out? I asked casually, but it made Manager Go's expression change instantly, and he immediately put on a fawning smile. Chairman Lin, I was blind to your true nature. Please forgive my rudeness and let me go. After saying that, he actually slapped himself. He slapped his face a few more times, then respectfully gestured for me to enter. I didn't say anything and walked into the chairman's office. He quickly pulled out a chair and instructed his assistant to pour me tea. I crossed my legs, glanced at him, and said, You really are a good dog. I can't bear to fire you. He immediately barked a few times like a dog and smiled obsequiously. I sighed inwardly. This guy had no professional skills, yet he could flatter to such an extent. No wonder Wang Hao always valued him. Subordinates like this certainly made the boss feel comfortable. Manager Go wiped his sweat and cautiously said that he would definitely be more careful in the future and would never make the same mistake again. He was clearly worried that I would really fire him, because finding a job is not easy. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind, informing me that I had received Manager Go's apology and plea for forgiveness, and that I had achieved half of today's task completion. I nodded in satisfaction. I looked at Wang Hao and slowly asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think of me serving as the company's chairman? Do you have any objections to this? I took a sip of tea, my gaze slowly falling on him. Manager Go was too nervous to speak, only glancing furtively at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression was complicated. He had laughed at himself last night for overthinking things and not connecting me with the chairman. After all, in his eyes, I was just an intern, an insignificant employee. How could I possibly become the person in charge of the company? 17. I watched as Wang Hao swallowed hard, his expression still complicated. He clearly didn't know how to handle the situation. If I were just a young, unfamiliar chairman, he might naturally be respectful and ingratiating. But I happen to be his former employee, which makes him feel extremely awkward. Making him grovel before someone he once looked down on was incredibly painful for him, and he hesitated to respond to me. Seeing that he remained silent, and remembering that the system task was not yet completed, I put on a cold face and said, "President Wang, you seem to be dissatisfied with my appointment as chairman." I pointed at him and said, "How about this? I'll give you my position, and you can take 4 million and acquire my company shares to become the chairman. Is that feasible?" Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. The financial market was sluggish this year, and he couldn't even come up with 400,000, let alone 4 million. I slammed my hand on the table, startling Manager Go, his assistant, and several supervisors in the office. The air seemed to freeze instantly. I sneered. "If you don't have money, you should understand who's in charge of this company. What do you say?" I glanced at the managers. Manager Go and the supervisors were all smart people. They immediately expressed that they would listen to my arrangements and do whatever I asked, completely standing on my side. I looked at Wang Hao and said, "If you're not feeling well and want to stay home and recuperate with your shares, write your resignation letter now, and I'll approve it immediately." Wang Hao swallowed hard. He knew that in addition to the stock dividends, the general manager also had a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, which was a considerable income. Circumstances dictate his actions, and he finally bowed his head, saying, "Chairman Lin, I have no objections. I will obey your management." He admitted that he was wrong yesterday and bowed to apologize. A system notification sounded in my mind. Mission complete. I leaned back in my leather seat, crossed my legs, and looked at these people. A sense of relief washed over me. It felt like Su Qin returning home after retiring from his post as Prime Minister of 6 states, facing those who had once looked down on him now being arrogant and obsequious. That contrast was incredibly satisfying. I helped Wang Hao up and said, "You didn't know my identity before, so it's understandable that you were abrupt. It's no big deal. Let's let bygones be bygones." Following my words, Wang Hao expressed his hope that we could work together to make the company better and better, and even patted his chest to say that he believed I could lead the company to glory. I turned to Manager Go and asked coldly, "What about you?" He was sweating profusely and said he would work hard and would never let me down. I thought about it and realized that although Manager Go wasn't good at business, he was very good at entertaining clients, especially those second-generation clients who like to have fun. After all, many contracts are not negotiated in meeting rooms, but rather struck out while singing and drinking in clubs, which gives him an advantage. I decided to make him the deputy manager and hand over the manager's position to Lao Zhang, who is right next to me. I know that he has good business skills and character, but he just lacks a platform. Old Zhang bowed to me excitedly, promising to do his job well. I patted him on the shoulder and then looked at Supervisor Feng, who had previously targeted me. I fired Supervisor Feng directly, sent him to the finance department to settle his salary, and handed over the supervisor position to Lao Lu, who has always been diligent and hardworking, so that he would report directly to Lao Zhang. Old Lu was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Old Zhang quickly reminded him to thank him, and he immediately bowed 90 degrees. I smiled and told him to keep up the good work. At this moment, Wang Hao looked at me and said that he had something important to talk about. He had been worried about this and felt that he had to let me know. I frowned and urged him to speak. He told me in a deep voice that the company's current working capital was about to run out and the cash flow had been cut off. 18. When I heard Wang Hao say that the company's cash flow had dried up, my first reaction was disbelief. Old Zhang and Old Lu stared wide-eyed even more. They'd just become manager and supervisor, hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the thrill of leadership, and the company was already going to collapse? The two men stared at each other, their expressions blank as they looked at me. I looked at Wang Hao. He owned shares, so there was no reason for him to fabricate something like this to scare people. He simply opened the public funds account to show me. There's only 400,000 in the account, just enough to pay next month's salary. There haven't been any large clients' custodial funds in recent months, and several long-term clients have redeemed their funds after they matured. Several fund accounts managed by the company are about to be closed, Wang Hao said with a wry smile, mainly due to declining returns. Of the 3 main funds, the best-performing one in the past 3 months has a return of 7.5%. In this situation, how could major clients possibly invest their money? Saving in a bank is safer and offers stable interest. My gaze immediately swept over Manager Zhao and the supervisors in the investment department. Manager Zhao forced a smile and said that the market had been declining for the past few months, and most stocks and funds were losing money, so there was nothing they could do. Wang Hao looked at me, his tone tentative. He said if he couldn't secure investment, the company might have to dissolve next month. He was clearly watching me make a fool of myself, waiting for me to embarrass myself. Of course I could tell he was deliberately setting a trap for me, wanting to test my abilities. But I have the system with me. I refuse to believe I can't revive the company within a month. I waved them off, telling them to go about their business and not to worry about the company's finances. I would turn it around. Wang Hao smiled and left, clearly not believing I had that ability. He'd been in the financial industry for over a decade, and even he was powerless to change this situation, let alone a young person like me. He was even secretly planning to buy my shares at a low price when the company couldn't pay salaries. That way, once he secures another investment, the company will be completely his. He walked into his office, chuckling to himself, thinking I was too naive to outmaneuver him. Old Zhang didn't leave. As a newly promoted manager, he wanted to show off, saying that if the company couldn't attract major clients, it would really go bankrupt, and that the operations department hadn't contacted any major clients recently. I told him to contact them as soon as possible, by any means necessary, to talk to some major clients about investment. But more important is the investment department's performance. The investment department's funds have been consistently losing money. Even when the operations department finds large clients, they won't invest once they see the performance. After all, if they buy, the price will drop, and who would want to manage the funds and pay for it? I told Lao Zhang that he couldn't manage the investment department for the time being, and asked him to hold the operations department up first and try to secure some investments. I would urge the investment department to make the fund profitable and cooperate with them to attract investment. At this moment, Manager Zhao walked in, and I told him directly that I wouldn't listen to excuses, only look at performance. The company has 3 funds managing a total of 300 million yuan, and I demanded that they all turn a profit within 1 month. Manager Zhao frowned and said that unless they buy stable yield government bonds or large denomination bank certificates of deposit, the returns would be very low and customers would not buy them. It would be better for them to deposit their money in the bank themselves. I told him coldly that I wouldn't listen to any excuses. He had to do his best within a month, or he would have to resign. He could only reluctantly agree. I rubbed my forehead, cursing the system inwardly. I was so happy yesterday, thinking about starting my own business, and the reward was a company on the verge of bankruptcy. There really is no such thing as a free lunch. These days, being a boss is more tiring than being an employee. Employees just work and wait for their wages, while bosses have to worry about the life and death of the entire company. However, compared to employees, bosses still enjoy more power and a greater sense of accomplishment. I shrugged, remembering that the system task was complete and I should claim my reward. I was filled with anticipation, hoping the system would lend a hand and help me through this difficult time. System, claim your reward. I shouted in my mind. The system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 19. The system notification rang in my ears, a 5 million cash reward. I was instantly excited, my eyes lit up, and I almost jumped out of my chair. 5 million. That's equivalent to the price of an apartment in downtown Hangzhou. My phone screen lit up, and I immediately checked my bank information. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ICBC, sent me a transaction notification that 5 million yuan had just been transferred into my account ending in 5478, and the balance immediately became more than 5,880,000 yuan. Looking at the 7-figure balance, I felt so happy. It was like a dream. The money came so fast. My phone lit up again, and my first thought was that the bank might suspect money laundering and freeze my account, since banks are very strict about the flow of funds. I immediately checked the message and found it was a notification to upgrade to VIP customer status, prompting me to go to the branch to upgrade my bank card. After upgrading, you can enjoy instant large amount transfers. Otherwise, the daily limit for third-party spending on a regular card is 10,000 yuan, and the limit for transfers via the bank's app is 500,000 yuan. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as my account wasn't frozen, everything was fine. Come to think of it, the system is always reliable. It's impossible for me to make such a mistake. I secretly decided to go to the bank another day to upgrade my card. Otherwise, my future spending and money transfers would be restricted. How should we use the 5 million? Should we buy a house or invest in a company? If we invest, we can maintain operations, but to turn a profit, we need to improve the fund's performance and attract more clients. As a finance graduate, I am well aware that fund companies make profits by attracting clients to invest, then using the client's money to buy stocks, futures, and government bonds, and then collecting custody fees. Some funds charge fees for both purchase and redemption, while others only charge fees upon redemption. Regardless of whether the fund makes a profit or loss, a custody fee is always charged. In reality, some unscrupulous fund companies collude with speculators to buy up stocks at high prices, resulting in losses for investors. The speculators then cash out and distribute the profits to the fund companies. As for Weather Ritter Fund Management Company, Limited had done this before. I was just a junior employee and didn't know the inside story. The key now is still investment, but that's not easy. The market has been falling recently, with even major internet companies and well-known liquor stocks losing half their value, and the market is a sea of red. I was pondering which stocks to buy to turn the company around when there was a gentle knock on my office door. I let the other person in, and Manager Go walked in cautiously, looking at me with a fawning expression. He started by saying he had a solution to the company's predicament that might offer me some ideas. I became interested and asked him to continue. Manager Go suggested that since the company only has 400,000 yuan in its accounts, it could choose to pay fewer salaries or temporarily suspend salaries to extend its operating time. He even stated that he was willing to accept only 1/3 of his monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, setting an example so that everyone could overcome the difficulties together. I chuckled inwardly. Was this some kind of scheme to trick me? The first thing a new official does upon taking office is to stop paying salaries. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I was a wage earner yesterday, and I know all too well that nobody wants to work if they're not paid properly. Manager Go has savings to tide him over, but ordinary employees can't. I told him coldly not to bring it up again, that he didn't need to worry about the company account and should just focus on his job. He nodded quickly and said I had money. He lowered his voice again to warn me that Mr. Wang seemed to be plotting something bad and that I should be careful. I told him to keep an eye on things for me and report back immediately if anything happened. Manager Go scurried away, knowing that my words meant he was temporarily safe. Watching him leave, I thought to myself that this man certainly knew how to make a living. I continued to bury myself in reviewing company documents. To gain a firm grasp of the company, I needed to understand its structure and operations. I was busy until the early hours of the morning. After staring at the computer for several hours, I stretched and saw that it was 11:59. I could check in soon. I didn't leave the office. I kept an eye on the clock until midnight, then immediately opened the system to clock in. The notification showed that 7/4 of the task was completed. I felt quite relaxed when the system issued today's tasks, but I was completely stunned when the task details appeared because today's task was 20. When I saw the system's announcement of today's task, I was completely stunned to share a bed with Chu Qinglan for one night. I subconsciously swallowed. This system is really something else. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my shock and asked the system if it was serious. The system stated bluntly that all you needed to do was share a bed. Everything else was up to you. I immediately understood what that meant. It was an arrangement that skirted the line. To be honest, this task makes me a little embarrassed. Qinglan and I have only been married for 4 days now, and I really didn't plan to pressure her so soon. She's the type of person who takes time to warm up. She won't immediately commit to a relationship like some women. There was an element of impulsiveness in getting the marriage certificate initially, partly to dispel my doubts. She wants to take things slowly and let things unfold naturally, and I'm not one to rush things. Although I'm looking forward to it, I'd rather respect her pace. Thinking back to my 4-year relationship with Chun Minyuan, we traveled together and shared a room, but nothing like that ever happened. At that time, she insisted that we could only do it after marriage. I love her, so I respected her choice. We really just cuddled and slept together. We didn't cross any boundaries. Qinglan might not refuse now, but I hope everything will happen naturally. Directly stating the task feels awkward to me. I sat there pondering how to start the conversation, looking at the few WeChat messages she had sent. She asked me to have dinner with her in the afternoon, and in the evening, she sent me photos of herself eating spicy hot pot, as well as photos of herself stretching in the shower and reading Wencheng. Finally, she said she was going to sleep. I simply replied that I would pick her up after get off work tomorrow, and then said goodnight to her. After thinking about it, I'll try again tomorrow. Going there so late at night would make my intentions too obvious, and trying to sneak into someone's bed would be too abrupt. It was already 12:15 when I got off work. I was going to go home and sleep to give my brain a rest. I was startled when I passed by the office area and saw Lao Zhang still busy at his computer. I thought it was haunted. Manager Go walked out of the office looking refreshed, handed me a cup of coffee, saying it was a newly written plan, and asked if I wanted him to take me home. I smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He continued, saying that serving the company and me was his duty. Old Zhang, and he exchanged a knowing glance. As I left the company, I was thinking about another person, Zheng Huan. This local resident who had been forced to relocate due to his home demolition had previously been so angry with me that he nearly vomited blood, yet that night he tossed and turned, thinking about me constantly. Of course, he didn't mean it in a nostalgic way. What angered him was that I, a poor guy from out of town, had no house or car, yet I managed to win Chu Qinglan's favor. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He even conjured up images of me and Qinglan in his mind, so angry that he wished he could take her place. He was drinking with his best friend Kong Guanglong, who had also met Qinglan once. When Kong Guanglong mentioned her beautiful legs, he revealed a greedy look in his eyes and lamented that such a good cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Zheng Huan sneered and said that I was just a poor out-of-towner who was of decent appearance. What good is being handsome? It can't put food on the table. After listening, Kong Guanglong's eyes lit up. He clinked glasses with him and suggested that he find a way to make Qinglan leave me. Chapter 21. Good at sneaking. Oh, what's the best idea? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan, who harbored great envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Lin Shun, immediately looked at Kong Guanglong with great interest. Actually, it's not that difficult to do. It's very simple. Lowering his voice, Kong Guanglong whispered, Brother Zheng, that's it. Wow. After hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan looked at him in surprise. It's that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, seize the weakness, and then magnify it infinitely. Chu Qinglan only agreed to Lin Chen's request because of a momentary impulse. To say how much she likes Lin Chen, I guess not that much. Shaking his head, Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan. So as long as Chu Qinglan sees this scene, she will definitely be disappointed in Lin Chen. At that time, she will naturally, obediently, and honestly throw herself into your arms, Brother Zheng. Don't you think that makes sense? That makes sense. After thinking it over carefully, Zheng Huan's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. That makes perfect sense. Brother, if this plan succeeds, then I'll owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call me anytime. We're brothers, it's only right. Kong Guanglong smiled and said, when you're dealing with Chu Qinglan, Brother Zheng, just film a video and show it to me. I'll be satisfied. Haha, what's so special about that? Don't let her cool and aloof demeanor fool you. She'll probably be more wild than anyone else once she gets to the hotel. Aren't all women like that? The more arrogant they are in public, the more unrestrained they are in private. Zheng Huan sneered. Once I'm tired of playing around, I'll find a chance to get them drunk. Do whatever you want. Wow, this is awesome. Upon hearing this, Kong Guanglong immediately became excited, his eyes shining as he looked at Zheng Huan. Brother Zheng, so you don't really like her? I thought you really liked her, and were planning to marry her. I used to like it, but I don't like it anymore. Zheng Huan sneered. Right now, I'm just not reconciled. How am I any worse than that poor bastard Lin Chen? Why should he let that poor bastard Lin Chen play with me, but not me? Zheng Huan's expression turned ferocious. That's why I'm going to get revenge and torture her severely. As for marrying, is she good enough for me? 2. Kong Guanglong nodded in deep agreement. Used cars are fine for casual driving, but they're definitely not suitable as permanent vehicles. Then I'll be waiting for you to succeed, Brother Zheng. Little kiss. Zheng Huan waved his hand and continued drinking with Kong Guanglong. The next morning, Lin Shun, who had sneezed several times throughout the night and hadn't slept well at all, sat up in bed. Ding dong. Good morning, Shun. Qinglan, good morning. Lin Shun sent Chu Qinglan a voice message. I just woke up. How about you? I've arrived at the company. Lazy pig image. I just went to bed late last night. Lin Shun posted an innocent-looking picture with a wry smile. Yesterday was so busy, and I'm going to be busy today too. I'll come find you after get off work. Okay. Wait for you. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Shun a picture of a little person sitting on a chair, swaying and waiting. So cute. In a good mood, Lin Shun washed up and arrived at the company on time. Welcome, Chairman Lin. The moment Lin Shun stepped into the company, led by Manager Go and Lao Zhang, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to greet him. Chairman Lin, please speak. Manager Go handed the microphone to Lin Shun. Cough cough. Lin Shun glanced at the group of employees and said with a cool expression, thank you for your hard work, everyone. Serving the company is not hard work. Lin Shun glanced at Manager Go and Old Zhang, who were both looking at him with obsequious expressions. I have nothing to say. Everyone, just focus on your work and be serious about your jobs. The investment department needs to keep a close eye on the stock and futures markets, and the operations department also needs to step up its game and attract more clients. The company will get better and better. Salaries and commissions will be paid as usual. Lin Shun cleared his throat. The financial market is sluggish this year, but while the market is falling and many peer companies are losing money, some companies are bucking the trend and growing. Our company aims to be a company that grows against the trend, not a company that loses money. I hope everyone can keep this in mind. Don't just say that the market and industry are in a slump and then pretend it's not my fault, that everyone is doing badly, and try to get by. The result of just getting by now is that if you don't work hard today, you'll be working hard to find a job tomorrow. I hope everyone understands this principle. Lin Shun said seriously, when the industry is booming, our company will strive to be at the top. When the industry is in a slump, our company will also rise against the trend. I will work hard together with everyone. Okay, that's settled. Clap, clap, clap. Old Zhang immediately clapped enthusiastically. Chairman Lin is absolutely right. Realizing he was too late to applaud, Manager Go immediately looked at Lin Shin respectfully and said, listening to Chairman Lin's words is truly worth more than 10 years of study. I believe that under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will surely take off. Lin Shin glanced at Manager Go and smiled. Don't do things like this again in the future. Spend all your time working hard. Clear. We will definitely get the job done. Manager Go and Lao Zhang bowed respectfully as they watched Lin Shun walk into the chairman's office. Lin Shun is so stylish. That's right. His temperament and demeanor are like a completely different person. He doesn't even look like the same person as Lin Shun who used to work with us. Do you think Lin Shun might actually be a rich young master, or the heir to some conglomerate? Did he deliberately conceal his identity and come here to experience life? The employees were all talking about it, and they were very curious about Lin Shinjun. Cough, cough. Manager Go coughed a few times and glanced at the gossiping colleagues. From now on, call him Chairman Lin, and don't talk about him behind his back. If I hear that again, I'll be fined. Yes, Manager Go. I see. Everyone held their breath, thinking that Manager Go was really a good dog. Lin Shin had no idea what everyone was thinking. Frustrated by the company's predicament, he arrived at Key Cafe at 5:30 p.m. sharp after a day of handling business. Chun, wearing high-waisted blue skinny jeans and a knitted sweater, Chu Qinglan, with her long, straight, and shapely legs and alluring curves, excitedly ran to Lin Shin's side. Lin Shin glanced around and noticed that Zhang Huan hadn't come out with him today. Chun, shall we go eat? Okay, my treat. With rice in his pocket and no worries in his heart, Lin Shin waved his hand generously. Eat whatever you want. Chapter 22, deliberately showing off. Oh, Chun, did you get a bonus? Looking at the generous and magnanimous Lin Shun, Chu Qinglan's eyes were full of smiles as she blinked at him. Looks like you've sent quite a lot. But didn't you say you just resigned? How come you found a new job so quickly? Haha, you could say that. Lin Shin smiled, thinking that being the chairman of the board could be considered a job, and the rewards from the system could be considered bonuses, right? Qinglan, let's wait and see. I'll give you a really big surprise later. Is that so? Then I can look forward to it. Chu Qinglan chuckled lightly. Since you've put it that way, Chun, then I'm going to have to take advantage of you today. I'll eat you out of house and home. Chu Qinglan winked at Lin Shun, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. Random. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. You can eat whatever you want. Then let's go to Tianjie for barbecue. Chu Qinglan tilted her head. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Go on. Holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan walked for about 10 minutes before entering a barbecue restaurant in Tianjie Commercial City, near Chu Qinglan's company. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been secretly following them all along. The two sent a message immediately after entering the barbecue restaurant. 15 minutes later. Are you sure Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan are at the barbecue restaurant? Looking at her classmates, Chun Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Which table are they sitting at? Of course I'm sure. I saw them go in with my own eyes. Without hesitation, the student replied. It's at the table by the window. Okay, the money has been transferred to you. After transferring 200 yuan to the classmate as a tip, Chun Mingyuan pretended not to know anything and walked into the barbecue restaurant. Oh, Qinglan, Lin Shun. I didn't expect to see you all here. Deliberately walking up to Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun, Chun Mingyuan feigned surprise. What a coincidence. Lin Shun glanced at Chun Mingyuan, too lazy to pay her any attention. It is quite a coincidence. Chu Qinglan gave Chun Mingyuan a cold reply. Hello, are there 3 of you? Would you like an extra set of cutlery? The waiter asked instinctively as he approached. No. There are 3 of them. Before Lin Shun could speak, Chu Qinglan sat down. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan for her opinion. Never mind, let's eat together. After all, they were classmates who had known each other for many years, and they used to be best friends. Although Chu Qinglan was disgusted by Chun Mingyuan's behavior, she could only nod with a complicated expression in the face of Chun Mingyuan, who was shamelessly freeloading her meal. Please sit down. After a slight hesitation, Chu Qinglan distanced herself from Chun Mingyuan and sat down next to Lin Shun. Thanks. Chun Mingyuan took the cutlery from the waiter and looked at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan, who were sitting together whispering. Her expression was complicated. In the past, when the three of them went out, she would sit with Lin Shun, or she would sit with Chu Qinglan. Now, but it's nothing. Shen Mingyuan took a deep breath, recalling how she had been promoted and received a raise thanks to Shen Zhao's efforts. My heart was instantly filled with pride. If she doesn't break up with Lin Shun, she can forget about becoming a deputy manager or earning over 10,000 yuan a month in her entire life. Qinglan, how's your company? Shen Mingyuan casually remarked. I heard that the home decoration industry isn't doing too well this year either. Good. Chu Qinglan gave Chen Mingyuan a cold reply. If you're having trouble at work, you can come to me. Chen Mingyuan took out her business card. I got promoted. I'm now the company's deputy manager. My monthly salary isn't much, just over 10,000. In a big city like Hangzhou, it's still hard to make a living even with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Well, oh, congratulations. Chu Qinglan still looked completely indifferent. Qinglan, you haven't changed your phone in 3 years, have you? Did you buy it when you were a sophomore? Shen Mingyuan took out her new iPhone. I just bought the latest model. It wasn't expensive, just over 10,000. The functions of mobile phones these days haven't changed much. It just means the photos will be clearer. The price is quite high, and it's not very interesting. It's better to use the old one. Shen Mingyuan sighed softly. Lin Shun, I remember my old phone was a gift from you. You delivered takeout for 2 months during the summer vacation just to buy me a phone. Looking back now, I'm still quite touched. I was blind. Lin Shun looked coldly at Shen Mingyuan. It's my fault. Shun, it's nothing. Everyone makes mistakes. Chu Qinglan gently placed a piece of meat on Lin Shun's plate. To know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. I believe you will get better and better. With your support, Qinglan, our future will definitely get better and better. Look, there's barbecue sauce all over your mouth. Don't move. Lin Shun smiled and picked up a tissue, gently wiping the barbecue sauce from the corner of Chu Qinglan's mouth. Shen Mingyuan's face turned ashen. He had intended to flaunt his wealth and job to make Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun jealous, but the two seemed to have no reaction at all. Shen Mingyuan was so angry she was practically grinding her teeth. This meal is on me. Shen Mingyuan took a deep breath and deliberately put on an elegant demeanor as she said, Lin Shun, I was somewhat sorry to you before, and I want to apologize to you. Qinglan, thank you for taking care of Lin Shun for me. No need for you to thank me. Chu Qinglan sneered. My relationship with Chun Hui is getting better and better. Our lives have their own joys and sorrows. None of this has anything to do with you. Honey, let's go. Lin Shun took Chu Qinglan's hand. We're full. We should go home. Okay. Chu Qinglan nestled gently against Lin Shun. Make me a fruit salad when we get home. Sure. Lin Shun smiled and nodded. Absolutely no problem. Just in time. Young Master Shen's car has arrived, and he's here to pick me up. Shen Mingyuan stood up at the same time, looking at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Where are you going? I'll have young Master Shen give you a ride. Oh, right. I forgot that Qinglan usually commutes to get off work by electric scooter. It's all right. Young Master Shen drives a Land Rover SUV. The trunk space is big enough. It can fit your electric scooter. Lin Shun, you should also earn some money to buy a car. Shen Mingyuan said seemingly casually. We can't let Qinglan ride an electric scooter every day, can we? Firstly, it's exposed to wind and sun, and secondly, it's unsafe. Let me tell you about another man who doesn't even own a car. Shen Mingyuan shook her head. Young Master Shen knows a few used car dealers, or I can ask him to introduce you to some. Buy something cheap and affordable? Excuse me. Lin Shun looked at Shen Mingyuan meaningfully. I don't like used cars. Shun, we're not in a hurry to buy a car. Chu Qing gently hugged Lin Shun's arm. Riding an electric bike is fine. Convenient and cool. What did chapter 23 say? Qinglan, you are so kind. Lin Shun gently held Chu Qinglan's hand, looking at her with deep affection in his eyes. We should be people who can ride electric bikes and enjoy the breeze, and also drive around in a car. Trust me, I'll soon give you a big enough surprise. There's no need for too much pressure. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, I don't care about those things. I am already very happy to have you by my side. Lin Shun hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist, and let Chu Qinglan ride the bicycle. He likes to sit in the back of the electric car, because this way he can openly and legitimately hug Chu Qinglan's slender waist. What are you thinking about? Inside the Land Rover, Shen Zhao, with a yellow crane tower 1916 cigarette dangling from his mouth, glanced at Shen Mingyuan with a suspicious look. Nothing. Shen Mingyuan watched Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan ride away on their electric bikes, her expression complicated. So, are you satisfied with the deputy manager position we assigned to you? In a few days, I can mention to my dad that you can come work at my family's company. Shen Zhao said with a smile. The salary is 30,000 yuan a month, and the working hours are flexible. I have an apartment in the city center. You can pack it up and move in. As for cars, I have a red BMW X5, you can drive it for now. How about it? As he spoke, Shen Zhao's hand was already on the fleshy stockings under Chun Mingyuan's black pleated skirt. Young Master Shun, there's no rush. I'm fine with my current job. Chun Mingyuan, who kept her legs tightly closed and held her skirt firmly to prevent Shen Zhao's hands from moving upwards, bit her lip tightly. Let's wait a while longer. We're moving a bit too fast. Shen Mingyuan knew, of course, that Shen Zhao provided all of this for her on the condition that she also provided something for Shen Zhao. Haha, what's so fast about it? Smack! Shen Zhao pinched Chun Mingyuan's stockings and gently tugged at them. These days, isn't the point of everything to be fast? Young Master Shen, I'm still not quite used to it. Seeing the snagged stockings, Shen Mingyuan knew what Shen Zhao was planning to do, and bit her lip tightly. Give me some more time. I still haven't experienced that. Give me some time to prepare. What? The original? Shen Zhao was immediately surprised upon hearing this. He looked at Chun Mingyuan suspiciously. Didn't you date Lin Shen for 4 years? For years. You didn't do your job? Chun Mingyuan lowered her head. Holy crap, is this kid done for? Can you resist having such a beautiful and charming girlfriend? He's an exceptional talent. Shen Zhao laughed and tossed his cigarette, but out the car window. All right then. Then I'll give you some time to get used to it. But I'm not like that good for nothing. I can't stand it for long. Shen Zhao started the car. Want me to take you home? Shen Mingyuan frowned. I know. Haha. Interesting. Shen Zhao, who was initially annoyed that Shen Mingyuan didn't want anything to happen in the car right now, was indifferent at this moment. After all, he knew that one should be more tolerant of women who are still virgins. Furthermore, these kinds of women only need to be made to dedicate themselves willingly. That's what makes it truly satisfying. After all, doing something with a virgin woman is not physically comfortable. After all, they don't understand anything. I wonder what they should do after the man pats them on the shoulder. Having this kind of woman brings comfort to the spirit. For people, the satisfaction derived from mental pleasure far exceeds that from physical pleasure. Qinglan, have some fruit. Lin Shun, of course, had no idea what Chun Mingyuan and Shen Zhao were talking about. And of course, he didn't care what they were talking about. Even if Lin Shen knew that Shen Zhao was laughing at him for this, he wouldn't care. Since we have different values, there's not much to say. Even if others make fun of Lin Shen about this, Lin Shen won't care. There is nothing wrong with love. Although he was blind at the time, he ultimately loved her with all his heart. Because of love, they are unwilling to force each other and want to fully obtain each other's love on their wedding night, when they can give each other a home. Is this wrong? It may not conform to most people's values now, but Lin Shen doesn't think it's wrong. Thanks. Xu Qinglan picked up a toothpick and watched history and classical texts on TV with great interest. Fu Sheng protects the books. As the host explained the historical anecdotes, Lin Shen became somewhat distracted. Looking at Xu Qinglan, whose pink socks accentuated her delicate feet, and whose tight jeans outlined her alluring curves, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a surge of heat within him. Lin Shen felt a headache coming on when he thought about the system's tasks for the day. This task is not going to be easy. How should he tell Xu Qinglan? How can he convince Xu Qinglan to believe him and agree to let him stay overnight? Will Xu Qinglan think he is frivolous and lustful? Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed. System, what will be the punishment if I fail to complete today's task? Lin Shen, feeling overwhelmed, could only quietly ask the system in his mind. Will it deduct money, or something else? All previous check-ins are void, and you must start the 7-day check-in process again. The system immediately replied to Lin Shen. There will also be random penalties. Random punishment? Lin Shen was taken aback. What kind of random method is it? Give me an example. Including but not limited to wiping out the host's bank deposits, wiping out the host's personal assets, causing the host to fall seriously ill, or doing something that will be punished. I see. This punishment is rather severe. Lin Shen's lips twitched. Not only will the hard-earned check-in record be reset to 0, but a person's assets may even be wiped out. This is an accident. After working hard for several days, I was back to decades ago overnight. That's too dangerous. We absolutely cannot let the attendance records be reset to 0. After all, I'm still waiting to see the letter my future grandson writes to me. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, looked at Xu Qinglan in front of him, and wondered whether he should throw away the key to the rented house. He made the excuse that he had lost his key and there was no one to make a copy so late, so he couldn't go back to his rented room and had to stay at Xu Qinglan's place. This should work, right? That doesn't seem quite right either. Lin Shen had a bit of a headache. After all, if you lose your key, you can just go to a hotel and get a room to sleep. Even if I sleep at Qinglan's house, this sofa will do. There's no need to share a bed. Then let's just lay our cards on the table? Lin Shen frowned. This isn't quite right either. If I say it like that, Qinglan might misunderstand and think that I really want to do that with her. I don't want to lower her opinion of me. Right? Lin Shen's eyes lit up instantly as he watched the scene playing on TV. An idea came to mind. Shen, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan turned around and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. Do you have something to say to me? Chapter 24. In Pursuit of Romance. Yes, I have something to say. Lin Shen took a deep breath, composed himself, and looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. Qinglan, I want to give you a surprise and do something romantic with you. Life may be mostly mundane, but even in the mundane, there should be little moments of romance. What do you think? Romantic things? Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Shen suspiciously. Chun, what exactly is this romantic thing? You'll know when you get there. Come with me. Lin Shen stood up, smiled, and extended his hand to Chu Qinglan. You don't need to think about anything. Just follow me. That's all. Shall we go out? Okay then, I'll change my clothes. Although she was a little tired after a long day at work, Chu Qinglan couldn't bear to refuse Lin Shen's enthusiastic attitude, so she finally nodded slightly and chose to follow his arrangements. I'm waiting for you. Watching Chu Qinglan walk into the bedroom, Lin Shen immediately took out his phone and quickly made the arrangements. No woman dislikes romance. Therefore, as long as Lin Shen starts from this point, he can naturally complete the task given by the system today. Moreover, he can complete the mission without making Chu Qinglan dislike him. This is crucial. Lin Shen didn't want to lower his image in Chu Qinglan's eyes. Chun, I'm all better now. 10 minutes later, Chu Qinglan, now dressed in a dress, walked out of the bedroom with a smile. She twirled in front of Lin Chun, looking at him with amusement in her eyes. Chun, am I pretty? Of course it's beautiful. Without a doubt, my wife is definitely the most beautiful. A smile flickered across Lin Chen's lips as he took Chu Qinglan's hand. Come with me. Chu Qinglan obediently followed behind Lin Chen, letting him hold her hand. Get in the car. At the entrance of the residential compound, Lin Chen proactively opened the back door of the car. It's inconvenient for me to wear a skirt. You can get in the car first. The last 4 digits of the phone number? The driver glanced at Chu Qinglan enviously through the rearview mirror and asked Lin Chen. 0503. Okay. Taking a deep breath, the driver started the car and drove Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan away. Chun, where are we going? Inside the car, holding Lin Chen's hand, Chu Qinglan looked at the night view outside. Let's go to an incredibly romantic place that overlooks the entire city center of Hangzhou. Lin Chen smiled and reached out to gently flick Chu Qinglan's nose. Aren't you looking forward to it? I'm quite curious. Chu Qinglan tilted her head and answered Lin Chen with a smile. You will definitely not be disappointed. Chun, I'd like to take a stroll along the riverbank. Upon arriving at the Qiantang River embankment in the city center, Chu Qinglan suddenly spoke. Sure. Driver, pull over. Good. The ride-hailing driver stopped the car immediately. Thanks. Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan stepped out of the car, and holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan enjoyed the breeze from the riverbank and the coolness of the summer evening. Chun, if only we could keep going like this forever. That's good. Chu Qinglan held Lin Chen's hand, her voice barely audible. Sure. We will never be apart. Without hesitation, Lin Chen intertwined his fingers with Chu Qinglan's. He noticed that Chu Qinglan seemed to lack a sense of security. What is the reason for this? Qinglan, when will you take me home? Lin Chen smiled and said, Your parents don't know we're getting married yet, do they? We can decide for ourselves to get the marriage certificate. After all, we transferred our household registration when we enrolled in university and have our own household registration book. But for the wedding, both sets of parents still need to be present. We should invite relatives and friends and have a lively celebration. Okay, I'll talk to them about it later. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Then let's find a holiday, like National Day. I'll take you back then. Okay. Without hesitation, Lin Chen answered Chu Qinglan. Then it's the 11th. Lin Chen thought to himself, it's mid-August now, and there's still a month and a half until November. He believes that with the system's help, he should have a house and a car in Hangzhou by then. Under these circumstances, he could naturally go to Chu Qinglan's house openly and confidently. Give Chu Qinglan's parents an explanation, make them satisfied, and marry Chu Qinglan to him. Chun, what about your parents? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with some worry. What if they do this to me? Don't worry. Without hesitation, Lin Shen answered Chu Qinglan. My parents are very easy to talk to and they respect my ideas very much. As long as I'm willing, they won't have any objections. I will agree. Besides, you are so beautiful and intelligent, and even more gentle and considerate. My parents are more than happy with it. Why would I be picky about you? Lin Shen smiled and said, in our area, parents treat their daughters-in-law very well. Unlike some places, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou, where local parents look down on daughters-in-law from other places, thinking that the other party is after the household registration or money or something. Lin Shen shook his head. It's very annoying. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, still unable to help but feel a little worried. Let's go. I'll take you to a surprise. Holding Chu Qinglan's hand, Lin Shen led her into a 5-star hotel by the river. When Chu Qinglan arrived at the hotel entrance, she paused noticeably for a moment. However, she still went into the hotel with Lin Shen. The two entered the middle floor of the hotel, a room with a very open view overlooking the bustling Olympic Sports Center and the winding Qiantang River. Of course, it's not a double room, it's a twin room. This is where Lin Shen's intelligence lies. Lin Shen, holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, could clearly feel that Chu Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief the moment they entered the hotel and saw that it had twin beds. Clearly, she wasn't fully prepared to give herself to Lin Shen yet. Lin Shen knew very well that when he first went out with his girlfriend, unless she was a particularly open-minded woman, it was better to book a double bed. There's no chance of splitting into 2 rooms, and the woman might not want a double room. The purpose is too obvious. Having 2 beds allows for intimacy and provides opportunities for the woman to gracefully back down without feeling too awkward. And since they were already a couple, she felt awkward refusing. After all, what's wrong with a twin room if there's a chance? When it's time to share a blanket, don't you still share a blanket? Like tonight. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Lin Shen successfully received a system notification. Cool. Lin Shen's eyes lit up as he sensed Chu Qinglan's unease and continued sleeplessness. He smiled, hugged her tightly, and, without fidgeting, excitedly chose to claim his reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 25, A Letter from Sun Tzu. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the letter from your future grandson ahead of schedule. The system notification sounded perfectly in Lin Shen's mind. Holy crap, Lin Shen couldn't help but sit up in excitement. Unexpectedly, the system was so helpful that it allowed him to unlock the letter from his grandson ahead of schedule, which should have taken 3 days to be unsealed. This is such a pleasant surprise. Indeed, effort and reward are proportional. Although it was not easy to sleep with Chu Qinglan for one night, it was still worth it compared to unlocking the letter from his grandson ahead of time. Morning. What's wrong with you? Chu Qinglan, who was curled up in Lin Shen's arms, immediately sat up and looked at Lin Shen with a surprised expression. Are you all ready? Chu Qinglan glanced cautiously at Lin Shen's pants. Her pretty face flushed, and she hesitated to speak. Cough cough. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of a funny joke. Lin Shen certainly couldn't tell Chu Qinglan that he had received a reward from the system, which was why he was so excited that he sat up in surprise. So, he could only explain to Chu Qinglan with a wry smile. I couldn't help it. The more I thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. I laughed. What joke? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen with a suspicious expression. Tell me about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Shen smiled and said, it's already very late today, and you have to go to work tomorrow. We can't delay. Oh, tell me now, tell me after you're done. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with great curiosity. You've piqued my curiosity. I won't be able to sleep if you don't tell me. Shen, tell us quickly. Chu Qinglan's heart was pounding. Sitting on the bed, she blinked her bright eyes and looked at Lin Shen with great tenderness. Actually, she couldn't sleep at all. After all, it's the first time sharing a bed with someone of the opposite sex. How could you possibly fall asleep easily? In this situation, most men feel restless and unable to sleep. They feel a strong urge to do something, tossing and turning, scratching their heads, and feeling confused. Most women, on the other hand, are unable to sleep due to a mixture of anticipation and fear. After all, she was an adult woman who had just gotten married to Lin Shen. Chu Qinglan actually harbored some expectations for that kind of thing. It's not a funny joke, it just reminded me of an ancient person's epitaph. Lin Shen had to come up with a quick idea. In his epitaph, he wrote, he first studied literature, but failed the imperial examinations for 3 years. Later, he practiced martial arts, and in the training ground, he fired an arrow that hit the drummer, who then expelled him. Finally, he studied medicine and achieved some success. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan helplessly. In short, it's very interesting. At the end, he added a sentence. He wrote a good prescription, took it, and died. Puff. Chu Qinglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chun, this is too tragic. Yes, it was absolutely terrible. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. So the more I thought about it, the more interesting it seemed, and I laughed. This must be fake, right? There's no such person, is there? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. Otherwise, we shouldn't be laughing. If such a person really existed, he must have been in utter despair when he wrote this epitaph, right? It's probably fake. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. This joke comes from Xiaolin Guangji, a collection of humorous anecdotes. Nobody knows the specifics. Okay, let's go to sleep. Seeing Chu Qinglan fidgeting, Lin Shen smiled, turned off the light, and got into another bed. Good night. Chu Qinglan hummed softly, lay down quietly, and soon her even breathing could be heard. What exactly is this letter from my future grandson? Excited, Lin Shen opened the letter immediately. Grandpa, when you read this letter, you should be in the prime of your youth, and have only been married to Grandma for a short time. Grandma has loved you very much all her life, and has been very good to you. Grandpa, you must not let Grandma down and must treat her well. You little brat. Lin Shen muttered. Do you even need to tell me? You're lecturing your grandpa now? I'm not stupid. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan tenderly. With such a well-behaved and beautiful wife, how could I not cherish her? Then, Lin Shen looked at the second paragraph of the letter. Grandpa, to improve your and Grandma's lives, I'll tell you a secret. 3 days later, the liquor industry in the stock market will see a surge, especially Matai, the leading liquor brand, which will hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. Do not buy after next Friday, as a decline is expected then. Also, do not buy semiconductor stocks recently, as the entire industry will experience a significant decline in the near future. Wow, this is like a perfect opportunity to help someone when they're sleepy. Lin Shen, who was worried about how to turn the company's fund into a profit, immediately looked at the last sentence of the letter. Grandpa, that's all for now. Looking forward to seeing you again next time. The inscription reads, from your grandson in the future, 214400408. I'm also looking forward to hearing what good news you'll bring me next time. Now that I have this foresight, I'm sure I can successfully turn the company's 3 funds around and make a fortune. 3 consecutive days of limit-up price increases mean that no matter how much money you invest, you can earn 30% in 3 days. Invest 1 million, and 3 days later it will be 1,300,000. I currently have over 5.8 million yuan on me. If I were to invest it all, I could earn 1.74 million yuan in 3 days. My goodness, you can earn 1.74 million in just 3 days. This really is money making money. Lin Shen became more and more excited and thrilled the more he thought about it. Making so much money in just 3 days is amazing. The feeling of making money is even better than drinking an ice-cold Sprite on a sweltering summer day. I never dared to imagine that I could make money so aggressively before. As expected, it's great to be rich. As long as you have enough capital, making money is as easy as playing a game, isn't it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen finally understood why the rich get richer and richer. For an ordinary person, let alone earning over 1 million in 3 days, even earning 1,000 yuan in 3 days would be considered very good. I'd be working myself to the bone for 3 days on a construction site, and I probably wouldn't even earn 1,000 yuan in those 3 days. Now the company's difficulties have been easily resolved. Comfortable. In a pleasant mood, Lin Shen smelled the fragrance emanating from Chu Qinglan beside him and listened to her even breathing. He couldn't help himself a little. Qinglan, as long as I seize this opportunity, even without company shares, my savings will soon reach tens of millions. Putting everything else aside, buying an apartment in Hangzhou is absolutely no problem. Qinglan, I will soon be able to give you a home. We will definitely be happy together. After a slight hesitation, Lin Shen secretly lifted Chu Qinglan's blanket. And then, quietly, it slipped into Chu Qinglan's fragrant bed. Chapter 26. Earning more money. Oops! You stepped on my hair. The next morning, with a startled cry, Chu Qinglan rubbed her hair, looking aggrieved. Well, Lin Shen awkwardly moved away. Chun, go wash up. Stretching, Chu Qinglan, whose curves were on full display, tidied her hair. You go first. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender, snow-white waist, Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed and hid under the covers, saying, I'm a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan immediately looked at Lin Shen anxiously. Chun, where do you feel unwell? No, not at all. Lin Chun laughed and said, I'm a little embarrassed to say it. Men cough in the morning. That's how it is for them. Lin Chun scratched his head and looked at Chu Qinglan with a half smile. But once you have a wife, you definitely won't do that anymore. Oops. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she glared at Lin Chun in annoyance. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She naturally understood what Lin Chun meant by those words. TCH, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to wash up. With that, Chu Qinglan walked straight into the bathroom. Lin Chun stretched and said to himself with a smile, this is a good start. Before long, you'll be thinking about taking leave every day. The best is yet to come. What's the rush? After getting dressed and washing up, Lin Chun escorted Chu Qinglan to the company building. Chun, I'm off to work. Yes, work hard. Come on. Lin Chun clenched his fist and made a firm gesture towards Chu Qinglan. Bye-bye. Chu Qinglan skipped and hopped as she entered the office building, clearly in a very good mood. The 5.88 million I have seems like a lot, but it's actually not much. Although a 30% profit is a lot, because the principal was too small, my final profit was only 1.74 million. If I add up the principal and the profit, I only have 7.54 million. And a handling fee will also be deducted. Actually, in the end, I probably won't have much money left. Lin Chun frowned and muttered with a complicated expression, although this amount of money should be more than enough to buy a house and a car in the suburbs outright. But I want to buy a nice, large, single-level apartment in the city center. There are still some shortcomings. After all, a decent large-sized apartment in the city center of Hangzhou, by the river, would cost at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Lin Chun scanned the QR code on his phone. Now that we have the system, we should buy the best one from the start, instead of just buying a mediocre place to live. There's no need for that. Lin Chun's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. For people who don't have much money, buying an ordinary house to make do with is something they have no choice but to do. After all, I'm short of money. There's nothing I can do. But for me, I must give Qinglan the best. Lin Chun clenched his fists and made a silent vow in his heart. He was determined to buy a luxurious penthouse in the city center to give Chu Qinglan a wonderful surprise. The system and my future grandson certainly wouldn't try to fool me with this. Since it's a sure thing, I'll definitely try to increase my investment, Lin Chun muttered. The bigger the investment, the more I'll earn. And it's a sure thing, no risk at all. If it's futures, you can use leverage. But you can't use leverage in the stock market. Lin Chun's eyes lit up. Right? I can take out a mortgage loan. If I mortgage this 5.88 million to the bank, I can probably borrow 1 or 2 times that amount. Then you could have 12 million, or even 20 million. If I invest this 20 million in the stock market, I can earn 6 million in 3 days. After paying back the bank loan and 3 days interest, Lin Chun calculated briefly. I should still have over 10 million left. That's an extra 4 million out of thin air. You made an extra 4 million in 3 days. Lin Chun became more and more excited. Where can you find such a good thing? It must be done immediately. Excited, Lin Chun immediately opened his phone's map app and searched for the nearest branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Just a few days ago, the bank sent him a message asking him to upgrade to a VIP card. He can apply for a credit line while he's at it. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, he has sufficient bank deposits, and he also owns the Ritter Fund. The bank should lend him the money. Now we can make a killing. Excited, Lin Chun didn't hesitate. After finding out that the nearest Industrial and Agricultural Bank of China was only about 600 meters away, he started walking towards the bank. Hello, for withdrawals under 2,000, please use the ATM outside. In the bank lobby, a pretty female receptionist wearing stockings and a pencil skirt glanced at Lin Chun, a deep look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Because she could tell from Lin Chun's clothes that he was a poor working man. I'm not withdrawing the money. I need to conduct business. Lin Chun smiled and said, I'll find your bank's account manager. This is a service that ordinary counter staff shouldn't be qualified to handle. Thinking that it was tens of millions after all, he figured that when he had more money in the future, he might be able to get a loan of hundreds of millions. Lin Chun naturally knew that ordinary counter clerks were not qualified to handle this. You're looking for our manager? The female receptionist chuckled and looked at Lin Chun. What kind of service do you need? Our manager is not someone that just anyone is qualified to meet. Do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment. I need to handle loan business. Lin Chun answered truthfully. Could you please make an appointment for me? Then you just wait. The female receptionist glanced at Lin Chun disdainfully and ignored him. Lin Chun could only wait awkwardly. 40 minutes later, A middle-aged man with a large belly, wearing a suit, and accompanied by a glamorous woman, strode into the bank lobby. "Hello, what service do you need?" The female receptionist immediately greeted him with a smile. "I'm looking for your manager's song." The middle-aged man revealed a hand adorned with a gold thumb ring. "Let's talk about paying the employees' salaries. Do you have an appointment?" "Make an appointment? Do I even need to make an appointment?" The middle-aged man immediately laughed. "Tell him, my surname is Wang. Wang Kong from Kongda Pharmaceutical Factory. It's President Wang." Upon hearing Wang Kang's words, the female receptionist immediately put on a fawning expression. "Please wait a moment. I will inform Manager Song right away." "Mr. Wang, Manager Song has some time. Please go ahead." "No, I was here first, wasn't I?" Lin Shun, who had been waiting for 40 minutes, was getting impatient. He frowned and looked at the female receptionist. "Could you please explain the order of arrival? Who are you?" Trying to cut in line. Before the receptionist could speak, Wang Kong glared coldly at Lin Shun and said, "Get out." Chapter 27. Chairman Lin invites. "You've misunderstood, that's not what I meant." Ignoring Wang Kong, Lin Shun looked directly at the female receptionist and asked, "I just want to ask when I can see your manager's song? I do have something to do. You just wait." The female receptionist glanced at Lin Shun disdainfully, then looked at President Wang and said, "President Wang, please. You don't need to lower yourself to the level of a poor laborer like him. He actually wants to see our manager's song?" Hee. In front of Lin Shun, the female receptionist made a series of unceremonious comments about him. "Exactly. How can such a lowly scoundrel compare to my husband?" "Pooh." The glamorous woman, holding Wang Kang's hand, glanced at Lin Shun with disdain, her face full of contempt. "Poor bastard. Hey kid, did you hear me? You think anyone can just see a bank manager whenever they want?" Wang Kong patted his large belly. "Let me tell you, if you don't have tens of millions in savings, you can get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Ding dong. Host has not checked in today. Sign in." Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shun subconsciously checked in on the system interface. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received today's task. Today's mission is to ensure that people do not deceive me, and to ensure that I do not deceive others. Please punish Wang Kong and the female receptionist Zhao Lily." This mission. Looking at the system's task display for today, Lin Shun frowned, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the system gave him such a task. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you." Seeing that Lin Shun ignored him, Wang Kong immediately glared at Lin Shun and said, "You think you can see the bank manager? I'll tell you." Pointing at Lin Shun's nose, Wang Kong said arrogantly, "Let me tell you, kid. You are not qualified. You poor wretch." Clinging to Wang Kang's arm, the glamorous woman said with an air of arrogance, "You're so rich, husband, with tens of millions in savings." "That's right, he's just a penniless wretch." The female receptionist immediately responded, "Mr. Wang, given your status, why would you bother with him? There's no need for that. Please go ahead." "I'm not qualified." Lin Shun sneered, looking at Wang Kong with a playful expression, wondering how to deal with him. Ordinary people might really have no way to deal with the arrogant Wang Kong and Zhao Lily. Even if they are treated unfairly, they can only accept their bad luck. But Lin Shun is no ordinary person now. What happened? Before Lin Shun could make a move, Manager Song, who had been notified by security, quickly walked downstairs. After glancing at Lin Shun, Wang Kong, and the female receptionist who were facing off, he immediately looked at Wang Kong with a smile. "President Wang, you've arrived. Why didn't you give me advance notice? So I can come downstairs to pick you up." "It's nothing. I like to keep a low profile." Wang Kong looked arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. "Exactly. Even someone as rich as you is low-key." The glamorous woman glanced at Lin Shun disdainfully. "The poorer someone is, the more they like to pretend." Manager Song, this person is deliberately causing trouble. Pointing at Lin Shun, the receptionist Zhao Lily immediately said, "He doesn't handle business, deliberately blocks President Wang's way, and speaks rudely to President Wang." Security guard, what are you standing there for?" Zhao Lily pointed at Lin Shun. "Why aren't you kicking him out yet?" "Who said I don't handle business anymore?" Lin Shun glanced at Zhao Lily with disgust. "So you didn't make an appointment for me at all? You? What qualifications do you have to make an appointment?" Zhao Lily gave a disdainful snort. "Security guard, what are you standing there for? Get him out of here right now." "Wait a moment." Manager Song suddenly spoke, looking at Lin Shun with a suspicious expression. Lin Shun seemed strangely familiar. "What kind of service do you need?" "Upgrade your bank card and get a mortgage loan." Lin Shun answered truthfully. "Upgrade your bank card." Manager Song thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Your surname is Lin? Are you Mr. Lin Shen? It's me. Lin Shen was also surprised, as he hadn't even said his name yet. How did Manager Song find out? How did you know? Lin Shen looked at Manager Song suspiciously. We've never met before, have we? Mr. Lin, it really is you. I am truly sorry for not being able to greet you from afar. Please forgive me. Manager Song looked at Lin Shen with a respectful expression. Not only do I know you, but all the senior executives of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Hangzhou know your name. This was my mistake. I didn't explain things properly, which caused the people below not to recognize you and treated you poorly. I'm so sorry. I'm extremely sorry. As he spoke, Manager Song bowed deeply to Lin Shen at a 90-degree angle. I hope Mr. Lin will forgive me. What's going on? Wang Kong was stunned. He stared at Manager Song with wide eyes and suspicion. Manager Song, a bank manager, actually bowed to Lin Shen, a mere employee. What does that mean? What the hell? Manager Song, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The receptionist, Zhao Lily, was also shocked. She looked at Manager Song cautiously and said, Manager Song, you must have made a mistake. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't seem like a rich person. Shut up. Manager Song glared fiercely at Zhao Lily. Quickly apologize to Mr. Lin. Quick. This. Sorry. Completely bewildered, Zhao Lily had no choice but to bow to Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, it was a mistake. It was my fault. Please come upstairs. Manager Song gestured for Lin Shen to enter and was extremely respectful. System, is this your doing? Lin Shen silently asked the system in his mind, but the system did not answer him. Good. With no other option and harboring doubts about the system, Lin Shen could only nod and go upstairs with Manager Song. Manager Song, what about me? You should have greeted me first. When Wang Kong saw that Manager Song was actually entertaining Lin Shen, such a poor nobody, and ignoring him, such a big client, he immediately became anxious. That's so embarrassing. As the boss, all he cares about is saving face. Excuse me. Please handle this at the counter downstairs. With your savings of just over 1 million, haha. Manager Song glanced at Wang Kong, then ignored him. Wang Kong may look like a cow, but he actually has very little money. In other words, the overall economic environment is sluggish this year, so bank depositors don't have much savings. Even a small amount is still something, which is why Manager Song cooperated in receiving Wang Kong. A few years ago, Manager Song wouldn't have bothered with someone like Wang Kong, who owned a small factory. No, what do you mean? Wang Kong instantly became impotent and enraged. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. Upon entering the SVIP office, Manager Song immediately and respectfully poured Lin Shen a cup of tea. Manager Song, there's something I'd like to ask you. Lin Shen, holding his teacup, looked at Manager Song with a suspicious expression. What did you mean by what you said earlier? What does it mean to be the top executives of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Hangzhou? You all know me. Chapter 28, Tenfold Credit. You don't know this, Mr. Lin? Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Manager Song looked at Lin Shen in surprise. Mr. Lin, you are really low-key. I really don't know. What exactly happened? How did I become a celebrity inside your ICBC and ABC bank? Lin Shen looked at Manager Song suspiciously. Tell me about it in detail. With a slight shrug and a look of suspicion, Lin Shen truly didn't understand how he had suddenly become so famous. He didn't receive this treatment when he came to the bank before. Mr. Lin, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. It was an instruction from above. Pointing to the ceiling, Manager Song said with a wry smile. Our boss at ICBC in Hangzhou tagged us branch managers in the group chat and then posted your photo. We will ensure that whoever meets you receives you with the highest level of hospitality from our bank. But the boss didn't say exactly why. You know that. Manager Song looked at Lin Shen. If the boss doesn't say anything, we subordinates don't dare to ask. I see. Lin Shen frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, thinking that it must be the system's doing. Let's not talk about that. Let's get down to business. Lin Shen took out his bank card. The message said my card needed to be upgraded? Yes. Manager Song carefully took the bank card. Mr. Lin, according to regulations, your bank card will be upgraded to our bank's highest level black gold card. Our association will do everything in its power to provide you with convenience. Do I have a credit line? Lin Shen looked at Manager Song and stated his key question. A mortgage loan is also acceptable. Loan. Manager Song looked at Lin Shen with great surprise. I wondered, how could someone like Lin Shen need a loan? Yes, I need a loan. Lin Shen nodded immediately. What loan amount can your bank provide for me? Based on your credit score, Mr. Lin, our bank can provide you with a credit line 10 times the amount of your frozen deposits. No more than 1 billion. To be specific, it's like you currently have 5.88 million in your bank account. Looking at Lin Shen's bank account balance, Manager Song respectfully said, "If you choose to take out a loan, after our bank freezes your deposit, we can provide you with a loan amount of 58.88 million. If you have 100 million in savings, you can withdraw 1 billion at any time. It's an online loan that arrives instantly and can be applied for with a single click. As for higher loan amounts, it's not impossible, but you'll need to bring all the company documents to the branch or head office to process it." Manager Song looked at Lin Shun. As for the interest rate, it will fluctuate according to the benchmark interest rate. The interest rate on this frozen loan will not be very high, and enjoy the convenience of repaying at any time. Unlike some loans, it won't require repayment according to the contract. Early repayment will also incur interest for the entire contract period or several years, Manager Song said with a smile. Because you are a black card holder, you enjoy this privilege. It's probably like an enlarged version of a credit card. It's just that the credit card has changed from being only for spending and having a 1-month interest-free period to allowing cash withdrawals at any time, and then having no interest-free period. Manager Song looked at Lin Shen. "Mr. Lin, would you be willing?" "Manage." Lin Shen nodded without hesitation, secretly delighted. "I thought I'd only get 1 or 2 times the loan amount at most, but now it's 10 times. This is absolutely wonderful. 10 times 5,880,000 is 58,880,000. According to the letter, if the stock price hits the daily limit for 3 days, then after those 3 days, the profit would be 58.88 million multiplied by 30%. This is a staggering 17.4 million. My goodness." Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately, filled with excitement. Earning 17.4 million in 3 days would make someone the richest person in Hangzhou, but even that's not something you can earn that much. "Mr. Lin, it's done." After the upgrade, Manager Song handed Lin Shen a brand new, understated yet luxurious black gold card. "Thanks." Lin Shen put away the black gold card, remembered the task issued by the system for today, and casually took a sip of water. "There's something I'm not sure if I should say." "Mr. Lin, please speak. I will listen attentively to any advice you may have, and will earnestly correct my mistakes." Manager Song immediately stood up, looking at Lin Shen with the utmost respect, like a child being disciplined. "It's not a big deal. It's just that your bank's service attitude is really problematic." Lin Shen glanced at Manager Song. "It's not that I'm special, it's just that everyone is treated the same way. I can understand that customers have conditions because they see you as the manager. After all, as a bank manager, you are a person of status. It's normal that ordinary people are not qualified to see you." "Mr. Lin, what are you saying?" Manager Song quickly replied. "Compared to you, my status is nothing. There's no need to flatter me like that. I'm nothing special." Lin Shen waved dismissively at Manager Song. "I'm just an ordinary person." Manager Song just smiled apologetically and didn't say anything. I thought to myself, what a joke. How could an ordinary person get such attention from a high-ranking leader and obtain a black gold card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China? You should know that there are only 10 black gold cards issued by ICBC and ABC worldwide. My request is very simple. I understand that you have the means, but I want to avoid being bothered by people who cause trouble. However, you can speak if there are conditions, and you can speak directly even if you are not allowed to meet. To not say you're not qualified to meet someone, and then deliberately leave them hanging, that's going too far. Lin Shen said seriously, "State your requirements. If you can't meet them, you can't see me. If they insist on waiting, that's unreasonable. You should kick them out. That's normal. But they don't say anything. They're just playing with people on purpose. Isn't that going too far?" Lin Shen looked at Manager Song seriously. "Don't you think that makes sense?" "Yes." Manager Song immediately nodded. "This is due to my poor management, and I will conduct a serious self-examination. I will fire Zhao Lily immediately. Whether you fire him or not is up to you. It's none of my business. Anyway, I don't want this to happen again. And that Mr. Wang guy, he's hilarious too. When you enter a bank, everyone is a customer. Why are we divided into different classes?" Lin Shen sneered. "I understand that people receive different treatment because of the different services they provide. But is it really necessary to be so arrogant?" "Clear." Manager Song bowed again in response. "I will immediately issue an order to cancel all cooperation between my branch and Wang Kang's company." "Hey, you figure it out yourself. I'm just offering a suggestion." Lin Shen shrugged slightly and stepped out of the office. In the bank lobby, Lin Shen witnessed a scene that was both laughable and absurd. This scene was quite shocking. Chapter 29. A Pair of Lively Treasures. She was a glamorous woman who had previously been all lovey-dovey with Wang Kong and had shown great contempt and ridicule towards Lin Shun. At this moment, they were actually chasing after Wang Kong and beating him. They scratched Wang Kang's face until it was covered in scratches. What's going on? This scene stunned Lin Shun, his eyes filled with deep astonishment. Because weren't these two just now getting along quite well? It could be described as the husband and wife mocking him in unison. You bastard, you dare to lie to me. I thought you were a multi-millionaire, but it turns out you're a multi-millionaire in debt. You not only took advantage of my body, but you also took advantage of my money. Give me my money back. The alluring woman, baring her teeth and claws, pounced on Wang Kong and began tearing at him. And while tearing at each other, they also shouted angry curses. Extremely angry and frustrated. I'm not lying to you. My factory is indeed worth tens of millions. As for your money, that was an investment, not a scam. Wang Kong shouted, clutching his head and struggling. You have no right to accuse me of scamming you. You invested your money in me. Wasn't it for the interest I promised? And you still lied to me about your body. The glamorous woman was still tearing at things angrily. This is definitely not a scam. Wang Kong immediately struggled. Didn't you enjoy it too? Everyone is treated fairly. Wang Kong muttered. Besides, I put in more effort. I paid more than you. You bastard. Seeing that she couldn't out-argue Wang Kong, the glamorous woman, in her anger, could only tear at Wang Kong again, scratching him with her fingernails. This is a grand spectacle. Lin Shun stared wide-eyed, truly witnessing something he'd never seen before. What exactly happened? Seeing that Lin Shun seemed interested, Manager Song immediately called over a female clerk. Tell me about it. Manager Song. This is what Wang Kong was bragging to her at the beginning. He said that in addition to owning a pharmaceutical factory, he was also worth tens of millions, was a VIP client of the bank, and was very rich. Then she was instructed to invest her 500,000 yuan savings in Wang Kong. Wang Kong promised to give her 50% interest every month. This is obviously a scam, Manager Song said without hesitation. This interest rate has exceeded the limits protected by the state. Typical loan sharks only charge 10% to 15% interest per month, and it's never 50%. Yes. But this woman believed it and transferred all the money to Wang Kong. The female clerk said with a wry smile. In fact, Wang Kang's factory had already been mortgaged. Although his factory was operating well, it was mortgaged to the bank to obtain a loan of 10 million yuan because Wang Kong had lost money gambling. Although he has more than 1 million yuan in savings, it is nothing compared to his debts. His factory is no longer his factory. Looking at Manager Song, the female teller said with a wry smile, Wang Kong mortgaged the factory to the commercial bank next door, and today he wants to mortgage it to our bank again in order to get a loan. When we were checking the assets, we discovered that the factory had already been pledged by the commercial bank next door. Let's talk about this. Then, the female clerk shrugged slightly, and the rest was left unsaid. That's how feelings are. Men these days love to pretend to be rich, and women are easily fooled without thinking, Manager Song said with a wry smile as he looked at Lin Shun. Some gold diggers these days really do have something wrong with their brains. Do you really think that if a man drives a luxury car, lives in a nice house or a high-end hotel, and owns a shop or a factory, he's a rich man and a golden bachelor? Little did they know that the car and house might be rented, and the shop and factory might have already been mortgaged. Not only do they have no assets, but they're also heavily in debt, Manager Song laughed. They don't know that while they're eyeing other people's cars, houses, and businesses, thinking they can marry into a wealthy family and become rich wives. They're not only after their bodies, but also after their savings. Shaking his head, Manager Song smiled and said to Lin Shun, Mr. Lin, there are quite a few women like that. By the time you realize you've been scammed, it's too late. Not only did they lose both their money and their loved ones, some even became pregnant. Lin Shun nodded with a wry smile, knowing that there weren't that many wealthy people in this day and age. Most of them are fake. Some women are just foolish. They didn't actually suffer any major losses. A female clerk next to her muttered softly, I knew a female customer who was scammed out of 300,000 yuan in the same way. And then she got pregnant. But it's nothing. She went back to her hometown later. The female clerk laughed. I saw her post on WeChat Moments at the beginning of the year. She was already married. She also gave birth last month. If you lower the requirements a bit, there will always be honest men willing to marry her. Well, Lin Shun was utterly helpless, wondering what this honest man had done to deserve this. That's normal. Manager Song, with his extensive experience, said, after all, women who want to marry into wealthy families are usually quite attractive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a plan in the first place. Some women who are of average appearance and build know they don't have the luck to be chosen by rich men, so they settle down and find ordinary men to live with. Among these beautiful women, some were deceived, while others were engaged in special professions. When I investigated Song in previous years, I also came into contact with quite a few people, Manager Song said with a smile. I added them all on WeChat. Actually, 9 times out of 10, they all go home to get married when they're almost 30. After all, she has good looks and a great figure. As long as she doesn't talk about her past, no one will know. Getting married is still very easy. 2. Lin Shen nodded, offering no objection. These days, it's normal for men to have trouble finding wives. As for women, if they just lower their standards a little, there are plenty of men willing to marry them. That's perfectly normal. Come with us. Stop messing around. If you really hurt him, not only will you not get your money back, you might even have to pay compensation. Several security guards came over, helped Wang Kong and the glamorous woman up, and took them away together as they were still fighting. Pass down the notice. Cancel all cooperation between our bank and Wang Kong. Manager Song deliberately gave some instructions to the female tellers in front of Lin Shun. Mr. Lin, please feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Shun waved to Manager Song, smiled, and walked away. Mr. Lin, please take care. Manager Song stood respectfully at the bank entrance. They watched Lin Shun leave with utmost respect. Manager Song. Zhao Lily cautiously walked to Manager Song's side. What is he? What is your identity? Chapter 30, Expelled. What is your identity? Manager Song glanced at the clueless Zhao Lily and said respectfully, let me tell you, Mr. Lin is someone you can never hope to reach in your lifetime. Someone you absolutely cannot aspire to. Gulp. Zhao Lily swallowed hard, her expression one of astonishment. Really? Is that so? Nonsense. Why would I need to fool you? Manager Song laughed. He's a big shot. Wang Kong is really blind. Zhao Lily patted her chest. No wonder Manager Song canceled all cooperation between our bank and him. He deserved it for daring to provoke such a big shot as Mr. Lin. Manager Song, we must try our best to please Mr. Lin from now on. This will never happen again. We won't produce someone as heinous as Wang Kong. Get this straight. You are you, and I am me. There is no us. Manager Song sneered, looking at Zhao Lily with disdain. Wang Kong is blind. So Zhao Lily has eyes. This. Hearing Manager Song's words drawing a clear line, Zhao Lily was completely stunned. She stared at Manager Song, utterly bewildered. Manager Song, what do you mean by that? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Pack your things, and let's go. Manager Song waved his hand at Zhao Lily without any politeness. Your service attitude is too poor, and you are not qualified for the position of receptionist in the lobby, so you have been laid off by the bank. Go find a better job elsewhere. Manager Song, you can't treat me like this. I gave over 300,000 yuan in gifts before I even got into the bank. You can't fire me. Zhao Lily panicked and immediately rushed towards Manager Song. The reason she had her family spend a lot of money on gifts and connections to get her a job at the bank was not only because bank jobs were indeed stable and considered a secure career. He also hoped to use his position at the bank to get to know some wealthy clients. Then, taking advantage of her work, she flirted with these big clients and successfully married into a wealthy family. I've only been working for a few months now, and I haven't made any money or found anyone. Is he going to be fired? Zhao Lily absolutely couldn't stand it. Oh. Manager Song smiled dismissively, glanced at Zhao Lily with disdain, and then waved to the bank security guard. Let her go. Please. Don't cause trouble. Several security guards immediately surrounded Zhao Lily and forcibly kicked her out of the bank. Wow. Holding a folder, Zhao Lily, whose name tag had been removed, stood outside the bank and burst into tears. Not only was Zhao Lily angry at herself for losing her job, but she was also angry at herself for being blind to have missed out on Lin Shun, a young and low-key tycoon. If she had known Lin Shun had such a status, she would have served him with utmost respect from the start, and might even have been willing to clean herself up, book a room herself, and offer herself up for Lin Shun to enjoy. She would be willing to let Lin Shun have a mistress. Lin Shun, who could be treated with such respect by Manager Song, could not be an ordinary person. Even if she were to be Lin Shun's mistress, she would still be a top-tier person. Unfortunately, she missed such a great opportunity. Voila. I really didn't know who he was. Who knew he was dressed so simply and kept such a low profile? Hugging her knees, Zhao Lily squatted down, crying with immense grievance. Foolish thing. You almost got me killed. Should I keep you here? Recalling what the boss had said in the group chat, Manager Song got goosebumps all over. Luckily, he happened to go downstairs today. Otherwise Lin Shen might have been kicked out by that bastard Zhao Lily. Lin Shen casually mentioned it when he went to another branch. If this gets to his boss's ears, won't he be completely finished? After all, his boss had repeatedly instructed them in the group chat to be prepared to receive and serve Lin Shen well. I never expected Mr. Lin to come to our branch. However, this is both a danger and an opportunity. Now that I've gotten to know Mr. Lin, I must serve him well from now on. Manager Song's eyes were full of shrewdness. As long as I get along well with Mr. Lin, he'll be able to say a few good words about me to the leaders in the future. Can I just get a promotion right away? We must seize this opportunity. After setting Lin Shen's phone number as a special contact and then adding Lin Shen as a WeChat friend through the phone number, Manager Song immediately told the boss about Lin Shen's visit to the bank to open a bank account, how he had received him respectfully, and how he had helped Lin Shen obtain a black gold card. As for Zhao Lily's bullying of Lin Shen, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell the boss about it. Wouldn't that just make yourself miserable? Lin Shen, who had just arrived at Root Fund, was unaware of Manager Song's ulterior motives, and Zhao Lily was filled with regret. Lin Shen walked into the company with his hands behind his back, humming a tune, in a good mood. Chairman Lin. Good afternoon, Chairman Lin. The company's employees greeted Lin Shen one by one. Chairman Lin. Please have some tea. The receptionist was extremely respectful as she entered Lin Shen's chairman's office and poured him a cup of tea. Thanks. Lin Shen reached out to take the tea. The receptionist didn't immediately let go. Instead, she took the opportunity to tickle Lin Shen's palm with her fingers. Cough, cough. Lin Shen coughed a few times and quickly let go of his hand. Mr. Lin, my parents have gone on a trip, and I'm all alone at home now. The receptionist winked at Lin Shen and deliberately moved closer to him. Oh. Lin Shen immediately stood up. He knew that if he was a step too late, the female receptionist with her legs up would probably sit directly on his lap. Chairman Lin. Seeing that Lin Shen was deliberately avoiding her, the female receptionist could only roll her eyes at him. I'm a little scared to sleep alone at night. Could you spend some time with him? You can get a dog. Without hesitation, Lin Shen said. Then we won't be afraid. You have such a hobby? The receptionist was taken aback at first, then winked knowingly at Lin Shen. If you're interested, come to my house. I can give you a performance. Cough, cough. Lin Shen looked utterly embarrassed. I'm not interested. Cut. You men are all hypocrites. The receptionist chuckled. Mr. Lin, you know my home address. They're always waiting for you. As she spoke, the receptionist deliberately swayed dramatically in front of Lin Shen before walking out of his office. This is quite a mess. Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed and wondered if he should fire her. However, when Manager Go and Wang Hao targeted him, this receptionist was the first to speak up for him. Thinking about this, Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed to fire him. Yes, I haven't claimed today's reward yet. Lin Shen opened the system directly and selected to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 31, 100 Cell Phones. Among the 100 units are the latest flagship smartphones. Your phone will be delivered to your door shortly. Please check it. Note: these 100 mobile phones are all original domestic products, with a 1-year warranty and complete accessories and documentation. Holy crap, 100 of the latest ZW35 mobile phones. Hearing the rewards the system gave him for the day, Lin Shen was momentarily stunned. What's with this reward? 100 copies? How can he possibly use them all? He could share 1 or 2 phones with Chu Qinglan as a reward, but 100 phones? He couldn't just smash his phone for fun, could he? The current flagship version of the Zhongwei phone has a market price of 10,000 yuan. 100 copies would be 1 million yuan. If you convert it to money, it's quite a good deal. Lin Shen's eyes darted around. System, can I forego the phone and just get an equivalent cash reward? Can't. The system answered Lin Shen affirmatively. After the system is upgraded, the host will gain access to the system's marketplace. At that time, you can choose to replace it. Upgrade. Lin Shen glanced at his current 8 experience points and shrugged slightly. The system upgrade requires 1,000 experience points, and he currently only has a mere 8. When will we finally be able to upgrade? Are you suggesting I set up a stall and sell cell phones? Or perhaps I could resell it at a low price on a second-hand platform like Xinyu? Lin Shen pondered. Or maybe it could be used to win people over? The company currently has 80 employees, and these 100 mobile phones are enough to give 1 to each person. As the newly appointed chairman, I'm distributing benefits to everyone. This is indeed a better way to win people's hearts. Lin Shen's eyes darted around. Anyway, it's a system reward, and I'm not short of money now. Even if we were to sell 100 copies, they wouldn't be sold on the same day. I'll sell them all in 10 days or half a month. By then, I'll have made enough money in the stock market, so I won't be short of a little more, Lin Chen said with a smile. If I could sell them immediately, I could use the money to take out a loan and invest in the stock market. That would be a good option. But it's not that easy. Lin Chen knew very well that because the financial environment was not good this year, many workers did not have much money. People are generally reluctant to change their phones. Many young people use their phones for several years without wanting to replace them. Didn't this news even trend on social media before? Perhaps some people are unwilling to switch because the current flagship phones are either low spec and high priced, or they pay more without adding any features, or they are used to the old ones and are too lazy to change the settings. However, a large number of people genuinely don't have the money to replace it. They're just making excuses and don't want to admit it. After all, any flagship phone these days costs several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. A regular, standard version of a phone is cheap, but its quality and configuration are even inferior to older flagship models, so it's really not very interesting. Shaking his head, Lin Chen made up his mind. A new broom sweeps clean. He's just giving everyone a treat. Chairman Lin, you have a package. Manager Go walked into the office and looked at Lin Chen with a fawning expression. Actually, the assistant could have just informed Lin Chen about this, but in order to make his presence known to Lin Chen, Manager Go came in person. After all, if you want your boss to promote you, you first need to make your boss remember you. This is how the boss prepares to do something or assigns a position. I'll naturally think of you subconsciously. Okay, bring him in. Lin Chen stretched and walked out of the office. Have everyone gather in the conference room. Cough, cough. I called everyone over here to give you all some perks. Lin Chen opened the box and took out a brand new Huawei phone. Everyone has worked hard at the company these days. Therefore, I have decided to equip everyone with a brand new flagship mobile phone. Consider it everyone's year-end bonus. I hope everyone will continue their efforts in the coming months to make the company even more successful. Next, everyone, please collect your items according to your roll call. Lin Chen smiled and winked at Manager Go. Zhang Xiaoyang. Manager Go immediately opened the computer. Chairman Lin, a young male employee who had just graduated, immediately walked up to Lin Chen and bowed respectfully to him. Give. Lin Chen personally handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoyang. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Zhang Xiaoyang took the phone and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Manager Go suddenly spoke. Zhang Xiaoyang, who provided you with this job? And who do you work for at the company? It was Chairman Lin who provided me with this job. Zhang Xiaoyang had watched TV dramas, and he instantly understood what Manager Go meant. He immediately and respectfully said loudly, I am in the company, serving Chairman Lin. Very good. Go. Manager Go waved to Zhang Xiaoyang and continued calling out names. Song Li. Work hard. Lin Chen gave Manager Go an approving look and handed a cell phone to Song Li. Son of a bitch. You bastard. In the general manager's office, separated by only a wall, Wang Hao gritted his teeth in fury as he looked at his trusted supervisor, Li Cheng. He's trying to win people's hearts. That's right. Li Cheng immediately responded. These bastards have forgotten that it was you, Mr. Wang, who paid them and provided them with jobs. They've all gone to Lin Chen's side now. They're so heartless. They're all a bunch of scoundrels who'll side with whoever feeds them. Hee. Lin Chen is still too young. President Wang sneered. Does he really think he can win people's hearts and secure his position in the company with these petty favors? Funny. Let's see if these employees curse him when he can't pay salaries next month. Sending out phones now is a waste of money and foolish. Boss Wang looked at Li Cheng. Young man, you just don't know what's good for you. They have money but don't spend it wisely. Just wait and see. Mr. Wang smiled mockingly. It won't be long before he slunk away with his tail between his legs. You're right. Li Cheng immediately replied. Following you, Mr. Wang, is the only way to have a future. This Lin Chen is just a flash in the pan. After a while, Li Cheng's ears twitched, and he immediately made an excuse to leave President Wang's office. Li Cheng isn't here. Manager Go, holding the attendance sheet, asked, You don't want your cell phones anymore, right? Yes, I'm here. Rushing out of President Wang's office in a hurry, Li Cheng quickly raised his hand and ran to Lin Chen and Manager Go's side. Chairman Lin, Manager Go, I'm here. I was busy with work and didn't hear you. Li Cheng immediately said with utmost respect. It was Chairman Lin who provided us with these jobs and paid our salaries. I swear to serve Chairman Lin to the death. We will follow Lin Dong's lead without question. Li Cheng looked at Lin Chen with a fawning expression. I am willing to serve Chairman Lin at his beck and call, and do my utmost. Chapter 32. Opening a stock account. Yes, very good. Looking at Li Cheng's fawning face, Lin Shen felt quite disgusted. Lin Shen already knew about this two-faced guy's character. However, he hadn't done anything wrong. When Lin Shen was an employee at the company, they weren't in the same department, so he hadn't offended Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no reason to fire him on the spot. Lin Shen could only nod with a forced smile and toss a cell phone to Li Cheng. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Your subordinate will certainly be a loyal dog under Chairman Lin. I will do my utmost to serve Chairman Lin. Li Cheng happily took the phone, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Next, Lin Shen gave each of these employees a mobile phone. He had 20 copies left in the end. I'll use one for myself, and give one to Qinglan. Lin Shen picked out a black one and a pink one, and looking at the remaining 18, I'll mail 3 back to my parents and sister, and the remaining 15. Oh, and we can give one to Lao Jin too. Lao Jin was Lin Shen's best roommate in college. After graduating, he went to work for an insurance company. After all, the financial market is not doing well this year, and Lin Shen's school is not a highly competitive 985 or 211 university. Therefore, many students changed careers after graduation. Many of my classmates have gone on to work in the insurance industry. After all, the insurance industry basically accepts anyone, so it's easy to get hired. Old Jean, when you have time to come out for a meal, I'll give you something good. After sending a message to Lao Jin, Lin Shen stretched and opened his bank account. Should I invest this money in the company's name or buy stocks in my personal name? The company's funds should also be put to work, selling other holdings and then buying liquor stocks. But that's not urgent. Let's take care of my own business first. Lin Shen's eyes darted around. Although I am the chairman of the company, it's still difficult to control the subscription and redemption of funds, especially when it involves hundreds of millions of yuan. This still needs to be approved by the board of directors. After all, this money doesn't belong to the company. It belongs to the investors. If the losses are too large, although the company will not have to lose money, it will definitely lead to a large number of investors withdrawing their funds. This led to a run on the company and its subsequent bankruptcy. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. So I'd better settle my own money first, and then use this as evidence to convince the board of directors. I personally invested a lot of money, more than 50 million yuan, into the stock market. They have no reason not to believe it, right? After a slight hesitation, Lin Shen decided to go to the stock exchange hall in Hangzhou to open an account and make purchases. Although you can open an account online, it takes several days to process large purchases and redemptions online. Lin Shen couldn't wait that long. Time waits for no one. Chairman Lin, where are you going? Upon seeing Lin Shen emerge from the office, Manager Go immediately strode over and respectfully greeted him, saying, I'll drive you home. Go to the stock market. Lin Shen glanced at Manager Go, thinking that having a driver would be more convenient. Let's go then. Okay. Please come in, Chairman Lin. Manager Go was naturally very excited to hear that Lin Shen was willing to take him along. After all, the longer he spends with Lin Shen, the more familiar they become, and the more stable his position in the company will be. At that moment, while Lin Shen was heading to the Hangzhou Stock Exchange, Shen Zhao picked up Chen Mingyuan in his Land Rover at the office building. What do you want from me? Is it still working hours? Dressed in a business suit, Chen Mingyuan, a recent graduate, stepped into the car with a youthful yet slightly womanly air, looking at Shen Zhao with suspicion. This medicine can be kept in the car. Cough cough. Shen Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge within him, and looked at the beautiful Chen Mingyuan. Today I'll take you to see a big scene. Now that you've come with me, you should know what the lifestyle of the upper class is like. Shen Zhao smiled and waved his hand. As people of the upper class, we eat Black Rose and stay in 5-star hotels every day, wear international brands, wear Rolex and Patek Philippe watches, and live in large apartments and villas. Entering and leaving the company is always accompanied by a large entourage. The places to play are various high-end clubs and golf and equestrian clubs. As for business, that's even more crucial, Shen Zhao said, holding up 2 fingers. Stocks. Flicked his cigarette ash, Shen Zhao said with an even more arrogant expression. Among the elites of our upper class, a large proportion of their personal assets, besides company shares in real estate such as houses and land, are futures and stocks. This is also the key to making money from money. Today I'll show you what it means to spend money like water, and what it means to earn in a day what others earn in a lifetime, Shen Zhao laughed. Ordinary people can never imagine how much money we elites can make in the stock market in a single day. That's something they could never earn in their entire lives. Real. Upon hearing about money, Chen Mingyuan immediately became interested. Then I'll go back to the company and ask for leave. No need to invite me. I've already spoken to your boss, Shen Zhao said with a smile, placing his large hand on Chun Mingyuan's leg. Today, I'll take you to make big money. Work is just something to pass the time. The real way to make money is through the stock market. Chun Mingyuan gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with longing. She was indeed very interested in the lives of the upper class. Oops. Chun Mingyuan, lost in her daydreams, suddenly felt a chill on her skirt and gasped in surprise. Young Master Shen, no, not yet. Holding Shen Zhao's hand tightly, Chun Mingyuan's pretty face turned red, her eyes full of shyness. Let's go to the stock market first. I've always been curious about it. I've never played the stock market before. Haha, great. Shen Zhao rubbed his finger against the tip of his nose, feeling very happy. He knew that Chun Mingyuan was indeed unable to resist the temptation of money. If he can make money with Chun Mingyuan this time, then Chun Mingyuan will probably behave herself and follow his arrangements. Then let's go to the trading hall first, and I'll help you open an account. Shen Zhao started the Land Rover and drove Chun Mingyuan directly to the Hangzhou Stock Exchange. It's him. In the trading hall, Chun Mingyuan, who had just entered the hall, immediately spotted Lin Chun, who was also registering her identity information and preparing to open an account. Why is he here too? Chun Mingyuan was quite surprised by this. As finance students, they had been exposed to stock market demo accounts at school. However, because they were short of money, although she was very interested in stocks, Lin Chun never suggested taking her to open an account and buy real stocks. Chun Mingyuan was naturally surprised that Lin Chun had come to the trading market. Isn't that your loser ex-boyfriend? Shen Zhao also saw Lin Chun and deliberately said, It's quite a coincidence. I never expected to run into this piece of trash here. Chapter 33, Kneel down and beg me. Puff. Chun Mingyuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes filled with pride. With Shen Zhao, a man who would spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan on stocks, beside her, Chun Mingyuan felt that she had officially and successfully obtained her ticket to enter high society. Chairman Lin, who are these two? Manager Go, who was standing next to Lin Chun, looked at Shen Zhao and Chun Mingyuan with suspicion. Stranger. Lin Chun replied to Manager Go without any politeness. No need to pay attention. I know you. There's no point in talking to a piece of trash like him. Shen Zhao glanced at Lin Chun with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. Let's go. This is boring. Young Master Shen, please wait a moment. Chun Mingyuan grabbed Shen Zhao's arm, looking at Lin Chun with some curiosity. Lin Chun, what are you doing here? You can't afford stocks anyway. It's none of your business. Lin Chun ignored the arrogant Chun Mingyuan. This is boring. I'm leaving. Lin Chun, are you jealous? Chun Mingyuan suddenly stepped forward, put her hands on her waist, and stood in front of Lin Chun. What? Lin Chun was astonished. He looked at Chun Mingyuan with wide surprise. Are you out of your mind? Why would I be jealous? Are you jealous because of young Master Shen? Chun Mingyuan asked Lin Chun with great interest, looking directly into his eyes. You said you don't like me anymore, but it turns out you were just pretending in front of Qinglan. The person you love in your heart has always been me. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to run away? Chun Mingyuan's eyes darted around. Isn't it because you're jealous? You're such a drama queen. Lin Chun was completely speechless. He looked coldly at Chun Mingyuan and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have nothing to say to you. Lin Chun, you don't need to be so jealous. There's nothing between me and young Master Shen. Cough, cough. Shen Zhao coughed a few times, looking somewhat displeased. At least before we broke up, there was nothing between me and young Master Shen. Chun Mingyuan immediately changed her tune, looking at Lin Chun with a serious expression. I didn't betray you, nor did I cheat on you. I know you're jealous, but at least I haven't wronged you. Stop, stop. Lin Chun was completely speechless. He looked at Chun Mingyuan with utter exasperation and said, All right, stop talking nonsense. I don't care what happened between you and him. Qinglan is enough for me. What you want to do is your own business. You don't need to explain it to me. Lin Chun waved to Chun Mingyuan. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to buy stocks. You can move aside now if there's nothing else. You buy stocks. Chun Mingyuan's eyes were full of surprise. You have money? What a joke, our Lin. No need to say that. Lin Chun stopped Manager Go, who was about to refute Chun Mingyuan, and sneered. There's nothing to say to her. Lin Chun knew very well that, given Chun Mingyuan's materialistic and snobbish nature, she would definitely cause trouble if she knew that Lin Chun was now rich. So why should Lin Chun bother with her? Oh, I see. So, Lin Chun, you're here to buy stocks for the company? Chun Mingyuan said with a smug smile. I knew it. With a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, what are you doing playing the stock market? After deducting food and rent, you won't have much money left. Use 500 yuan to invest in stocks. We. Shun Mingyuan covered her bright red lips. Lin Shun, you really are a talent. It's none of your business. Lin Shun looked at Shun Mingyuan helplessly, thinking to himself that he was having a really bad day. Had he forgotten to check the almanac before going out? To think we'd run into Shun Mingyuan, this crazy person, here, is unbelievable. Lin Shun, which stock are you planning to buy? Young Master Shin has been playing the stock market for 7 or 8 years and has made millions. He has a deep understanding of stocks. As she spoke, Shun Mingyuan took the initiative to put her arm around Shun Zhao's shoulder. Since we've known each other before, and Xing Lan is my best friend, I can ask young Master Shin to give you some advice. So that you don't cause the company to lose money, get fired, and then have to rely on Xing Lan to support you. Trade secrets. No comment. Lin Shin completely lost his patience. He stepped aside from Shun Mingyuan and said, whether I make money or lose money is none of your business. There's nothing to say. I don't need any stock trading experts. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Mingyuan cares about you so much, and you still don't know what's good for you? Hearing Lin Shin's disdainful words, Xin Zhao frowned and looked at Lin Shin coldly. Coward, you're really asking for trouble. Let me tell you, the stock market is very volatile right now. Without some inside information, it's not so easy to make money. Useless trash like you, haha. Young Master Shun, he does know me after all. Remembering how Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan had shown affection in front of her yesterday, Shin Mingyuan said with a smile, why don't you teach him a lesson? Okay, you're all right now. As she spoke, Shin Mingyuan subtly rubbed her soft flesh against Shun Zhao's arm. With his mind wandering, Shun Zhao nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Lin Shun. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I can mercifully teach you which stock you're guaranteed to make money on. This is an opportunity that most people wouldn't even have if they wanted it. Lin Shun, did you hear me? This is like a money-making opportunity. Shun Mingyuan immediately winked at Lin Shun. Money is more important than face. I'm doing this for your own good. With money, you can get promoted and receive a raise. Your life with Qinglan will be better from now on. Shun Mingyuan looked like she was doing it for Lin Shun's own good. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to thank young Master Shun? You two are really a pair. Both of you are out of your minds. Boring. Lin Shun stopped Manager Go, who wanted to argue, and ignored the arrogant Xin Zhao and the clamoring Shun Mingyuan. He then walked quickly into the crowd with Manager Go. Lin Shun. Shun Mingyuan yelled at Lin Shun's retreating figure. You'll regret this. Oh. Lin Shun was speechless. This Shun Mingyuan is really something else. With Lin Shun having the system, why would he need her? Chairman Lin, what is your relationship with this woman? Manager Go, who had been wanting to defend Lin Shun but was stopped by Lin Shun from speaking, was very suspicious. Why are you putting up with her? Just tell her that you are the chairman of our company. She'll definitely be terrified. There's no need for that. Lin Shun shook his head. I have nothing to say to her. Ignore it. Lin Shun knew that if he told her directly now, Shin Mingyuan definitely wouldn't believe him and would think he was faking it. If he didn't explain, Shin Mingyuan might just spread rumors everywhere. He went through all that trouble to explain, but Shin Mingyuan might just keep bothering him and causing all sorts of trouble. So why did he tell Shin Mingyuan this? No need. I'd like to open an account. After getting rid of Chun Mingyuan, Lin Shun went straight to the staff to open an account. Chapter 34 Market Conditions. Chairman Lin, what stocks are you planning to buy? After Lin Shun opened an account, Manager Go looked at Lin Shun respectfully and said, the market has been falling recently, and very few stocks can rise against the trend. If only it had happened the year before last. Back then, the government loosened monetary policy, and the market experienced an unprecedented bull market. Manager Go laughed. You could make money even with your eyes closed. Even if you just buy randomly and have bad luck, you can still make at least a dozen % profit in a year. If you're lucky, you can make 40 or 50% profit a year. It's as easy as playing a game. Manager Go looked at Lin Shun. Back then, Chairman Lin, you hadn't joined our company yet. The year before last was the most glorious time for our company. Several funds all soared in value within a year. The highest performing stock rose by 40% in a year. Manager Go laughed and said, we've really made a killing. Lin Shun nodded slightly, naturally knowing that after the bull market of the year before last, this year and last year were both bear markets. This time I'm not buying anything else, I'm buying liquor. All in. Following the instructions in the system's email, Lin Shun did not hesitate and directly mortgaged his 5.88 million yuan loan for 58.88 million yuan. Then buy all the liquor. Gulp. Mr. Chairman Lin. Manager Go was completely stunned when he saw Lin Shun buy more than 50 million yuan worth of liquor in one go. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to be so wealthy, able to casually produce over 50 million. Secondly, he hadn't expected Lin Shen to have such boldness. He went all in on 50 million yuan worth of liquor in one go. Isn't he afraid of losing money? Chairman Lin, isn't this a bit? Manager Go said cautiously. Logically speaking, you should start with a small amount of capital and then gradually increase your position based on market conditions. There isn't that much time. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to go to such trouble. This is, after all, more than 50 million. What if something happens? Manager Go looked at Lin Shen, hesitating to speak. Rest assured, I am confident enough. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, smiled, and left with a nonchalant air. Let me find out, what stocks did he just buy? Shun Mingyuan, who had been keeping a close eye on Lin Shen, went straight to a staff member after Lin Shen left and asked, how much did you buy this time? See for yourself. Impatiently pointing to the transaction data on the big screen, and seeing that Shun Mingyuan was a beautiful woman, the male staff member smiled and said, he bought Baijiu, Chinese liquor. Strangeness. Looking at the transaction data, the male staff member muttered suspiciously, the performance of liquor has been mediocre for the past few months, and has even been declining slightly. Why buy it? Liquor. Shun Mingyuan muttered to herself. Then her eyes darted around, and she found Shun Zhao, who had just spent 10 million on stocks. Young Master Shun, what stocks did you buy? Semiconductor. Shun Zhao smiled mysteriously and proudly. I just opened an account using your ID card and bought 3 million. The principal belongs to the company. We need to pay the employees' salaries in a few days, so we can't give it to you. Of course, all the profits will be yours. Thank you, young Master Shun. Shen Mingyuan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. If the price increases by 7 or 8 points, she can earn 70 or 80,000. Lin Shen only earns enough for these few days in a whole year. Money makes money so fast. Shun Mingyuan bit her lip, her eyes full of excitement. Qinglan, you would never guess that I can earn your and Lin Shen's annual salary in just a few days. I made the right choice. The body is a gift that God has given to women. Since it can be used to exchange for benefits, why not exchange it? Shun Mingyuan excitedly hugged Shun Zhao's arm. Shun Zhao, you're so awesome. Haha. Shun Zhao naturally wrapped his arms around Shun Mingyuan's slender waist, and then his hands moved restlessly up and down. Oops. There are so many people. With her pretty face flushed, Shun Mingyuan pressed Shun Zhao's hand behind her back and snorted softly. Young Master Shun, why did you buy semiconductors? Because it's guaranteed to make money. Shun Zhao laughed and said, let me tell you, my uncle has a friend who has a very prestigious position abroad. This is the message he sent back. Shun Zhao lowered his voice. Because of the tense international situation, some Western countries are preparing to block my country's chip import trade. In this way, the country will focus on supporting our own semiconductor industry. Shun Zhao laughed and said, once this kind of positive news for the industry is released, won't the stocks of my country's semiconductor industry definitely surge? Especially the stocks I bought. Those are leading companies in the semiconductor industry. So just wait and see how much you earn, haha. Holding Shun Mingyuan's slender waist, with a beauty in his arms and profits from his stocks, Shun Zhao was in a great mood, feeling like he was the chosen one, enjoying himself immensely. Is that so? Shun Zhao, you are really great. Shun Mingyuan sweetly praised. By the way, young Master Shun, what are your thoughts on the liquor industry? A friend of mine wants to buy stocks in the liquor industry. Is there a chance he'll make money? Liquor? Hee. Shun Zhao sneered without any politeness. If you had bought it the year before last, you would have made a profit even with your eyes closed. In that case, it would be pure suicide, asking for trouble and losing money. Only a fool would buy that. Why? Shun Mingyuan tilted her head and looked at Shun Zhao suspiciously. Is there some bad inside rumor? No, not at all. However, it's neither a holiday nor a time for market manipulators to manipulate the market. Therefore, I estimate that liquor prices will only fall in the near future, not rise. If you want to make money, then have your friend buy semiconductor stocks. Shun Zhao looked at Shun Mingyuan suspiciously. This friend you're talking about, it's not Lin Shen from earlier, is it? Of course it's not him. He has nothing to do with me. Shun Mingyuan scoffed. It's good that he has to pay money. He deserves it. Ha ha. Shun Zhao smiled indifferently, completely disregarding Lin Shen. After all, he was a rich second generation, while Lin Shen was just a poor working-class guy. They were on completely different levels. It was because Lin Shen had dated Shun Mingyuan for several years before, but he hadn't taken away Shun Mingyuan's most precious thing, which made him a little strange. Such a cowardly man is a rare sight indeed. Come on, I'll take you to eat a seafood platter. Thank you, young Master Shun. Chen Mingyuan excitedly followed beside Shen Zhao. As she walked out of the trading hall, Chen Mingyuan glanced at the stock trends on the big screen, her eyes darting around, her expression somewhat hesitant. Chairman Lin, should we immediately convene a meeting with all the company's shareholders? Back at the company with Lin Shun, Manager Go looked at Lin Shin suspiciously. Right. Without hesitation, Lin Shin said, I have something to announce. Yes. Manager Go naturally dared not refute. Buzzing. Just as Lin Shin turned on his computer to check the stock market trends, his phone suddenly rang. Why did she contact me? Looking at the name on the caller ID, Lin Shin looked suspicious. Chapter 35, Buying Semiconductors. Boring. After a moment's thought, Lin Shin hung up on Chen Mingyuan, too lazy to deal with this bizarre woman. You dare hang up on me. I'm doing this for your own good. On the other end of the phone, Chen Mingyuan clenched her fists in anger and gasped for breath as she watched Lin Shin hang up on her. You know, Lin Shin never dared to hang up on her before. She would send Lin Shin WeChat messages in the middle of the night, and Lin Shin would set her to be a special contact and keep her by his pillow so that he could reply to her messages instantly. Asshole. Cursing under her breath, Chen Mingyuan, who had initially intended to ignore Lin Shin, frowned and thought for a moment before dialing his number again. What are you doing? Say what you have to say right now. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Shin's impatient voice came through the phone to Chen Mingyuan's ears. Lin Shin, did you buy some liquor? It's none of your business. You. Chen Mingyuan's lips twitched with anger. Let me tell you, I consulted with young Master Shun, and the market outlook for Baijiu is uncertain, with a high probability that it will continue to decline. If you buy liquor, you're just asking to lose money. You've lost money for the company, they'll fire you. Chen Mingyuan lowered her voice. Also, did you use your own savings to buy liquor? That's my business. Lin Shin's voice remained icy. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you're hanging up. Lin Shin. Chen Mingyuan suddenly raised her voice. I know you're jealous, and I know you have a problem with me. But now you have to believe me. I won't hurt you. Shun Xiao has inside information that semiconductor stocks will surge in the next few days, and he has already spent 10 million to buy shares in a leading semiconductor company. I also invested my savings of over 10,000 yuan into a semiconductor industry fund. Listen to me. Quickly sell the liquor you have, and then buy semiconductors. Chen Mingyuan said urgently. Although we have some conflicts, we don't have any deep-seated hatred. I won't try to fool you with this. I don't want to see you buy liquor and lose everything in a few days. Then she tragically jumped off a building and committed suicide. Chen Mingyuan said bitterly. I owe you a favor because of my family's situation before. I was helping you. Lin Shun, I'm doing this for your own good. At this moment, Chen Mingyuan had a saintly look on her face. Overwhelmed with self-pity, she felt that she was truly a good woman. Even though Lin Shun is already with Chu Qinglan, she's not angry at all. Instead, she's helping Lin Shun like this. She's so wonderful. Thanks. But it's not necessary. You should still think about your Shun Zhao. Hee. Hey you. Beep beep. Before Chen Mingyuan could continue speaking, her phone rang with the busy tone of Lin Chun hanging up. You bastard. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, with your IQ, you'll definitely lose money and your job this time. Chen Mingyuan muttered in dissatisfaction. She opened the stock charts for the liquor industry and stared at them, wondering if Lin Shun had obediently sold them. Foolish woman. Do you really think your Shen Zhao is some kind of god? Whatever he says goes. In the office, Lin Shun, having put down his phone, was quite annoyed. He hated people like Chen Mingyuan who acted like, I'm doing this for your own good. You're no good. You have to listen to me. This kind of person seems to be doing it for your own good, but in reality, they are constantly trying to belittle and despise you. Lin Shin found it laughable that Chen Mingyuan had flaunted her job and income in front of him and Qinglan at the barbecue restaurant. I really can't be bothered with you, and there's no need for me to lower myself to your level. Otherwise, you would have been dumbfounded long ago. You really think I'm still the same as before? Lin Shin sneered. Still listen to everything you say and think you're perfect in every way? Ridiculous. Looking at the stable stock prices in the liquor market today, Lin Xinyang's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. In a few days you'll see how right my choice was. Liquor prices are bound to rise. As for the semiconductors you mentioned, Lin Shun recalled the system's earlier warning. The system clearly stated that the semiconductor industry will undoubtedly suffer losses in a few days. Your so-called young master Shinjiao, hee. After a moment's thought, Lin Shin didn't tell Chen Mingyuan about it. After all, Even if he told Chen Mingyuan to buy liquor instead of semiconductors, she wouldn't believe him. Besides, whether she pays compensation or not, whether Shun Zhao pays compensation or not, what does that have to do with Lin Chen? Serves you right. Although he was somewhat angry about Chun Mingyuan's previous materialistic and snobbish views, upon reflection, he could actually understand them. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Some people enjoy crying in a BMW, and it's normal for women to use their bodies to obtain a superior life. Although he said he didn't hate her, Lin Chen didn't have any good feelings towards her either. Lin Chen was particularly annoyed by Shun Zhao's arrogant attitude today. I'd really like to see how badly you'll cry when the semiconductor industry crashes in a few days, Lin Chen said with a playful disdain. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock, Lin Chen put down his pen and said, "Come in." Chairman Lin. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen respectfully. The shareholders have all arrived. Good. Lin Chen stood up immediately. You and Manager Zhao from the investment department, along with Lao Zhang, come and attend as observers. Yes. Manager Go's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Chen with immense gratitude. This is the company's shareholders meeting, because the shareholders all have the status of directors, so it is equivalent to the board of directors. Being able to attend board meetings as an observer is a sign of being highly valued. Good afternoon, everyone. Lin Chen stepped into the conference room and looked at Wang Hao and the other 5 shareholders who were present. No one paid any attention to Lin Chen. These 5 shareholders, like Wang Hao, sat motionless in their chairs. They either looked down at their phones or closed their eyes for a short nap. They clearly treated Lin Chen like he wasn't even there. The reason I've called this meeting today is to address the company's current operational situation and decide on a strategic direction. Lin Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he sat in the head chair and took a leisurely sip of tea. Since last year, the international and domestic financial industries have begun to decline. Even this year, the domestic financial industry has continued to decline. The funds I manage have grown from over $1 billion yuan at their peak to 300 million yuan now. If this continues, I estimate that we will be forced to delist because we are managing too little capital. To this end, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he swept over the 6 shareholders, including Wang Hao. As the chairman of the company, in order to change the current predicament of the company's operations, I have decided to change the investment direction of the company's 3 funds. Buy new shares. Chapter 36. New stocks. Buy new shares. A middle-aged shareholder wearing glasses looked at Lin Chen with a suspicious expression. Chairman Lin, what new stocks do you want to buy? The stock market has been very sluggish lately, and some of the stocks we've invested in are all falling. Even if it rises slightly, it's still 1 day of rise followed by 3 days of fall. Overall, we're still losing money non-stop. The shareholder adjusted his glasses. Before you became chairman, we considered buying new shares to change the company's current situation. But the overall market is generally falling, with only a few stocks occasionally rising. But it's purely a matter of luck. The shareholder said with a wry smile. Suddenly changing the shareholding ratio, after deducting transaction fees, may cause investors to lose even more. It will further damage the company's reputation. That's right. Manager Zhao from the investment department forced himself to speak awkwardly. Chairman Lin, our investment department has discussed this many times before and consulted several well-known domestic stock market experts. But nobody had any good ideas. After all, the decline in the stock market and the economic downturn are not only domestic, but also global financial trends. Although there are stocks that rise against the trend, the chances of buying them are almost like winning the lottery. We cannot determine this. Understand? Lin Chen nodded slightly, showing no intention of bringing up the past, and said with a smile, the past is the past, and the present is the present. They are not comparable. I have decided to use all the funds managed by the company, totaling 300 million yuan, to invest in one industry and buy stocks in that industry. This is it. Liquor. Pointing to the stock trend chart of the liquor industry on the projection screen, Lin Chen smiled and said, the reason I invited everyone here today is to reach a consensus with you all. Then Manager Zhao, your investment department should handle this. Sell all the other shares held by the 3 funds as soon as possible, and then purchase liquor together. Remember, it's all 300 million yuan. This. Manager Zhao was stunned. Startled by Lin Chen's extravagant gesture, he instinctively looked at Wang Hao. If 300 million yuan is invested in liquor stocks, what if it results in a loss? Why don't investors just break up the company? Buy all liquor? The bespectacled shareholder frowned, his expression grave. If we lose money on this, it will be a huge loss for the company. It's not worth the risk. The risk is too great. Cough cough. Wang Hao coughed a few times without saying anything, but he gave a wink to a shareholder with a hooked nose. Young people can eat whatever they want, but they can't say whatever they want. The hook-nosed shareholder crossed his legs and looked coldly at Lin Chun. Buying all liquor? You really have audacity. Do you really think the company belongs to you alone, and you can do whatever you want with it? Go all in with the company's money. Do you think we shareholders would mess around with you? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. I absolutely disagree with your messing around. They're trying to bankrupt the company. Exactly, the risk is too great. Chairman Lin is joking. The trend in the liquor industry has been consistently poor this year. There's no need to go all in on liquor. Even if you have money, you can't lose it like this. Young people really act impulsively and do things recklessly. They have no experience. The other three shareholders exchanged glances and also expressed their disapproval of Lin Chen's proposal. I'm not joking with you guys, I'm serious. Lin Chen's expression was extremely firm. Based on my analysis, the liquor industry will definitely see a rise in prices. If the company doesn't change the shareholding of these three funds, it's just waiting to die. Since I'm the chairman of the board, I have to lead the company to rise again. Lin Chen clenched his fist. The company must make money, and the investors must make money. Hee. You said it yourself. Everything is based on your analysis. You're just a greenhorn, all inexperienced and unreliable. What's the value of your analysis? What's the use? The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Chen coldly. Let me tell you, as a shareholder of the company, I am not only responsible for myself, but also for the investors. We can't let the investors' money go down the drain like this. So, your suggestion? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. I absolutely disagree. What inside information does Chairman Lin know? Another shareholder looked at Lin Chen with great interest. Is it that a major shareholder wants to cash out and is making us buy in at a high price? That's not impossible, however. Cough, cough. The shareholder looked at Lin Chen with a smile. If there are benefits, Chairman Lin, you can't keep them all for yourself, can you? I can agree without any problem. But as for kickbacks, Chairman Lin, you should at least make it clear beforehand how much we can get, right? That's not true. Lin Chen frowned, suppressing his anger. Sure enough, 9 out of 10 senior executives at fund companies do indeed have such dirty secrets. I'm betting that the price of liquor will rise this time. There's no inside story about buying at a high price. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. Lin Chen displayed his account directly on the big screen. I have invested all my personal assets, 58.88 million, into stocks in the liquor industry. If it's about buying at a high price, would I use my own money to buy in? Am I crazy? Lin Chen's expression was solemn. This time, the liquor industry will definitely boom. Chairman Lin, you actually bought it? The bespectacled shareholder stared at Lin Chen's account with astonishment in his eyes. Chairman Lin, how exactly did you analyze the trends in the liquor industry? Are you really sure? The shareholder took a deep breath. If you're confident, I can support you. Anyway, if we just leave them like this to die, it won't be long before these investors withdraw all their money, and our three funds will be completely dissolved and delisted. Since that's the case, we might as well take a gamble. If you, Chairman Lin, are confident enough, after all, you are the chairman of the company and hold the most shares. If you're not afraid of losing money, what's my 2% stake? The bespectacled shareholder said with unwavering determination. I'm willing to take the gamble with you. Thanks. Lin Chen nodded to the shareholder wearing glasses, then looked at the other 4 shareholders. What do you say? Chairman Lin is really going all out. Will the liquor industry really see a surge in prices? I can't figure out the stock market anymore, whatever. Anyway, I only have 1% of the company's shares, so I have no objection. The other 3 shareholders exchanged glances. Because their shareholding was not large, and because Lin Chen seemed genuinely confident in his ability to play for real, they decided to back down. Unwilling to offend Chairman Lin Chen, they naturally chose to provide support. Gentlemen, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly spoke up. I think we should buy Baijiu, Chinese liquor. Not suitable. Chapter 37, Clash of Titans. Mr. Wang's insight is brilliant. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. This liquor is obviously no good. Buying liquor is a sure way to lose money. Anyone with even a slightly normal IQ would never buy Baijiu, Chinese liquor. That's not how you say it. The shareholder, wearing glasses, adjusted his glasses with a displeased expression. The momentum of the liquor industry was still very strong the year before last. You said it yourself, that was the year before last. The year before last, not now. With a sneer, the hook-nosed shareholder said with disdain, these days, buying liquor is a sure way to lose money. There's no other possibility. You. Haha. No need for everyone to argue. Just express your opinions. Lin Shen winked at the bespectacled shareholder, ignoring the hook-nosed shareholder who was acting as a pawn, and instead looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang? I've looked into the liquor industry, and there's not much good news about it. On the contrary, I have some inside information. Wang Hao lowered his voice mysteriously. I have a friend who works in the financial department of a listed company. He told me that their chairman received information from higher up that the West was going to impose a chip blockade on us. Therefore, in the face of Western blockade, our country will definitely provide huge amounts of financial and policy support to many domestic semiconductor companies. At that time, the domestic semiconductor industry will definitely experience a surge. Their company has already invested over $1 billion to buy stocks in the semiconductor industry. Wang Hao's eyes were full of confidence. No doubt about it. This time we should invest all 300 million yuan into the semiconductor industry. We can definitely take advantage of this favorable industry trend and make a fortune. Wang Hao smiled and took a sip of tea. It's for our own benefit, and it's also for the benefit of many investors. To be honest, I already used all my spare funds to buy semiconductor stocks a long time ago. Semiconductors again. Lin Chun was speechless upon hearing this. Where did Chen Mingyuan and Wang Hao get their inside information? Seeing Wang Hao's confident demeanor, Lin Chun would have believed him if the system hadn't given him a heads up. Mr. Wang's insight is excellent. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up. No doubt about it. We must buy semiconductor stocks this time. The liquor industry is a money-losing business. Only a fool would buy it. Only the semiconductor industry can make money and bring our company back to life. President Wang is the core of our company, the soul of our company. As he spoke, the hook-nosed shareholder glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. Young people don't have much ability, so they should just listen and watch obediently, learn more and talk less. It's not about having money at home. It's about having ability. The money your family gives you and the money you earn yourself are two different things. He scoffed jealously, thinking that Lin Chen's money came from his parents' hook-nosed shareholders. Someone had better sell his liquor stocks and invest all of them in semiconductors. This way, we might be able to make a profit. Otherwise, hee. The hook-nosed man gave a disdainful laugh and shook his head with contempt in his eyes. Lin Chun. Wang Hao looked at Lin Chun with a gleam in his eyes. My idea is to use all 300 million in the fund to buy stocks in the semiconductor industry. A large bet. What are your thoughts? As he spoke, Wang Hao looked at the other four shareholders and said, I have inside information. Although the market is sluggish, the government has stepped in to rescue it and invest in it. So other industries are not doing well, but this time it's the semiconductor industry. We're sure to make a killing. I have full confidence in this. Absolutely no surprises. Wang Hao crossed his legs and glanced at Lin Chun sideways. Lin Chun, you're still young. You don't know how deep the waters are in the financial industry and the stock market. Don't make a mistake for yourself. And don't harm the company. Mr. Wang is right. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately responded without hesitation. We should absolutely listen to President Wang on this matter. Lin Chun is just a young man. He hasn't even eaten as much rice as President Wang has eaten salt. What does he know? What future is there in the liquor industry? The semiconductor industry is king. The hook-nosed shareholder raised his hand directly. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Wang's decision and agree to the company's purchase of semiconductor stock. Semiconductors, guaranteed to make money. The liquor will be compensated. Lin Chun, don't be arrogant and think you're so great. The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Chun coldly. Let me tell you, you're just a young man. You have no experience. This place is very complicated, and you can't handle it. Listen to what President Wang says obediently. That's the right way. The hook-nosed shareholder laughed and said, I'm doing this for your own good. This matter. It's hard to say. Mr. Wang is older after all, and he has been in the stock market for so many years, so perhaps what he said makes sense. The other three shareholders exchanged glances, and although they did not explicitly express their support for Wang Hao, their attitudes clearly leaned towards him. Who knows if this inside information is true or false? Such insider information has existed in the stock market before. The bespectacled shareholders still favored Lin Chun, but in reality, only about 1 in 10 will actually achieve it. Even if the liquor industry doesn't see a big surge, it probably won't experience a big drop either. At least it's stable. Hee. You yourself said that this news is a mix of true and false. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately retorted. So how can you be sure that this inside information is false and not true? If it's true, If we miss out on such a money-making opportunity, won't we suffer a huge loss? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. How can we easily miss out on such a money-making opportunity? We must get on the bus immediately. The shareholder wearing glasses froze, unsure of what to say. Cough, cough. After a few dry coughs, Lin Chun, who had been silent until now, finally spoke slowly. After a slight hesitation, he looked at Wang Hao, who was going against him. Is President Wang determined to use the company's money to buy semiconductors, instead of agreeing with my idea to buy liquor? Lin Chun, I'm not going against you. As a shareholder of the company, I have a responsibility to the investors, Wang Hao said in a businesslike manner. The liquor industry has no future. I can't allow you to take investors' money and waste it like that. Good. Lin Chun nodded slightly, looking at Wang Hao with interest. Since President Wang is so confident, then let's make a bet. How? Bet. Wang Hao was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Lin Chun with suspicion. What bet? Chapter 38, The Betting Agreement. Let's bet on which type of stock will rise next. With a smirk and a glint in his eyes, Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao and said, Mr. Wang, are you willing to make a bet with me? Of course, semiconductor stocks will rise. How could the price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, possibly go up? The overall trend of the liquor industry has been downward since last year. This year's decline is as high as 25%. You're joking. The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Chun with utter disdain. Trying to scare President Wang with this? You must have water in your brain. Mr. Wang, let's gamble with him. Since he's looking to lose, why not gamble? With a glint in his eye, the hook-nosed shareholder sneered and urged Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, there's no need to hesitate. Gamble with him. Cough, cough. Wang Hao coughed a few times. Although he had a vague sense of unease, he couldn't tell if it was true or not. Therefore, he looked at Lin Chun with a serious expression. How do you want to bet? I've always been a person who likes to go all in. I either don't gamble at all, or I gamble big. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with interest. In this way, the stakes will be the shares we each hold. I have 51%, you have 40%. I won't say who has more or less, there's no need for that. Lin Chun waved his hand. Let's just sign a betting agreement and wager all the shares we each hold. All shares. This betting agreement is a bit too big. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, the shareholders looked at him with great surprise. They really didn't expect that Lin Chun, a young man, would have such a gambling spirit. It's either don't play at all, or play this big. What are the specific betting rules? Wang Hao looked at Lin Chun with a solemn expression, his body trembling slightly. If he wins this round, then all 51% of the company's shares held by Lin Chun will be his. He'll make a killing. If you have enough confidence, okay, then use the company's 300 million yuan to buy semiconductors. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. Let's set a time limit of 1 week. If the profits of all 3 funds exceed 10%, then I lose, and all the shares I hold are yours. Lin Chun spread his hands. Conversely, if the profit does not exceed 10%, then I win. All the shares you own are mine. Okay. Lin Chun looked coldly at Wang Hao. Do you dare to bet with me? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. Mr. Wang, go ahead and gamble. What's there to be afraid of? The hook-nosed shareholder said without hesitation. Mr. Wang, he's practically asking for your money. We have to take a gamble on this situation. We have to show him that experience counts. Since you have inside information, you're bound to make money. He is destined to lose. Shut up. Wang Hao glared fiercely at the hook-nosed shareholder, his expression grim. The sentiment wasn't directed at this hook-nosed shareholder, so he naturally didn't care. But while he didn't care, Wang Hao couldn't. If they really lose, Wang Hao himself will be the one to suffer the loss. Although he had inside information, Wang Hao couldn't be 100% sure whether it was true or false without hearing it with his own ears. He used his spare money to buy semiconductors worth tens of thousands of yuan, but it was only tens of thousands, not his entire fortune. Even if he lost money, it wouldn't be a big loss for him. It's within my tolerance range. Moreover, if the money is bought with the company's funds, it doesn't matter even if it loses money, since it's not his money that's lost. However, betting with Lin Chun is a different story. If he loses, he will lose all the shares he owns, which are worth millions. Wang Hao really didn't dare to make that decision. Since you're hesitant to buy semiconductors, Mr. Wang, that's fine. Let's buy liquor instead. Looking at the hesitant Wang Hao, Lin Chun smiled. Same as always. If we buy liquor, the 3 stocks will rise by less than 10% within a week. 51% of the shares I own are yours. If you own more than 10%, you will lose 40% of your shares to me. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with amusement. President Wang, Didn't you have a very negative view of Baijiu and think that the Baijiu industry would definitely lose money? If that's the case, why don't you take the shares that are offered to you for free? Mr. Wang, these shares are practically handed to us for free, the hook-nosed shareholder urged again. We have to gamble. I don't have enough shares. Otherwise, I would have bet with him long ago. The hook-nosed shareholder glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. Young people are always impulsive. They're just throwing away their parents' hard-earned money like this. That's hilarious. It's okay, you can gamble with me. Lin Chen glanced at the chattering hook-nosed shareholder and decided to give him a chance to lose badly. Same betting method. If you win, I'll give you 100,000. If you lose, give me the shares. Of course, if you decide on too few, you can pay more. Lin Chen laughed and said, if you add 100,000 to your bet, I'll pay you an extra 100,000. If you add 1 million, I'll pay you an extra 1 million. Don't worry about me not having money. It's just that the price of liquor will be halved within a week. I still have a little over 3 million left out of my 5,800,000, Lin Chen said, looking at the hook-nosed shareholder. You'll get your share. I have to gamble. The hook-nosed shareholder sat up abruptly. Why wouldn't I cherish such a golden opportunity to make money? I'll bet you. Mr. Wang, stop dawdling. Since he's offering you his shares, why don't you take them? Cough, cough. Wang Hao coughed dryly and looked at Lin Chen in front of him. Lin Chen, I can gamble, but the way we gamble needs to be changed. How about this? Let's buy some Baijiu, Chinese liquor. If you make more than 15% profit within a week, I'll admit defeat and you can have all my shares. If the profit is between 0% and 15%, it's considered a break-even situation. Neither of us will gain or lose. If it goes down, then you lose. How? Mr. Wang laughed and said, if you dare, we'll sign a performance-based agreement in this manner and then use all 300 million yuan of the company's funds to buy stocks in the liquor industry. This way it's fair and just, so no one can say I'm bullying you because I'm older. You're saying I deliberately tried to scam you out of your money. President Wang is benevolent and righteous. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up, then looked at Lin Chen with conviction. Lin Chen, in addition to these shares, I'll add another 500,000. I'll bet with you in the way Mr. Wang suggested. You dare? Haha, what's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and winked at Manager Go and old Zhang beside him. What are you all standing there for? Immediately follow Mr. Wang's instructions. Draft a performance-based agreement. Bet. Chapter 39. Shun Mingyuan searches for Chu Qinglan. This. Yes, ma'am. Manager Go looked up and gave Lin Chen a deep look. Seeing the depth and confidence in Lin Chen's eyes, he naturally dared not hesitate in the slightest. Besides, the shares all belong to Lin Chen anyway, so if they lose, it's Lin Chen who loses, not him. What else could he possibly worry about? Therefore, Manager Go immediately drafted 2 contracts, as ordered by Lin Chen. One is a performance-based agreement between Lin Chen and Wang Hao, and the other is a performance-based agreement between Lin Chen and the hook-nosed shareholder. Chairman Lin. Manager Go respectfully handed the agreement to Lin Chen. Very good. After glancing at the betting agreement and confirming there were no problems, Lin Chen signed and stamped it, then handed it to Wang Hao and the hook-nosed shareholder. Your turn. This. Wang Hao held the agreement in his hand, his expression still slightly hesitant. I'll bet with you. The hook-nosed shareholder, however, was very confident. Without saying a word, he signed and stamped the document. Mr. Wang, why waste time arguing with him? Why wouldn't we take money that's free? The hook-nosed shareholder slammed the contract on the table and looked at Wang Hao excitedly. We're sure to make a fortune this time. Wang Hao nodded with a complicated expression and gave Lin Chen a deep look. It's important to understand that a betting agreement is legally binding. It's not just ordinary verbal or underground gambling. Gambling is not protected by law. If Mr. Wang and Lin Chen lose, they can easily renege on their debts. Apart from damaging their character, they won't suffer any significant losses. However, a performance-based agreement is different. If one party denies it afterward, the other party can take legal action. As long as there is sufficient evidence, the court will issue a verdict once the trial begins. That means you can apply to forcibly freeze the allocation. Lin Chen, are you really going to bet with me? Knowing that once the agreement was signed, there would be no turning back, Wang Hao looked at Lin Chen with a gloomy expression. You really dare? Do you think I'm joking with you because I have something on my mind? Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. I've signed my name and stamped my seal. What else do you not believe? What? You're scared now? Of course not. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, convinced that Lin Chen was doomed to lose, and signed and stamped the document heavily. This is all your own doing. Don't come crying to me later and say I tricked you. Haha, I might not be the one crying. Lin Shen put away the performance-based agreement and then glanced at the bespectacled shareholder and the other two shareholders. Do you have any objections to this? Want to bet with me? I have no objection. The bespectacled shareholder replied without hesitation. I'm quite optimistic about Baijiu, Chinese liquor. The two shareholders exchanged a glance and then spoke up. I have no objection. Let nature take its course. Okay. Lin Shen smiled slightly and glanced at manager Zhao from the investment department. Immediately cash out all 3 funds and then buy a number of stocks in the liquor industry. I will let you know when it's time to sell. Yes. Manager Zhao glanced at Wang Hao, and after Wang Hao remained silent, he immediately bowed and accepted the order. Go. Lin Shen stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the conference room. Mr. Wang, do you think he's out of his mind? Standing beside Wang Hao, the hook-nosed shareholder had a complicated expression. The liquor industry has been in a downtrend since last year. Even if it does increase, it's impossible for it to rise by 15 percentage points in a week, let alone the current bad market conditions, even the year before the bull market. Although liquor prices are rising, there's no way it could surge by 15 percentage points within a week. The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. He must be out of his mind. Find someone to send us money. That's right. Wang Hao nodded slightly, his expression somber, his pupils filled with a chilling light. Although he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, Wang Hao didn't think much of it. After all, it's incredible that the liquor industry saw a 15% increase in just 1 week. In the current financial environment, no one working in the financial industry would believe that the liquor industry has this potential, let alone those working in the financial industry, even the chairman of several well-known domestic liquor companies. They probably wouldn't believe their own company could experience such a dramatic increase in value. This might have been possible during the bull market 2 years ago. But now? Absolutely impossible. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and waved his hand heavily. Lin Shen is just bragging. He's just a young man who doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't understand the industry. He'll be crying later. That's right. The hook-nosed shareholder was thrilled. I'm just waiting to make money for free. At that moment, while the hook-nosed shareholders and Wang Hao were excitedly discussing, Chen Mingyuan found Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, I have something to tell you. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose pretty face was full of impatience, Chen Mingyuan said very seriously, it really is a very important matter. I have nothing to say to you. Chu Qinglan was also angry about what happened yesterday. Lin Shen and Lin Shen finally managed to enjoy some alone time together, but Chen Mingyuan interrupted them, showing off her skills. Who would feel comfortable in this situation? Please don't come looking for me again. I'm breaking up with you. Chu Qinglan was completely too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mingyuan at this moment. She coldly rebuked her without any politeness. Go find your Shen Zhao. I met Lin Shen today. Chen Mingyuan immediately replied. At the stock exchange. He must have used company money to buy stocks, Chen Mingyuan said urgently. He bought stocks in the liquor industry. I asked Shen Zhao, and he said that the liquor industry will definitely decline in the future. Lin Shen is just asking to lose money by buying liquor stocks right now, Chen Mingyuan said, blocking Chu Qinglan's way. If the company loses money, he'll definitely be fired. How will he live after losing his job? I asked Shen Zhao, and he told me that the semiconductor industry will definitely rise in the future. Shen Zhao himself bought 10 million worth of semiconductor stocks. Chen Mingyuan stared at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, I told Lin Shen, but Lin Shen wouldn't listen to me. He is stubborn and inflexible. I hope you can persuade him to immediately sell his liquor stocks and buy semiconductor stocks instead. This way, he can not only keep his job, but also earn a bonus for himself while making money for the company. This is the best possible outcome, Chen Mingyuan said with a serious face. Otherwise, if he buys stocks in the liquor industry, he's just asking to lose money. It will definitely get me fired. Hee. Chu Qinglan smiled dismissively and looked coldly at Chen Mingyuan. What do you think? Would I still believe you? Chapter 40. I'm lying. Qinglan, I didn't lie to you. Everything I said is true. Shen Zhao has been involved in the stock market for 7 or 8 years and has a deep understanding of stocks. Chen Mingyuan said anxiously. If he says that liquor is no good, then liquor must be no good. I asked Shen Zhao under the pretense of helping a friend. I didn't dare mention Lin Shen either. Hee. Chu Qinglan looked at Chen Mingyuan with disdain. Chen Mingyuan, in your eyes, is Shen Zhao really that good? Is everything he says correct? He says liquor prices will fall, and then liquor prices will fall. He says semiconductor prices will rise, and then semiconductor prices will rise. Chu Qinglan gave a cold laugh. Just because you believe him doesn't mean Chun and I have to believe him too. I think you've gone mad. Qinglan, I didn't mean that. It's not that you have to believe everything he says. Shen Mingyuan explained again, quite helplessly. He's been in the stock market for so many years, his stock trading skills are definitely better than Lin Chen's. You should at least believe that, right? Although Lin Chen and I have broken up, Lin Chen did love me and help me after all. Lin Chen also contributed a lot of money to my family's affairs before. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to use this to repay Lin Chen for a favor. Shen Mingyuan looked at Chu Qinglan. So that he can lose less money and not lose his job. No need. There's nothing between you and Chun, and nothing between me and you. Whether you choose to believe Shen Zhao is your business, Chun and I have no say in it. Chu Qinglan turned and walked back to her office. Please don't come looking for me again. Qinglan. Well. Watching Chu Qinglan's departing figure, Shen Mingyuan stamped her foot with a complicated expression. I really didn't mean any harm. I bet you and Lin Shen are all talk and no action. But you'll actually do what young Master Shen says, and buy semiconductors, right? Shen Mingyuan muttered softly. Lin Shen, you helped my family before, and now I'm helping you too. As long as you listen to me and buy semiconductors, I don't expect to make hundreds of thousands, but at least you can keep your job and get a bonus of tens of thousands. We're even now. Shen Mingyuan took a deep breath. That's fine. Achoo. In the chairman's office at Root Fund, Lin Shen sneezed. Chairman Lin. Manager Go quickly poured Lin Chen a glass of hot water. Do you have a bit of a cold? I'll buy you the medicine right away. No, it was just a sneeze. I guess Qinglan is thinking of me. With a slight smile, Lin Chen's eyes shone with happiness. Qinglan, it won't be long. If we make money from this stock market investment, we can go straight to buying a house. Once you have a house, a car won't cost much. Then we can start planning the wedding. With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Chen pondered what kind of wedding he should hold for Chu Qinglan. It is a traditional Chinese wedding with 3 letters and 6 rites, and a 10-mile-long red bridal procession. Or is it a pure white wedding dress and a Western-style red wedding ceremony with a priest's prayer? Or perhaps the most common type of wedding now, a lively and unique combination wedding held on a lawn or in a hotel. After the wedding, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. At that time, Chu Qinglan will probably be very compliant and let Lin Chen have her, right? Qinglan. Lin Chen smiled, feeling very pleased. I will be very gentle. Chairman Lin. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen, who was in high spirits, and felt a little embarrassed. Now, everyone in the company remembers your kindness and is loyal to you. Wang Hao wasn't as generous as you were before, giving out such perks to everyone. These are all minor matters. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. The important thing is to run the company well and make it profitable. Have the operations and business departments prepare themselves. With the surge in the prices of several of the company's funds in the next few days, there will definitely be a lot of retail investors flocking to invest. Be prepared to accept them. Then, taking advantage of this favorable wind, we should also contact more large companies and clients to encourage them to increase their investment. Lin Chen looked at Manager Go seriously. I hope that the 3 funds managed by our company will benefit from this favorable wind. The scale can be increased by at least 200 to 300 million. Reaching the level of 500 to 600 million. Tell everyone that as long as my request can be fulfilled this month, I will also give everyone bonuses. Must. Upon hearing the word bonus, Manager Go's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, I will definitely urge everyone to complete the task you set. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The investment department has also decided on these. Don't let Manager Zhao mess things up. I understand. Manager Go smiled. Chairman Lin, Manager Zhao isn't stupid either. He knows that President Wang can't outmaneuver you. If you win this time, Manager Zhao will definitely follow your lead from now on. I definitely won't listen to President Wang anymore. They are all smart people. Lin Chen smiled, knowing full well that Manager Go wasn't lying. Go. Lin Chen waved to Manager Go and began studying the stock trends in front of him. Semiconductors saw a slight increase today, while liquor initially fell slightly, but due to Lin Chen's large-scale purchases, the slight decline turned into a break-even situation. In the next few days, people will know about Baijiu. What is YYDS? Lin Chen smiled and left the company around 5 p.m., riding his bicycle towards Chu Qinglan's office park. It's really inconvenient not to have a car in big cities. After riding his bicycle to the park and stopping in front of the Key Cafe, Lin Chen muttered to himself, System, when will you reward me with a bicycle? The system remained completely unresponsive. Morning. At 5:35 p.m., Chu Qinglan rushed out of the office after get off work and went straight to Lin Shen's side. Qinglan. Lin Shen smiled and opened his arms. At this moment, if it were a girl with an outgoing personality, she would probably jump into Lin Shen's arms, hug his neck, and let him spin her around. Or she could simply wrap her legs around Lin Shen's waist, becoming intimately close to him. But Chu Qinglan was clearly not that kind of outgoing girl. Faced with Lin Shen's outstretched arms, she blushed and immediately pulled away, then reached out her hand. Chun, there are so many people in the park. That's not good. Okay, then I'll hug you when we get home. Lin Shen had no choice but to hold Chu Qinglan's soft little hand and squeeze it with a smile. Oops. Chu Qinglan seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Haha. Seeing Chu Qinglan's flushed face, Lin Shen burst out laughing excitedly. Chu Qinglan is just that kind of person. Even though she and Lin Shen had shared a bed, but she still blushes adorably at the drop of a hat. Hey Qinglan. This is... At that moment, a surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 41 Safety Precautions. Hey Yaki. Chu Qinglan turned around and waved to a beautiful woman behind her who was wearing pink sweatpants and dressed in a pure and alluring style. Wow. Who is this handsome guy? Li Yaki looked at Lin Shen holding hands with Chu Qinglan with surprise, her eyes sparkling. Because he had previously taken a physique-improving potion, and now he was using the system and the company, Lin Shen's overall energy and spirit had undergone a tremendous change, both inside and out. He looks sunny and handsome, full of energy, and exudes confidence and success. Hello, I'm Qinglan's boyfriend, Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and extended his hand to Li Yaki. Oh, hello. My name is Li Yaki, and I'm Qinglan's colleague. After shaking hands with Lin Shen, Li Yaki smiled and said, You're so handsome. That's too kind of you. Lin Shen smiled politely, but didn't say anything more. He knew that as a good boyfriend, he had to learn to keep his distance from his girlfriend's best friends and female colleagues. Qinglan, when did you start dating? He's so handsome. You've been hiding it really well. Li Yaki gently nudged Chu Qinglan with her shoulder, a hint of envy in her voice. After all, Lin Shen's temperament and appearance would indeed attract the attention of many girls. We've only been talking for a short time, and haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, Chu Qinglan said with a smile. I posted about it on my WeChat moments before. Maybe I just didn't see it. Li Yaki smiled and said, Bring your boyfriend to our get-together next week. Why let the good stuff go to outsiders? If he has other friends as handsome as him, Li Yaki's eyes sparkled. Let him take them along. I know. Looking at the infatuated Li Yaki, Chu Qinglan happily stroked her hair. Let me ask him if he has time. Then I won't disturb your time together. Li Yaki winked at Chu Qinglan, then looked at Lin Shen. Handsome guy, be careful. Yes, it will. Lin Shen handed the electric scooter helmet to Chu Qinglan. Thank you. I'm not just talking about this kind of safety. Li Yaki winked at Lin Shen. You know what I mean. Cough. Lin Shen was instantly embarrassed. Are women these days so open-minded? Yaki, let's go. See you tomorrow. Chu Qinglan blushed and quickly got into the car, then rode away with Lin Shen on her own. Your colleague is quite interesting. Lin Shen recalled a joke he'd seen online. Sitting on the back of an electric scooter, he smiled and placed his hands on Chu Qinglan's slender waist, supporting her hips. Ouch, it's so itchy. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. I'm riding a bike, don't move around. You're going to fall. A slight smile flickered across Lin Shen's lips. When he did this, Chu Qinglan's body did not react subconsciously, nor did it show any abnormality. Lin Shen was truly relieved. Because with some experienced women, you can simply pat them lightly or put your hand on their waist. She will have an instinctive reaction and know what to do. A woman like that is undoubtedly a veteran of the battlefield. It's like when you say you need to go to the restroom, and the girl instinctively hands you toilet paper. If you meet a girl like that, you should be secretly thrilled. Chun, eat your noodles. Back in the house, Chu Qinglan cooked Lin Shen a bowl of clear soup noodles, and then smiled as she cut up some fruit. Why aren't you eating? Looking at the pineapple and mango that Chu Qinglan had cut, Lin Shen was a little surprised. Just one bowl. I want to lose weight. Chu Qinglan took a bite of mango. I haven't been eating dinner for the past few nights. It can't be that bad, can it? Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender waist, Lin Shen smiled and said, Your figure is already amazing. You still need to lose weight. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. I had spicy hot pot for lunch, which is high in carbohydrates and fat, so I can't eat it again tonight. You can eat it. You need to maintain your figure, so you still need to diet. Chu Qinglan wiped a piece of pineapple. I'll just eat some fruit tonight. Okay. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, knowing that girls who love beauty are always trying to lose weight. In the morning, during my break at the company, I overheard some married colleagues saying that women's figures usually change after giving birth. Stretch marks can also appear on the stomach. Skin will also lose its luster. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. I'm going to gain weight, and my figure and skin won't be good anymore. Will you? Before Chu Qinglan could finish speaking, Lin Shun suddenly covered her cherry-like lips with his. What nonsense are you talking about? How is that possible? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan seriously. We're together because we're going to stay together for the rest of our lives. Whether the future holds poverty or wealth, sickness or health. If you're saying this, does that mean you won't be with me when I'm old, frail, and sick? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan and said, You won't take care of me and will just leave me to fend for myself. Of course not. Chu Qinglan subconsciously replied to Lin Shun, I will take care of you. Isn't that it? Of course I won't look down on you because of these things. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with utmost seriousness. Besides, your figure has changed and your skin has deteriorated because you gave birth to my child. In this situation, I'm too worried about you to even think about it. How could I possibly dislike it? And Lin Shun didn't continue, because it was indeed difficult to explain at this moment. But it's nothing. He believes that it won't be long before he can get the physique pills that Chu Qinglan can use from the system. Once Chu Qinglan takes this constitution-building pill, she will naturally have no more problems in the future. Her figure and skin will always remain supple and youthful, and she will always have long legs and a slim waist. Honey, stop overthinking. Everyone gets old eventually. Why would I dislike these things? Lin Shun knew that some young women had heard these things from married women, and their concerns stemmed from three main anxieties. First, the fear of losing their figure and experiencing physical pain after childbirth. Second, the anxieties of caring for a child and the associated frustrations. And third, the worry that their husbands would become disillusioned and seek something new if their figures and skin didn't recover well. This has led to a situation where many women now want to remain unmarried or choose not to have children. Chun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun tenderly, her eyes filled with emotion. Then, we'll have a daughter as beautiful and lovely as you, Lin Shun said with a smile, gently stroking Chu Qinglan's hair. Chu Qinglan nodded obediently. Ha. Lin Shun seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. Qinglan, you said you'd wait until she grows up. I wonder which wild boy will get it. Chapter 42, Encirclement. How would I know? My parents had no idea I'd marry you when I was little. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. We haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking so much. Ha. When will it be available? How would I know? Chu Qinglan subconsciously replied to Lin Shun. This is not something I can control. You can control it. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a meaningful gaze. Qinglan, when you agree, it will naturally happen. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with utter disdain and playfully punched him with her small fist. Shun, you did that on purpose. No, absolutely not. Lin Shun shrugged slightly and replied to Chu Qinglan with a smile. I'm just telling the truth. We can only have a child if you, my wife, agree. So you can control it. Are you in a hurry? Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Shun with a somewhat suspicious expression. Shun, do you want to have a child as soon as possible? To be honest, I do want to have a child. But if you're talking about being in a hurry, I'm not really in a rush. Without hesitation, Lin Shun answered Chu Qinglan. Besides, I actually want to have children a few years later. After all, having children too early is not good. I still want to enjoy a few more years of just the two of us, my wife. Let's talk about it again in a few years. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. To be honest, after hearing so much from my colleagues, I'm quite afraid of having children. It's all right. Everything will take its natural course and proceed as it should. Lin Shun swallowed a mouthful of noodles. I won't rush you. Thank you. Shun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with eyes full of emotion. I am so happy. This is nothing. Don't be so easily satisfied. You will be happier in the future. Lin Shun smiled at Chu Qinglan and comfortably ladled out another bowl of noodles. Your husband will make you happy forever. Enjoy comfort for a lifetime. Chu Qinglan bit her lip, her eyes filled with emotion and anticipation. The two shared a bed yesterday, so how could Chu Qinglan not know about the changes in Lin Shun's body? Although she didn't say it, she wasn't a block of wood. Of course she could sense Lin Shun's presence so close to her. Lin Shun was in so much pain, but he didn't move her or force her. Chu Qinglan was deeply moved. After all, she and Lin Shun are already married. Legally and morally, as his wife, She does have an obligation to satisfy Lin Chun. After all, these days, it's perfectly normal for couples, let alone married couples, to have deep intimacy. Even though Lin Chun really wanted to, he respected her reluctance and endured it. Chu Qinglan was deeply moved. Lin Chun also respects her decision regarding having children. This moved Chu Qinglan even more. Chun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun with gentle, tender eyes. I'm your man. If I'm not good to you, who will I be good to? It's all I should do. Lin Chun didn't think too much about it. After telling Chu Qinglan, he took the lead in washing the dishes. While Chu Qinglan went to the bathroom to wash up, Lin Chun started studying the stock market. Chun, what are you looking at? Stocks. Lin Chun pointed to the stock market trend. Today, liquor stocks fell by 0.58. I don't know what the market will be like tomorrow. Stock. Looking at the trend chart on Lin Chun's phone screen, Chu Qinglan said softly, Chun Mingyuan came to the park to look for me this afternoon. Chun Mingyuan? What does she want with you? Lin Chun frowned, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Don't pay any attention to her from now on. She's got a screw loose. I'm talking about stocks. Chu Qinglan said with a wry smile. She told our company's receptionist that she was looking for me, and the receptionist then notified me, so I had no choice but to go downstairs. Actually, I don't want to pay any attention to her either. Understood. Lin Chun laughed. Didn't I tell you that Shun Zhao said semiconductor prices would rise and liquor prices would definitely lose money? That's why I asked you to persuade me to listen to Shun Zhao, sell the liquor, and then buy semiconductors. Right. Lin Chun shrugged slightly. She certainly knows how to meddle. That's right. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun in surprise. Chun, how did you know all this? I ran into her at the stock trading hall earlier, and then she called me and said something about Shun Zhao. Lin Chun said helplessly. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I hung up. This guy is still up to no good and is coming to find you. Do you really think everything Shun Zhao said is true? How ridiculous. Lin Chun sneered dismissively, remembering the system's notification, and ignored Chun Mingyuan, thinking to herself that Chun Mingyuan would realize in a few days just how foolish Shun Zhao had been. That's what I think too. She's really obsessed. Chu Qinglan nodded slightly. I ignored her. Honey, what do you think? Lin Chun smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. The market for liquor was indeed not very good for a while, but semiconductors have shown an upward trend. However, I predict that the price of liquor will definitely rise next. On the contrary, semiconductor prices will drop. Chun, of course I believe you. Chu Qinglan chuckled and looked at Lin Chun gently. I don't know much about the stock market, but I trust your judgment, Chun. You definitely made the right choice. Haha, my wife, you're so virtuous. Then you just wait and see. This time, I'm going to show them all what a real stock market dark horse is. With their limited perspective, they dare to advise me? Hee. Lin Chun thought to himself that when the stock market completely changes in a few days, the expressions on Shun Zhao, Wang Hao, and Chun Mingyuan's faces will be quite interesting. Morning. You're the best. Chu Qinglan clenched her little fist and gave Lin Chun a thumbs up. My lovely wife is, of course, the best. With a smile, Lin Chun took Chu Qinglan's hand. Oops. Chu Qinglan lost her balance and, dressed in light blue pajamas, ended up sitting directly on Lin Chun's lap. Honey, I have a surprise for you. Holding Chu Qinglan tightly around the waist and feeling the softness on his legs, Lin Chun felt a little distracted. Experienced men know that having a woman with a good figure sit on their lap and then holding her tightly is a good idea. This is really comfortable. Not just the body, but also the mind. Because of this posture, the two are very intimate. As long as a woman doesn't resist and obediently lets you hold her, you will feel from the bottom of your heart that she is the woman who completely belongs to you. Ding dong. Lin Chun's phone screen suddenly lit up. Lin Chun picked it up and took a look. He was shocked by what he saw. The reason the screen lit up was surprisingly. Chapter 43, Interception. Chu Qinglan actually transferred 40,000 yuan to him. Qinglan, what's going on? Lin Chun put down his phone in surprise, looking at Chu Qinglan in his arms with suspicion in his eyes. Why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Of course we support your business. Holding her phone, Chu Qinglan sensed something was wrong and struggled to stand up from Lin Chun's lap. Chun, let me go first. What's wrong? Lin Chun tightened his arms slightly, holding Chu Qinglan tightly in his arms, feeling Chu Qinglan's warm and soft body. Soft and warm in my arms. This feeling is so comfortable. Oops. Why are you squeezing me so hard? You're choking me. I'm feeling a little unwell. Chu Qinglan deliberately pressed her body down forcefully, glared at Lin Chun with annoyance, and softly huffed. Oh, Chun. Ha ha. Looking at the incredibly cute Chu Qinglan in his arms, Lin Shun, worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he kept holding her any longer, had no choice but to stop after taking enough advantage of her. Chen, you're so mean. Chu Qinglan stood up, supporting herself on the sofa. Her legs were a little weak, and her pretty face was flushed. She pursed her lips and was panting. Haha. Lin Shun was very happy to see Chu Qinglan looking so shy. He knew that once you'd experienced something like that, you'd never get to enjoy it again. Women who have never been in a relationship are like this. They are incredibly shy at first, but then become incredibly open. When we first started dating, I'd blush and blush even if I took off my coat in front of you. But after a while, I'd take off my coat without hesitation, and even my bra would be taken off without a second thought. They might even throw it in your face on purpose. After all, menstruation is a real hurdle for men. At first I hated it, but later I was grateful for it. You're still laughing. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, her face becoming even rosier and more adorable. Honey, you're so adorable, Lin Shun said with a smile. But honey, let's get down to business. Why did you transfer money to me? You should start your own business. Chu Qinglan chuckled. You've invested all your money in stocks, so you must need more money now, right? This is the money I've saved up from working these past few months. You can use it for now. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun. If it's not enough, we'll think of something else. Wife, you're so good to me. Lin Shun stood up and hugged Chu Qinglan from behind, his eyes filled with emotion. Faced with his investment and entrepreneurship, Chu Qinglan not only had no objections, but was also willing to give him the money she had worked hard to save. How could Lin Shun not be moved? Although for Lin Shun at this moment, 40,000 yuan is really not much. But this has nothing to do with how much money you have. Chu Qinglan, who had only graduated not long ago, probably only had 40,000 yuan saved up. Without hesitation, she used all her savings to support Lin Shun's business venture. Such an attitude. Lin Shun was genuinely moved. Ouch, you're squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. Feeling Lin Shun trying to squeeze her into his body, Chu Qinglan struggled and said, Shun, we should rest. I have to work tomorrow. Lin Shun thought about it. Although he wasn't short of money, Chu Qinglan cared about him so much that it wouldn't be right for him to return the money to her immediately. Then I'll use your money to invest. I'll give you back your principal and interest once I make a profit. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Shun, we're family now. There's no distinction between you and me. Everything is ours. Haha, yes, it's us. I misspoke. Smack. Lin Shun slapped his mouth, his eyes darting around, and then lazily picked up Chu Qinglan, saying, Wife, I'll stay at your place tonight. Morning. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum, hugging Lin Shun's neck tightly, her face flushed red to the roots of her neck. The next morning. Oops. Chu Qinglan groaned. Shun, you stepped on my hair. Quickly rub it. Lin Shun quickly sat up and rubbed Chu Qinglan's hair. You can sleep a little longer, I'm going to wash up. Okay. As Lin Shun watched Chu Qinglan, dressed in a light blue nightgown and with a slender, supple figure, walk out of the room, he stretched. At this moment, his body was filled with the fragrance of Chu Qinglan. I don't know why, but women seem to have this fragrance. Yes, it's time to check in. Ding dong. Check-in successful, 6-7 completed. So today is already the 6th day. Looking at the time displayed on the system interface, Lin Shun then looked at the tasks assigned by the system for the day. Lin Shun was surprised when he saw the tasks assigned by the system for the day. This task is a bit strange, because this mission was shockingly to make the enemy kneel down and sing conquer. System, what kind of mission is this? Who should I make kneel down and sing conquer? Lin Shun was a little confused. Should I find a watermelon stand by the roadside and ask them if the watermelon is guaranteed to be ripe? If you're not familiar with him, should you just threaten him and make him sing conquer? Isn't this a bit awkward? Lin Shun scratched his head, somewhat speechless at the system's antics. This task is really not easy to complete. Lin Shun is usually kind to others and, to be honest, has no enemies. Is the company's CEO, Mr. Wang, considered an enemy? But I can't make him kneel down and sing conquer. Morning. At this moment, Chu Qinglan opened the door. Don't sleep in, go wash up. Okay. Lin Shun threw off the covers and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Ah. Chu Qinglan couldn't help but gasp and cover her eyes with her hands. Then he secretly observed through his fingers. Looking at Lin Shun's strong physique, Chu Qinglan's lips curled up slightly. Well, Lin Shun, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. He quickly pressed a button and said, Young men are all like this in the morning. Oh dear, you should go wash up now. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes and quickly left the room. Hey. It won't be long. After entering the bathroom and washing his face with cool water to suppress the heat in his heart, Lin Shen felt happy. Judging from Chu Qinglan's reaction, he knew that Chu Qinglan was gradually accepting life with the two of them. I'm sure it won't be long before we're mentally prepared. Chun, it's time to eat. After Lin Shen finished washing up, Chu Qinglan prepared a simple fried egg, bacon, and sandwich. My wife, you are so virtuous. Eat your food. Chu Qinglan chuckled, picked up a slice of bacon, and cheerfully stuffed it into Lin Shen's mouth. Lin Shen was gagged with bacon. Looking at Lin Shen, whose mouth was stuffed with bacon and who could no longer speak. Chu Qinglan took a bite of the sandwich with a happy expression and then drank a glass of milk. After a comfortable meal, Lin Shen dropped Chu Qinglan off at the park and then prepared to go to work at Root Fun Company. However, accidents always happen unexpectedly. Lin Shen had just stepped out of Chu Qinglan's office park and hadn't even had a chance to scan the code to ride his bike yet. Unexpected mutation. Chapter 44, The Power of Money. Sizzle. Kid, you're surrounded. Where do you think you're going? Get out of the car, put your hands on your heads, and squat down. 3 menacing-looking thugs, led by a scarred-faced leader, surrounded Lin Shen. The 4, wielding wooden sticks, had ferocious expressions and ruthless faces. Robbery. Lin Shen chuckled, looking at the 3 of them with considerable surprise. It's already 2022 in the Gregorian calendar, and there are still people who dare to commit armed robbery in broad daylight? Are you crazy? Kid, behave yourself and stop talking nonsense. The scarred man at the head glared fiercely at Lin Shen, then looked at the car beside him for advice. What do we do next? Lin Shen, robbery is nothing to you. Do you think I'm short of a few dollars? Zheng Huan opened the door of the BMW 3 Series, stepped out of the car with a cold expression, and glared at Lin Shen with icy eyes. Say it again, you poor bastard. How much money do you have? Are you worth robbing? Shen Zhao. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. It's not that Scarface is trying to rob us in matters of the heart. It's that Zheng Huan, our love rival, is taking revenge. That's interesting. Looking at Zheng Huan's hateful expression, Lin Shen wasn't intimidated at all. On the contrary, he was quite excited. His mission for the day was finally secured. If he can get Zheng Huan to kneel down and sing conquer, then he can complete today's mission. However, this is a bit difficult to handle, since how could Zheng Huan easily kneel down and sing conquer for him? Moreover, he was unarmed and couldn't defeat Scarface and the other 4 thugs by himself. Moreover, there are also Shun Zhao and Kong Guanglong, who are eyeing us covetously. Lin Shen, stop grinning at me. You think I'm joking with you? Bang! Click! Zheng Huan smashed a small tree in the roadside green belt with a wooden stick, breaking off a branch on the spot. He glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression. Lin Shen, I have no time to waste with you. I'm telling you, you're not good enough for Qinglan. If you know what's good for you, take out your phone right now and call Qinglan. Tell her you want to break up with her and divorce her. Then kneel down and crawl under my pants. With her legs spread wide, Zheng Huan glared fiercely at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, if you behave yourself, I'll let you go. If you dare to disobey, Zheng Huan sneered, I'll make sure you get a black eye and a swollen face. And your teeth are all over the place. Pooh. Lin Shen spat directly in Zheng Huan's face, his expression disdainful. Dream on. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, and you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Is that it? You asked for it. Wiping the spittle from his face, Zheng Huan, completely enraged, looked at Kong Guanglong beside him. You record this, and I'll beat him up right now. I'll post this video in the company group later so Chu Qinglan can see it. How pathetic her man must have been. I don't believe she can still like him. Zheng Huan sneered. No woman likes a cowardly man who gets beaten up like this. Such a coward can't give them a sense of security at all. Brother Zheng, that makes sense. Kong Guanglong immediately nodded. You beat him up badly, and I'll film it. This kid is asking for a beating. After you beat him up, he obediently called Chu Qinglan and divorced her. Even if he doesn't want a divorce, it doesn't matter. Kong Guanglong sneered. From now on, every time you see him, beat him up, and beat him up 3 to 5 times a month. I refuse to believe that he can withstand being beaten like this every day, and that Chu Qinglan can withstand it too. He'll be forced to break up and divorce Chu Qinglan sooner or later. Haha, yes. That's how it should be done. Hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan waved his hand fiercely with a ferocious expression. Give him a good beating. Kid, you asked for this. Scarface didn't hold back either. After giving Lin Shen a cold glance, he waved his hand at his 3 henchmen. Attack. Wait a moment. Lin Shen suddenly spoke. Kid, so you're willing to back down now? Zheng Huan looked at Lin Shen excitedly. So you agreed to call Qinglan and break up with her? You're overthinking it. Lin Shen glanced at Zheng Huan with an expression that suggested he was mentally challenged. You really have a screw loose. You dare to curse me. You're asking for it. Zheng Huan was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. How much money did he give you? Lin Shen ignored Zheng Huan's shouting and looked directly at the scarred man. 3,000. Scarface subconsciously replied to Lin Shen. Kid, we're paid to do this. You deserve to get beaten up. Lin Shen, let me tell you, this is the allure of money. Zheng Huan said arrogantly. If you behave yourself this time and break up and divorce Qinglan, that will be fine. Otherwise, I'll have someone beat you up every day. I have plenty of money. Zheng Huan glared at Lin Shen with a fierce look. I won't beat you to death or cripple you. I'll just find someone to slap you across the face in front of Qinglan and humiliate you. 3,000 a day? I can afford that. 10,000. Lin Shen immediately held up a finger, looking at the scarred man with a playful expression. I'll give you 10,000, and you can follow my instructions from now on. Consider it me hiring you. You're overthinking it. Scarface sneered. I still have this much professional ethics. 10 times the amount. I'll give you 30,000. Lin Shen held up 3 fingers again, his eyes gleaming. Listen to me. I'll give you 30,000. This? Scarface hesitated for a moment. Scarface, don't listen to his nonsense. Zheng Huan immediately roared. We've already made a deal. If you dare to go back on your word, you'll lose all face in this area. Kid. Scarface gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Do I look like the kind of person who would do anything for money? Stop talking nonsense. There's no room for negotiation on this. You'd better behave right now and do as Zheng Huan says. Kneel down, kowtow, and make a phone call to avoid physical punishment. Scarface's face was contorted with rage. Otherwise, I'll really take action. That's right, Lin Shen, stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, you can't escape today. Zheng Huan's face was contorted with rage. You must do as I say. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. 100,000. Lin Shen ignored Zheng Huan's threat, coldly looked at the scarred man in front of him, and smiled coldly. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Today you'll listen to me. 3,000, and each of you won't even get 1,000. Now each of you can receive 25,000. I don't need you to commit murder or arson or any other heinous crimes. Lin Shen laughed. Just beat someone up for me. It's that simple. 100,000. Lin Shen crossed his arms and looked at Scarface with interest. Are you going to make a profit? Chapter 45, Singing of Conquest. Gulp. 100,000. Scarface swallowed hard, staring at Lin Shen's incredibly generous spending, completely stunned. He could grit his teeth and bear the thought of paying between 10,000 and 30,000. But 100,000 this. Even if he spends a year fighting and brawling, he still wouldn't earn 100,000. And who knows, they might even end up in jail a second or third time. Scarface, you don't want to stay in this business anymore. Let me tell you, if you dare to go back on your word, no one will ever ask you for favors again. Zheng Huan roared immediately. Your reputation will be completely ruined. Kid, do you think I, Scarface, am the kind of person who's only interested in money? Scarface gritted his teeth, concerned for his reputation, and could only glare fiercely at Lin Shen. Brother, I think money is more important. Exactly, reputation is nothing. Big brother, how about we each take 24,000, and you take 28,000? The 3 thugs, their eyes filled with greed, gripped their wooden sticks tightly as they stared at Scarface. Become. Scarface couldn't help but shiver. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He knew that if he dared to say no, he might get beaten up along with Zheng Huan. So how could he dare to say no at this moment? Brother, you have a great eye for people. It's settled then, 100,000. I'll do as you say. Turning around, Scarface immediately surrounded Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong with his men. Zheng Huan, don't blame me for turning against you. He really gave us too much. You think you can give me 3,000 yuan like that, like a beggar? Asshole! Zheng Huan trembled with rage at Scarface. He glared at Scarface with fury. You've gone back on your word. Scarface, you're finished. Son of a bitch. It's all fake. Everything he said is a lie. Kong Guanglong pointed at Lin Shen and immediately shouted at Scarface. Scarface, don't listen to his nonsense. He simply can't come up with 100,000. Look at his clothes. How could a poor guy who can only afford to ride a shared bike have 100,000? You've been fooled by him. Kid. Scarface instantly realized something was wrong, and he glared fiercely at Lin Shen. You get your money first. Okay, Without saying a word, Lin Shen scanned Scarface's QR code to receive payment. Ding dong. 10,000 yuan has been received. How is that possible? How could a penniless wretch like him possibly have 100,000? Hearing the notification sound from Scarface's phone that the money had been credited to his account, Kang Guanglong and Zheng Huan exchanged a glance, both completely stunned. As a local resident of Hangzhou who received compensation for his home demolished, Zheng Huan rarely had the money to come up with 100,000 yuan because his parents controlled all the family's finances. How could Lin Shen possibly have 100,000? The two of them were completely dumbfounded. Is everything all right now? Lin Shen didn't answer Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong's questions. He just smiled and looked at Scarface. Brother Lin, you're in charge. Scarface immediately changed his tune, smiling as he looked at Lin Shen. Whatever you say, we'll do. Very good. Lin Shen looked at Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong with interest. You two wanted to beat me up just now, and you even tried to force me to break up and divorce Qingluan. You're going to beat me so badly my own mother won't recognize me. No, that's not what I meant. Zheng Huan looked embarrassed. Lin Shen, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I was just kidding with you. Fighting and brawling are illegal and criminal acts. We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we do such illegal and criminal things? You're overthinking it. Yeah. Lin Shen looked at Kang Guanglong with great interest. You just said you wanted to film me getting beaten up and show it to Qingluan. Are we still filming now? How about I take the picture for you? Gulp. Kang Guanglong swallowed hard, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lin Shen cautiously. I didn't mean that. I was just joking with you. It was purely a joke. Please don't take this seriously. You two are truly two shameless scoundrels. Lin Shen sneered dismissively, his hands behind his back. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Kneel down. Sing Conquered. Once you finish singing, I'll let you get out. What? Conquer? Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong exchanged a glance, then looked at Lin Shen with utter bewilderment. Right. Lin Shen nodded with a cold smile. Kneel down and sing. I don't know how. Zheng Huan looked embarrassed and said, I'm tone deaf. Me too. Kang Guanglong quickly chimed in. Forget it. We won't bother you anymore, okay? This was purely a misunderstanding. You can't sing. Lin Shen looked at Scarface with interest. Teach them for me. Smack. Since things had already turned ugly, Scarface didn't hesitate and slapped Zheng Huan hard across the face. What's all this nonsense you're wasting? Sing or not? I think you're asking for a beating. Scarface glared at Zheng Huan with a sinister look. Do you really want to get beaten up before you sing? You dare hit me? Zheng Huan covered her face, glaring at Scarface with a ferocious expression. I hired you. Are you even human? Bang! A thug with a scar on his face kicked Zheng Huan hard from behind with a thud. Zheng Huan stumbled and fell to the ground, losing a front tooth and letting out a miserable scream. You talk too much nonsense. The henchman stepped on Zheng Huan and grinned maliciously. Sing when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep babbling, I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. You think you can get rid of us with 3,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch. Sing. I'll sing. Zheng Huan, who wanted to continue cursing, had no choice but to change his tune when he saw the wooden stick his underling had raised. Just like that, you've conquered me, cutting off all my escape routes. And you? Scarface glared at Kang Guanglong again. I'll sing too. Having no other choice, Kang Guanglong, who didn't want to get beaten up, had to obediently kneel down, holding his head in his hands. My feelings are firm, but my decision is foolish. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. As Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong yielded, a system notification immediately sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Very good. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he was in a very pleasant mood. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're sleepy. I was worried about how to complete today's tasks this morning, and then Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong came to me on their own initiative. You can get out now. In a good mood, Lin Shen glanced coldly at Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong, who were beaten black and blue. If you dare to bother Qingluan again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Shen. Zheng Huan covered her bleeding mouth and glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression. Brother Zheng, let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Kang Guanglong pulled Zheng Huan along, and they scrambled into the car. Foolish thing. Lin Shen ignored the two idiots and looked at the system rewards for completing the task. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 46 Special Forces Combat Power. Special Forces Combat Effectiveness. This reward is great. Looking at the rewards the system gave him, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he was in a very good mood. This reward is like a pillow being delivered to someone when you're about to fall asleep. Lin Shun, who was initially worried about what to do if something like this happened again, is now completely relieved. After all, he can't just throw money around every time, can he? Firstly, money shouldn't be spent like this, and secondly, not everyone is like Scarface, who can be bribed to turn against you. Lin Shun, who chose to accept the reward, decided to test its quality. With a glint in his eyes, he directly blocked Scarface and the other 3 men who were trying to leave. Is there anything else? Scarface stared coldly at Lin Shun, pondering how to salvage his reputation. Zheng Huan will definitely go around saying that he went back on his word and calling him an untrustworthy bastard. For people like them, credit is still very important. Without credibility, no one will hire you to do anything. You guys, come at me all at once. Lin Shun beckoned to Scarface and sneered. Hit me. Are you out of your mind, kid? Scarface was instantly stunned, his eyes widening in utter astonishment as he stared at Lin Shun. You asked for a beating. Did you get your head stuck in a door? Today's events have truly shattered Scarface's worldview. Lin Shun first spent money to make him turn against him, and now he's asking for a beating himself. This is an exceptional talent. Just go when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? Now that he had received the reward from the system, Lin Shun wasn't going to waste it. Give me back every single penny of the 100,000 yuan. You're asking for it. Scarface was furious upon hearing this. If Lin Shun had only made a few shouts, he could have pretended not to hear. But if Lin Shun wanted money, how could the scarred man tolerate that? How could he possibly return the money that's in his hands? You think you're asking for a beating, kid? Huff huff. Scarface, who didn't take Lin Shun seriously, threw a punch at him. Good timing. Bang! Lin Shun easily caught Scarface's incoming fist with a palm strike. Everything was so natural. Although Lin Shun had never practiced before, after receiving the system's reward, it was as if he had developed muscle memory. He now possesses the combat capabilities of a special forces soldier. So after catching Scarface's incoming fist, he instinctively stepped forward, grabbed Scarface's arm, and delivered a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Scarface, who had been slammed to the ground by Lin Shun, writhed in pain. Hit him. Let's go together. Cripple him. Seeing that things were going badly, Scarface's 3 henchmen simultaneously swung their wooden sticks at Lin Shun. Unfortunately, they don't have the combat capabilities of special forces to be a match for Lin Shun. A special forces soldier at the peak of his combat ability might be able to take on 7 or 8 people, but taking on 3 or 4 thugs who just blindly fight is no problem at all. Sure enough, a minute later, the 3 thugs and Scarface were lying sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. This skill is really amazing. This system is really awesome. With excitement in his eyes, Lin Shun took back the 100,000 yuan from Scarface's hand without missing a penny, and then looked coldly at Scarface in front of him. Today, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I beat you up and that's it. Remember, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. If you dare to do something like this again, it won't be as simple as just beating you up. Do you know that? Lin Shun clenched his fist, which was as big as an iron bowl, and stared fiercely at Scarface. Gulp. Yes, I understand. I will never do it again. Scarface, who had been beaten, looked miserable and was truly on the verge of tears. Thinking to himself, since Lin Shun is such a good fighter, why did I spend money to turn him against me and just tease him? Why not just beat him up from the start? Now he's in a mess. He's offended Zheng Huan, lost his reputation, and failed to get the 100,000 yuan he was promised. It's like bad luck has opened the door for bad luck. Bad luck has reached its peak. Just remember that. Bang! After kicking the scarred man, Lin Shun hopped on a shared bicycle and headed straight for Root Fun Company. At this moment, in the parking lot of the adjacent street, Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong had no idea that after they left, Lin Shun gave Scarface and the others a severe beating. The 2 men, their faces bruised and swollen, stared at each other, both filled with anger and helplessness. Bang! Son of a bitch! Slamming his fist on the steering wheel, Zheng Huan gritted his teeth and demanded, Who did you hire? That Scarface is a piece of trash, a bastard, a stupid dog. Turning against each other halfway through. I'm so angry. I never expected him to be such a scoundrel. Kong Guanglong looked embarrassed. This whole mess is my fault. Brother Zheng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blame you. Zheng Huan glanced at Kong Guanglong, who had been beaten up alongside him, and couldn't really blame him. What do you suggest we do next? I can't swallow this insult. Let me kneel down and sing Conquer to him. Zheng Huan patted the dirt off his legs. This is too much. If I have to kneel, it can only be in front of Qinglan, and I'll have Qinglan sing for me. Depend on. The thought that Chu Qinglan might sing for Lin Shun and then Lin Shun might vividly describe the matter to Chu Qinglan, made Zheng Huan grit her teeth in anger, her face full of rage. I don't have any good ideas about this right now. Let me think about it. Kong Guanglong frowned, equally unable to swallow this insult. Anyone would be furious to be beaten up for no reason. He needs to be taught a lesson. I want him to kneel before me, apologize, and sing conquer for me. Zheng Huan gritted his teeth. I want to win Qinglan over in front of him. I'll make him furious. Zheng Huan stared wide-eyed, his anger fueling the malice within him. After Chu Qinglan joined the company, he began pursuing her. Seeing his goddess being taken away by someone who was inferior to him in every way, Zheng Huan was furious. That's so discouraging. Brother Zheng, I have another good idea. This should be able to break up Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan and let you vent your anger. Kong Guanglong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zheng Huan with great interest. If we succeed this time, we can definitely make Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan say goodbye for good. Oh, Zheng Huan immediately became interested. What method? Brother Zheng. Kong Guanglong immediately lowered his voice and whispered something to Zheng Huan. Wow, you're really smart. This method is absolutely brilliant. Upon hearing Kong Guanglong's plan, Zheng Huan's eyes lit up with excitement. If your plan succeeds, they will definitely break up. It will definitely make Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun completely break off their relationship. Zheng Huan took a deep breath. Then let's do it your way and get ready. This time, Lin Shun is definitely finished. I want to make him lose everything. Kneel down and sing conquer for me. Watch me get Chu Qinglan. Chapter 47. The price dropped. Lin Shun, of course, had no idea what kind of wicked scheme Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong were plotting. Riding a shared bicycle, he went straight to the RIT fund. Having completed today's mission and gained Special Forces physical fitness, Lin Shun was in a very good mood. Chairman Lin. Good morning, Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin, please have some tea. As the chairman, and especially as one who enjoys providing benefits to employees, Lin Shun naturally enjoys the sincere respect of all employees in the company. Sure enough, after Lin Shun entered the office, the employees all greeted him with utmost respect. At first, we needed Manager Go to organize things, but now we don't need to at all. Everyone has great respect for Lin Shun and sincerely hopes that Lin Shun will remain as chairman for a long time. After all, he's a chairman who likes to give bonuses and benefits to his employees all the time. Which employee wouldn't like that? Everyone work hard. Strive to make the company grow better and better. After nodding and waving to the employees, Lin Shun stepped into his chairman's office. Knock knock. Enter. Lin Shun put down the documents in his hand and looked at Manager Zhao who walked into his office. Chairman Lin. As the investment department manager, Zhao felt considerable pressure facing Lin Shun because of his previous close relationship with Wang Hao. They were afraid that Lin Shun might fire him if he was unhappy. Lin Shun gave a soft hum, picked up his teacup, and took a leisurely sip of tea. Lin Dong, as per your request, we withdrew all 300 million yuan in cash from the 3 funds yesterday. Manager Zhao respectfully handed a list to Lin Shun. Then, as per your instructions, our investment department worked overnight to develop an investment plan. We plan to invest 300 million yuan in the liquor market. We mainly purchase these few liquor brands listed on the A share market. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Shun and said, Chairman Lin, if you have no objections, I will go and make the purchase. These 3 funds all have Matai Liquor as their main holding. Lin Shun glanced at the investment plan devised by Manager Zhao, which involved heavily investing in Matai and then purchasing other famous liquors from various regions, such as Olzu Laojiao, Jugue Liquor, Dukong Liquor, and Shifeng Liquor. This can be considered a reasonable use of assets. Lin Shun pondered for a moment. Matai has a market value of trillions, so their investment of a few hundred million yuan should not have a significant impact on the liquor industry. After all, even if there is an impact, it should be an inflow of funds amounting to several billion or even tens of billions of yuan. Only large-scale capital inflows and outflows can potentially drive up or down stock prices. Now there are hundreds of millions of yuan in funds. It doesn't even require large companies to step in, let alone the parent company to bail out the market. Once the stock price rises, the influx of funds from retail investors should be enough to take over the shares held by Lin Shun himself and RIT Fund. However, after the price increase, the liquor industry will once again face a decline. These retail investors who bought at high prices are probably going to get fleeced again. Although he was reluctant to exploit these retail investors, that's just how things are, and Lin Shun couldn't act like a saint. If he doesn't reap the harvest, someone else will. Hopefully you can run fast enough and not get harvested. After offering his prayers for the countless retail investors, Lin Shun looked at manager Zhao with a serious expression. There's no problem. Go and buy according to this list. Buy it now. Yes, ma'am. Looking at Lin Shun's confident statement, although he didn't know where Lin Shun got his confidence from, and deep down he also felt that the price of Baijio would definitely drop. But manager Zhao respectfully accepted the order and dared not dissuade him. Lin Shun used his own shares to make a betting agreement with Wang Hao without hesitation. Under these circumstances, what advice could manager Zhao possibly offer? This wave of Baijio, Chinese liquor, sales is guaranteed to be profitable. After manager Zhao left, Lin Shun clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with intense cunning. Following the injection of 300 million yuan from Root Fund into the liquor market, the liquor industry saw a slight increase this morning. However, after the market opened this afternoon, the liquor sector quickly fell back down. Because many people were trapped in losses before, they sold their stocks after the liquor price rose slightly. Therefore, from the opening of the market in the afternoon until the closing at 3:30 p.m., the liquor industry was in a continuous decline. In just one afternoon, it dropped by 4 percentage points. Lin Shun, are you dumbfounded now? What an idiot. In the general manager's office, Wang Hao was very excited as he looked at the liquor industry, which had fallen by 4 percentage points and had not rebounded by the close of trading. For percentage points, calculated based on 3 funds totaling 300 million. In just one afternoon today, Lin Shun lost 12 million. Lin Shun himself lost 240,000 yuan of the 60 million yuan worth of stocks he bought. Idiot, what a complete idiot. I told you long ago that the liquor industry was in a slump, and you still haven't lived up to my expectations. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Let me tell you, the performance-based agreement has already been signed, and it's too late for you to regret it. He took out the betting agreement he had signed with Lin Shun, and then looked at the falling stock market. Wang Hao was in a very pleasant mood at this moment. Semiconductor stocks rose by 2 percentage points today. Not bad, not bad. Semiconductors are still the most profitable. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it. Clenching his fists, Wang Hao was incredibly excited. He thought that after this wave was over, he could directly get the shares worth 5 million from Lin Shun and make a fortune. Although many customers will definitely cash out this time due to the decrease in fund net asset value. But it doesn't matter. Wang Hao had already contacted a major client. Once Lin Shun is finished, he will have major clients invest in the company. At that time, he will naturally be able to revive the company and make it soar to new heights. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think that him giving you a cell phone means he's being kind to you? A cell phone is nothing. The most important thing these days is a stable job. It's a job where you can keep getting paid, and there are overtime hours. Only I can provide it to you. Let me tell you, these days we're not afraid of having extra shifts. We're afraid of not having any. Just wait and see. Thinking of manager Go and Lao Zhang, who fawned over Lin Shun, Wang Hao's eyes turned red with anger. After Lin Shun is finished, I will fire you all. Weren't you all very respectful to him? Then let's get out of here with him and go hungry. Hee. Wang Hao, who had crossed his legs and was ready to watch Lin Shun make a scene, was now leisurely humming a song. I felt the world was full of sunshine. The future is promising. Ding dong. In another company's office, Chun Mingyuan, the deputy manager, was checking the work content with her employees when her phone screen suddenly lit up. She saw that the message was from Shun Zhao. Chapter 48, 3 years. Look at the stock market today. Stock market. Chun Mingyuan opened the stock market website with suspicion. Semiconductor stocks did indeed rise. 2%. Seeing the rapidly increasing numbers on the semiconductor interface, Chun Mingyuan's heart tightened, her eyes filled with intense joy. Shun Zhao deposited 3 million into her account. Although she didn't receive the principal, the profits were hers. 2 percentage points, and she earned 60,000 yuan today. Gulp. 60,000. Lin Shun's total salary for the previous year was only about 60,000 yuan, right? Chun Mingyuan subconsciously compared with Lin Shun, and that's earning, not saving. Even if he worked for a year without eating or drinking, he would only earn 60,000 yuan. If he wants to save 60,000, it will take him 2 or 3 years. Sure enough, the poor will never understand how easy it is for the rich to make money. Chun Mingyuan chuckled. Lin Shun, I made the right decision to leave you. I'd never eat coarse food with you. By the way, how's the liquor Lin Shun bought? Chun Mingyuan then opened the liquor page and found that all the stocks in the liquor industry were falling. Lin Shun, now you regret it, don't you? I bet you're getting yelled at work right now. With a quick thought, Chun Mingyuan posted a screenshot of her daily profits on her WeChat Moments. The caption read, "Making money is so hard. I risked losing money and only made a paltry 60,000 today." After a moment's thought, Chen Mingyuan deliberately sent Chu Qinglan screenshots of the decline in liquor prices and the rise in semiconductor prices. Chu Qinglan, now you understand how useless Lin Chen is, right? Chen Mingyuan chuckled. He didn't listen to me, so he deserves to pay money. Marrying him was absolutely the worst mistake you've ever made. Chen Mingyuan was in a very good mood, thinking that she might be able to see Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen's divorce drama soon. When she rejected Lin Chen's marriage proposal, many classmates in the department criticized her, saying she was heartless and ungrateful. What about now? Seeing the numerous comments in her WeChat moments asking for help, as well as those expressing envy, jealousy, and wishing she could ride on someone's coattails, Chen Mingyuan felt a great sense of pleasure. You guys keep pretending. At first you said I was a gold digger who deceived Lin Chen's feelings and that I was sorry to Lin Chen. Wouldn't you do the same if you were in your shoes? Chen Mingyuan smiled and said, this isn't my fault. Blame Lin Chen for his own incompetence. I'm a manager now, and a manager who earns 60,000 a day. I have already surpassed 95% of my classmates. Since you don't have a good family background, then as a woman, you should use your physical advantages to acquire resources. Chen Mingyuan scoffed. I think that's right. Lin Chen, you are not good enough for me. Achoo. Lin Chen sneezed in the office. Who's thinking about me? Is it Qinglan? With a quick glance, Lin Chen smiled and sent Chu Qinglan a series of kissing pictures. Hug. Chu Qinglan quickly replied to Lin Chen. Hey, my wife is the cutest. Lin Chen smiled and said to Chu Qinglan in a cheerful mood, shall we go stroll around Qingfang tonight? Not today. Chu Qinglan sent a blurry picture. I have to work overtime. Working overtime? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, then I'll come to your house tonight, and I'll cook noodles for you. Okay, that's great. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Chen a thumbs up emoji, then a head tilting, thoughtful emoji. I also want a fried egg. It must be arranged. Chun, I'm going to get to work now. I'm a bit busy today. Lin Chen smiled and put down his phone, feeling happy. Thinking that once they made money from stock trading and the company was completely stable, they would have Chu Qinglan resign and come work for RIT Fund. That way I won't have to work overtime every day. After Chu Qinglan joins RIT Fund, let's see who dares to make her work overtime. Knock knock. A knocking sound suddenly rang out on the door. Enter. Crunch. Chairman Lin. Stepping into the office, Manager Go looked at Lin Chen respectfully and said, there's something I need to discuss. Explain. Lin Chen took a leisurely sip of tea. Chairman Lin, have you seen the stock market situation today? Manager Go asked, forcing a smile. The liquor sector fell by 4 percentage points, while the semiconductor sector rose by 2 percentage points. Our 3 funds that invested in liquor stocks lost 12 million yuan in just one day. Lin Chen nodded slightly, unconcerned. The initial decline in Baijiu prices was to be expected. After all, the system told him that the price would rise, but it didn't tell him when the lowest point would be for buying liquor stocks. But it doesn't matter. After all, as Old Li once said, never try to earn the last penny. After all, no one knows when the market will hit rock bottom or when it will rise to its peak. As long as the overall trend is profitable, then it's okay. As long as you have enough capital, there's not much difference between earning 100 million and earning 150 million. Chairman Lin, many investors have expressed their dissatisfaction with our actions today. They criticized us for not buying semiconductor stocks which were rising, but instead buying liquor stocks which were falling. They're saying we deliberately used investors' money to take over the company. Manager Go awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Some investors are clamoring to cash out. Oh, a bunch of short-sighted people. Lin Chen frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. Here's what we'll do. Tell them that our company has its own reasons for making this arrangement. If they are not satisfied, they can cash out and exit. But let me make this clear. We will not be responsible for any losses they incur from cashing out now, Lin Chen sneered. Once the fund rises in the future, they'll have no time to run away. Don't blame us. Then I'll reply to them right away. Seeing that Lin Chen remained confident and unconcerned, Manager Go decided not to say anything more. Go and make the arrangements. Lin Chen waved dismissively at Manager Go and continued handling company affairs. After getting off work in the evening, since Chu Qinglan was off work, Lin Chen specially bought noodles, vegetables, and eggs to make her a bowl of plain noodles. Then I simply chopped up a tomato for a cold salad. It wasn't that he was unwilling to put in the effort to cook a big meal for Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan wanted to eat, he would be willing to cook garlic crayfish, braised fish, or the laborious potato stew with pork ribs and potato stew with beef brisket. It's just that Chu Qinglan keeps saying she wants to lose weight. Therefore, I can only eat light, low-fat, and low-calorie foods. Women, you can never live without losing weight. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, glanced at his watch, and waited for Chu Qinglan. Morning. A few minutes later, Chu Qinglan opened the door, sniffed, and exclaimed, "Wow! It smells so good." Chapter 49. My relatives are here. Is that so? Lin Chen smiled, and served a bowl of noodles. Looking at Chu Qinglan, who was wearing black pantyhose and a dress, with a slender figure, toned calves, and round, delicate feet encased in pantyhose, she exuded a pure yet alluring charm. If you like it, eat more. Of course I want to. This is noodles you cooked yourself. Chun, how can I not eat more? Chu Qinglan excitedly picked up the noodles and quietly ate them slowly, finding them delicious. By the way, Chun, my period is coming tomorrow afternoon. Relative. Lin Chen subconsciously looked at Chu Qinglan's body. Then you should drink more hot water. Oops. What are you thinking about? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, annoyed. Not this relative. He's one of my cousins. He works in Ninghai next door. Tomorrow is Saturday, and he's planning to bring his girlfriend over for a couple of days. Chu Qinglan said softly. So Chun, come with me to pick her up. Let's go out and have fun together. Sure. Lin Chen nodded immediately, naturally having no objection to this. It's about discerning whether a woman is just playing around with you or genuinely accepts you. The simplest way is to see if she's willing to introduce you to her friends and relatives. There's really nothing wrong with posting lovey-dovey updates on social media. Because you can set your WeChat moments to be visible only to you, or specifically block certain people, sometimes when she posts something, it doesn't necessarily mean she's officially announcing it. But if she's willing to introduce you to her friends and relatives, or even to her parents, that basically confirms that she is seriously talking to you and is willing to marry you in the future. So where should we take them to play tomorrow? Of course it's Shilling Lake. Without hesitation, Lin Chen said. When people from other places come to Hangzhou, their first destination isn't always Shilling Lake. Besides, most of the tourist attractions in Hangzhou are located around Shilling Lake. The remaining Xixi and Shanghu are generally only visited by locals. As for the Qiantang River and Tianmu Mountain, they are only visited during specific times of the year, such as to see the tides and ginkgo trees. That's true. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. Then I'll take them to Shilling Lake tomorrow. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. You don't need to worry about that. I'll arrange everything, from food and drinks to sightseeing. Although he's not my biological brother-in-law, he's still my future cousin-in-law. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile. I will definitely treat you well. Then it's up to you. Chu Qinglan was naturally happy to let Lin Chen express his gratitude. My aunt and my mother have a very good relationship. Understand. Lin Chen instantly understood Chu Qinglan's reminder. Then I must satisfy my brother-in-law and aunt, and then satisfy my mother-in-law. Don't worry too much. My parents are actually very easy to talk to. Chu Qinglan chuckled. It's just that I was afraid they wouldn't be able to handle it if I suddenly married you without telling them, so I didn't tell them right away. I'll take you home in a while. Don't tell me we're married yet, just as boyfriend and girlfriend. We'll tell them we're getting married once they agree. Is it okay? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen tenderly. Chun, will you blame me? Of course not. Lin Chen immediately pulled Chu Qinglan into his arms. Don't I know your personality? I understand. I will make your parents happy, and then I will give them my blessings and have you marry me. Lin Chen knew that Chu Qinglan was gentle, considerate, filial, and thoughtful, and didn't want her parents to worry. He'll leave it for now, until he's met Chu Qinglan's parents and gained their approval. That makes perfect sense. After all, no parent wants their daughter to get a marriage certificate without their permission, or even before they've met their son-in-law. It's perfectly normal for women to have sex without their parents' knowledge these days. 90% of women do it. However, those who get married without their parents' knowledge are indeed very rare. Some men might deliberately get a woman pregnant in order to pressure her parents to lower their expectations, asking for no dowry or even paying extra to force her to marry him off. But Lin Chen doesn't need to do that. He has enough confidence. He was confident that he could satisfy Chu Qinglan's parents and put their minds at ease in trusting Chu Qinglan to him. Don't worry, I know you're worried. Lin Chen gently stroked Chu Qinglan's hair. I won't be angry with you about this. Do I look like the kind of person who argues and makes trouble? I don't know. Chun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan leaned against Lin Chen's chest, hugged his waist, and her pretty face was full of happiness. Buzzing. While Chu Qinglan was washing up, Lin Chen received a phone call from his mother. Mom. Son, how are you doing in Hangzhou? Is work all right? Are you tired? The mother's concern was palpable on the phone. Mom, don't worry, I'm not tired. Lin Shin thought for a moment and realized that telling his mother directly about his company would probably scare her, so he changed his tune. I'm learning about investing with a friend, and I think I'll be able to make money on my own soon. I see. I don't understand investing or anything like that, so you can handle it. Please don't let him get scammed. Lin's mother was a little anxious. Old Fan's second son in our village was scammed out of 300,000 yuan online for some investment, and now he owes us high-interest loans. It seems like they were gambling online. Now the house is sold, and my wife is asking for a divorce. Mom, don't worry, I won't do that. Lin Shun immediately realized that this guy was probably gambling online. Otherwise, even if you're unlucky when buying stocks and funds, you won't actually lose everything and end up with high-interest loans. After all, no matter how much a stock falls, unless it falls to the point of being delisted, you won't really lose everything. At most, will be cut in half. Son, the son of old Li in our village is the same age as you. I got married last month. She just graduated from university, Lin's mother said again. We met her through a blind date. I heard she's pregnant. Oh, I see. That means they got married because she was pregnant. Lin Shin instantly understood what his mother wanted to say. Sure enough, the old lady was always concerned about the same thing. Son, you and Mingyuan have been dating for 4 years, and now you've graduated from university. Lin's mother had indeed steered the conversation to the main topic, tentatively asking, now that you've graduated for several months, shouldn't you be preparing for your wedding? When is she planning to take you home? Let me tell you, Mingyuan is a good girl, and she's from the city. You must treat her well. It's not easy for us rural folks to marry city girls. When the time comes, you should agree to whatever her parents ask for. Chapter 50, Parents' Hearts. Mom, Chun Mingyuan and I have broken up. Listening to his mother's nagging instructions, Lin Shin told her with a complicated expression the fact that had already happened. He used to think the same way. As long as Chun Mingyuan's parents agreed to his marriage with her, he would do his best to meet any of their demands. Looking back now, Lin Shin realized how foolish he had been. For such an unworthy woman, he actually went to great lengths to prepare and make so much sacrifice. You must have been blind. What? Son, what happened to you? Why did you break up with Mingyuan? Lin's mother's voice suddenly rose, and she asked Lin Shun with great urgency. Son, you can't break up with Mingyuan. She's such a good girl, and she's from the city. If there's any conflict, just coax them and bring them back. You've been talking for years. It doesn't have to come to this. Mom, there's no need for that. Lin Shin said with a wry smile. There are some things you don't know, and I can't explain them to you in detail. Anyway, we've completely broken up and will never have any contact again. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shin said, you don't need to worry about whether I can find someone new or whether I'll end up single. Don't worry. I'm already married. What? Lin's mother's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Lin Shin had truly shocked her several times today. You're already married? Son, what are you up to? Are you lying to me? Of course not. Lin Shun said helplessly to his mother. I registered for marriage on Monday. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to tell you. Don't worry, your daughter-in-law is gentle and kind, and she treats me very well. Lin Shin smiled, in a good mood. When the time is right, I will take her back to meet you and Dad. We are doing well in Hangzhou. Don't worry. Son, did you cheat on Mingyuan? Lin's mother's voice was heavy and complicated. Mingyuan has been with you for 4 years. What you're doing is really immoral. Mom, you're overthinking it. Sensing the hesitation in Lin's mother's words, Lin Shin immediately explained, it was Chun Mingyuan who broke up with me. Qinglan and I got together after that. So I haven't wronged her in the slightest. Lin Shin's voice was extremely serious. Mom, I know you and Dad are both good people. I wouldn't lie to you. Son, you must never become a Chun Shimi, a notorious figure in Chinese folklore known for abandoning his wife. Lin's mother asked, now that you and Qinglan are married, what will her parents say? How much dowry do you want? You need to buy a house in Hangzhou, right? Your dad and I just sold the cow, and now we have 300,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you. How much are we short of for the bride price and the down payment for the house? Lin's mother was very anxious. I, your fourth aunt, and your eldest uncle should be able to borrow about 100,000 yuan. Mom, you don't need to worry about these things. Lin Shin laughed. I'm learning about investing from my friends, and soon I'll be able to buy my own RV and afford the bride price. You and Dad can keep the money from selling the cow. Lin Shin smiled and said, or I can give it to my sister. You don't need to worry about my affairs, I can handle them myself. You just need to wait to see your daughter-in-law and hold your grandson. Lin Shin knew very well that the 300,000 yuan her parents had saved up over half their lives was a drop in the bucket in Hangzhou. With that, They simply couldn't afford a down payment on a house in Hangzhou. Everything still depends on the system and the stock market. Son, don't do anything illegal or criminal. Hearing Lin Shen's confident words, Lin's mother became even more worried. Although our family is poor, we will not do such a heartless thing. Mom, don't worry. I make money through stock market investments. Seeing Chu Qinglan walk out of the bathroom, Lin Shen smiled and said, I'll stop talking now. You and Dad should rest. I'm going to wash up. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing and won't do anything bad. I'm all grown up now, and I can handle everything here. With that, Lin Shen hung up the phone. What's wrong? Wiping her wet hair, Chu Qinglan stepped out of the bathroom, applying a face mask, and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. My mom. Lin Shen laughed and said, You just like to chatter on and on with me. Is that auntie? Chu Qinglan instantly became anxious. Does she know about us? What did she say? Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly, looking at Lin Shen with some worry in her beautiful eyes. Shun, will auntie think I'm too frivolous? How is that possible? Lin Shen immediately took Chu Qinglan's soft hand, giving her warmth and trust. You're so good. My mom likes you so much. Why would you have other ideas? Lin Shen gently pinched Chu Qinglan's nose. Aren't you overthinking it? This? Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose pretty face was still filled with worry, Lin Shen chuckled and reached out to pull her. Oops! Chu Qinglan exclaimed in surprise, and wearing only a thin nightgown, she sat directly on Lin Shen's lap. Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. They always listen to me, and as long as we are happy, they will only offer their blessings. Feeling Chu Qinglan's supple and soft body, Lin Shen hugged her tightly in his arms. They're really looking forward to having a grandson now. Oops! Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she glared at Lin Shen in annoyance. Honey, you smell so good. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Chu Qinglan and feeling her warm, delicate body on his lap, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little restless. After we've met my parents, we'll go to your house, Chu Qinglan said softly, to meet your uncle and aunt. Okay. Lin Shen nodded immediately. They will be overjoyed to see me bringing back such a beautiful, gentle, lovely, obedient, virtuous and considerate daughter-in-law. Hey, say less. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. If you keep praising me, you'll be on top of the world. Hey. Lin Shen chuckled sheepishly. I'm telling the truth. Oops. Chu Qinglan suddenly felt a chill on her body, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She quickly grabbed Lin Shen's restless hand and glared at him, saying, Shun, go take a shower. I don't really want to wash. Then you shouldn't sleep. Bang! Chu Qinglan gave Lin Shen a playful smile and then hid in her room. Hey, my lovely girlfriend. Seeing the incredibly shy Chu Qinglan, Lin Shen could only suppress the heat in his heart and walk into the bathroom with a wry smile. When Lin Shen finished showering, he noticed that his phone's notification light was flashing continuously. Lin Shen picked up his phone with suspicion and saw a message. The content of this information was quite striking. Chapter 51, Cousin. Your ICBC ABC account ending in 5478 completed a transfer transaction of 300,000 renminbi at 22:34 on August 10th, leaving a balance of 344,844 renminbi and 48 cents. 300,000. Looking at the bank transfer notification on his phone, Lin Shen instantly realized that his mother had transferred all 300,000 yuan from the sale of the cattle to his account. Parents' hearts are truly full of love and worry. Most parents are like that. It's okay to suffer hardship and poverty myself, but when it comes to my children, but they insist on giving their children all the best things without reservation. Mom, I'm not lying to you. I'm actually not short of money. Lin Shen smiled wryly as he opened WeChat and listened to the voice message sent by his mother. Son, you must treat Qinglan well. Use the money first, and if it's not enough, your father and I will borrow more for you. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. Now that his mother had already transferred the money, Lin Shen couldn't very well suggest sending it back to her. All I can say is to keep it for now, and then, after I make money from stocks, I'll give it back to his mother and double the amount. Qinglan. Stretching, Lin Shen went into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Chu Qinglan lay curled up in bed, her back to Lin Shen. It seems she has already fallen asleep. What a lazy cat. Lin Shen tiptoed into the bedroom, took off his shoes, turned off the light, and quietly hugged Chu Qinglan from behind. Chu Qinglan's delicate body trembled slightly. Then she turned around and rested her head on Lin Shen's arm while at this moment, in a private room of a club in Hangzhou. Holding a glass of wine, Zheng Huan looked at the portly middle-aged man in front of him amidst the dancing and frolicking of several scantily clad and sexy female escorts. Mr. Jean, I'd like to toast you. Haha, okay. Mr. Jean, with his prominent yellow teeth, put down his cigar, took the wine offered by the waitress, and downed it in one gulp. This Mr. Jean is none other than the financial backer behind Chu Qinglan's company and the real big boss. However, she doesn't usually get involved in things. Although he is the largest investor in the company's daily operations are managed by another owner who holds a smaller share. Zheng Huan met President Jean by chance at a party last year. Because they were both locals, and more than 10 years ago they even lived in the same village, belonging to the same villager before the demolition. In addition, Zheng Huan deliberately tried to ingratiate himself with them, so they got to know each other after a while. Come on, let's continue. With a casual gesture, President Jean put his arm around the waist of a beautiful woman wearing a crop top, picked up a glass of beer, and started pouring it down her throat. Oh, Mr. Jean, you're really something. The beautiful woman gave a soft hum and then drank with President Jean with a charming expression, and let President Jin's fat hands move around as they pleased. Well, at this moment, Zheng Huan suddenly let out a long sigh. What's wrong? President Jean glanced at Zheng Huan and asked, Brother Zheng, what's wrong? Why are you so troubled? Tell me about it so I can have a laugh. Well, Zheng Huan looked helpless. But I also know that this is just Jin's temperament. He likes to listen to other people's troubles as if they were a spectacle. I can't say it, it's too embarrassing. Zheng Huan shook his head, looking utterly pathetic. President Jean, I've utterly humiliated myself. They've become the laughingstock of the whole company. Real. Mr. Jean immediately became interested, his eyes shining as he looked at Zheng Huan. Then you must tell me. Let me have some fun too. Well, Zheng Huan just lowered his head and sighed. What is going on? Seeing Zheng Huan's miserable appearance, President Jean immediately scratched his head, extremely curious. Mr. Jean, this is truly embarrassing to talk about. Brother Zheng is really embarrassed to say it. Kong Guanglong chimed in from the side. Because of this incident, Brother Zheng has been too embarrassed to go to work at the company these days. Tell me. Mr. Jean laughed. Who dares to bully my Brother Zheng? Don't worry, Brother Zheng. President Jean patted Zheng Huan on the shoulder. I'll take care of this for you. Mr. Jean, this matter is actually not too complicated. A few months ago, a stunningly beautiful woman joined the company. She was a recent college beauty queen. School beauty. Mr. Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Just like old Wang, he loved to pursue all sorts of beautiful women. Yes, it's beautiful. She's absolutely stunning. Kong Guanglong deliberately described her. The moment she arrived at the company, all the men in the company were captivated by her. Wow, there's a beautiful woman here. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Mr. Jean immediately became very interested. Do you have any photos or videos? Let me see them. Look. Kong Guanglong handed the phone to General Manager Jean and played a video they had filmed together during a previous company team-building event. She really is a stunning beauty. Mr. Jean immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up. This girl is pretty good. Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. Kong Guanglong continued. Brother Zheng took a liking to her and went after her. But she'd rather be with a penniless guy with no car or house than with Brother Zheng. And they even deliberately humiliated Brother Zheng. It's made Brother Zheng lose face at the company. Kong Guanglong sighed. He's really unlucky. Bang! Boss Jean slammed his hand on the table and roared. This cannot be tolerated. Dare to bully my brother? You've really given him too much credit. Looking at Chu Qinglan's photo with lustful eyes, Boss Jean sneered, then patted Zheng Huan's shoulder heavily. Brother Zheng, don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll stand up for you. I'll definitely get you this girl. I'll give you a good thrashing. Mr. Jean, who has a penchant for beautiful women, instantly took a liking to Chu Qinglan. Upon hearing President Jin's words, Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan exchanged a glance, both knowing that their scheme had succeeded. Mr. Jean, then I'll leave it to you. If I can't get over this, I'll be too ashamed to go to work. Rest assured. President Jean waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We're all brothers, why be so polite? Drink wine. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender figure, President Jean was even more itchy at this moment. Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan, of course, had no idea that Zheng Huan was still harboring such wicked intentions. The next morning, Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan originally planned to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up Chu Qinglan's cousin. However, since Chu Qinglan's cousin said he would come by car, they waited for him at a restaurant on Hufang Street in Shilling Lake. Chun, where are we taking them later? Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. We'll walk across the broken bridge and lonely hill, then take a boat trip on Shilling Lake, and finally climb Leifeng Pagoda, Lin Shun said with a smile. We'll have dinner by Westlake tonight. I've also booked rooms for them. Chu Qinglan hummed happily. You're so kind, thank you. Why thank me when we're family? Lin Shun smiled. Of course. My cousin has arrived. Looking at the shared location on her phone, Chu Qinglan looked towards the street corner. This is... Lin Shun frowned, somewhat suspicious, as he watched the group of people walking towards him. Chapter 52, Introducing a Partner. Because it wasn't just Chu Qinglan's cousin Chu Jun and his girlfriend Li Xiaowan who came, as previously agreed. In addition to the two of them, there was also a young man dressed in anime casual clothes, holding a Mercedes car key. Who was this man? Lin Shun suddenly had a bad feeling. Cousin. Chu Qinglan didn't think much of it, because her mother and aunt, who were sisters-in-law, had a good relationship, so Chu Qinglan had a good relationship with Chu Jun since childhood. Qinglan. I didn't go home for the new year either. The last time I saw you was last year. Chu Jun looked at Chu Qinglan in front of him with a smile. You've grown more and more beautiful in the past year and a half. Oops. Chu Qinglan snorted and looked at Li Xiaowan. How can anyone be prettier than my sister-in-law? Qinglan, these are some specialties from Shanghai. On her first meeting with Chu Qinglan, Li Xiaowan smiled and handed him a gift box. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chu Qinglan smiled as she accepted the gift box, then pointed to Lin Shun. This is Lin Shun. Oh, hello. Chu Yun glanced at Lin Shun, then smiled and introduced him to Chu Qinglan. This is my friend, Li Tao. Hello, Qinglan. Li Tao looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes and took the initiative to extend his hand to Chu Qinglan. I have heard old Chu say that he has a beautiful cousin. After seeing her today, I can confirm that she lives up to her reputation. That's too much of a compliment. I'm just pretty, not exactly a beauty. Chu Qinglan smiled and said something to Li Tao, then together with Lin Shun, they led Chu Yun, Li Xiaowan, and Li Tao into the restaurant. Brother, when are you and my sister-in-law planning to get married? Chu Qinglan smiled and poured tea for each of them. My uncle and aunt are in a great hurry. Haha, it'll be soon. I guess we'll get engaged around the National Day holiday or the end of the year, Chu Jun said with a smile. Your sister-in-law is from our hometown, and she'll need you to be her bridesmaid. Qinglan, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with this. Li Xiaowan looked at the handsome Chu Qinglan. Although she felt that Chu Qinglan would steal her thunder as a bridesmaid, since Chu Jun had already said so, she naturally couldn't refuse. Of course you can. Chu Qinglan replied without hesitation. I'll definitely dress my sister-in-law up beautifully then. Haha. Chu Jun smiled and said to Chu Qinglan, Qinglan, now that you've graduated from university, it's time to think about finding a partner and getting married. I called Li Tao over this time because I wanted to introduce him to you. Li Tao is a native of Ninghai. He not only owns a house and a car in Ninghai, but he is also very capable. Looking at Chu Qinglan, Chu Jun smiled and said, he is a high-achieving student who returned from studying in Australia. Now I'm a department head in our group. Outstanding in every aspect. Yes, he's truly exceptional, Li Xiaowan echoed Chu Jun's words. Qinglan, you should get to know Li Tao better. Qinglan, your brother and sister-in-law are both too kind. I'm nothing special, just an ordinary person. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose figure and appearance were both top-notch, Li Tao, whose eyes were filled with longing and covetousness, smiled gentlemanly. You're so beautiful, let's be together. That's about treating each other as equals. Sorry. Chu Qinglan was quite embarrassed. She had been thinking that the reunion with relatives would be a joyful occasion, but she never expected that Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan would bring Li Tao over to introduce her to a potential partner. This is awkward. She looked at Lin Shun with some apology. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Qinglan, what's wrong? Seeing the interaction between Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun, Chu Jun suddenly became a little anxious. He was waiting for Chu Qinglan and Li Tao to get together, and then Li Tao would promote him to manager. Brother, I'm sorry. Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun. I already have a boyfriend. Because she was afraid her parents would worry if they found out, Chu Qinglan deliberately blocked all her relatives from her WeChat moments. Therefore, when introducing Lin Shun at this moment, she could only say he was her boyfriend. What? Chu Jun was stunned upon hearing this. He stared wide-eyed at Chu Qinglan in utter astonishment. Qinglan, are you kidding me? Last month I asked you, weren't you still single? Yes. But that's not the case now. Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shun's arm and openly announced her relationship with Lin Shun to Chu Jun, Li Xiaowan, and Li Tao. Brother, Lin Shun is my boyfriend. No need for introductions. You can introduce her to your other cousins. Well? Chu Jun was dumbfounded. and he looked at Li Tao awkwardly. This is a huge blunder. Cough cough. Li Tao was also a little embarrassed. The beautiful woman he had just taken a liking to had become someone else's girlfriend. What's going on? From the moment Li Tao first saw Chu Qinglan, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He vowed in his heart that he must have such a stunningly beautiful woman. Old Chu, it's nothing. Qinglan just found a boyfriend. That's normal. I can only say that Qinglan and I may not be destined to be together. With a quick glance, Li Tao sized up Lin Chun and, noticing Lin Chun's shabby clothes, hatched a plan. A poor young man marries a rich and beautiful goddess? Where in the world is there such a good thing? So as long as he maintains his gentlemanly persona and then sows discord a little, he can't possibly break up Chu Qinglan and Lin Chun. People are realistic. If you swing the hoe well, there's no corner you can't dig down. It's all right. It's good to make more friends. Li Tao smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, since we can't be lovers, let's be friends? Yes, that's fine. Given Chu Yun's influence, Li Tao didn't press the matter further, so Chu Qinglan naturally couldn't refuse in the moment. Lin Chun naturally wouldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly prevent Chu Qinglan from having any contact with men, since she would also be exchanging work information with her colleagues during her regular workday. Besides, he believed that Chu Qinglan knew how to behave. Haha, everyone, eat your food, eat your food. Feeling a little embarrassed, Chu Jun could only urge everyone to eat and poured wine with a smile. Come on, let's have a drink. Okay, cheers. Li Tao wore a fake smile, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. I almost forgot to clock in. After drinking a glass of wine, Lin Chun realized that he hadn't signed in today. After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened the system and selected to sign in. Ding dong, congratulations host for successfully checking in. 7 completed. Please complete today's task, and you will receive a reward upon completion. What's today's mission? Lin Chun glanced at the task with curiosity, and what he saw made him laugh. Because today's task is surprisingly. Chapter 53, Exposing. Please expose Li Tao's true nature as a fake gentleman. Wow, this mission is absolutely amazing. But this is a bit difficult. How am I supposed to expose them? Looking at Li Tao, who had a hypocritical expression and seemed to be a true gentleman, polite and elegant in his dealings with others, Lin Chun had a headache. It doesn't matter whether you're a true lad or a true gentleman, because you can tell at a glance that the first one isn't a good person, while the second one is definitely a good person. But the pseudo-gentleman, or hypocrite, is the most difficult to deal with. They can act very convincingly and easily gain other people's trust and favor. Even if you discover they're not good people, you can't expose them. Sometimes, even if you do, the onlookers not only won't believe you, but will also think you're jealous or envious, or that you're deliberately slandering them. Then this fake gentleman will turn the tables and slander you in all sorts of ways. This is going to be a real headache. Li Tao at this moment is just that kind of person. When he adopted an attitude that suggested they could be friends since they weren't meant to be lovers, maintaining a distance while still being able to interact, Chu Qinglan, though somewhat unwilling, didn't say anything outwardly. After all, Li Tao was brought by her cousin Chu Jun, and she couldn't completely disregard him in front of him. If Li Tao deliberately bothers her, she can be ruthless and cold, showing him no respect whatsoever. But at this moment, facing Li Tao's hypocritical face, Chu Qinglan couldn't bring herself to break off the relationship directly. After all, Chu Jun was right there, and Li Tao didn't do anything excessive. Qinglan, can we add each other on WeChat? Looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Li Tao smiled and asked, if you and Lin Chun ever come to Ninghai, I can treat you. After all, I'm a local of Ninghai, and I am familiar with all the tourist attractions in Ninghai. I can make sure you have a lot of fun. Oh, thank you. Chu Qinglan smiled and brushed Li Tao off, letting him scan her WeChat QR code, but not actually agreeing to the scan. She didn't want Lin Chun to overthink things. Qinglan, how did you and Lin Chun meet? Chu Jun, who had originally intended to introduce Chu Qinglan to Li Tao in order to curry favor with him, was now feeling incredibly heartbroken. He was hoping that Li Tao would become his brother-in-law, so he would thank him by promoting him to be a team leader or manager in the company. Now look what's happened. All my wishful thinking has been shattered. Chu Jun glanced at Lin Chun with an unfriendly expression, his eyes filled with anger. Although Lin Chun is very handsome, Chu Jun doesn't care at all. All he cares about is his future. We were classmates in college. Chu Qinglan immediately replied to Chu Jun. We've known each other for many years. I see. Chu Jun nodded and poured Lin Chun a glass of wine with a smile. My sister can be quite stubborn and has a bad temper sometimes. At home, we all spoil her. So please bear with me a little longer. Qinglan has a very good personality. Lin Shun, who was pondering how to expose Li Tao, smiled and replied to Chu Jun. We are very happy together, and there are no conflicts. Chu Jun's eyes darted around. Lin Shun, the economic situation isn't very good this year, and jobs are hard to find. So, which company do you work for? How much income do you have? Brother, why are you asking this? Before Lin Shun could speak, Chu Qinglan snorted. Lin Shun works at a financial company. His salary is alright, enough for us to live on. That's right. Knowing that Chu Qinglan was afraid of embarrassing him, Lin Shun had no choice but to go along with Chu Qinglan's words. He did not mention that he was actually the owner of a company. Oh, I see. Seeing that Chu Qinglan was protecting Lin Shun, Chu Yun didn't want to ask about work anymore, so he changed the subject. Although the financial environment is not good, housing prices remain high. Even when your sister-in-law and I got married, we couldn't afford a house in Ninghai. We can only buy an apartment in our hometown city. Chu Yun said bitterly. Like my relatives and friends, I bought a house in my hometown and work in a big city. The price of houses in Ninghai is often 50 or 60,000 yuan per square meter. How can I afford it? My sister-in-law and I only earn 20,000 yuan a month combined. Even if we didn't eat or drink for a year, we probably wouldn't be able to buy a toilet in Ninghai. It is quite expensive. Chu Qinglan nodded slightly. Doesn't everyone in our hometown have tens of thousands? Yes. Chu Jun laughed and said, so Li Tao is more comfortable. He's a local from Ninghai and has a villa in the suburbs and an apartment in the city center. Then you won't have to worry about buying a house, and you can also collect rent from rental properties. How wonderful. Whoever marries Li Tao in the future will be really happy, Chu Jun said seemingly casually. They could also become a landlady. Haha, this is nothing. Li Tao laughed indifferently. It's just a few houses, they're not worth much money. There are plenty of rich people in Ninghai. I'm nothing special. Oh, brotherly, don't be so modest. Li Shaoan laughed and said, brotherly, many of my girlfriends are eyeing you. It's just that your standards are too high, so I can't introduce them to you. Otherwise, they would have already added you on WeChat and chatted with you. After all, a man like you is not only young and handsome, but also a local and capable. That's definitely a typical Phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success. You'd be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. You flatter me. Li Tao smiled arrogantly and said, I'm nothing special, just an ordinary person. Brotherly, what kind of girl do you like? Amid Li Tao's modest refusals, Li Shaoan smiled and asked Li Tao, well, I don't really have any big requirements. Li Tao could pretend to be indifferent and say, I'm a very easygoing person, and I'd rather have nothing than something bad. I will only date someone I truly like and who is suitable for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for it. That's just how elegant brotherly is. Li Shaoan looked at Li Tao with immense admiration. I've heard that many rich men nowadays take advantage of their wealth to engage in promiscuous behavior. Ha. Li Tao laughed it off, admitting that he had also engaged in many sexual harassment practices with female employees at the company and then flirted with girls at bars. However, he certainly wouldn't say these things. Brotherly, just tell us. Li Shaoan looked at Li Tao relentlessly. If I find someone suitable, I'll introduce you to someone later. In that case, I'll tell you. After a pause, Li Tao suddenly looked at Chu Qinglan with deep affection. I believe in fate and love at first sight. If you ask me what kind of girl I like, all I can say is, I like. Li Tao looked at Chu Qinglan with eyes full of passionate love. A girl like Qinglan. Chapter 54, second letter. Well, cough cough. After Li Tao finished speaking with deep emotion, both Li Shaoan and Chu Jun were embarrassed. Li Tao's approach was way too direct, wasn't it? Is it really a good idea to say this directly to their face? There's nothing wrong with poaching someone, but to do it in front of Lin Shun, isn't that a bit? Although Chu Yun and Li Shaoan both really wanted Chu Qinglan to marry Li Tao, Chu Qinglan was, after all, their cousin, so they had to give her face. It was quite awkward to say these things in front of Lin Shen. Chu Yun and Li Shaoan were planning to find out Lin Shen's basic information now, and then talk to Chu Qinglan and Chu Qinglan's parents about it privately. Let the relatives persuade Chu Qinglan to break up with Lin Shun and then marry Li Tao. Li Tao, you've gone too far. Chu Qinglan's face turned cold, and she grabbed Lin Shen's arm directly. I have a boyfriend, please show some respect. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Chun, don't listen to his nonsense. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen anxiously, afraid that Lin Shun would misunderstand. Haha, of course I don't believe his nonsense. Lin Shen held Chu Qinglan's soft hand and gave her a reassuring look. Qinglan, I'm not angry at all, I'm actually quite happy. Oh. Chu Qinglan looked quite surprised. Because it means Qinglan, you're charming. Someone as charming as you is my woman. Lin Shen smiled deliberately at Li Tao. Of course I'm happy. Oops. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, her pretty face instantly turning red. Cough cough. Seeing Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan showing off their affection, Li Tao was so angry, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Haha everyone, let's drink. Let's drink. Left with no other option, Chu Jun chuckled, and then casually asked, Lin Shen, where are you from? I'm from the north. A northerner? Chu Sun glanced at Lin Shen, who was catching food with a plate, and knew that Lin Shen wasn't lying. After all, there is a significant difference between people from the north and the south. When eating in restaurants, people from the south use small bowls for dishes and plates for food scraps. Northerners, on the other hand, are accustomed to using plates to receive food. Yes, the northern frontier. Lin Shen answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. I see. Chu Jun paused, then looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, didn't you say before that you were planning to settle down in Hangzhou? Yes. Chu Qinglan nodded. I think Hangzhou is a good place to live. Compared to Ninghai, it's not as tiring. That's true. But Lin Shen, what do you think? Chu Jun seemed to have grasped the key point. He deliberately looked at Lin Shen and said, It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, but you and my sister are both adults, not students anymore. So you need to think more about the future and not approach dating with a playful attitude. You're from the north, but my sister can't marry someone from the north. That's all right. Lin Shen smiled. We can settle down in Hangzhou. House prices in Hangzhou aren't cheap either, Li Xiaowan chimed in. They're around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter in the city center and 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter in the suburbs, right? A two-bedroom apartment would cost close to 3 million, right? Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Shen. Although it's cheaper than Ninghai, it's still not so easy to buy. Yes. Chu Yun immediately questioned. Lin Shen, if you want to marry my sister, then you have to give her a home. If you can't afford a house, we will never agree to let Qinglan marry you. Elder brother. Chu Qinglan raised her voice. Shenhui and I are working hard to buy a house together, so you don't need to worry about it. It's nothing. Lin Shen held Chu Qinglan's hand tightly and looked at Chu Jun in front of him. We will buy a house in Hangzhou soon, so don't worry. I will give Qinglan a home. This? Chu Jun didn't know what to say. Firstly, it was in front of Chu Qinglan, and secondly, he was her cousin, not her parents. Even if Lin Shen was bluffing, he couldn't pry and ask Lin Shen to produce money to prove it, could he? That's so awkward. The financial industry isn't doing too well this year. In a city like Hangzhou, which is full of e-commerce and online celebrities, it probably won't be easy to do finance. Li Tao looked at Lin Shen with a fake smile. I have a friend who is a manager at a large financial company in Ninghai. Lin Shen, if you're interested, I can introduce you to him. What is your educational background? Knowing full well the answer, Li Tao deliberately said, the minimum requirement for their company's recruitment is undergraduates from 211 universities. They usually recruit graduate students from 985 or 211 and 985 universities through campus recruitment. Qinglan, Lin Shen only went to an ordinary second-tier university, right? Chu Jun sighed. He probably has no chance. Unlike you, brotherly, you're a high-achieving student who returned from studying abroad. That's a pity. Li Tao sighed dramatically. Lin Shen, aren't you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? That way, we might have a chance to get the key to the door. After all, working at this company for 1 year is probably equivalent to working in Hangzhou for 5 or 10 years. Not for the time being. Lin Shen wanted to laugh inwardly. Well, there's not much we can do about that. Li Tao's eyes darted around. But their company is hiring security guards, and the educational requirement is a bachelor's degree. You work diligently in your security position. If you can get an internal referral opportunity, you might be able to become a formal employee in the finance department as an exception. Why don't you give it a try? Li Tao laughed and said, that way you'll be able to easily buy a house in Hangzhou. Thank you, but we don't need it. Chu Qinglan was also getting annoyed with Li Tao, who was using the guise of doing it for your own good, but whose words were actually full of contempt. With a slight frown, she coldly rejected Li Tao on Lin Shen's behalf. If it weren't for Chu Jun being there, she would have left long ago. Chun, eat your vegetables. Chu Qinglan placed a peach shortbread on Lin Shen's plate and put her small hand into Lin Shen's palm. Lin Shen chuckled softly, naturally understanding Chu Qinglan's feelings. He knew that Chu Qinglan was trying to comfort him and put his mind at ease. That's actually quite interesting. Yes, today is the 7th day of checking in. Although I did not complete today's task, I cannot receive today's reward. But, Can I open the second letter my future grandson wrote to me now? With a quick glance, Lin Shen opened the system. Congratulations, host, you have received the second letter from your future grandson. Sure enough, after Lin Shen inquired, the system immediately sent him the letter. That's interesting. With a quick glance, Lin Shen immediately clicked to view the letter. You wouldn't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you're shocked. Because the contents of this letter were simply too explosive. This really surprised Lin Shen. The contents of this letter were shockingly. Chapter 55, The Unspeakable Secret. Grandpa, when you see this letter, you'll probably be both amused and exasperated to see a foolish guy trying to steal your partner. Shaw, how could he possibly steal my grandma away? But to avoid embarrassing you, Grandpa, I'll secretly tell you a top secret piece of information. This Li Tao is actually a disabled person who has a problem with a certain function. And then I'll give you a gift, Grandpa. I hope you and Grandma can be happy every day. This news is incredibly explosive. He's actually a useless cripple. Looking at the letter his future grandson had written to him, Lin Shen was completely stunned and found it incredibly amusing. Who would have thought that Li Tao, who looked like a gentleman, would actually be a cripple? Cough cough. With a quick glance at Li Tao, who dared to make a move on Chu Qinglan, Lin Shen already had a plan in mind. He'll teach Li Tao a lesson for trying to steal his man. Brother Li Tao, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Since Li Tao likes to mock people with the excuse of it's for your own good, Lin Shen naturally has to give him a taste of his own medicine. Oh, what did you say? Li Tao, of course, had no idea that Lin Shen already knew his unspeakable secret. So he looked at Lin Shen with great curiosity. Whatever you want to say, just say it. If you'd like to work as a security guard at my friend's company, that's fine. I can introduce you to someone. I will ask him to take good care of you and try to get you an internal referral qualification as soon as possible. I'll make you a full-time employee. Li Tao put on a show of concern for you. This way you can earn more money. Then I should thank you. If I need anything, I'll definitely contact you right away. Lin Shen smiled and said to Li Tao, but that's not what I want to talk about. What is that? Li Tao frowned and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. For some reason, his right eyelid started twitching, and he had a bad feeling. To be honest, when I was a child, I learned traditional Chinese medicine from an old man in the village. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao with a serious expression. I have some knowledge of the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Traditional Chinese medicine? You know about this? Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Shen with utter astonishment, wondering what he was up to. Morning. Chu Qinglan also suspiciously grabbed Lin Shen's arm, her beautiful eyes full of wonder. She had known Lin Shen for so many years, but she had never heard him mention that he knew about traditional Chinese medicine. Real? Because it's something I learned when I was a child, I've never said it before. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao. But today, Brother Li Tao, you care about me so much and even want to introduce me to a job. I was deeply moved. Looking at you, I feel a sense of closeness, as if we were brothers from different fathers and mothers. Lin Shen said with emotion, you're so good to me, so loyal. If I don't speak out, I won't help you. I've betrayed my conscience. Lin Shen patted his chest. So, Brother Li Tao, I have to say this, and I have to find a way to help you. We're brothers. I can't watch you be powerless your whole life. What's wrong with me? Li Tao's face turned somewhat ugly. He said with a gloomy expression, don't try to play tricks and talk nonsense. No, is there a problem with brotherly? Explain yourself clearly. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan both looked at Lin Shen with great surprise. No, you and your wife didn't know about Brother Li Tao's problem? Lin Shen subconsciously looked at Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan with surprise. It's normal that your wife didn't know, but it would be abnormal if she did. But cousin, you've known Li Tao for so long. How come you didn't know about this? No, I don't know. Chu Jun looked embarrassed. If I had known, I wouldn't have introduced her to Qinglan. Although Chu Yun wanted to curry favor with Li Tao and climb the social ladder, he wasn't the kind of person who only cared about himself and was utterly despicable. He wanted Chu Qinglan to find a good home, and then he could benefit from it too. If he had known earlier that Li Tao was no good, he definitely wouldn't have introduced Chu Qinglan to him. After all, this concerns Chu Qinglan's happiness for the rest of her life. Chu Jun would never harm Chu Qinglan. I see. That Brother Li Tao has been hiding his true identity quite well. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao seriously again, with a look of concern for him. Brother Li Tao, don't worry. Although this is a problem, it's not untreatable. Since I can see your problem, I can think of a way to cure you. Give me some time, I'll go back and consult the old man. Let's see if we can cure your illness. Shut up. Li Tao's expression changed drastically in an instant. He glared at Lin Shun with extreme anger. I'm not fucking sick. I'm perfectly healthy. Brother Li Tao, don't panic and don't rush. If you're sick, you should get treatment. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Shun looked at Li Tao with a smile. Don't avoid seeking medical help. This will only hurt you. Get treatment sooner, get better sooner, Lin Shun said with a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. Shut up. I'm not sick. Li Tao clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Lin Shun. So what if I only lasted a little longer? This isn't an illness. Well, Lin Shun shrugged helplessly. A few seconds? Isn't that a problem? No. Li Tao roared. Being completely incapable is a problem. I'm not sick. A few seconds. While the inexperienced Chu Qinglan was still somewhat confused and couldn't understand what Lin Shun and Li Tao were saying, the experienced Li Shaoan naturally understood the meaning instantly. She covered her mouth, unable to hold back spitting out a mouthful of tea. Cough cough. Chu Yun also suppressed a laugh, looking at Li Tao with sympathy in her eyes. Brotherly, don't worry. Perhaps Lin Shun really has a way to cure your problem. I really didn't expect that you would. At this moment, recalling what she had overheard at the company when some female colleagues were talking about Li Tao's shortcomings, Chu Yun suddenly realized what they meant by Li Tao's shortcomings. He initially thought they were saying Li Tao wasn't good at his job. I'm really not sick. Li Tao clenched his fists, feeling a mixture of anger and shame. This was his biggest taboo, and apart from a few female subordinates he had sexually harassed, no one else knew about it. Chu Jun probably doesn't know either. How did Lin Shun know about this? Li Tao was absolutely furious at this moment. Chun, say less. After receiving a hint from Li Shaoan, Chu Qinglan finally understood what Lin Shun and Li Tao were talking about. Her pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Lin Shun in annoyance. I'm doing this for his own good. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. If you're sick, you should get treatment as soon as possible. I'm not sick. Li Tao wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He's actually a bad person, but he's addicted to drugs. So he had no idea how those female subordinates he had sexually harassed were actually gossiping about him behind his back. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. Is it finished? Lin Shin's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 56, Revenge for an Arrow's Arrow. One-handed Ferrari driving skill. This skill. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shun, who had just picked up a banana from the fruit salad and was about to eat it, suddenly paused, his expression complicated. Fortunately, the banana was soft, otherwise Lin Shun would have swallowed it whole. Because this skill is really useless. Lin Shun doesn't own a Ferrari. It's not even as useful as the previous God-level electric scooter riding skill, since that skill at least had a practical application. Putting aside everything else, whether it's Chu Qinglan's electric scooter or the shared electric bikes on the roadside, you can ride these. System, what exactly is the use of this skill? As the name suggests, the system readily replied to Lin Shun. From now on, host, you will be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, and your driving skills will be top-notch. What if I drive another car? Lin Shun wasn't really interested in Ferraris. He preferred SUVs or off-road vehicles. While Lin Shun might not be able to afford an expensive Porsche or Rolls-Royce SUV right now, he could certainly afford a regular SUV or off-road vehicle after making a fortune in the stock market. System, will I be able to drive other cars with one hand from now on? This skill only applies to Ferrari sports cars. The system shattered Lin Shun's idea. To drive other cars, the host needs to obtain God-level driving skills. Only in this way can you drive with one hand. Depend on. System, you're really cunning. It only applies to Ferraris. Lin Shun's lips twitched, feeling like he'd been played by the system. Driving skills aren't shared between systems? This system is playing tricks on us. System, how can I obtain this God-level driving skill? After completing daily tasks, the host has a chance to obtain it from random rewards. After the system is upgraded, the host can also redeem it in the system shop. System upgrade? Lin Shun opened the system panel and checked his attributes. Name, Lin Shun. Physical fitness, 80, 60 for an average adult. Possesses the following system, life reversal system, with 34 experience points per 1,000. Skills, God-level electric vehicle skills, one-handed Ferrari driving skills, special forces combat skills. Only 34 experience points. I really don't know when the upgrade will be completed. It's too difficult. Looking at his current experience points, Lin Shun felt like crying. Shun, what's wrong? Noticing that Lin Shun was somewhat downcast, Chu Qinglan gently nudged Lin Shun's arm and asked him with a suspicious expression. No, I'm fine. Lin Shun, of course, wouldn't say that the reason he was upset was because he had been tricked by the system. Faced with Chu Qinglan's concerned gaze, Lin Shen immediately smiled and replied, I just drank quite a bit of alcohol, and I'm a little dizzy. In that case, you should drink less. Chu Qinglan immediately moved the wine next to Lin Shen away. Brother, have you and your wife eaten enough? Chu Qinglan put down her chopsticks. This restaurant is quite stuffy. The weather is nice today. Shall we go for a walk by the lake? Sure. Li Xiaowan immediately became interested. She stood up and linked arms with Chu Qinglan. Let's go take pictures. Okay, let's go for a walk then. Chu Jun glanced at Li Tao somewhat awkwardly. Brotherly, let's go. Good. Li Tao's expression was ferocious as he glared fiercely at Lin Shen, his eyes filled with anger. I was just telling the truth. Facing Li Tao's angry gaze, Lin Shen shrugged slightly. You should eat more leeks to nourish your body. Perhaps it might be of some use? Bang! Li Tao, who had just come downstairs, stumbled and was furious. He turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Shen. I'm so angry at Lin Shen. No man wants to admit he's incapable, and even if he truly is, he won't admit it. Li Tao was no exception. None of the female subordinates in the company who had been sexually harassed by him dared to say he was no good to his face. A female subordinate he had previously sexually harassed was gossiping about him behind his back, which he overheard. Enraged, Li Tao fired her without hesitation, finding a pretext to do so. Li Tao is a person who cares about his reputation. People should seek treatment when they are sick. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more likely problems will arise. When it really becomes incurable, it will be too late to regret it. Seeing Li Tao's anger, Lin Shen deliberately smiled and muttered, I do have a way that might be able to cure this incurable disease. You can find confidence in being a man. Gulp. Li Tao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He wanted to ask Lin Shen for the prescription, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. If he asks now, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that he's a good for nothing? Li Tao was extremely conflicted. Cough cough. The lake water is quite clear. Chu Yun sensed Li Tao's embarrassment and realized that Lin Shen was deliberately mocking him. Caught in the middle, he could only laugh awkwardly and change the subject. It's best not to discuss this matter. Even if he couldn't win over Li Tao through Chu Qinglan this time, he didn't want to completely offend Li Tao. Now, Chu Yun has given up on the idea of introducing Chu Qinglan to Li Tao. Although he still looked down on Lin Shen, thinking that Lin Shen was poor and incompetent and couldn't give Chu Qinglan a home or a good future. But regardless, Lin Shen is physically healthy and all his functions are perfectly normal. In that respect, he surpasses Li Tao. After all, he and Chu Qinglan had grown up together, and he didn't want Chu Qinglan to suffer for the rest of her life and be unable to enjoy the pleasures of being a woman. For Chu Qinglan's happiness, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Yes, it's quite clear, Lin Shen said with a smile. Some people who are not good enough should have a deep feeling when they look at this lake. What do you mean? Chu Jun was a little confused, and he looked at Lin Shen with suspicion. It's obvious. Lin Shen stirred up a patch of water with a wooden stick. Muddy, opaque water is good water. Fish can grow in it. And clear, transparent water is aesthetically pleasing. But no fish will grow there. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As he spoke, Lin Shen looked at Li Tao with great interest. Don't you think that makes sense? Puff. Li Xiaowan, who instantly understood Lin Shen's meaning, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of salt soda. Cough cough. Chu Yun coughed dryly, forcibly suppressing his laughter. Li Tao's face turned a deep purplish red from anger and frustration. Karma came too fast. He was just mocking Lin Shen, but now Lin Shen had exacted a severe revenge on him. Everyone keep playing. Chu Jun suppressed a smile and pointed to the lonely mountain beside them. Let's go hiking. Okay, sure. Li Xiaowan immediately responded with a smile, cooperating with Chu Jun to change the subject. Morning. Chu Qinglan walked to Lin Shen's side and gently pinched his arm. Say less. Chapter 57, The Grandson's Gift. I'm telling the absolute truth. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. He wasn't the type to repay evil with kindness. Since Li Tao kept mocking him from the beginning, trying to poach Chu Qinglan from his boyfriend, wouldn't Lin Shen just suffer in vain if he didn't retaliate? What a joke. With the system at his fingertips, Lin Shen wouldn't let himself be bullied for nothing. I know. Chu Qinglan gave a light snort of annoyance and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. I also feel uncomfortable with him. But no matter what, he is my brother's friend after all. I will talk to my brother and tell him not to bring him out again. Since you've already brought him out, please give my brother some face. Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. Otherwise, my brother will be in an awkward situation. Sure. I'll listen to you. Lin Shen smiled at Chu Qinglan. Don't worry, I have a good temper and never hold grudges. Chu Qinglan nodded in relief. Actually, if I had a grudge, I would have taken revenge on the spot. Lin Shen watched Chu Qinglan's slender figure walking with Li Xiaowan and chuckled softly. So there's no need to hold a grudge. The group walked around the lake for several hours and then had an afternoon meal at the tea restaurant on the cruise ship. I can't walk anymore. I'm so tired. Li Xiaowan hugged Chu Jun's shoulders and collapsed onto him. I'm a little tired too. Chu Yun stretched and said to Chu Qinglan with a smile. Qinglan, let's go and rest. Of course that would be great. Chu Qinglan wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and looked at Lin Shun with a similarly tired expression. I've already booked the hotel. It's right next to Qinglan's house, on the banks of the Qiantang River, Lin Shun said with a smile. Let's go there now. Lin Shun had originally booked 2 hotels near Shilling Lake, but because Li Tao suddenly appeared, the hotels no longer had any spare rooms. Having no other choice, Lin Shun had to temporarily change hotels. It's not feasible to let Li Tao find a place to stay on his own, or to have Li Tao, Chu Yun, and Li Xiaowan stay in a hotel while Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan go home. This is all quite awkward. Then let's drive there. Li Tao, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. He smiled and took out the keys to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Because there's a lot of stuff in the car, it can only seat 4 people. Or, Li Tao smiled and looked at Lin Shun. Send Lao Chu the hotel location, and I'll drive Lao Chu, Li Xiaowan, and Qinglan to the hotel. You're taking the subway? Of course you can take a taxi, Li Tao said with a smile. I'll reimburse your taxi fare. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect there to be 5 people today, so there's a lot of stuff in the car. Otherwise, 5 people could sit in the car. This. Cough cough. For a moment, both Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan felt a little awkward. They both knew that Li Tao's car was practically empty. He was saying it on purpose, not wanting to give Lin Shen a ride, and deliberately trying to embarrass him. It's okay, I'll send you the hotel location later. Chu Qinglan immediately spoke up, gently taking Lin Shen's arm. Lin Shen and I will take the subway there. The subway is so crowded. Li Tao said sarcastically. My Mercedes has a spacious interior and genuine leather seats. I spent over 400,000 yuan when I bought my Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Some people save up for a whole year, and it's probably only enough to buy 1 tire on my car. Li Tao looked coldly at Lin Shun. I bet they could never afford a Mercedes in their entire lives. I think riding an electric bike is perfectly fine. Chu Qinglan hugged Lin Shen's arm tightly. It's cool. And there's no need to get stuck in traffic. Li Tao's lips twitched, his expression contorted with rage. Let's go. Lin Shun was already immune to Li Tao's pretentiousness. It's just a car, why act like he can't afford it? Once Lin Shen makes money from stocks, with the system around, what kind of car can't he buy? That's child's play. Okay, let's go. Chu Qinglan held Lin Shen's arm and walked along the broken bridge towards the parking lot on Beishan Street. Depend on. Bang. Watching Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan's intimate figures cuddling in the sunset, Li Tao gritted his teeth in anger and couldn't help but punch a nearby sycamore tree. Hiss. Because he used too much force, Li Tao's knuckles turned red from the punch, and he grimaced in pain. Cough cough. Brotherly. Seeing Li Tao's exasperated state, Chu Yun felt a little embarrassed, thinking that she should have known better than to bring him along. Who knew that Chu Qinglan would find a boyfriend, and that Li Tao was such a good-for-nothing? If he had known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought Li Tao along. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll introduce you to someone suitable later. Looking at Li Tao in front of her, Chu Jun said bitterly. Xiaowan has a few close friends, all of whom are good-looking and have great figures. I'll have Xiaowan introduce you to someone then. With your looks and qualifications, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Right, Xiaowan? Of course you can, Li Xiaowan quickly replied. Brotherly, when we get back to Ninghai, I'll introduce you to some new ones. You can choose whatever you like. Although she said that, Li Xiaowan was thinking to herself that she would never introduce Li Tao to her. Although Li Tao is rich, he is a useless person. For the sake of her best friend's future happiness, she couldn't push her best friend into a fire pit. Money is important, of course, but other things are equally important. She married Li Tao and lived a life of widowhood at a young age. What does this mean? Li Tao stared at Chu Qinglan's slender back with a ferocious expression, still extremely unwilling. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan beside him and said softly, I will buy a car soon. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed, and snorted. Do you think I care? As long as you're by my side, none of this matters. Don't overthink it. Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shen's arm, nestled against him, and let Lin Shun feel her warmth. Lin Shun was instantly filled with emotion. But he secretly resolved to buy a house and a car as soon as possible. After all, Chu Qinglan might not care, but as a man, Lin Shun couldn't afford not to care. She had to give Chu Qinglan a good future. There must be a sufficient material foundation. After all, with such a wonderful woman by his side, if Lin Shun didn't work hard, he would really be letting Chu Qinglan down. Ding dong. Host has not yet claimed the gift. That's right. Lin Shun then remembered that his grandson had sent him another gift along with the second letter he received today. What exactly is the gift? Curious, Lin Shun immediately decided to examine the gift. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. It's truly astonishing. In an instant, Lin Shun's eyes widened in surprise. Because this gift was surprisingly. Chapter 58 Ferrari 812. A Ferrari 812 sports car. There was also a sentence attached. Grandpa, this sports car is for you. I hope your life will be full of progress and high spirits. Then, please take Grandma for a ride. La la la. That naughty thing. Lin Shun smiled as he read the little note that came with the sports car gift. My future grandson really came prepared. After the system rewarded him with the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, it directly gifted him a Ferrari sports car. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. That was satisfying. A Ferrari 812, that car must be quite expensive, right? Knowing he couldn't afford a luxury car, Lin Shun, who didn't know much about them, immediately checked his phone. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up. What a shocking discovery it was. Because this Ferrari 812 is not only expensive, it's damn expensive. The current price of this car at the 4S store is as high as more than 5 million. Moreover, they are available but unsellable. Because of the sluggish economic environment this year, production of globally renowned luxury cars and sports cars such as Ferrari, Porsche, and Bentley has decreased. Therefore, nowadays, even if you have money, you can't buy such a luxury new car unless you have a certain status. Generally, in addition to having money, you also need to submit various documents to the 4S store, which will then forward them to the head office overseas, where the head office will approve your eligibility to purchase. Even if you are eligible to buy, it could take anywhere from 6 months to a year from the time you pay to reserve the car. Therefore, the resale value of such luxury cars is extremely high. Some luxury cars that you've driven for several years, when you sell them used, you not only won't lose money, but you might even make a profit. Now my new skill isn't completely useless. Lin Shun's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chu Qinglan beside him with great joy. Wife, I have a surprise for you later. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with some surprise. Chun, what's the surprise? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Shun smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Actually, if you squeeze in, you can sit down. Walking to his white Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan, Li Tao took out his car keys and said with an arrogant expression, some people may never have ridden in such an expensive Mercedes-Benz in their entire lives, right? I can grant your request. How about we squeeze in and 5 of us sit together? Li Tao glanced at Lin Shun sideways. Let you experience what it's like to ride in a luxury car. In an instant, Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan exchanged glances, both feeling extremely awkward. Li Tao really does resemble a stray male lion from an animal documentary, driven out of his pride. He's going all out, brandishing his teeth and claws in a desperate attempt to find a new mate. No need. Lin Shun smiled. I have a car. However, my car can only seat 2 people. So I can't take you guys. Lin Shun looked at Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan apologetically. Cousin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I'll trouble you to sit with him. It's nothing. It doesn't matter what you do. Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan quickly laughed it off. Yo-ho, you still have a car? Li Tao raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Shun with disdain. A vehicle that can only seat 2 people. Is it an electric bicycle? Hee. Even a poor wretch can only ride an electric bike. Li Tao sneered. It's true what they say, poverty makes everything miserable for a couple. A toad can't eat swan meat. Even if the swan is fooled by the toad for a while, it will eventually see through the toad's ugliness and go to find the real lion. You've gone too far. Chu Qinglan couldn't hold back any longer. She bit her lip and looked at Li Tao angrily. Qinglan, it's nothing. Lin Shun smiled and stopped Chu Qinglan, then took out the Ferrari 812 car keys in front of Li Tao. These are my car keys. Ferrari. Looking at the galloping horse on the car logo, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but exclaim. This is a Ferrari? Covering her bright red lips, Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Shun with surprise in her eyes. A Ferrari sports car? Wow. Chu Jun was also taken aback. He looked at Lin Shun with equal astonishment. That really is the Ferrari logo. Ha ha ha. Li Tao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hilarious. This is hilarious. You're quite something if you stick a Ferrari logo on your electric car key. Is your lighter also a Bentley? It's utterly ridiculous. Li Tao looked at Lin Shun with disdain. You poor bastards, you really love to show off like this. I didn't know Ferrari started producing electric bicycles. Lin Shun smiled and pressed the car key. Drip, drip. Accompanied by the flashing breathing lights, a cool red Ferrari supercar came into view of Li Tao, Chu Jun, and Li Xiaowan. Qinglan. Lin Shun smiled, opened the passenger door, and gestured for Chu Qinglan to enter. Chen, what is this? Chu Qinglan stared at the luxurious Ferrari 812 supercar in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Don't speak. Sit. Lin Shun simply smiled at Chu Qinglan. Chu Qinglan stretched out her alluring long legs and sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812 supercar. Then see you at 9 o'clock. They're gone. Boom. Sizzle. With the deafening roar of the Ferrari 812 supercar's engine, after spraying a face full of exhaust fumes onto the stunned Li Tao, Lin Shun, driving the Ferrari with one hand, sped directly towards the hotel on the banks of the Qiantang River. Gulp. Standing in front of the Mercedes parked by the roadside, Li Tao, his face alternating between pale and flushed, swallowed hard, his expression incredibly complex. He has really embarrassed himself to the extreme. This is just too unlucky. Looking at his Mercedes-Benz C-Class and recalling his boastful words to Lin Shun, Li Tao wished he could ascend to heaven on the spot and never show his face again. Lin Shun's Ferrari 812 supercar is enough to buy more than a dozen of his Mercedes-Benz C-Class cars. What's so great about it? What are you pretending for? Li Tao gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. Even if you keep pretending, you're still an outsider. You've never been abroad, and you don't have a degree. There aren't many good jobs. I'm a returnee from overseas. Li Tao kept reassuring himself, exaggerating his strengths. However, this doesn't seem to be of any use. Cough cough. Brotherly. After exchanging a glance with Li Xiaowan, Chu Jun looked at Li Tao with great embarrassment. I really didn't know that Qinglan had a boyfriend, and that her boyfriend even drives a Ferrari. If I had known earlier, I definitely would have told you. This is purely a misunderstanding. Chu Jun scratched his head. His clothes don't make him look like a rich person. This Lin Shun really. Too low-key. Chapter 59. He ran away, too ashamed to show his face. Morning. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812, looking at the sports car's luxurious interior and the envious glances from passers-by, while waiting at traffic lights, Chu Qinglan felt extremely uncomfortable. Although these people looked at her with envy and jealousy, some young women even had shining eyes, wishing they could take her place. But Chu Qinglan still felt somewhat uncomfortable and unwell. Because she has always preferred to keep a low profile, she really didn't want to show off in such a high-profile way and be stared at like that. For Chu Qinglan, she didn't care about expensive sports cars or high-end luxury cars. For her, a car is simply a means of transportation. An electric car is fine, a bicycle is fine, and even a cheap Santana or Jetta will do. Chu Qinglan always felt that the car itself wasn't important. What mattered was who was driving it. Compared to the eye-catching Ferrari 812, Chu Qinglan preferred Lin Shun's ordinary Volkswagen Sagitter or Magotan. It's unremarkable, but it's enough for getting around. You want to ask about this car? Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Shun, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, smiled and glanced at Chu Qinglan, instantly guessing what Chu Qinglan was thinking. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, her beautiful eyes flashing with suspicion. She was too embarrassed to ask Lin Shun. The origin of this car, Lin Shun thought for a moment, then smiled and said to Chu Qinglan, would you believe me if I told you it was a gift from our future grandson? Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shun, annoyed. Shun, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no sign of a son at all. Don't talk nonsense. Ha. Lin Shun felt very embarrassed listening to Chu Qinglan's complaints. These days, nobody believes you if you tell the truth. It's so difficult, so incredibly difficult. This car belongs to a friend of mine. Lin Shun had no choice but to make up a lie. I borrowed it from him. He went abroad, so he left the car with me. I can drive it however I want. I see. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Then you should drive less often. This time it must have been quite expensive. It would be bad if you bumped into it. Okay, then I'll drive less often in the future. Seeing that Chu Qinglan disliked luxury cars and expensive items and didn't like to flaunt her wealth, Lin Shun immediately nodded in agreement, as everything aligned with Chu Qinglan's values. For Lin Shun himself, these were all irrelevant matters. Money, Cars and luxury goods are all external things, and Lin Chen doesn't care about them at this moment. As long as Chu Qinglan is happy, the two of them can live happily together. Whether it's a luxury car or a luxury item, Lin Chen doesn't care whether he has it or not. After all, the one who will spend his life with him is Chu Qinglan, not luxury items. It's not that having luxury cars and luxury goods makes you happy. No, that's not it. As long as Chu Qinglan is by his side, he can ride an electric bike every day, even if it's in the wind and sun. Lin Chen would be very happy. Chun, don't overthink what happened today. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, hesitated slightly, and then said softly to Lin Chen, I really didn't know at first that my cousin had brought Li Tao with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him bring it. And you don't need to care about what Li Tao said. I don't care about material possessions. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen gently. As long as you're by my side, I'm happy. The rest doesn't matter. Even if we live in rented apartments for the rest of our lives, I'd be willing. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with tender eyes. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself or create too many difficulties for yourself. I don't require a house or a car, nor do I need anything else. I just want the two of us to live a simple life. Chu Qinglan gently bit her lip. To live a peaceful and safe life, that's enough. I don't want to be envied by others, nor do I like big storms. I just want a simple life with you. I know. Hearing Chu Qinglan's gentle words, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with emotion. With such a gentle and considerate wife, what more could a husband ask for? Qinglan, I know your temper. I won't put too much pressure on myself, Lin Chen said with a smile. I didn't take Li Tao's words to heart either. He's not worth my attention. Lin Chen believed Chu Qinglan completely about this matter. It's not just because he's rich now and can give Chu Qinglan a good future. Even if he were still poor, Lin Chen wouldn't care about Li Tao and Zheng Huan, nor would he doubt Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan were the kind of vain person, how could she possibly be with Lin Chen? During her university years, Chu Qinglan, as the campus belle, had many suitors from wealthy families. If Chu Qinglan is a vain and frivolous woman, she's probably had countless boyfriends by now. Therefore, Lin Chen felt completely at ease with her. You don't need to worry too much about my parents, Chu Qinglan said softly. My parents have always doted on me and will respect my wishes. I'll talk to them about our situation. They will support us even if we buy a house or a car. You don't need to worry about the bride price or anything like that. Chu Qinglan gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. As long as we are happy, those are all optional matters. My parents won't say that they will only agree to our marriage if you give them a large dowry. They have very good personalities. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen gently. Chun, you don't need to worry. Haha, I'm not worried. My aunt and uncle raised my wife so well, she must have inherited their excellent genes. Therefore, my parents-in-law must also have good personalities. They are all good people. Lin Chen smiled and placed his hand on Chu Qinglan's thigh. I'm completely at ease. Oops. Feeling the warmth of Lin Chen's hand, Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she gently patted Lin Chen. Chun, we're in the car, so don't move around. There are countless roads, but safety is the most important. Fine. Sizzle. Lin Chen floored the accelerator, speeding through the traffic light. Driving a Ferrari requires one hand. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, annoyed. How embarrassing would it be if we got caught on camera on the street? Haha, that's true. Seeing Chu Qinglan's blushing face, Lin Chen reluctantly removed his hand from Chu Qinglan's thigh. Before long, Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan arrived at the hotel on the banks of the Qiantang River. After waving, the two met Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan, who had arrived late. However, this situation made Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan very suspicious. Because, Chapter 60, 300,000 yuan dowry. At this moment, only Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan appeared in front of Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan. Li Tao, who used to act all high and mighty in front of Lin Chen and mock him in every way, is nowhere to be found. Cousin. Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. Why is it just you and your sister-in-law? Li Tao has returned to Ninghai. Chu Jun awkwardly replied to Chu Qinglan. He said there was an emergency at Ninghai Company that required him to go back and handle it urgently, so he drove back overnight. I see. Chu Qinglan awkwardly brushed her hair behind her ear and immediately understood that Li Tao felt too embarrassed, so he slunk back. But it's good that he went back, since Chu Qinglan didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. If it weren't for Chu Jun's sake, Chu Qinglan wouldn't have entertained him. I thought he boiled some eggs at home and forgot to turn off the gas before he left, Lin Chen said with a smile. That's perfectly normal. Morning. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, you're really awesome, and so humble. Shu Jun gave Lin Chen a thumbs up with admiration, looking at Lin Chen's Ferrari 812. This car must be worth a lot of money, right? It's not expensive either. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. It's only a little over 4 or 5 million. Gulp. You're good. Swallowing hard, Shu Jun gave Lin Chen a thumbs up with admiration. He thought to himself, 4 or 5 million. Isn't that expensive? If this is not expensive, then what is? You know, if Li Tao drives a Mercedes-Benz C-Class worth around 400,000 yuan, he's already arrogant and thinks he's incredibly awesome. Lin Chen's Ferrari 812 is worth 10 of his. Qinglan, you too. Lin Chen is so capable. Why didn't you tell your brother sooner? Li Xiaowan hooked her arm around Chu Qinglan's and complained softly. If you had told him sooner, your brother wouldn't have brought Li Tao over. Lin Chen, don't blame us. We really didn't know you and Qinglan were together before. There were some things that Shu Yun, being a grown man, couldn't say. So Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Chen apologetically. If we had known earlier, we definitely wouldn't have brought Li Tao here. Please don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. It's great that you and Qinglan are together. Lao Chu and I both support you. Li Xiaowan chuckled. Qinglan really has good taste. Qinglan, you're really amazing. Looking at Shu Qinglan, Li Xiaowan was full of admiration. You actually found such an outstanding boyfriend as Lin Chen. You've really kept that a secret. Oh dear, my sister-in-law isn't that outstanding. Shu Qinglan said somewhat awkwardly. We're just ordinary people now. Ordinary people. Although she said that, Li Xiaowan was thinking to herself, she doesn't believe you for a second. How is it possible for an ordinary person to afford a Ferrari 812 worth 4 or 5 million? Brother, sister-in-law, you flatter me too much. We are all ordinary people. Please go ahead. Lin Chen smiled and gestured for them to enter, then led Shu Yun and Li Xiaowan into the 5-star hotel where he and Chu Qinglan had previously stayed. Brother Lin, you are really quite modest. Shu Jun instantly changed his attitude, putting his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. I'm at ease leaving Qinglan in your hands. I will take good care of Qinglan. Regardless, Shu Yun was his cousin-in-law, so Lin Chen adopted a more respectful attitude. I will make Qinglan happy. Of course I believe that. Shu Jun smiled and asked, Brother Lin, where are you working now? I started my own financial company. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm managing several funds. I see. Shu Jun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Finance is an extremely high-paying industry. Lin Chen owns his own company and is his own boss, which is definitely better than Li Tao working for someone else. Li Tao is a department head, but what good is that? Department heads are just high-level employees. The boss doesn't like him and can fire him anytime. On the contrary, Lin Chen is truly as stable as a mountain when he is his own boss. Brother Lin, I was a bit presumptuous just now. I underestimated you. Please don't hold it against me. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, Shu Jun smiled and said, I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. I'm not that petty. That's good. That's good. Letting out a long breath, Shu Jun looked at Lin Chen with a gleam in his eyes. Brother Lin, since your company is in finance, you must be very good at investing, right? Is there any way to make money that you can teach me? You don't know, although your sister-in-law and I have a good relationship, her family actually looks down on me a bit. Well, Shu Jun sighed helplessly. A house in Ninghai costs tens of millions of yuan, while my monthly salary is only 10,000 yuan. Even if I work in Ninghai my whole life, I still can't afford a house. Although I can make a down payment in my hometown, I can't find a job there. Your sister-in-law's family wants her to settle down in Ninghai. This whole thing has been quite unpleasant. And your sister-in-law's family is asking for this amount of dowry. Looking at Lin Chen, Shu Jun held up 3 fingers. 30,000. Lin Chen asked instinctively, what are you thinking about? Shu Jun was quite embarrassed. 300,000. If it only costs 30,000, I'd be laughing in my sleep. What kind of good thing is that? It's not easy. Lin Chen nodded slightly, knowing that although Shu Jun's salary was quite high, working in a place like Ninghai was not easy and the expenses were high. Under these circumstances, he really couldn't save much money. So, when I went to her house last time, I was given a lot of dirty looks because I couldn't afford a house in Ninghai, and I couldn't raise enough money for the bride price. A dowry of 300,000 yuan is not much, but the richest man in his hometown would need 500,000 yuan for a house. Including the expenses for the wedding and the 3 gold pieces, it will cost over 1 million. My family's financial situation is average. It's not easy to collect them all. Shu Jun looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Brother Lin, if you have any ways to make money, you must help me out. Don't worry about Qinglan. Just take good care of her. I will help you persuade her parents. Chu Jun said with a smile. My uncle and aunt are both good people and easy to talk to. As long as you treat Qinglan well, they have no objections. And you're so capable. They will agree. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. Looking at Chu Jun's ingratiating expression, Lin Shen smiled and said, if you had contacted me earlier, you could have made a fortune. It's getting a bit too late now. Thinking of the baijiu, Chinese liquor, that is about to reach its peak value, Lin Shen smiled and said, next time there are market fluctuations, I will definitely let you know in advance. Chapter 61, Village Chief Sheep, I'm on top. Okay. Then I'll have to leave it to you, Brother Lin. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Chu Jun patted Lin Shen's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of gratitude. Brother Lin, it's really a great thing that Qinglan was able to find a boyfriend like you. I'm so lucky. I'm so happy for her. Actually, finding a girlfriend like Qinglan is my good fortune. Lin Shen looked at the extremely excited Chu Jun and sighed at the reality of life. Sure enough, as long as you have money, you will be respected wherever you go. No one can escape the common customs. If he didn't drive a Ferrari, he would really be a poor young man with no money, and Chu Jun would treat him like this. Even though Li Tao is a cripple, Chu Jun will not try to matchmake Li Tao and Chu Qinglan again for the sake of Chu Qinglan's future happiness. But Chu Jun estimated that there were others who would also disagree with Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan's relationship. Instead, they would try to introduce new people to Chu Qinglan and break up Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan. This society is truly full of reality. Shaking his head, Lin Shen had nothing to say about it. After seeing Chu Yun and Li Shaoan into their room, he and Chu Qinglan went into another room. What did my cousin just say to you? Chu Qinglan poured Lin Shen a glass of water, her expression suspicious. You two are arm in arm. You seem to be very close. Nothing. They know I work at a financial company, so they asked me what stocks I plan to buy, because they also want to invest, Lin Shen said with a smile. Everyone wants to make money. It's normal. I see. Chu Qinglan muttered softly. Then I'm going to take a shower. I don't get involved in your men's affairs. Lin Shen smiled as he watched Chu Qinglan walk into the bedroom. Listening to the pattering water in the bathroom and looking at the brightly lit city lights outside the window, he pondered how to meet Chu Qinglan's parents next. According to Chu Qinglan and Chu Jun, Chu Qinglan's parents should be quite easy to talk to. So this matter should be easy to handle? Let's hope so. Although Chu Qinglan and Chu Yun both said so, Lin Shen was still somewhat uneasy. After all, parental approval is a real hurdle for young people discussing marriage these days. Chen, what are you thinking about? Blow dry my hair for me. Wearing pajamas and drying her wet hair with a towel, Chu Qinglan smiled at Lin Shen as she walked out of the bathroom and said, I really want to cut my hair short. My long hair takes a long time to dry after every shower. I really envy you guys. It dries quickly after showering, just a quick wipe. Haha, long hair looks better. Lin Shen smiled and took out a hairdryer. Then you'll have to blow dry my hair every time. Chu Qinglan snorted. Or I'll just get a short haircut. Okay, I'll blow it for you. Lin Shen naturally had no objection to this. He smiled and picked up the hairdryer to dry Chu Qinglan's hair. After drying Chu Qinglan's hair, Lin Shen also took a shower. After taking a shower and stretching to rest, Lin Shen heard a lively singing coming from the next room. Qinglan. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with a playful smile. Oops. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, turned her back to Lin Shen, and buried her head shyly in the pillow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Shen was thinking that perhaps the time was right, and he could try to probe again, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jin Shun, Lin Shen's best friend in Hangzhou and his best roommate from university. Hey Shunzi. What's the matter so late at night? Lin Shen was slightly annoyed that his plans had been ruined after answering the phone call. Gulp, gulp. The sound of drinking came through the phone. Shunzi. Lin Shen frowned, looking suspicious. Jin Shun is a very self-disciplined person. He basically doesn't drink or smoke. Brother Lin, let's go out for a drink sometime. Drink yourself to death. Jin Shun's slightly drunken voice reached Lin Shen's ears. Shunzi, what's wrong? Lin Shen sat up in bed suspiciously. Just say what's wrong. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved. I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. I'm fine. I just want to drink. Don't ask anymore. Jin Shun's voice was bitter. Anyway, I'll just drink myself to death. Where are you? Lin Shen frowned. Send me your location. I'm coming right now. I work at the food stall downstairs in the neighborhood, the same place where I treated you to dinner last time. You know? Okay, I'll be right there. Putting down his phone, Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan apologetically. Wife, I have to go out for a bit. What happened to Jin Shun? Chu Qinglan, who also knew Jin Shun, looked at Lin Shen with suspicion. Shall I go with you? Not for now. He's drinking alone, and if you come with me, it might upset him, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. If you need anything, I'll let you know, and you can ask a few of your roommates or classmates to come out and hang out with him. All right. Then be careful. Chu Qinglan obediently brought Lin Chen some clothes. Call me anytime if anything happens. Hearing Li Xiaowan singing in the next room, Lin Chen suddenly smiled and hugged Chu Qinglan, then leaned down and breathed on Chu Qinglan's earlobe. That's right. I'm sorry to have wronged you. I'm going to be alone in my empty room. Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. She stomped her foot and glared at Lin Chen, annoyed. You're so improper. I didn't want to do that in the first place. Don't talk nonsense. The wedding hasn't even taken place yet. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly. Her pretty face flushed red as she stamped her foot. That should be saved for the wedding day. You promised me. Well, looking at the incredibly shy Chu Qinglan, Lin Chen felt extremely pleased. It's tonight. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, then glanced at him shyly and said, You're the one who's feeling bad. You're kidding me. Chu Qinglan skillfully dodged Lin Chen's pounce. Hurry up and go, Jin Shun. Don't get into trouble drinking alone. Drink less at night. Lin Chen was also worried that Jin Shun might do something irrational and extreme in a moment of impulsiveness. Under Chu Qinglan's watchful gaze, he immediately left the hotel and drove to the residential area where Jin Shun lived. At a food stall downstairs in the residential area, Lin Chen saw Jin Shun drinking alone in silence. Besides some kebabs, there were 7 or 8 bottles of wusa beer on the table, 3 of which were empty. Shunzi, what exactly happened? Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun with suspicion. What's bothering you? Is it really that serious? Brother Lin, let's have a drink. Jin Shun raised his glass, his face bitter. Brother Lin, I'm not afraid to tell you this. It'll embarrass you. You know the story of Pleasant Goat versus Big Bad Wolf, right? I never imagined that this day would come. Brother Lin, I've got Chief Sheep on my head. Chapter 62, Betrayed. What? Say it again. Lin Shun, who had just picked up a glass of wine, was instantly stunned when he heard Jin Shun's words. He frowned, looking at his good friend Jin Shun with suspicion. Shunzi, what exactly do you mean by that? What do you mean, Village Chief Sheep is above you? Brother Lin, look. Slightly drunk, Jin Shun grabbed a handful of hair from his head and said, Look, this is happy sheep. This is warm sheep. This is boiling sheep. This is pretty sheep. This is red wolf. And this is gray wolf. Right. Picking out another white hair, Jin Shun smiled sadly. This is the village chief. Cough cough. Lin Chen coughed dryly, and looking at Jin Shun's miserable expression, he instantly understood the specific meaning behind Jin Shun's words. What does it mean that the village chief is above him? This isn't the sheep village chief on his head, it's the green grassland growing on his head. This is Jin Shun subtly telling Lin Chen that he has been cheated on. After all, the green grassland is green. Shunzi, what exactly is going on? You and Li Chui have been dating for almost half a year, haven't you? Weren't our relationship always going well before? Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun suspiciously. How could she suddenly cheat on you? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Chen had met Jin Shun's girlfriend, Li Chui. Jin Shun met Li Chui through a blind date. Her looks and figure were not particularly good. At most, they were average. She and Jin Shun had a good relationship before, and they were considered a good match. After all, Jin Shun's education and job were better than hers. Li Chui hadn't gone to university. After graduating from high school, she worked in a clothing factory in Hangzhou. She's just an ordinary factory worker. Brother Lin, I really envy you. After you and Chun Mingyuan broke up, Chu Qinglan, who is more beautiful and has a better personality, proposed to you. I can hold my beautiful wife and enjoy life to the fullest. I finally found a girlfriend and treated her with all my heart, Jin Shun said with a miserable expression. But what happened? I've ended up like this. Brother Lin, what's the point of my life? Let's drink. Let's drink ourselves to death. Gulp, gulp. Before Lin Shun could speak, Jin Shun picked up his wine glass and downed another glass of wine in one gulp. You little brat. All right, let's drink first. Seeing Jin Shun's emotional breakdown and inability to explain herself, Lin Shun had no choice but to drink with her and keep her company. Of course, while drinking, Lin Shun also asked Jin Shun about the specific situation. It turns out that when Jin Shun went to the factory dormitory to find Li Chui during the day, she heard some indescribable sounds at the dormitory entrance. After knocking on the door, he saw Li Chui, who was disheveled but had a ruddy complexion, and her supervisor at the factory, Hu Guobin. Although Li Chui claimed that Hu Guobin came to the dormitory to train her in production techniques, Jin Shun could easily guess what exactly they had done inappropriately. So, anger in Jin Shun questioned Li Chui. Li Chui didn't hide anything anymore and said directly that Jin Shun was poor and incompetent. Hu Guobin is a factory supervisor with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and he has also bought a house in the suburbs of Hangzhou. He's nobody, Jin Shun, and can't afford a house in Hangzhou at all. Therefore, Li Chui's betrayal of Hu Guobin was understandable and justifiable. Brother Lin, I was really blind. If you have to blame someone, blame me for being poor and incompetent. Holding his wine glass, Jin Shun looked miserable. If I were rich, I would own a house in Hangzhou. How could she betray me? Well, gulp, gulp. Jin Shun kept pouring himself more alcohol. What's wrong with this society? Are we out of touch with the times, or is society sick? Looking at Jin Shun, who was in excruciating pain, Lin Chen's expression was complicated. Wasn't Chen Mingyuan the same before? Well, Lin Chen sighed deeply, his feelings quite complicated. He knew that without the system, there would be no Chu Qinglan. Because he was dumped by Chen Mingyuan due to lack of money, his current situation is probably no better than Jin Shun's. Both of them would be in unbearable pain. Shunzi, there's nothing to be upset about. You're not worth this much pain for such a despicable woman. Lin Chen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. There aren't many other things in this world, but there are plenty of women with 2 legs, aren't there? The best is yet to come. Missing you is her loss. She'll regret it for the rest of her life. Don't worry, leave this to me. Lin Chen's eyes were full of intense glint. I'll get revenge for you. Next, I'll help you make money so you can quickly buy a house and a car in Hangzhou and marry a better woman. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. It's not worth torturing yourself for such a lowly woman. Brother Lin. Well, Jin Shun looked up at Lin Chen, still drinking with great pain. Brother Lin, don't try to comfort me. I know my own limitations. My monthly salary is only 4,500 yuan. How can I afford to buy a house in Hangzhou? The money I save by not eating or drinking for a year wouldn't even be enough to buy a toilet in Hangzhou. Jin Shun smiled bitterly. I'm destined to be a bachelor. It's understandable that people don't think much of me. It's my own fault for not being capable enough. Shut up. Smack. Lin Chen patted Jin Shun's face hard. Sober up and stop talking nonsense. I won't allow you to demean yourself like this. I told you long ago, I'll get revenge for you and help you make money. Don't worry, it's nothing. Lin Chen helped the tipsy Jin Shun to his feet and gave him a sip of water. Let's go back to sleep first. I'll get revenge for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll swallow this insult. Lin Chen sneered. I'll make Li Chui regret this so much she'll turn green with envy. Come here and kneel down to beg you to make up with me. Brother Lin, please don't try to comfort me. Jin Shun looked miserable. Hu Guobin has a house and a car, and he's also a factory supervisor. I'm just a penniless laborer. How could she possibly regret it? Impossible. Jin Shun said bitterly. Brother Lin, I admit I'm useless. You don't need to comfort me. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Shut up. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Don't underestimate yourself. You yourself have no idea how much power you possess. This is a minor matter. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. I will definitely solve it for you. I'll let you vent your anger first. Then I'll promote you and let you make money with me. Now that I'm capable, I won't abandon you. Lin Shun helped Jin Shun into the rented room, placed her on the bed, and frowned as he pondered. How can he avenge Jin Shun? Chapter 63. His health was not as good as before. What's wrong with Jin Shun? Seeing Lin Shun rushing back late at night, reeking of alcohol, Chu Qinglan didn't complain that he was disturbing her rest. Instead, she gently poured him a glass of hot water. Drink some water and sober up. I'm fine. I only drank 1 bottle. When I got to the food stall, he was already drunk by himself. Looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shin said with a wry smile, I went over and had a few drinks with him, and he got drunk. I took him back to his room to rest. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort. Although she doesn't like men who smoke and drink, she wouldn't object if Lin Shin went out drinking with his friends. It's embarrassing to talk about this. He was cheated on. Chu Qinglan was startled, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Shin. This, really? Certainly. After taking a sip of hot water, Lin Shin looked at Chu Qinglan with a complicated expression. Have you met his girlfriend, Li Chui? No. Chu Qinglan shook her head. Although she knew Jin Shun, she wasn't familiar with her. After all, her previous identity was Chun Mingyuan's best friend. So it was normal for her to have contact with Lin Shun, but there was no point in having contact with Lin Shin's friends. It's this Li Chui who got involved with the supervisor at the factory. She cheated on him. Lin Shun said awkwardly. It's Saturday today, so Jin Shun isn't working. He wanted to give Li Chui a surprise, so he went straight to Li Chui's dorm to find her and wanted to take her out for a big meal. Then, at the dormitory entrance, I heard some indescribable noises. Oops. Recalling the commotion Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan had caused in the next room, Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shun with annoyance. That's all there is to it, Lin Shun said with a wry smile. Then he saw Li Chui, who was disheveled, and her supervisor, Hu Guobin. After being cheated on, he would drink alone in anguish. That would be quite difficult for him. Chu Qinglan parted her lips slightly, unsure of what to say. When it comes to matters of the heart, outsiders shouldn't interfere. Never mind, let's go to sleep. Let me think of a way to help him get back at him tomorrow. Stretching, Lin Shun hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist and leaned to the side, pressing his leg against her. He then buried his head in Chu Qinglan's hair, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Lin Shun slept soundly. Chun, it's time to get up. The next morning, Chu Qinglan nudged Lin Shun. If you get up late and my brother sees you, it will be so embarrassing. Hee, what's the big deal? We've all been there. Although Lin Shun didn't care, seeing Chu Qinglan's shy face, he still stepped aside and said, go wash up first. Why? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and said, you go first. Are you sure? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile and said, I'm afraid you'll feel awkward if I stand up. Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. Understanding the deeper meaning behind Lin Shun's words, she naturally crawled out of bed with extreme shyness and then ran shyly into the bathroom. Hey. Listening to the pattering sound of water in the bathroom, Lin Shun's lips curled into a smile. Chu Qinglan was genuinely shy. It won't be long before I'm not so shy anymore. Now you'll have a chance to prove yourself. After comforting himself with a thought, Lin Shun opened the system and selected to sign in. Ding dong, congratulations host for successfully checking in, 1-7 completed. What is today's task? Thinking of Li Tao, whom he had driven away in anger yesterday, Lin Shun took a look at the tasks the system had given him today with great interest. Holy crap, this mission. This is a bit difficult. Lin Shun was momentarily stunned when he saw the task given to him by the system. The task was to help Jin Shun and make Li Chui beg to reconcile with Jin Shun. System, aren't you being a bit of a rip-off? Li Chui has cheated on Shunzi with a cuckold. You want me to reconcile them? Lin Chin's lips twitched. That would be too unfair to Shunzi. Please read the question carefully, host. Today's task is simply to get Li Chui to kneel and beg Jin Shun to reconcile with her. As for whether or not to reconcile, there are no specific requirements. Everything is up to you. Oh, I see. That's good. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Lin Shun didn't want to try to reconcile He Shun and Li Chui. That would be so unfair to Jim soon. Although it's true that as long as life goes on, you can't avoid being cuckolded a little. However, unless absolutely necessary, nobody wants to be cuckolded. With Lin Shun's help, Jin Shun will never lack women in the future. So why does he have to wear a green hat? There's no need for that. Although we don't actually need to reconcile, this task is still a bit difficult. Lin Shun rubbed his temples with a complicated expression. Since Li Chui has made up her mind to cheat on Shunzi, it proves that she and Hu Guobin have been having an affair for a long time. Was it the first time Shunzi caught them doing such a dirty thing yesterday? I think that's impossible. Who knows how many times they've secretly done this kind of illicit affair before? Lin Shun said coldly. So this Li Chui is definitely a complete scumbag. It's not an easy task to get such a scumbag woman to beg Jin Shun to get back together. What should I do? Lin Shun rubbed his temples in pain. He thought to himself that this system was simply creating problems for him every day and making him rack his brains. Chun, what are you thinking about? Chu Qinglan walked out of the bathroom, smiling as she applied some hand cream to Lin Chin's hands. Go wash up. My cousin said that they would take a walk around this morning, have lunch, and then go back to Ninghai this afternoon. Why are you going back so soon? Lin Chin looked at Chu Qinglan suspiciously. Since you're in Hangzhou, why not stay a few more days? I have to go to work tomorrow. Go back and wash up and clean the house. Lin Chin didn't think much of it. After washing up, he led the refreshed Li Xiaowan and the tired Chu Jun out of the hotel. Brother, did you not sleep well last night? Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. You're not averse to sleeping in the same bed? No. Chu Jun gave a wry smile, unable to explain the reason behind it. Brother, I envy you. You're in really good health. Patting Lin Shun on the shoulder, Chu Jun said with envy, I've been living with him for a year, and my health is getting worse and worse. Understand. Looking at Li Xiaojuan's smooth and radiant skin after being moisturized, Lin Shun immediately understood. Hangzhou has so many beautiful women. No wonder it's known as the city of live streamers. Looking at the female live streamers filming short videos early in the morning on the roadside, Chujun sighed. Live streaming e-commerce has become a Hangzhou specialty. Female anchor? Lin Chen glanced at the female live streamers on the roadside and remembered the task the system had given him for the day. An idea instantly came to mind. Chapter 64, The True Tycoon. At noon, Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan took Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan to Hangzhou High-Speed Railway Station. While Chu Qinglan and Li Xiaowan were whispering intimate words between women, Chu Jun took Lin Chen's hand and looked at him with a sigh. Brother Lin, I misjudged you before and underestimated you. I'm so sorry. It's because I didn't have good judgment. I didn't realize you were the real super rich. Please don't hold it against me. I'm not very capable, and I've never met any real tycoons. Chu Jun looked at Lin Chen apologetically and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize to you. Brother Chu, it's not that bad. We're all family. You're Qinglan's cousin, and I'm Qinglan's husband. We're practically family. I'm not that petty. Lin Chen immediately helped Chu Jun up, not daring to act arrogantly in front of Chu Jun. Although he is now wealthy and has become a company owner after acquiring the system, thus changing his identity, Lin Chen's personality remains unchanged. She remained as peaceful and calm as ever. Unlike Li Tao, who becomes arrogant and conceited as soon as he has a little money, he doesn't know his place. Lin Chen is not that kind of person. Brother Lin, you are truly a good person. Seeing Lin Chen's sincere eyes, which clearly showed he wasn't lying and wasn't angry with him, Chu Dun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to offend a super rich person like Lin Chen. Chu Jun knew that since Lin Chen could afford a Ferrari 812, his assets must be 10 times, or even dozens of times, the price of the car. After all, ordinary people buy cars, perhaps with loans, and you can't judge their wealth by their cars. Generally speaking, the owners of cars priced below 100,000 are mostly working-class people who need to pay car loans, mortgages, and the like. However, once the price of a car rises to hundreds of thousands, or even millions, it becomes a significant issue. Chu Jun knew perfectly well that the car owner's net worth was usually 10 times, or even dozens of times, the price of the car. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to buy such a luxury car. He checked yesterday and found that the Ferrari 812 costs over 400,000, nearly 5 million. In other words, Lin Chen's net worth is at least 40 or 50 million, or even over 100 million. Compared to Lin Chen, Li Tao was nothing. Of course, Chu Jun had to please Lin Chen. Brother Lin, we must get to know each other better in the future. Seeing that Lin Chen treated Chu Qinglan very well, Chu Jun, who was deliberately trying to get Li Xiaowan and Chu Qinglan to get along well, smiled and said, When do you plan to go to Qinglan's house to propose marriage? Tell me when the time comes, and I'll go with you. I guarantee you'll win the heart of your beauty, Brother Lin. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. Lin Chen almost laughed when he heard this, wondering whether Chu Jun was Chu Qinglan's brother or his own brother. How come he not only didn't make things difficult for Chu Jun when it came to proposing marriage, but even helped him out? However, since this was Chu Jun's goodwill, Lin Chen couldn't say anything. Then I will definitely ask Brother Chu to be the middleman. Sure thing, I'll get this done for you as quickly as possible. Chu Jun smiled and waved his hand, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of flattery. Brother Lin, if you ever have any profitable business opportunities in the future, you must give your older brother a hand. I can't make much money in Ninghai. It won't be easy to get past your sister-in-law's parents if you want to marry her. I'm almost 30. If I don't get married soon, I'll really be a bachelor forever, Chu Jun sighed. Brother Lin, I'm counting on you. I hope you can give me a hand. Of course, that's no problem. Lin Chen smiled and said, I will definitely let you know as soon as there is a chance to make money next time. Good. Then I'll wait. Chu Yin patted Lin Chen's arm hard before reluctantly leaving with Li Xiaowan. Although he offended Li Tao, Chu Yin felt it was worth it because he pleased Lin Chen. After all, Li Tao's Mercedes-Benz C-Class isn't even worthy of carrying Lin Chen's Ferrari 812 shoes. What did my cousin say to you? You two are practically brothers, all arm in arm. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Did you become so close over drinks? Haha, you could say that. Lin Chen smiled and gently pinched Chu Qinglan's nose. He's completely sold you out. Huh. Chu Qinglan's face instantly turned disgusted. What did he say to you? Haha, it's a secret. Lin Chen immediately winked at Chu Qinglan and teased her with a smile. He promised me that he would take care of my parents-in-law for me. Cut. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. My parents aren't so easy to deal with. Just wait and you'll get a scolding. Chu Qinglan stretched out her slender finger and tapped Lin Shen's arm. If they knew, you would be pressing down on my hair every day now. See if my dad doesn't beat you. Ha ha. Lin Shen smiled. We're all men. I think uncle can understand. After all, when uncle and aunt were young, perhaps they were also. Morning. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, reached out, and pinched the flesh on Lin Shen's arm, giving it a gentle twist. Hiss. Lin Shen gasped, wincing in pain. She murdered her husband. I didn't even use any force. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. My dad isn't as improper as you. Haha, that's all the truth. After all, if things were serious, how could you be here? Lin Shen smiled and put his arm around Chu Qinglan's slender waist. I am very grateful to uncle and aunt. He gave birth to such a wonderful wife for me. Snort. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort through her nose, still enjoying Lin Shen's praise. Qinglan, you go home and rest first. I'll go find Shunzi. After driving Chu Qinglan to the entrance of the residential area, Lin Shen didn't get out of the car. I still have to get revenge for him. Otherwise, he'll go crazy from holding it in. Chu Qinglan nodded gently, looking at Lin Shen with concern. Don't be impulsive, don't fight. Don't worry. How old are you? Still fighting. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. I'll find another way to get revenge on him. Make Li Chui regret this to death. Of course, Hu Guobin should pay the price. Lin Shen's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. This Hu Guobin is asking for trouble for daring to cuckold my brother. Truly, heaven and earth are vast and boundless. Anyway, don't act impulsively. Chu Qinglan gently instructed Lin Shen, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. If anything happens, just call me anytime. Don't worry. Lin Shen smiled and said, It'll be fine. It's nothing. What do you think about tonight? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen. I've cooked dinner and am waiting for you at home. Chapter 65, More Money. I probably won't be back for dinner tonight. Shunzi might treat me to dinner. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan apologetically. Please, eat whatever you like. Chu Qinglan naturally understood Lin Shen's predicament. She waved to Lin Shen and turned to walk into the residential area. Watching Chu Qinglan's slender figure gradually disappear, Lin Shen smiled happily. He was truly lucky to have such a gentle and virtuous wife. Shunzi, I'll definitely get revenge for you. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Shen drove directly to Jin Shun's apartment. Knock knock knock. Shunzi, open the door. Crunch. Brother Lin. Jin Shun opened the door. His eyes were dark circles, and his head was a mess, looking like a bird's nest. He looked at Lin Shen with a miserable expression. You little rascal, it's already afternoon. Have you been sleeping since last night? Lin Shen walked into the house and looked at the messy bedroom, feeling quite helpless. Don't you know how to clean up? I am a dying man. There is no need for me to clean. Puff. Lin Shen spat out a mouthful of mineral water, staring at Jin Shun with astonishment in his eyes. What the hell? A dying man. Shunzi, what do you mean by that? Do you have cancer, leukemia, kidney failure, or hemophilia? Neither. Jin Shun shook her head bitterly and slumped onto the bed. I just feel like my life has no meaning. I'm working really hard, being good to her, making money, and trying my best to build a future for us. But I still got cheated on. Jin Shun sighed bitterly. God is playing a cruel joke on me. It's so meaningless. You're overthinking it, kid. God is too busy to play with you. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Don't think about those pointless things all day long. In this world, not every effort will yield results. There are many people who put in effort but still fail. You're not the only one. I was with Chun Mingyuan before. Lin Shen shook his head with a wry smile. I've invested for whole years of my feelings in this. Isn't it more painful than it is for you? Brother Lin, what's this? Jin Shun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. But you have Chu Qinglan now. I have nothing. What's the panic? Lin Shen laughed. There are plenty of women in the world. I'll introduce you to one. But the most important thing right now is for you to pull yourself together and get revenge. Lin Shen sneered. They dared to cheat on you. So Li Chui and this Hu Guobin must pay the price. These two scoundrels will learn the consequences of doing such dirty things. I'm going to make Li Chui kneel down and beg you to make up. Lin Shen smirked and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. But Shunzi, you have to promise me you won't be soft-hearted. How is that possible? Jin Shun sneered. How could I possibly be soft-hearted towards someone like that? Why didn't she soften when she was putting a hat on me? Jin Shun clenched her fist and slammed it heavily against the wall. I wish I could kill her. Killing him wouldn't be the case. Killing her would send you to jail. There's no need for that. Lin Shen laughed. Just give her a good beating and vent your anger, and that'll be enough. Brother Lin, how should we get revenge? Jin Shun was a little confused. Hugo Bin is the factory supervisor. How could I be a match for him? Well, Jin Shun lowered her head dejectedly. I can't beat them. Your brother's here, what's the rush? Don't worry, Brother Bao will definitely help you get revenge. Lin Shun laughed. What you need to do now is take a shower and tidy yourself up properly. Don't make yourself look so pathetic. The more disheveled you are now, the happier Li Chui will be. Because it means she holds a place in your heart, so she's naturally excited and will make fun of your misery. Lin Shun said solemnly. So, there's nothing to be sad about. Missing you is something she will regret for the rest of her life. You haven't lost anything. It's better to see through a woman than to get cheated on after marriage, right? Lin Shun said seriously. It's just a breakup now, it's not a big deal. If you get married and get cheated on, and then divorce, not only will it be a second marriage, but what will happen to the child? If you don't get a divorce, will you be wearing a green hat forever? What's the point of living then? Lin Shun sneered. How can it be shared with others? 2. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. Brother Lin, I understand the reasoning behind it all. I'm still feeling a bit upset, and there are some things I can't figure out. I was trying my best, and I treated her very well, so why did she betray me like this? Jin Shun frowned deeply. She has no conscience. That's normal. Lin Shun laughed and said, men and women think differently. What seems unbelievable to you is just commonplace to her. It's like when you're arguing, the explanation you give is just an excuse in her eyes. It's meaningless. Lin Shun patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. I'll get revenge for you later. Jin Shun walked into the bathroom with her head down and a dejected expression. Lin Shun opened his phone, found a local live stream, selected a female streamer with a good figure and appearance, and directly tipped her 10,000 yuan, becoming the top donor. Amidst the female anchor's delighted flattery, Lin Shun directly sent his location. Half an hour later, the female anchor who had finished her broadcast arrived at the apartment building. Big brother. The female anchor blushed and immediately hugged Lin Shun's arm, saying, You're so generous. Today, she's your girlfriend. The female anchor winked seductively at Lin Shun. You can treat her the same way you treat your girlfriend. It wasn't me. Lin Shun laughed and said, He's my brother. Wow, brother, you really know how to have fun. Lin Shun frowned. No way. Of course not. Hearing Lin Shun's words, the female anchor laughed. That's not impossible, but if it's like this. The female anchor smiled and winked at Lin Shun. You need to pay more. Chapter 66. That would be cheating people out of their money. Add money. Lin Shun frowned upon hearing this. This female anchor was being too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He's already tipped 10,000 yuan to become the top spender on the leaderboard, and this female streamer still wants to add more money? They really treat him like a mobile ATM. Hey, you two. Seeing Lin Shun's displeasure, the female streamer snorted. I usually don't take orders like this. It's because you've been so generous today, big brother. You didn't say it was just the two of you, which is why I came out. Otherwise, I wouldn't take this kind of order. I'm too tired, it's bad for my health. Well, Lin Shun instantly understood the meaning behind the female anchor's words and knew why she was asking for more money. She thought Lin Shun had called her over to play cards with Jin Shun, but she was really overthinking it. Lin Shun isn't that good at playing games. Furthermore, Lin Shun is also quite self-disciplined. You're overthinking it, I didn't mean that. Lin Shun could only look at the female anchor awkwardly. I called you over so that I could do you a favor and pretend to be my friend's girlfriend. To vent his anger. It's not about doing that. Oh. The female anchor looked at Lin Shun with utter astonishment. This was the first time she had ever seen the top fan call her out, not to discuss anything serious. Here's what happened. Lin Shun smiled wryly and told the female anchor about Jin Shun's situation and his planned revenge. After it's done, I can give you another 1,000 yuan as a reward. It's that simple. Is it okay? Sure. Upon hearing this delightful news, the female anchor immediately became interested. Little kiss. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The female anchor looked at Lin Shun with great confidence. I guarantee I'll do a perfect job for you. Good. Knowing that these female live streamers are generally bold and open, and also have good acting skills, Lin Shun smiled and nodded. Your female streamers can date the top male fan. What? Lin Shun looked at the female anchor with great curiosity. Is this an unspoken rule in this industry? Definitely. Without hesitation, the female anchor replied to Lin Shun. You men tip us. Isn't that all it's for? Of course, we don't pay attention to tips of a few or 10 yuan. Only those who receive over 100 cloud-piercing arrows can add me on WeChat. and only those who receive thousands or tens of thousands of tips can meet me privately. The female streamer laughed. If you can't meet me privately even after receiving 10,000 tips, wouldn't that be considered scamming people? Let's stick to professional ethics, shall we? Lin Shun gave the female anchor a thumbs up in admiration. He knew the saying online that the poor judge a person by their appearance, while the rich judge them by their character. This was truly a wise saying. These days, money really is a good thing. Brother Lin. At this moment, Jin Shun, who had finished taking a bath and changed her clothes, came out of the house. This is... Looking at the female anchor next to Lin Shun, who was wearing tight jeans and had a slender and shapely figure, Jin Shun's eyes were full of surprise. This is your girlfriend. Lin Shun smiled at Jin Shun and said, how is it? Are you satisfied? Husband. The female anchor readily agreed, letting out a seductive hum as she hugged Jin Shun's arm. Gulp. This, Brother Lin. Jin Shun, who was holding the soft and fragrant woman in his arms, swallowed hard and looked at Lin Shun with a blank expression. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Me, my girlfriend? Jin Shun was completely stunned when she saw the female anchor with a great figure. Is this like a beautiful Lin Dayu falling from the sky? Yes, Brother Jin Shun, I'm your girlfriend today. Give me a kiss. The female anchor left a lip print on Jin Shun's face with her luscious red lips. Today, you can do whatever you want to me. Gulp. Jin Shun was completely stunned. He didn't dare to hug the female anchor and was still staring blankly at Lin Shun. This happiness came too suddenly. I just saw Li Chui's clothes and stuff in your room. Call her now and ask her to meet you outside the dorm. Lin Shun ignored Jin Shun's surprise and said seriously, tell her that since we've been assigned to different places, we should go our separate ways and return her things. As for the things you gave her before, she can't possibly pay me back. Jin Shun shook her head helplessly. I know her personality very well. She's not like those girls with good personalities. After a breakup, we'll keep score and not try to take advantage of each other. I understand, Lin Shun said with a wry smile. Then just tell her to return her things directly. Even if she doesn't return the gift, she wouldn't just abandon her own things, would she? Then let me ask. With a complicated expression, Jin Shun finally dialed Li Chui's number and had a discussion with her. She asked me to deliver it. Putting down her phone, Jin Shun looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. Good. Lin Shun nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. When you see Li Chui later, don't say anything. She will naturally say some things for you. Lin Shun pointed to the female anchor next to him. Later, this Li Chui might be begging you to make up. I will absolutely not be soft-hearted. Without hesitation, Jin Shun replied to Lin Shun, I would only keep my distance from this kind of woman. A person cannot fall in the same place twice. I'm not that stupid. Very good, I'm relieved that you understand this principle. Let's go. Lin Shun gestured for Jin Shun to pack Li Chui's things, then waved his hand and led Li Chui and Jin Shun downstairs. This car is awesome. Looking at the Ferrari 812 parked outside the residential area, the female anchor couldn't help but mutter to herself. Yeah. Lin Shun smiled and took out his car keys. Wow. Brother, is this your car? You have a sports car? The female anchor was completely stunned when she saw the car keys in Lin Shun's hand. She knew Lin Shun should have some money, but she didn't expect him to be so wealthy. This is a Ferrari 812 worth 4 or 5 million. Although there are many wealthy people in Hangzhou, few can afford to drive such an expensive sports car. That's really not much. Yes, it's my sports car. Lin Shun nodded slightly, looking at the sports car and then at the female anchor and Jin Shun beside him, feeling quite troubled. That's the downside of sports cars. It's stylish and cool, but it can only seat 2 people. This is so inconvenient. However, that's fine too. After a moment's thought, Lin Shun looked directly at the female anchor and asked, Can you drive? Yes, I will. Give. Lin Shun handed the Ferrari car keys directly to the female anchor. Oh. The female anchor stared wide-eyed at Lin Shun, completely bewildered. This is a luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. What does Lin Shun mean by this? You should give it to her. Chapter 67. Who is being called darling? You drive this car and wait outside the factory's employee dormitory. Remember, try not to be seen by anyone. Lin Shun had no idea what the female anchor was thinking in that instant. If he had known she was thinking that way, he would have been absolutely amused. Are you kidding me? A luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. Lin Shun would give it to her. Even if she were covered in diamonds, she wouldn't be worth that price. Wait outside the staff dormitory. Hearing Lin Shun's words, the female anchor took a deep breath and looked at him suspiciously. And then? What should I do? Proceed according to the original plan. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed as he smiled and replied to the female anchor. I'll let you know when the time is right, and then you can drive over directly. Then do it for me according to the method I told you before. Have you memorized your lines? Lin Shen looked at the female anchor with a glint in his eyes. Don't forget. I remember. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the female anchor immediately nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. Good. Let's drive and get ready. After tossing the Ferrari keys to the female anchor and signaling her to wait ahead, Lin Shen looked at the dumbfounded Jin Shun and waved a flag down a taxi. Shunzi, let's go. What are you standing there for? Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed hard, looking at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Brother Lin, that Ferrari 812 just now, was it yours? Yes. Lin Shen smiled and nodded. If it's not mine, would I dare to let anyone drive it so casually? Brother Lin, when did you become so rich? Jin Shun looked at Lin Shen with shock in his eyes. That's a Ferrari 812. I'll explain this to you later. It can't be explained in just a few words. Lin Shen smiled and pulled Jin Shun into the taxi. Take care of your business first, then we'll talk about this. Don't worry, I know what it means to be loyal to someone you've made a fortune in. With me around from now on, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and make a lot of money. Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun, whose expression still held a hint of worry, and said, I guarantee you definitely have a woman. That's no big deal. I told you long ago, Li Chui cheated on you. This is definitely the biggest loss of her life. Lin Shen sneered. Do you really think her boss, Hu Guobin, is anyone important? I want her to know that Hu Guobin is no match for you, Jin Shunbai. That's nothing but a fart. It's just money. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. From now on, the one thing we brothers will never lack is money. Brothers are loyal to each other. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the taxi driver gave Lin Shen a thumbs up with great admiration. If I had a good brother like you, I wouldn't have to work so hard driving a taxi. Don't be discouraged, buddy, the taxi driver said, looking at the dejected Jin Shun. With a good brother like you supporting you, what won't you have in the future? We can't do without women. That makes sense. Lin Shen smiled and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Don't panic. I'll get revenge for you in a bit. Brother Lin. Jin Shun took a deep breath and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't worry. You'll know when you see that bitch Li Chui. Lin Shen smiled and kept everyone in suspense. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the factory dormitory building where Li Chui lived. Give her a call. Lin Shen handed Jin Shun a bottle of water. Just do as I tell you. Don't panic and don't feel bad. You must remember one thing. It's not worth suffering for a woman like that. What you need to do is let her go and make her regret it. Lin Shen smiled coldly. Make her kneel down and beg you to make up. Then you must kick her aside and absolutely refuse to reconcile. Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun with a solemn expression. Don't be soft-hearted. Don't worry, Brother Lin. It's impossible for me to be soft-hearted. Without hesitation, Jin Shun replied to Lin Shen. I'm not that stupid. I won't be soft-hearted towards people like that again. That's right. Lin Shen nodded with a smile. After all, if Jin Shun softens her heart and forgives Li Chui, then what's the point of him even doing it? Wouldn't that backfire? Woof woof woof. At that moment, a husky downstairs in the dormitory started barking incessantly at Lin Shen and Jin Shun. Roll! Bang! Jin Shun picked up a rock and smashed it heavily on the husky, making the barking husky run away with its head in its hands. What's wrong? Lin Shen glanced at Jin Shun with surprise. Jin Shun used to really like dogs, so why is she suddenly into huskies? Brother Lin, Hu Guobin's family has a husky, and she likes huskies too. Jin Shun lowered his head with a complicated expression and looked indignant. She used to go to Hu Guobin's house often to play, saying she was going to tease the husky. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, she really likes dogs, and I promised her that after we buy a house and get married, I'll get one for myself. Thinking back now, was she just teasing the dog? Jin Shun clenched her fists, her expression contorted with rage. She tricked me so badly. So she went to be a dog. Lin Shen instantly understood, and he patted Jin Shun's shoulder helplessly. It must have been hard on you. But that's all in the past, so don't worry too much. I'll avenge you. Live a good life in the future, and meet new, wonderful girls, Lin Shen said with a smile. I'll have Qinglan introduce you to one. Brother Lin, thank you. Gritting her teeth, Jin Shun, feeling aggrieved, still dialed Li Chui's number. Hello, honey, be gentle. The phone rang with Li Chui's rapid, panting voice, full of seductive charm. That's strange. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Even at this point, why is Li Chui still calling Jin Shun darling? That's way too much. I'll wait for you downstairs. Jin Shun's expression was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. Come down and get your things, and give me back my things too. Wait a moment. Ah hiss. With a gasp of shock, Li Chui hurriedly hung up the phone. Brother Lin, she said she'll wait a bit. Fine. Lin Shun wasn't in a hurry. Looking at Jin Shun, who looked pained, he handed her a cigarette. Don't be sad. Only a fool would torture himself over a woman who isn't worth it. Brother Lin. Jin Shun opened his mouth, as if to say something, but couldn't utter a word. After all, everyone understands some principles, but not everyone can actually put them into practice. Half an hour later, Lin Shun and Jin Shun, who had been waiting impatiently, finally saw Li Chui. The moment Lin Shun saw Li Chui, he finally understood who Li Chui had been calling darling, and why Jin Shun's expression had been so ferocious. Feelings, all of this was actually. Chapter 68. Young Master, we've finally found you. Li Chui, arm in arm with Hu Guobin, her face flushed, fine beads of sweat on her forehead dampening her hair, and swaying from side to side as she walked out of the dormitory building. Clearly something was wrong with her. In this situation, who did Li Chui call darling just now? And what was she doing a dozen minutes ago? This is obvious. Those who understand, understand. Shunzi, hold on, you must hold on. Seeing Jin Shun beside him with her fists clenched, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembling violently, Lin Shun felt a little awkward and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder, signaling Jin Shun to calm down. At this moment, he could completely put himself in Jin Shun's shoes and feel her anger and pain. Li Chui and Hu Guobin, that despicable couple, are really going too far. He actually managed to get a call from Jin Shun for excitement during that time. It could even be said that Li Chui had done this kind of thing countless times before, and had done countless unspeakable things behind Jin Shun and Hu Guobin's backs. He even deliberately called Jin Shun during the journey to seek excitement. Any man who understands this would probably be so angry he'd want to kill someone. This is yours. Take it and get out of here. Bang! Li Chui naturally didn't care about Jin Shun's anger. Having latched onto Hu Guobin, who was a high-ranking official, she naturally looked down on Jin Shun at this moment. Li Chui. Jin Shun's eyes were bloodshot as she glared angrily at Li Chui. Why did you do this to me? In the past 6 months, in what way have I treated you badly? I've been working hard to earn money so I can buy a house and a car, and marry you. Because you're poor. Li Chui scoffed without any politeness. Buying a house and a car? With your monthly salary of 4,500? Li Chui glanced at Jin Shun with disdain. Even if you work your whole life in Hangzhou without eating or drinking, you still won't be able to afford a house. Kid, that's the truth. Hu Guobin crossed his arms, looking arrogant. If you're incompetent, you don't deserve to get a wife. You're destined to be a bachelor your whole life. Shut up. Lin Shun glanced coldly at Hu Guobin. You have no right to speak here. Li Chui was Jin Shun's ex-girlfriend, so Lin Shun couldn't yell at her. But what was Hu Guobin anyway? Lin Shun wouldn't be polite to Jin Shun for daring to mock him like that. You dare talk back? Hu Guobin, as a leader, was already used to the workers being obsequious in front of him, and daring not to resist his scolding and reprimands. Hearing Lin Shun yell at him, he was naturally furious. Nonsense. Lin Shun scoffed dismissively. You're out of your mind. Do you even need to ask? You. Hu Guobin waved his hand, intending to hit Lin Shun. Smack. Lin Shun slapped Hu Guobin across the face. Get out of here. You dare hit me? Hu Guobin, who had just been slapped, was furious. He wanted to hit Lin Shun, but when he saw the menacing Lin Shun and Jin Shun, he knew that he couldn't fight them all. You wait. A glint of malice flashed in Hu Guobin's eyes, and he immediately pulled out his phone. Jin Shun, Lin Shun, have you two gone mad? You dare to hit Supervisor Hu? Li Chui immediately became anxious. She glared angrily at Lin Shun and Jin Shun. Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to Manager Hu right now? Li Chui. Jin Shun took a deep breath, looked at Li Chui who was shouting and showing great concern for Hu Guobin with a complicated expression, and smiled bitterly. He is 15 years older than you. He's almost old enough to be your dad. You and him? Have you no shame? What's the use of face? Li Chui sneered. Manager Hu is rich. He owns a house and a car in Hangzhou. What do you have? You have nothing at all. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Why should I suffer and be poor with you? Don't give me that empty promise, like how you'll be able to buy a house and a car in Hangzhou once you make money. Li Chui scoffed dismissively. Nobody would believe you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really have that kind of ability? Let me tell you, you'll never be able to afford a motorhome in Hangzhou in your entire life. Li Chui. Jin Shun clenched her fists, her teeth aching with anger. You're out of your mind. Lin Shun was also angered by Li Chui's bizarre thoughts, feeling that Jin Shun had been blind to have fallen for such an odd woman as Li Chui. If you don't like me and don't trust me, why did you agree to it in the first place? Even if you want to break up, why don't you just say so? Jin Shun glared angrily at Li Chui. Whether you break up with me and go find him or someone else, it's none of my business. We can definitely part ways amicably. How dare you cheat on me like this? Jin Shun glared at Li Chui with a ferocious expression. You've done this to me. You've wronged me. Why should I agree to your request? It was right after I broke up with my ex-boyfriend. He scumbed to me, and I was in a bad mood. I wanted to find someone to chat with to cheer myself up. Li Chui snorted. And you were licking my boots all the time back then. I had nothing else to do, so I just agreed. You think I'm really interested in you, want to have a serious relationship with you, or even get married and have children? Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain in her eyes. You really overestimate yourself. You're not worthy? Jin Shun clenched his fists, his face turning ashen with anger at Li Chui, his body trembling like a leaf. Only then did he realize that it was all just his imagination. He considered Li Chui his girlfriend and his future wife. And what about Li Chui? Li Chui treated him like a dog. Don't panic. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Shun sent a message to the female anchor. Boom. Sizzle. With the roar of its engine, the stylish Ferrari 812 sped straight to the front of the dormitory building. Wow, whose car is this? Seeing the cool Ferrari 812, Li Chui's eyes widened in envy. Then, she glanced at Jin Shun disdainfully. Jin Shun, if you had a luxury car like that, would I be cheating on you with someone else? Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being incompetent. He didn't have any either? Jin Shun glared angrily at Hu Guobin. Why did you go with him? Although manager who doesn't have such a nice car, he at least has an SUV worth over 100,000 yuan. And you? You didn't even have a damn thing. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Why am I wasting my breath talking to you? Anyway, you'll never be able to afford a luxury car like this in your lifetime. I doubt you can even afford a tire. Hee. Poor wretch. With that, Li Chui waved to Jin Shun. Get lost. I've blocked you. I don't want to see you again. Creak. As Li Chui finished speaking, the door of the Ferrari 812 opened, and then a shocking scene unfolded. All that could be seen was the female anchor who got out of the Ferrari 812 and walked directly to Jin Shun under Li Chui's envious gaze. Then, Chapter 69, Li Chui's dumbfounded. She smiled and bowed slightly to Jin Shun, then parted her lips and said, Young Master Jin, I've finally found you. Oh. Jin Shun was stunned, looking at the female anchor in surprise. Young Master Jin, the conflict between you and the master should be resolved. The master has sent you home. The female anchor was extremely respectful and gestured to Jin Shun. The group is waiting for you to inherit it. Please don't keep arguing with the master. Holy crap, what's going on? Lin Shun suddenly shouted. Shunzi, who exactly are you? You do not know? Amid Lin Shun's suspicious question, the female anchor immediately replied. Young Master Jin Shun is the only son of the chairman of our Ninghai Jin group, and also the first in line to inherit our group. A few years ago, he had a conflict with the chairman, so he went to Hangzhou alone. The female anchor looked at Jin Shun respectfully. Young Master Jin, you have experienced life at the bottom of society long enough. It's time to go home. No, you must be mistaken. Li Chui's lips twitched violently, completely stunned by the female anchor's words. Her eyes widened. He is Jin Shun from Jinjiazhuang. His father is Jin's son too, and his mother is Li Huifang. How could he possibly be the young Master Jin you're talking about? You've mistaken me for someone else. You've definitely mistaken me for someone else. Since Li Chui met Jin Shun through a blind date, she immediately revealed Jin Shun's background. Him? How could he possibly be the heir of the Jin family? Absolutely not. Miss, what do you know? The female anchor snorted coldly and looked at Li Chui with disdain. Young Master Jin deliberately used the identity of Jin family manor to conceal his true identity as young Master Jin. Our Jin group is worth tens of billions. How could we possibly mistake someone for someone else in this matter? Gulp. A market capitalization of tens of billions. Upon hearing the female anchor's words, Li Chui's eyes widened in shock. Is Jin Shun the heir to the Jin group, which is worth billions? Could it be that she really missed the chance to become the young mistress of a wealthy family? No, that's absolutely impossible. You must have mistaken me for someone else. This news was so explosive that Li Chui, who absolutely refused to believe it, roared angrily again. This is probably just a case of mistaken identity. I know Jin Shun very well. He's just a sycophant. He has absolutely no ability. Smack. The female anchor slapped Li Chui across the face and said, "Shut up. Who gave you permission to insult our young Master Jean like this?" The female anchor crossed her arms, looked at Li Chui coldly, and said with an arrogant attitude, "What do you know? Our young Master Jean is unwilling to accept the marriage arranged by his family, so he deliberately concealed his identity and came to the lower class in order to find true love. Young Master Jean just doesn't want to show off his abilities. It's not that we lack the ability. This. Covering her face where she had been slapped, Li Chui's eyes were filled with deep astonishment. This sudden news completely shocked her. She didn't know whether to believe or doubt. Is all of this really true? Although she was slapped by the female anchor, Li Chui was not angry about it, and felt that it was only natural. As a female anchor, Li Chui felt that it was not normal for her to slap herself. Nonsense. The female anchor looked at Li Chui coldly. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to question me and doubt young Master Jean? This has nothing to do with you, get out. As she spoke, the female anchor looked respectfully at Jean Shun. Young Master Jean, the master is waiting for you to inherit the position of chairman of the group. Please. Shunzi, I didn't know you had such an identity. You kept it from me for so long. That's so unbrotherly. Lin Shun gave the female anchor, who was quite skilled at acting, an appreciative look, and then punched Jean Shun in the chest with a laugh. No wonder you never went when I suggested we go to Ninghai together. It's because they're afraid of being recognized. Going to Ninghai for fun. Li Chui recalled that she seemed to have also told Jean Shun to take her to Disneyland and the Bond. But Jean Shun always made excuses, saying she didn't have time and wouldn't go. She originally thought Jean Shun was stingy and too poor to go, and was afraid she would spend money since Disney tickets are not cheap. Now, thinking about what Lin Shun said, Li Chui suddenly realized that Jean Shun was afraid of being recognized in Ninghai. Shunzi, you really kept it a secret for a long time. Looking at Li Chui, who was beginning to believe him, Lin Shun deliberately said, Shunzi, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. From now on, you will be the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We've known each other for years, brother. I know how I've treated you, right? You should at least give me a hand, help me out, right? Lin Shun laughed. At the very least, arrange a job with $1 million annual salary for me, okay? Gulp. Annual salary of $1 million. Working for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Hearing Lin Shun's emphasis on key words, Li Chui's eyes widened in astonishment. This is so exciting. Jean Shun has such a background. If she could marry Jean Shun, wouldn't that be like a hen flying up a phoenix tree and turning into a phoenix? That was awesome. Then, she can carry an LV bag, wear a Bauhaus dress, a Jacques Van Damme handkerchief, Hermes shoes, and drive a Porsche or Rolls-Royce. Even for underwear, you can use international big brands. And they don't even need to be washed. You just wear them once and throw them away. They always had a large entourage when they went out, lived in spacious villas, and had maids and bodyguards. From then on, they lived a wonderful life, second only to the emperor and above all others. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Li Chui opened her eyes wide, completely absorbed in the thought of her wonderful future. The young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. That's incredibly wealthy. Young master, please come back to the company with me. The female anchor smiled and pulled Jean Shun's arm. The master said that as long as you go back this time, you can decide your own marriage from now on. He will no longer force you to make arrangements. You can marry whomever you want. Jean Shun, who looked somewhat dazed, nodded subconsciously at Lin Shun's prompting. Then, the female anchor pulled him by the arm and led him toward the Ferrari 812 with complicated steps. Shunzi, once we arrive in Ninghai, let's keep in touch by phone. I'll come and seek refuge with you. Lin Shun stood in front of the car and deliberately shouted loudly. This? Hu Guobin stared blankly at the Ferrari 812 in front of him. Of course, he wasn't as blindly trusting as Li Chui, but rather somewhat skeptical. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Wait a moment. Just as the female anchor was about to start the Ferrari 812 and leave with Jean Shun, a gasp suddenly rang out. Upon seeing Li Chui, she didn't hesitate at all and rushed straight towards the Ferrari 812. Looking at Kim Soon sitting in the passenger seat, she spoke without hesitation. Brother Jean. Chapter 70, Brother Jean, you're the one I love. Cough, cough. Jean Shun coughed for a while, and almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Looking at Li Chui's gentle and charming face, with her alluring appearance, Jean Shun was both amused and exasperated by her. When it comes to shamelessness, Li Chui is truly one of the best. Just now, he was pointing his finger at Jean Shun, scolding her for being ungrateful and a toad trying to eat swan meat. At this moment, Their attitude has changed immediately. So she's calling this toad Jium soon brother Jium, in such a sweet and coquettish way. That's really funny. What do you want? Sitting in the passenger seat, Jin Shun did not get out of the car at Lin Chen's signal. Instead, he rolled down the window and looked coldly at Li Chui. The female anchor, of course, wisely refrained from making any suggestive remarks, giving Jin Shun a chance to vent her anger. Brother Jin, I actually love you. There was a misunderstanding just now. With her lips tightly pressed together and her cherry-like mouth slightly open, Li Chui, whose breath tasted of blood, winked at Jin Shun and said, Brother Jin, all I was thinking about just now was you. I know you still like her. I promise I will never do such a thing again. They will definitely live a good life with you. Li Chui grabbed Jin Shun's arm and said, Brother Jin, you promised me before that you would marry me and take care of me for the rest of your life. The same to you. Li Chui rolled her eyes at Jin Shun. With such a status, why didn't you say so earlier? Blinded by the Ferrari 812 and the Jin Group's staggering billions, Li Chui, failing to see anything amiss, is now seducing Jin Shun with the utmost allure. She wanted to make Jin Shun fall at her feet again. It's too late. Looking at Li Chui's bewitching expression, Jin Shun's eyes were filled with a cold glint. After what happened before, he now felt intense disgust for Li Chui. Brother Jin, I have my reasons. Seeing that Jin Shun was about to reject her, Li Chui quickly put on a pitiful look, looking at Jin Shun with a pitiful and coquettish expression. Brother Jin, I didn't mean to betray you. Even when he was doing that to me, you were the one I was thinking about. Shut up. Lin Shun, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Li Chui coldly and said, Aren't you disgusting? How could you say something like that? I'm telling the truth. Without hesitation, Li Chui replied, What I was thinking just now was indeed Brother Jin. Nausea. Lin Shen's eyes were filled with intense disgust. I've never seen a woman as disgusting as you before. The facts are right in front of you. What excuse do you have for betraying Shunzi? Let me tell you, Shunzi will be the eldest son of the Jin family from now on, and he won't lack women around him. Who do you think you are? Lin Shen winked at the female anchor. Young Master Jin. The beautiful anchorwoman immediately understood. Without saying a word, she smiled and hugged Jin Shun's arm, snuggling close to him with a sweet scent. Brother Jin, if you want to, they can come anytime. See that? Lin Shen laughed. Given Shunzi's status, there are plenty of women like her who would willingly throw themselves at him. Countless secretaries and clerks in the Kim Group want to marry Shunzi and become the young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar company. You're nobody. Lin Shen crossed his arms. You originally had a chance, but you ruined it yourself. You are not qualified. Lin Shen deliberately emphasized. To become the young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Gulp. A multi-billion-dollar corporation. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Li Chui swallowed hard, her eyes filled with a mixture of longing and regret. She dreams of being rich. Brother Jin, I was really forced. He forced me into this. With a quick glance, Li Chui pointed directly at Hu Guobin. Brother Jin, I really have my reasons. He threatened me before, saying that if I didn't obey him, he would fire me. He also said that he knows your company's manager. If I don't obey, he will not only fire me, but also try to fire you. Li Chui lowered her head sadly. Because of this, I have no choice but to listen to his arrangements. I was forced to submit to him. I don't want you to be fired. After all, you've put a lot of effort into this job. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun pitifully. I'm doing all this for your own good. Brother Jin, I truly love you. You must understand my good intentions. Don't misunderstand me. Hee. You really know how to make excuses for your promiscuity. Listening to Li Chui's feigned pitifulness, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her. It seemed Li Chui was indeed a quick-witted person. It's amazing that such an explanation could be come up in such a short time. That's interesting too. But she wanted to use this to fool Lin Shen and Jin Shun? Dream. You can shut up now. We have no interest in your excuses and cover-ups. Lin Shen looked coldly at Li Chui. No matter what you say, the fact has already happened. Shunzi wouldn't want a woman like you who's promiscuous. Dirty. Brother Jin, I really didn't mean it. Li Chui knew she couldn't win an argument with Lin Shen, so she could only deliberately play the victim, hoping to awaken Jin Shun's previous love for her and thus deceive him. Therefore, she still looked at Jin Shun pitifully and said, Brother Jin, I said that just now for your sake. I'm afraid you'll be hurt, and I'm afraid you'll do something illegal or criminal in a moment of impulse. So you can say that. I'd rather you hate me than let you commit a crime. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with sincerity and love. Brother Jin, can you understand my predicament? This, having once loved her, Jin Shun felt a pang of tenderness as she looked at the pitiful Li Chui. Shunzi, Lin Shin sneered, staring coldly at Jin Shun. Don't show any mercy to a woman like her. Have you forgotten about the green hat you're wearing? Gulp. Jin Shun suddenly realized what was happening, swallowed hard, and looked coldly at Li Chui. You don't need to explain, I don't want to hear it, and there's no need for me to hear it. That's enough, you can go now. From now on, we will not know each other. With that, Jin Shun shoved Li Chui away without any politeness. Get lost. Brother Jin. Seeing that Jin Shun was about to leave, Li Chui gritted her teeth and decided to make one last desperate attempt. He immediately knelt down before Jin Shun with a plop. Brother Jin, I really had my reasons before. Just this once, please be understanding. Let's get back together and make up. Ding dong. Congratulations host for completing today's task. As Li Chui knelt down, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 71 Lin Shun and Jin Shun are exposed. Wow, what a reward. Interesting, absolutely fascinating. Upon hearing about the reward from the system, Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, feeling that this system was really good at playing games. This system is really corrupting an honest person like him. However, Lin Chen responded to this. I really like it. After all, if you're going to take revenge, you might as well do it thoroughly and satisfyingly. Otherwise, what's the point of seeking revenge? Why was Li Chui forced to kneel down and beg Jin Shun? This kind of revenge is satisfying, but not satisfying enough. After all, Jin Shun is gone now, so Li Chui can continue her shameless life with Hu Guobin, and Hu Guobin can still comfortably continue being his factory supervisor. To them, Jin Shun's departure was nothing but a farce. So such retaliation, though unusual, is of little practical significance. For Li Chui and Hu Guobin, it was not a painful experience, nor was it a real loss. Especially for Hu Guobin, there was no real punishment. On the contrary, Hu Guobin would feel that he had slept with the woman of the only son of a billionaire family chairman, thus cheating on such a young master. This is something you can really brag about. Therefore, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't give him that chance. If you're going to take revenge, then take it thoroughly and decisively. Cough cough. After coughing a few times, Lin Chen looked at Li Chui, who was kneeling, and said, Li Chui, stop doing these useless things. It's pointless. Shunzi isn't stupid. She won't want a shameless woman like you anymore. You're not good enough for Shunzi. Take a look at Shunzi's car yourself. Lin Chen deliberately revealed a weakness. You're not even worth a single tire on Shunzi's car. Brother Jin, I really didn't mean to. Li Chui failed to grasp Lin Chen's implied meaning. Blinded by the billion-dollar conglomerate, she was now staring longingly at Jin Shun, hoping to marry into a wealthy family. The license plate of this car is Hangzhou A. It's not Ning A from Ninghai. According to Lin Shun, Jin Shun should be the only son of the chairman of Ninghai Jin Group. Staring at the license plate of the Ferrari 812, Hu Guobin's eyes were full of sharp light. In other words, this female secretary should have driven from Ninghai to find Jin Shun, not from Hangzhou. So this Ferrari 812 should have a Ninghai license plate, not a Hangzhou license plate. Besides, how could things be such a coincidence? Why did this female secretary have to show up at this exact moment, of all times, to cooperate so perfectly with Jin Shun's pretentious act? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Something unusual must be going on. There must be something fishy about this. Hu Guobin, his eyes darting around, noticed the problem and stared intently at Lin Shun and Jin Shun. This must be a staged act by them, deliberately renting a car to scare me and hurt Li Chui. That's really funny. With a cold laugh, Hu Guobin, who thought he had the real inside story, suddenly stepped forward. Stop crying and whining, you shameful thing. You've been scammed. Lifting Li Chui's collar as she knelt on the ground, Hu Guobin sneered. He's not the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate at all. He's just a boring, poor guy who rents a car to show off and try to get attention. The money for renting the car might have been borrowed. You even knelt down and begged him to make up with you? Aren't you stupid? Hu Guobin looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Kid, don't think that just because you're putting on a good act, I can't tell the difference. That's hilarious. Jin Shun was momentarily stunned. You're talking nonsense. Young Master Jin is the only son of the chairman of the Jin Group. Although the female secretary was still shouting at the top of her lungs, she looked somewhat flustered. Having been exposed, she looked at Lin Chen nervously, unsure of what to do. Lin Chen smiled and winked at his female secretary, signaling her to calm down. Because the real show is yet to come. What Jin Group? Don't give me that nonsense. I've already checked. Opening the Tianyanka, a business information platform, interface on his phone, Hu Guobin scoffed disdainfully. There are 3 gene groups in the country, one in Guangzhou, one in the southwest, and one in the northwest. There is no such thing as the gene group in Ninghai. So what exactly is this Kim group you're talking about? Tell me then, where in Ninghai is the gene group? Hu Guobin glared at his female secretary. You poor wretch, what are you pretending to be rich for? Jin Shun, you're lying to me. Li Chui scrambled to her feet and glared angrily at Jin Shun. Pa, you shameless bastard, how dare you lie to me? I really thought you were the only son of the chairman of the gene group. So you're a liar, a poor liar who likes to pretend to be rich. Li Chui glared angrily at Jin Shun. I can't believe I was fooled by you. What bad luck, you bastard. Jin Shun opened his mouth, looking extremely embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Cough cough. Lin Chen spoke at just the right moment, looking at Li Chui with a playful smile. Now, aren't you going to ask us to make up? Pooh, you're a liar too. Li Chui glared angrily at Lin Chen. You're a pretentious bastard too. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Does a bastard like him deserve me? That's disgusting. Li Chui, filled with anger and fury, glared fiercely at Jin Shun. What a disgusting dog. You. Jin Shun's face turned pale instantly. He had just felt sorry for Li Chui, but he never expected her to be so disgusting. Foolish man. Hu Guobin crossed his arms, looking at the furious Li Chui and the stiff-faced Jin Shun, feeling extremely pleased. To be honest, he was also startled just now. He really thought Jin Shun was some big shot. He messed with the wrong person and is now doomed. After all, it's as easy as playing a game for a billionaire to cripple or kill him. With just a flick of a finger, he could be run over and killed or maimed by a drunk driver. I'm sorry, Shunzi actually has another identity that I didn't tell you about. Lin Chen looked at the clamoring Li Chui and the disdainful Hu Guobin, his eyes darting around, and then slowly spoke again. Funny. Li Chui looked at Lin Chen coldly and gave a contemptuous sneer. What kind of worthless identity could he possibly have? He's just a dog. Hee. Hu Guobin laughed too. If you say he's a fraudster, then I'll believe you. I'm telling the truth. Looking at Hu Guobin and Li Chui's disdainful expressions, Lin Chen shrugged slightly. I have no reason to lie to you. Knowing that the system had just given him a reward, Lin Chen smiled and said, Shunzi has a second identity. That's it. Chapter 72, Jin Shun's second identity. Chairman of Hangzhou Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Just when Hu Guobin thought he had exposed Lin Chen and Jin Shun's charade and revealed their true colors, Lin Chen shocked everyone with another remark. What's going on? Francis. Li Chui looked at Hu Guobin with a blank expression. Why does this name sound so familiar? Well, not only was Li Chui stunned, but Jin Shun, the person involved, was also completely dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen with utter suspicion. I don't know what Lin Chen means by this. How did he suddenly go from being the only son of the chairman of Ninghai Jin's group to becoming the chairman of this Franz clothing manufacturing company? This identity change happened way too fast. The number 1 fan? The female anchor walked up to Lin Chen, quietly tugged at his sleeve, and looked at him suspiciously. Lin Chen hadn't explained this to her beforehand, so she had no script to act out now. Jin Shun is the chairman of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, a company his father handed over to him. Lin Chen smiled at the female anchor. Don't you remember? The reason why the Jin Group cannot be found on Tanyanka is because the products manufactured by the group are too high-end and belong to confidential projects, so they are not disclosed to the public. Right. Lin Chen looked at the female anchor with a meaningful gaze. Our Shunzi has a career in Hangzhou too. Yes, that's right. The female anchor was also quite quick-witted. Under Lin Chen's serious gaze, she instantly understood what he meant. She immediately said, Our young Master Jin is the chairman of Hangzhou Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. What do you know? The female anchor looked coldly at Hu Guobin. The Jin Group is not something a low-level person like you can investigate. Francis. Li Chui frowned, looking at Jin Shun suspiciously. The more I hear this, the more familiar it seems. Of course you're familiar with it. Hu Guobin sneered. Our factory is under the umbrella of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. We are all employees of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Hee. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Chen coldly. Kid, you're really fucking funny. Are you trying to play the crab with me? You think I don't know that our company's chairman's surname is Wang, and he's 63 this year? Hu Guobin sneered. I even met him when he came to inspect the company last month. Now you're saying this kid is our company's chairman? Pointing at Jin Shun, Hu Guobin said with a look of disdain. If he were the chairman of our company, I would be the richest man in Hangzhou. What nonsense. He's really addicted to showing off. Jin Shun, aren't you ridiculous? Li Chui naturally believed Jin Shun's words. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him with disdain. I really didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person. Pooh. Recalling the scene of her kneeling and begging Jin Shun to reconcile, Li Chui felt ashamed at this moment. You are a real bastard. I get annoyed just looking at you. Get the hell out of here right now. Pointing her finger at Jin Shun, Li Chui sneered. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. I don't know a pretentious jerk like you. Hee hee. Hu Guobin crossed his arms and looked at Lin Shun and Jin Shun with disdain. Keep acting. Utterly ridiculous. Brother Lin. Jin Shun was at a loss for what to do, and he looked at Lin Shun suspiciously. Shunzi, you're just too low-key and too sentimental. At a time like this, you're still thinking about saving face for them. Lin Shun patted Jin Shun's shoulder with a smile. Fine, what can I do? I'm your brother. Since you're unwilling to teach them a lesson, then I'll step in for you. You don't believe me? Lin Shun looked at Hu Guobin with amusement. Then I'll make you believe it. Now, I'll call out your factory manager so you'll know who Shunzi is. Hee hee. Hu Guobin was amused by Lin Shun. What nonsense are you talking about? If you can get our factory manager to come out, he'll be the chairman of our company. I'll kneel down right now and call you my father. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Shun coldly. His brain is full of shit and maggots. He's completely out of his mind. Two stupid dogs who dream and fool themselves every day. Accept reality. You poor, stupid bastards, Hu Guobin sneered, are destined to be bachelors for life. He doesn't deserve to have a woman at all. Very good. I hope you can remain this unruly later. I love so much. Lin Shun sent a message with a smile, looking at Hu Guobin with a playful expression. Don't back down, or it won't be fun. Honey, what should we do? Looking at Lin Shun's amused gaze, Li Chui felt a twitching sensation in her right eyelid, a bad feeling creeping over her. Therefore, she gripped Hu Guobin's shoulders tightly. Could it be that he really is the chairman of our company? How is that possible? Hu Guobin sneered dismissively. I've worked in this factory for 8 years. How could I not know who the chairman is? Didn't I already tell you? Last month, when the chairman came to inspect the area, I even accompanied the factory director to receive him. How could this be fake? Have you forgotten the cleaning we had on the 15th of last month, where we made everyone do a thorough cleaning? Hu Guobin sneered. Wasn't that just to appease the chairman during his inspection? That seems to be the case. Li Chui scratched her head, still looking somewhat suspicious. Knock knock knock. Less than 15 minutes later, accompanied by hurried footsteps, factory manager Song, dressed in a suit and heavily pregnant, ran quickly out of the factory, followed by several factory supervisors. Director Song? Hu Guobin was stunned when he saw factory director Song running towards him. Honey, Director Song really came out. Li Chui instinctively grabbed Hu Guobin's arm tightly. Could it be that he wasn't lying, and Jin Shunjin really is our chairman? Impossible. Hu Guobin gritted his teeth. This is a coincidence, absolutely a coincidence. Director Song is probably out for a night run. Get out of the way. Hu Guobin waved Li Chui away and immediately turned to Director Song with a fawning expression. Director Song, you have quite the refined taste. Going out for a night run late at night. Run my ass. Factory Director Song glared fiercely at Hu Guobin. Where's the chairman? Why aren't you lining up to welcome him? Well, the chairman isn't here. Hu Guobin looked bewildered. I've been outside the whole time and haven't seen the chairman. What do you mean he hasn't arrived yet? The chairman is already here. At this moment, Factory Director Song's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shun. Are you blind? The chairman is standing right there. He is not. Get out of my way. Pushing Hu Guobin aside, Factory Director Song immediately rushed towards Lin Shun and bowed deeply, saying, Lin. Cough cough. Before Factory Director Song could speak, Lin Shun coughed and then looked at him with a smile. Factory Director Song, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? Lin Shun smiled and pointed at Jin Shun. Our chairman Jin Shun is right here. Chapter 73. A person who is shameless to the extreme. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Factory Director Song's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Lin Shun with a very suspicious expression. Just now, the company secretariat sent a notice saying that the company chairman has suddenly sold all his shares, and the company chairman has been replaced. According to the information, the new chairman is none other than Lin Shun. After all, there are photos in the materials. Then the secretariat sent another message saying that the company's new chairman had come to inspect the factory and was just outside the dormitory area. In this situation, Director Song naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the factory's main leaders and then led his men to rush over in a hurry. But he really didn't expect that Lin Shun, who was clearly the chairman in the documents, would deny his identity at this moment. If you insist on calling Jin Shun the chairman. This left factory director Song completely bewildered. In that instant, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. Cough cough. Seeing that director Song still hadn't reacted, Lin Shun, who was somewhat doubtful about whether he was intelligent enough, capable enough, and especially emotionally intelligent enough to be the factory director, could only cough again. Then, he looked at factory director Song with deep eyes and said, "I'm saying, young Master Jin Shun is the new chairman of our company. You don't understand?" Gulp. Under Lin Chen's stern gaze, factory director Song swallowed hard, finally understanding Lin Chen's meaning. Wiping the large beads of cold sweat from his forehead, factory director Song quickly said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I must have been blind." Then, factory director Song immediately looked at Jin Shun respectfully and said, "Chairman Jin, I am the factory director. My surname is Song. You can call me Xiao Song." Although he was old enough to be Jin Shun's father, Director Song greeted Jin Shun with utmost respect, bowing and scraping. Although he was talking to Jin Shun, his eyes were always on Lin Chen. This posture is really awkward. Cough cough. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly a few more times and glared at Director Song. In terms of acting skills and quick wit, Director Song is far inferior to the female anchor. Chairman Jin. Under Lin Chen's stern gaze, factory director Song reluctantly turned his head and looked respectfully at Jin Shun. Gulp. Lin, brother Lin. Jin Shun was also stunned by the scene. He looked at Lin Shun with suspicion and shock in his eyes. I was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He truly hadn't expected Lin Shun to have prepared so much. Not only did they bribe Ferrari 812s, but they even bribed Director Song of Li Chui's factory. Let him come and play along. To save face for him and vent my anger. Lin Shun really went all out. Indeed, Jin Shun subconsciously assumed that factory director Song was someone Lin Shun had invited to put on an act. He didn't know that the factory, it really is Lin Chen's. Young Master Jin, you really have a bad memory. Is it because you own too many companies that you've forgotten about this factory? At Lin Chen's prompting glance, the quick-witted female anchor immediately smiled and said, "That's right. For someone as busy as you, a factory with an estimated value of only 30 to 50 million is indeed not worth your attention. It's normal that you can't remember it right now. After all, you are the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. A factory worth a mere 30 to 50 million is certainly not worthy of being listed in front of you." The female anchor chuckled. "Without assets of several hundred million, you wouldn't even care. Wow, Shunzi, you're really awesome. A factory worth tens of millions, and you don't even care about it?" Looking at Jin Shun in front of him, Lin Chen immediately gave Jin Shun a thumbs up. "Shunzi, you are really amazing. You must help me out and let me get rich with you. You're just too modest. A factory worth tens of millions, you can forget about it just like that famous General Zhang." Lin Chen laughed. "Isn't that just like that famous General Zhang? I don't know how many wives I have, nor how many children I have. Yesterday a child called out Dad, but couldn't remember who his mother was." Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun. "Shunzi, is there a factory manager or company general manager here who calls you chairman? Have you forgotten which factory or company he works for? Then a tenant pays your rent, and you forget which apartment they actually rented? After all, you own so many houses that you've almost forgotten how many you have." "That's right." The female anchor also laughed and said, "Young Master Jin, you really have a bad memory. From now on, your house should also be managed by the company regularly, so you don't forget to collect the rent." The female anchor chuckled. "After all, with all the meetings you attend every day, you really don't need to remember such trivial matters. After all, how much is the rent? You can handle any contract you want." The female anchor glanced at Li Chui and Hu Guobin, then covered her mouth and chuckled. "They're worth hundreds of millions, even billions. So you don't even care about this little bit of rent. It's not worth your attention at all." Jin Shun nodded awkwardly, looking somewhat at a loss. But none of that matters, because Li Chui and Hu Guobin are even more shocked than Jin Shun. Li Chui was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. As for Hu Guobin, although he still had some doubts about Jin Shun and Lin Chen's identities, Director Song was the real deal, his superior, whom he couldn't doubt. Director Song, they really are. Taking a deep breath, Hu Guobin, with a complicated expression, cautiously looked at factory director Song. "Chairman of the company?" Smack. Having already realized that this Hu Guobin wasn't someone who knew Lin Shun and Jin Shun, but rather factory director Song who had offended them, Song naturally slapped Hu Guobin across the face without hesitation. "Nonsense. Chairman Jean is our company's new chairman. You filthy thing with dog eyes, you're asking for a beating. Haha, Hu Guobin, what do you have to say now? Lin Shun, with his hands behind his back, looked at Hu Guobin with a playful expression. Aren't you going to keep what you said earlier? Kneel down and kowtow. I don't need to be your son. I don't have a good-for-nothing son like you. Foolish thing. Factory Director Song glared fiercely at Hu Guobin, thinking to himself that he had almost been tricked by this Hu Guobin. Hearing Lin Chen's sarcastic remarks, Hu Guobin was speechless for a moment. However, after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth. Hu Guobin did something that shocked Lin Shun, Jean Shun, Factory Director Song, and the female anchor. This matter was, in fact, quite astonishing. Chapter 74 Lin Chun becomes a father. Dad. Suddenly, Hu Guobin knelt down on Lin Chen's knees with a plop, hugged Lin Chen's legs, and immediately called Lin Chen dad. Although he was old enough to be Lin Chen's uncle, Hu Guobin didn't care at all at the moment. Holy crap! Not only were Jean Shun, the female anchor, and Director Song shocked, but even Lin Chun, the person involved, was terrified by Hu Guobin's behavior. Seeing Hu Guobin suddenly hug his leg and call him dad, Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he immediately jumped up. What's going on here? Lin Chen kicked Hu Guobin away, looked at Hu Guobin kneeling on the ground with a serious expression. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Dad, I'm willing to accept the loss. If you don't mind. Hu Guobin knelt on the ground, looking at Lin Chun with utmost respect. Please, father, accept me as your godson. I will definitely take good care of you, Dad, and see you off in your old age. Shut up. Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he glared fiercely at Hu Guobin. I don't have a son like you. Are you kidding me? Does Lin Chun need Hu Guobin to take care of him in his old age and see him off in his final days? This is a curse wishing Lin Chun a short life. Dad, I know it was my fault before. I shouldn't have done that. But this isn't my fault. It's all because this slut seduced me. Pointing to Li Chui beside him, Hu Guobin quickly explained, I didn't intend to do that kind of thing, but she just sat on me. Tell me, as a normal man, how could I resist having such a young woman sitting on me? That's how, by a twist of fate, I did something I shouldn't have done. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Chun with a pleading expression. Dad, I realize my mistake, and I'm reflecting on it. Please don't take it personally. Uncle Jean. As he spoke, Hu Guobin looked at Jean Shun respectfully and said, I'm sorry. Well? Jean Shun was a little confused by Hu Guobin's actions, and he looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. I give up too. Lin Chen sighed with a wry smile, looking at Hu Guobin who was blaming everything on Li Chui. He was truly impressed. This pair of scoundrels were a match made in heaven. They're really showing no mercy in slinging mud at each other. I've never seen anything like this before. The female anchor scoffed dismissively, giving Li Chui a cold look. Her? She's not even as good as the women in my line of work. At least we don't lie. Just say what you want to say. You'll get things done once you pay. You won't get your money for nothing. Lin Chen nodded slightly, expressing his approval of the female anchor's professional ethics. Mr. Lin, Chairman Jean. Factory Director Song cautiously looked at Lin Chen. What do you think about this matter? There's nothing to say. Of course, we should settle scores and avenge each other. Lin Chen sneered. Now that he had completed the system task, he didn't intend to dawdle any longer. He glanced at Hu Guobin kneeling on the ground and sneered. Hu Guobin, stop shamelessly calling me dad. I don't have a son like you. So, Lin Chen glanced coldly at Factory Director Song. Let Hu Guobin work as a cleaner in the factory, specifically responsible for cleaning the toilets. Clear. Factory Director Song immediately nodded and accepted the order. Dad. Hu Guobin trembled and looked at Lin Chen with a pleading expression. He's made up his mind. If things don't work out, he'll resign. Don't even think about quitting your job. Lin Chen had already seen through Hu Guobin's thoughts, and he sneered. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What a joke. Simply firing Hu Guobin and letting him go to another factory to continue being a boss and bullying others is meaningless. What kind of punishment is that? Lin Chen wouldn't waste his energy like that. Lin Chen grinned menacingly and said, Director Song, you better remember this. If Hu Guobin stays and cleans the toilets properly from now on, that's good. Let him work hard at the factory. If he dares to resign, I'll make sure to report him to all the companies in the industry, especially all the similar companies in Hangzhou. Make the entire industry blacklist him. Lin Chen sneered. Make sure he can never find a job again. Clear. Gulp. Understand. Factory Director Song swallowed hard, looking at Lin Chen with a surprised expression. Lin Chen knew that he was going to cut off all of Hu Guobin's paths. After all, there are industry associations in the garment manufacturing industry. As long as Director Song submits Hu Guobin's dirty laundry, Hu Guobin will never be able to find a new job in the same industry again. Dad. Bang. When Hu Guobin tried to grab Lin Chen's leg and beg for his life, Lin Chen kicked him without hesitation. Thump. Hu Guobin lay miserably on the ground, like a dead dog. It's your turn. After Hu Guobin, Lin Chen gave Li Chui a cold look. However, since Li Chui and Jin Shun were previously in a relationship, Lin Chen couldn't directly deal with Li Chui. Therefore, he looked at Jin Shun for advice. Shunzi, what do you think? If you ask me, we should just assign her to clean the women's restroom. Jin Shun. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with a complicated expression. I really didn't mean to betray you. I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Let's make up. Li Chui stepped forward and grabbed Jin Shun's arm, saying, I'm willing to have your children, even 3. Need not. Jin Shun gritted her teeth and unceremoniously shook off Li Chui. Let's leave it at that. From this day forward, we part ways, each finding our own happiness. Blocked. In front of Li Chui, Jin Shun gritted his teeth and blocked Li Chui's phone number and WeChat account. I have no say in what you do in the future. Don't look for me. Jin Shun, you can't be so heartless. I love you. Roll. Lin Chen shoved Li Chui away without any politeness and sneered. When you were doing those dirty things with this Hu Guobin, why didn't you think of Shunzi? You have the nerve to say such things now? Funny. Director Song, fire her. Lin Chen sneered. Block her in the entire manufacturing industry, so she can never find a job in Hangzhou again. Get out. After saying that, Lin Chen waved his hand with a cold laugh. Don't bother Shunzi anymore. You're not worthy. Yes, ma'am. Factory Director Song immediately accepted the order with utmost respect and winked at the head of the personnel department behind him. Arrange it immediately. Clear. The HR manager glanced coldly at Hu Guobin, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and thought to himself that he deserved it. With so many women in the factory, why did he have to pick Li Chui? He had to offend Lin Chen and Jin Shun. If he doesn't fail, who will? After all, you reap what you sow. Chairman Lin. After Lin Chen dealt with Hu Guobin and Li Chui, Factory Director Song looked at Lin Chen respectfully. The factory's night shift workers are currently working. Look. Shall we take a look? Chapter 75. Pretending to be a big brother, pretending to be a rich man. Chapter 75. Pretending to be a big brother, pretending to be a rich man. That's not necessary for now. Lin Chen glanced at the dejected Jin Shun, hesitated slightly, and then waved to Director Song. Another day. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Factory Director Song immediately nodded respectfully. Then I await Chairman Lin's inspection at any time. Chairman Lin, what's next for the factory? Just keep operations as usual. Lin Chen glanced at the obsequious Factory Director Song. Although he didn't have a good impression of Director Song had cooperated quite well just now, so Lin Chen didn't punish him. As always, do a good job. There will be a reward for doing a good job. Year-end bonuses can be doubled. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Factory Director Song's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. I will definitely manage the factory well and make it very profitable. You will definitely not be disappointed. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and with Director Song's respectful farewell, he drove directly back to the apartment complex where Jin Shun rented, along with Jin Shun and the female anchor. Mr. Lin, what's next? The female anchor, who had been busy with Lin Chen all day, looked at him respectfully. At that moment, she really wanted something to happen between her and Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen wants her to do something, she will obediently do it. You have to understand, a billionaire like Lin Chen is truly a rare find. Most of the top spenders on the platform aren't actually wealthy. They spend 300 yuan of their salary on instant noodles and then donate the remaining 3,000 yuan to female streamers. He deliberately acted like a big shot and a rich man in the female streamer's live broadcast room. There are actually many such people, because apart from a few tycoons with screws loose, most truly wealthy people wouldn't bother flirting with female live streamers for no reason. There's no need for that. They are never short of women, especially beautiful women. The company's secretary, the school's most beautiful girl, and various socialites from the modeling agency, as well as other wealthy and beautiful women. As long as they have enough status and position, they will be surrounded by beautiful women. Why bother watching live streams online to flirt? In reality, most female streamers are fully aware of this, but they deliberately pretend not to know in order to receive tips. They intentionally flatter these top spenders in a coquettish manner, praising them as wealthy. They just want to get tips this way. Among the truly wealthy people, this beautiful female anchor has only met one Lin Chen in a year of working in this industry. When she first met Lin Shun, she actually thought he was a fake tycoon, pretending to be a rich guy who tipped her to become the top spender, just to ask her out for a fling. Her initial thought was simply to feign compliance out of professional ethics, intending to give Lin Shun a perfunctory response, and then leave. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly. Lin Shun, who owns a Ferrari 812 and a factory, is actually a tycoon. Therefore, the female anchor naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and cling tightly to Lin Shun's coattails. Such wealthy people are rare finds. Mr. Lin, I know there's a nice love hotel nearby, the female anchor said, winking at Lin Shun. Want to come check it out with me? Need not. Not interested. Lin Shun rejected the female anchor without any hesitation. His heart belonged only to Chu Qinglan. You are right now. Lin Shun, who had intended to simply send the female anchor away, suddenly looked at Jin Shun and said, Shunzi, let her have a drink with you. It's a way to calm down. Don't be too upset. Lin Shun patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. It's not worth torturing yourself for a woman like Li Chui. Why bother? Brother Lin, I know you mean well. But I really don't have those thoughts right now. I'm not in the mood for them. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. Just let me calm down by myself. Don't worry. I know it's not worth torturing myself for her. After I calm down and take a few days to recover, I'll be able to let it go. Okay. Seeing Jin Shun's complicated expression, Lin Shun hesitated slightly, then patted Jin Shun on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. You won't lack women in the future. Quit your current job. Once you've calmed down, I'll arrange a job for you. I'll have your sister-in-law introduce you to a good girlfriend later. There's nothing I can't figure out. The best is yet to come. Jin Shun looked at Lin Shun with great gratitude. Brother Lin, thank you. All right, we're brothers, no need for formalities. Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively, then looked at the female anchor. After a moment's thought, he took out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket. This is for the taxi fare. Thank you for your hard work today. Of course. Seeing that Lin Shun was not interested in her at the moment, the female anchor was somewhat unwilling, but she did not dare to seduce Lin Shun again. Left with no other option, she gave Lin Shun a sweet smile and said, Mr. Lin, please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. You can contact me anytime, 24 hours a day. I'm always available. Good. Lin Shun smiled and waved to the female anchor, then drove directly back to Chu Qinglan's apartment complex under the watchful eyes of the anchor and Jin Shun. Wife, give me a hug. Upon entering the room, Lin Shun's eyes gleamed with intense desire as he looked at Chu Qinglan, who had just finished washing up and was wearing purple cotton pajamas, her snow-white, lotus root-like legs and arms exposed. Chu Qinglan has a really great figure. Oops. Before Chu Qinglan could react, Lin Shun rushed behind her, pressed himself against her body, and hugged her slender waist. Morning. Chu Qinglan shifted her body uneasily. Honey, you smell so good. Lin Shun bent down slightly and rested his head on Chu Qinglan's shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of Chu Qinglan's hair. Because of the angle, Lin Shun could vaguely see a glimpse of snow-white skin through the open collar of Chu Qinglan's pajamas. Oh dear, Chun. Seemingly sensing something, Chu Qinglan quickly covered her chest and collar. Honey, are you still wary of me? Lin Shun's lips curled up slightly as he breathed on Chu Qinglan's earlobe. Let me go. Chu Qinglan blushed instantly to the roots of her neck. She bit her lip tightly and struggled uneasily. Chun, you smell of alcohol. Go wash up first. I have something important to tell you later. All right. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the burning urge within him, Lin Shun finally reluctantly released Chu Qinglan. He was genuinely worried that if he kept hugging him, he would lose control of his inner wild side. After all, he had promised Chu Qinglan that such things would be saved for their wedding night. At this moment, Lin Shun still had to be patient. Huff huff. Lin Shun turned on the tap and took a cold shower, finally suppressing his inner turmoil. Wife. Lin Shun, drying his hair, looked at Chu Qinglan suspiciously as he walked out of the bathroom. You just said you had something important to tell me. What important matter is it? Chapter 76. The serious matter Chu Qinglan wants to discuss. Chu Qinglan pursed her lips, tilted her head, and looked at Lin Shun in front of her. Chun, there are actually 2 things I want to tell you. Oh, 2 more things. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun immediately became interested. He looked at Chu Qinglan with curiosity in his eyes and poured her a glass of water with a smile. Drink more hot water first. I don't want to drink it. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, I want to drink the yogurt from the refrigerator. I want the aloe vera flavor. Chu Qinglan hugged her knees and sat curled up on the bed. Chun, go get it for me. You can't eat anything cold right now. looking at the graceful curves of Chu Qinglan's back and legs, a curve unique to young girls. Lin Shen smiled and placed the hot water on the table. Your task now is to drink more hot water. Oops. But they just want it cold. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. I do. Thinking about it won't help. Lin Shen stretched, took off his shoes, got into bed, and laid down against the pillows. I saw it all. Today is the first day, right? Eating it will give you a stomachache. Obedient. Smack. Lin Shen gently patted Chu Qinglan's back. Snort. They just won't listen. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, her lips curving upwards. She deliberately ignored Lin Shen's attempt to get into bed, turning her body to the side with her back to him. Hey. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender S-shaped back, Lin Shen's eyes welled up with tears. It has to be said that Chu Qinglan, with her back to him, truly showed off her perfect figure. Okay, let's go to the park in a few days. You can eat as much ice cream as you want then. I know that women like to act unreasonably and throw tantrums during this special time. Lin Shen could only smile wryly and pulled Chu Qinglan into his arms. All right, I want strawberry flavor. Sure. Lin Shen laughed and said, when the time comes, I'll sell you as many as you want to eat. You said it yourself. Chu Qinglan's lips curled up, and she excitedly sat up cross-legged. You have to eat with me too. Good. Lin Shen held Chu Qinglan's soft little hand and looked at the coquettish Chu Qinglan, feeling happy. With such a beautiful and lovely girlfriend, most men would probably be very happy every day. One of these two things is that my parents know we're living together. Oh, Lin Shen's eyes lit up. What did uncle and aunt say? It's important to understand that although there's only a one-word difference between being together and living together, the implications are worlds apart. Chu Qinglan's parents knew he was her boyfriend, but they didn't know that the two of them were already living together. Although he hasn't vacated the shared rental apartment yet, Lin Shen has no intention of going back. Are you kidding me? Sleeping alone is not as comfortable as having a soft, warm body in your arms every day, like sleeping with Chu Qinglan in your arms. My parents said. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly and replied softly, tell me to be careful. Haha. Lin Shen smiled instantly and winked at Chu Qinglan. What kind of security are you referring to? Oops. You're not allowed to laugh. Chu Qinglan pinched Lin Shen in an annoyed tone. And then she said that I should take you home sometime. Let's discuss the specifics of the marriage. This is very important. Lin Shen immediately straightened his attitude, knowing that the marriage arrangements definitely needed to be finalized. To be honest, meeting his future in-laws was a big deal for Lin Shen. It's something that makes me a little uneasy. After all, the fact that he and Chu Qinglan got married without their parents' consent a fait accompli would be unacceptable to any of the woman's parents of their generation. The groom's parents might not care much. After all, there are more men than women in this era. Unless the family is exceptionally outstanding, the groom's parents would generally think of getting a daughter-in-law for free and be quite happy. But the woman's parents would absolutely not stand it. Who would want to give up their daughter, whom they've raised for over 20 years, without ever having met their future son-in-law? So you got your marriage certificate? Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. My cousin said a lot of nice things to them, and judging from their attitude, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. Then I really should thank my cousin. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking to himself that Chu Jun was indeed a capable person. Then, our company is going to hold a party in a few days, and you can bring your partner. It's an internal team-building benefit. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen. It seems like we're going to a manor in the suburbs. Chen, do you have time? Of course. Without hesitation, Lin Shen replied to Chu Qinglan. Wife, I need it. Are you kidding me? How could I not satisfy you? As he spoke, Lin Shen winked at Chu Qinglan. I promise to make sure you have a great time, and I'll take care of all the logistical matters for you. Oops. Chu Qinglan felt that something was off about Lin Shen's words, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Helpless, she rolled her eyes at Lin Shen and then pinched his arm. Hiss. Lin Shen pretended to be in pain. Wife, why are you pinching me? I'd like to. Chu Qinglan smiled, revealing a woman's unique charm. I'm just being unreasonable. Haha. Lin Shen had no way to refute this, so he simply wrapped his arms around Chu Qinglan's slender waist and held her soft little hand. In about half a month, after I buy a house in Hangzhou. Take me to your house. Is it okay? All right. Chu Qinglan scoffed. Then Shen, when are we going to your house? No rush. Let's wait until Chinese New Year, Lin Shen said with a smile. When my parents see you, they'll definitely be urging me to have a grandson. Haha. Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. Shen. I'm not ready to be a mother yet. They say childbirth is very painful. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, her expression somewhat complicated. In the office, some married colleagues often talk about the discomfort of pregnancy and childbirth, conflicts with their mothers-in-law, and changes in their body shape. Don't worry. Lin Shun hugged Chu Qinglan tightly. This is the fruit of our love. Let nature take its course. But there's really no rush. After all, we've just graduated from university, and it's a bit early to have children now. Let's wait a few years. Lin Shin pondered for a moment. It's not too late to have a child around the 26th or 27th of the month. Let's enjoy a few more years of cozy life as just the two of us. After all, once we have children, we won't be able to live like this anymore. Lin Shin smiled and gently stroked Chu Qinglan's flat, fat-free belly. Wife, what about the future between us? Should we have a boy or a girl? Chapter 77. Chu Qinglan's pregnancy, boy or girl? Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face turned even redder upon hearing this. She lowered her head, as if to bury it in her snow-white neck. Shun, it's still early. Why bring this up now? Let's discuss it. Lin Shun hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist, inhaling her alluring fragrance. Now that we've discussed it, let's make preparations as soon as possible. Let's think of a name in advance. Anything is fine with me. With her pretty face flushed, Chu Qinglan answered Lin Shun softly, clearly unwilling to discuss such an embarrassing matter with him. Being shy, she found it quite difficult to talk about this. Haha, actually having a daughter is quite nice. A little cotton-padded jacket that cares for her parents. However, my future trillion-dollar fortune still needs to be inherited, Lin Shun muttered. My daughter will eventually get married and leave the family. Although it's possible to have a son-in-law live with her, it might not be fair to her. Qinglan, let's have a son and a daughter. How about it? Lin Shun smiled and said, future brothers will have older sisters, or younger sisters will have older brothers. It's good that the two kids have each other, isn't it? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. Trillion-dollar fortune, my foot. Lin Shun really thinks too much. Haha, let's go to sleep. Good night. Excitedly stretching, Lin Shun immediately turned off the lights. Chu Qinglan, who was originally sleeping with her back to Lin Shun, gently rested her head on Lin Shen's shoulder and pressed her legs against Lin Shen's body after a while. Have a good rest. Lin Shen gently stroked Chu Qinglan's hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, his mind wandering. He wasn't worried about things like frozen shoulder or spinal problems. With the system around, all of this will be a piece of cake. We still need to upgrade the system as soon as possible, and then exchange for the elixir that can change Qinglan's body. Lin Shen's eyes were full of intense light. That way, Qinglan won't have to worry about the pain of pregnancy and childbirth, or whether she will have stretch marks or lose her figure afterward. After all, this constitution-enhancing potion can change the body. May Qinglan stay young and beautiful forever. Holding Chu Qinglan tightly in his arms, feeling her soft body, Lin Shun slept very comfortably. Meanwhile, while Lin Shun was enjoying the cozy comfort, Li Chui and Hu Guobin, that despicable couple, were paying the price for their reckless actions. What should we do? Forced out of the dormitory by the factory and fired after Lin Shun gave the order, Li Chui found Hu Guobin. You said you would support me. How am I supposed to support you? I can't even support myself now. Hu Guobin, covered in dirt and reeking of filth, emerged from the toilet carrying a broom and mop. Go cool off somewhere else. I can't even take care of myself. How can I support you? Roll. Although it was his own fault, Hu Guobin still believed that the fault lay with Li Chui. If only I had known earlier that Li Chui was Jin Shun's boyfriend, and that Jin Shun and Lin Shun had such a background. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare do such a thing with Li Chui. After all, without a job and income, he's nothing. With a job and income, and as a supervisor, would he not casually flirt with the female workers in the factory? Give them a little something sweet, and they'll take advantage of you. It's all your fault, you scourge. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state now? Roll. Hu Guobin shoved Li Chui away in a huff. I don't want to see you. You can't treat me like this. Even if we break up, you should still give me some money. You at least have a house and a car in Hangzhou. You have to marry me. I'd rather die than marry you. Hu Guobin was amused by Li Chui. He looked at Li Chui with disdain and said, I'm just playing around with you. Why would I marry you? Only a fool would believe that. Let me tell you, I have a wife and children back in my hometown. It's just that the child doesn't have a Hangzhou household registration, so she can't go to school in Hangzhou. That's why my wife took her back to our hometown to study. You said you're not married. Li Chui glared at Hu Guobin. You're lying to me. You never intended to marry me. Yes, I was just lying to you. I was just playing around. Who knew I'd get scammed by a fool like you? Get out. Hu Guobin had no time to pay attention to Li Chui at that moment. He picked up his tools and went into the next toilet. Asshole. They're all bastards. Carrying her suitcase, Li Chui walked out of the factory in a disheveled state. Now she truly has nothing left. Jin Shun, I didn't mean to. I never thought he was this kind of person. I've been deceived. Let's make up. Recalling Jin Shun's billions in assets and chairmanship status, Li Chui, her eyes filled with covetousness, directly dialed Jin Shun's number. Beep. Hello. Your call is currently busy. Please try again later. The phone rang once and then was immediately hung up. Clearly, Jin Shun has completely blocked Li Chui. What do I do? Holding her suitcase, Li Chui stood blankly at the intersection. Click. Splash. Accompanied by deafening thunder and lightning, a torrential downpour began. Under the blowing wind, the slanting downpour quickly soaked Li Chui, who was huddled under the doorway. Sizzle. A Toyota SUV drove up in the wind and rain and stopped directly in front of Li Chui. Get in the car. The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man wearing dark sunglasses appeared, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Who are you? Li Chui was suspicious. Although she was a bit naive, she knew that she shouldn't get into a stranger's car. It's all Lin Shen and Jin Shun's fault that you've fallen so low and lost so much face. Are you really content to just watch them live a good life, while you end up with nothing? The middle-aged man's voice was icy. Who I am is not important, but I can avenge you and make them pay a heavy price. Furthermore, I can change your current situation and make you a truly superior person. If you want revenge, get on the bus. Li Chui's expression froze. After a moment's pause, Li Chui, who felt that Lin Shun and Jin Shun were the ones who had harmed her, finally gritted her teeth and got into the car. Sizzle. Click. As a purple lightning bolt ripped through the night, the black Toyota SUV disappeared into the darkness amidst howling winds and torrential rain. The next morning, Chen Mingyuan, who was lying lazily in bed wearing a pink tulle dress, was startled awake by a phone call. Who is it so annoying? Chen Mingyuan, who was a bit grumpy when she woke up, picked up her phone. The name displayed on the caller ID was none other than Shen Zhao. In the past, if Lin Shen called her in the morning, she would hang up without hesitation, and sometimes she would even scold Lin Shen. But this time, Shen Mingyuan answered the phone immediately. Hello, young Master Shen. What brings you here so early in the morning? Quick. Shen Zhao's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Quickly check the stock market. Chapter 78. The little thoughts every woman has. What's going on with the stock market? Awakened by Shen Zhao's urgent call, Chen Mingyuan was confused. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked Shen Zhao suspiciously, what's wrong with the stock market? You'll see once you open it. It will definitely give you a surprise. Oh, I see. Urged on by Shen Zhao, Chen Mingyuan had no choice but to turn on her phone and check the stock market. You really don't know until you see it, and once you do, you're shocked. Because of the stock market opening, semiconductor stocks surged immediately. Although they haven't hit the daily limit yet, they've already risen by 8.5%, which means they're about to hit the daily limit. Correspondingly, the share price of liquor stocks declined again. Although the decrease is small, only 1.5 percentage points, when combined with previous declines, the price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, has actually dropped significantly. Young Master Shun, semiconductor stocks have risen so much. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Chen Mingyuan's eyes were filled with shock. There are just too many. Young Master Shun, you are truly capable. You have such excellent taste. Chen Mingyuan calculated that with a principal of 3 million, if the stock price hit the daily limit, she could earn 300,000 in just one day. Such profits are incredibly satisfying to make. 300,000. That's the amount of money so many people have worked hard for 3 or even 5 years. They couldn't even save up 300,000. She earned 300,000 yuan in just one day. That's the difference. What's this? Only 10%. Amidst the adoring voices of Chen Mingyuan, Shen Zhao spoke with an air of confident pride and self-assurance. Let me tell you, this wave of positive news for semiconductors will likely see a further 10% increase. Just wait and see how much money you make. This wave will definitely make us a fortune, Shen Zhao said with absolute confidence. We can make a killing. It definitely can. Chen Mingyan snorted. With your discerning eye, young Master Shun, if you say it will rise, it definitely will. You understand? That's good. Shen Zhao laughed and said, I've been playing in the stock market for so many years, I've long since figured out the market trends. Plus, there's inside information. If we don't make money, who will? Shen Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Let me tell you, This is like picking up money. Yes, that's right. Shen Mingyuan immediately responded obediently. Young Master Shen, you're right. Under your leadership, we'll definitely be able to make a fortune. Young Master Shen, when should we sell these shares? Wouldn't it be better to cash out sooner? No rush. Shen Zhao laughed. I estimate that it will rise again tomorrow, and then we will sell when it reaches its peak. This is nothing yet. It's only gone up a little bit. What's the rush? Shen Mingyuan bit her lip lightly. Then let's do it your way. Don't worry. I'll tell you how to sell when the time is right, Shen Zhao said with a smile. Let's have dinner together tonight. Time to eat. Shen Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Young Master Shen, could you come with me this afternoon to do something? How about we go eat afterwards? What's up? Shen Zhao asked Shen Mingyuan suspiciously. Please pick me up from the company later, and I'll tell you when we meet. Moi. After giving Shen Zhao a cute look, Shen Mingyuan hung up the phone. Lin Shen, you'll suffer the consequences if you don't listen to good advice. I told you long ago that semiconductor stocks would definitely rise and liquor stocks would definitely lose money, but you didn't believe me? Now you know how stupid you were. Young Master Shen has been involved in the stock market for so many years, and he also has status and influence. His inside information must be accurate. Shen Mingyuan snorted. You don't listen to young Master Shen and insist on your own way. You're not worthy. Who will compensate you? You still don't believe me, and you think I'm trying to harm you. Snort. Now I'm going to show you just how stupid you are. As she muttered to herself, Shen Mingyuan thought of Chu Qinglan again. And Qinglan, you're the same too. You insist on marrying Lin Shen, a man who is clearly incompetent but likes to pretend to be. This time I'll show you what the consequences of marrying him will be. You have no future. What's the point of living if I marry him and have to endure hardship and poverty? A man like young Master Shen is a true eligible bachelor. With a gleam in her eyes, Shen Mingyuan quickly got dressed and then carefully applied makeup. Manager Chen. Good morning, manager. Good morning, Manager Chen. After Shen Mingyuan entered the company, many employees greeted her with smiles. Although they all despised Shen Mingyuan and gossiped about her behind her back, saying that she had climbed up the ranks by selling herself. However, on the surface, they still greeted Shen Mingyuan with awkwardness and flattery. Work hard, everyone. Adopting a leader's airs, Shen Mingyuan swayed her body as she strode into the office. After glancing at an employee she had previously argued with, Shen Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and she deliberately walked over to that employee. Smack! Manager Chen. The employee who was working immediately looked up and cautiously glanced at Shen Mingyuan. Li Xiaowan, how did you talk to the client yesterday? Why did this contract fall through? Shen Mingyuan said with utmost seriousness. Everything was fine until we signed the contract. Why did it fall apart because of you? What happened to you? Manager Chen, this is not my fault. Li Xiaowan looked aggrieved. I was talking seriously, but the other party suddenly went back on their word without giving a reason. I didn't even have a chance to explain or negotiate with him before he signed a contract with another company. It's really not my fault. Smack! Shen Mingyuan slammed her hand on the table, her eyebrows furrowing. If it's not your fault, who else is it? Me. I didn't say that. Li Xiaowan, who knew about this client because Shen Mingyuan became the new deputy manager and was taken away by the former deputy manager out of anger, naturally didn't dare to say it out loud. I think that's exactly what you mean. Shen Mingyuan snorted coldly. You're incompetent, yet you have the nerve to blame others? Let me tell you, this matter has seriously affected everyone's performance. So I'll deduct 1,000 yuan from your bonus and then issue a company-wide reprimand. Write me another 5,000 word self-criticism and hand it in. Deputy Manager Chen I. It's the manager. Shen Mingyuan hated the word deputy, and she glared at Li Xiaowan fiercely. A 10,000 word self-criticism must be submitted today. Otherwise, you can resign yourself. That's all. Snort. With a cold snort, Shen Mingyuan turned and left. You. Seeing Shen Mingyuan's deliberately hostile back view, Li Xiaowan clenched her fists in anger, feeling extremely wronged. Serves you right. Shen Mingyuan, however, was very happy. That's what you got for arguing with me before and calling me a jerk. You deserve to be fined. Chapter 79. Sitting tranquilly on the fishing platform. I'm deliberately targeting you. To see what you can do to me? Cut. Feeling the angry gaze of Li Xiaowan, Shen Mingyuan was in a very good mood. Li Xiaowan was her and Lin Chen's classmate. After the news of her and Lin Chen's affair spread, Li Xiaowan talked about her behind her back, saying that she was a scumbag who betrayed Lin Chen. Shen Mingyuan was furious at the time. Now, she has finally gotten her revenge. Lin Chen, Chu Qinglan, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me for? This is what happens when you're incompetent. If you don't have the ability, you'll only be bullied and scolded by others. There was absolutely no chance of resistance. Neither of you will ever become a manager in your lifetime, and you'll never experience the joy of scolding people. Just wait and see. Snort. With her eyes darting around, Chun Mingyuan walked excitedly into the office. He thought to himself that he would definitely show off in front of Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan later, and let them know how dumbfounded they were. In particular, it is necessary to make Chu Qinglan regret it deeply, knowing how wrong she was in choosing Lin Chun. Achoo! Lin Chun, who had just joined Rit Fund Company, sneezed violently. Chairman Lin. Upon seeing Lin Chun sneeze, Manager Go immediately approached with a fawning expression and respectfully poured Lin Chun a glass of water. Chairman Lin, you've worked so hard. We've been working so hard to run the company that we've all caught colds. You are truly a role model for all of us employees. Ahem. Lin Chun coughed a few times, glanced at Manager Go who was endlessly flattering him, and was speechless. This Manager Go is really something. No matter what the situation, he can quickly find an excuse to flatter others. He's quite something. Lin Chun had caught a slight chill yesterday when he accidentally exposed his back to the sun while holding Chu Qinglan to rest. This Manager Go actually described Lin Chun's actions as the company's hard work, and he did so with such righteous indignation. This completely convinced Lin Chun. Nothing. As the chairman, it is my duty to do my best for the company's development. Lin Chun glanced at Manager Go and smiled. It's part of my job. Chairman Lin, you are our role model. You're so capable and wealthy, yet you still work so hard. Manager Go immediately replied respectfully. We should all learn from you. Lin Chun nodded slightly with satisfaction, looking at Manager Go with great appreciation. Although he had previously disliked Manager Go's sycophantic behavior, at this moment, why does he feel so good? This Manager Go is truly a talented individual. Chairman Lin, I request that the company hold an event to learn from you. Manager Go pressed on. We urge everyone to voluntarily work an extra hour every day. This will improve the company's performance and allow the company to develop better. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Chun frowned. Working overtime is not advisable, otherwise people will say I'm abusing my employees. Chairman Lin, I will tell everyone that this was my arrangement. You were unaware of this. Manager Go immediately laughed and said, if you feel it's inappropriate, then after they work overtime for a while, you can give me a scolding. Give them some overtime pay as a reward. That will naturally solve everything. Manager Go looked at Lin Chun with a fawning expression. They will naturally be even more grateful to Chairman Lin. You little brat. Lin Chun pointed at Manager Go, completely convinced of his superiority. No wonder bosses like people like Manager Go. Lin Chun finally understood. After all, Manager Go is a person who is both perceptive and willing to take the blame for the boss. Furthermore, they also know how to flatter. A manager like that truly deserves a promotion and a raise. Sure enough, people think differently depending on where they sit. Lin Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to agree with Manager Go's opinion. To be honest, he had subconsciously felt that Manager Go's idea was good. After all, people who work overtime without pay are willing to do so regardless of whether it generates revenue for the company. As a boss, I feel uncomfortable seeing my employees working overtime. That's awesome. However, in an instant, Lin Chun thought about the problem from an employee's perspective and realized that Manager Go's idea was absolutely unacceptable. Our company doesn't need to worry about overtime pay. Lin Chun looked at Manager Go seriously. Our company is a legitimate company, and it will develop into a large-scale fund company in the future. Therefore, we must strictly abide by the relevant laws and regulations. Overtime is not the goal. Completing the daily work and performance targets is the goal. Lin Chun looked at Manager Go seriously. As long as the daily performance targets are met, it doesn't matter if we don't work overtime. If you can't meet your targets, there's no point in working overtime. If working overtime can exceed the performance target, then we'll pay overtime. Lin Chun's expression was serious. The company isn't short of money. I used to be an employee, and I know that workers care a lot about overtime pay. When everyone is in a good mood at work, their work efficiency will naturally increase, Lin Chun said with a smile. There's no need to exploit everyone too much. Clear. Manager Go immediately changed his expression and gave Lin Chun a very respectful thumbs up. Chairman Lin, you are truly a considerate boss. Having a boss like you is a blessing for us. All right, let's stop with this sycophantic talk. Lin Chun waved to Manager Go, thinking that if Manager Go continued to flatter him, he might become arrogant and turn into trash like Wang Hao. A boss who doesn't pay employees for working overtime is just trash. No, it's worse than garbage. Go to work. Doing your job well is your primary task. Yes. Then please call me anytime if you need anything, Chairman Lin. Manager Go bowed slightly to Lin Chun before respectfully leaving Lin Chen's chairman's office. It's time to consider buying a house. After all, Qinglan's parents want me to go there. I already have the car, now all I need is a house. Lin Chen opened the home buying app on his phone. After I buy a house, I'll have enough confidence to meet Qinglan's parents. I can rest assured that I trust Qinglan's parents. After all, there are some things that Qinglan may not care about. But how could Qinglan's parents not care? Although it is said that mothers-in-law drive up housing prices, some things are not entirely the fault of mothers-in-law. After all, you don't even have a house. Why would anyone believe you can take care of their daughter for the rest of her life? Lin Chen sighed. That's why I still need to buy a house, so that Qinglan's mother won't worry about me later. Qinglan really likes the river view. Then I should buy a house near the Qiantang River. With a quick glance, Lin Chen began to explore the river view properties near the Qiantang River. Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from Chu Qinglan. Chapter 80 Lin Chen. Chun Mingyuan is treating us to dinner? Looking at the message sent by Chu Qinglan, Lin Chen frowned, his expression suspicious. It's unclear what Chun Mingyuan's intentions were in inviting him and Chu Qinglan to dinner. At this moment, neither Lin Chen nor Chu Qinglan really wanted to talk to Chun Mingyuan. After all, Chun Mingyuan's previous behavior had already made the two of them extremely disgusted. Yes, that's right. Chu Qinglan quickly replied to Lin Chen. She said she felt very bad for taking advantage of our barbecue last time, and she wants to treat us this time. Is it all right? Lin Chen was too lazy to pay any attention to Chun Mingyuan. We have nothing to do with her anymore. We're strangers now. Why bother with her? But she spoke very sincerely. Although I refused at first, she still told me 3 more times. He insisted that he didn't owe anyone a favor and wanted to treat me to this meal in return. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Chen a helpless emoji. He said he'd wait for us downstairs at my company later. That's interesting. She's definitely up to something. Upon hearing Chu Qinglan's words, Lin Chen instantly realized something was wrong, knowing that Chun Mingyuan was definitely up to something. Under normal circumstances, how could she possibly be so persistent as to insist on inviting Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan to dinner? It's boring. Lin Chen snorted coldly, preparing to have Chu Qinglan reject Chun Mingyuan again. Knowing it was a trap, why would someone deliberately walk into it? Although Lin Chen didn't care about Chun Mingyuan, he wasn't stupid. Ding dong. Host has not checked in today. Just as Lin Chen was about to get Chu Qinglan to reject Chun Mingyuan again, a system notification suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Haven't checked in yet. Lin Chen's expression hardened, and he quickly opened the system interface and selected to check in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have completed March 7th of the check-in. What is today's task? After successfully checking in, Lin Chen looked at the system's task interface. Today's mission is for you to thwart Chun Mingyuan's conspiracy and leave her completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, this mission. Isn't this just forcing me to attend the banquet? Lin Chen, who originally didn't want to pay any attention to Chun Mingyuan, felt utterly helpless looking at the tasks the system had given him for the day. This system was really deliberately making things difficult for him. His ordinary days were suddenly disrupted by countless twists and turns. But Lin Chen couldn't refuse. After all, there will be consequences if today's task is not completed. Who knows, if the system gets upset, it might damage Lin Chen's Ritter Fund and the clothing manufacturing company he just acquired. Then it won't belong to Lin Chen. He was suddenly thrown back to the last century, completely losing everything and becoming poor again. This system really knows how to play games. There was no other way. Since he had received this task for the day, Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it, even though he deeply disliked Chun Mingyuan. Then I'll pick you up from the company this afternoon. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said to Chu Qinglan, let's see what she's up to and what she's really trying to do. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Chen a cute emoji. Chun, we don't need to pay too much attention to her. I know. Lin Chen laughed. In my eyes, she's a complete stranger. Of course I wouldn't care about a stranger. To Lin Chen, Chun Mingyuan was a complete stranger with no connection to him whatsoever. Although they went from strangers to strangers. This statement is indeed very hurtful and leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. But for Lin Chen, this was of no concern whatsoever. Because of Chun Mingyuan, she is not worth Lin Chen being sad about. See you this afternoon. Okay. Seeing Chu Qinglan's reply, Lin Chen smiled knowingly, put down his phone, and continued working. With a gentle and lovely wife like Chu Qinglan, why would Lin Chen care about Chun Mingyuan anymore? She doesn't deserve it at all. Mr. Wang. While Lin Chun was handling company affairs, Manager Zhao from the company's investment department and Li Cheng, Wang Hao's trusted supervisor, were respectfully reporting to Wang Hao in the general manager's office next door. Mr. Wang, the company's 3 funds are currently suffering heavy losses. Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Manager Zhao said with a bitter expression, the liquor industry has been declining continuously. Since we bought it, it has basically fallen by 10%. 3 funds, totaling 300 million. In other words, our company has already lost 30 million of the investors' money. Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Manager Zhao said with a solemn expression, many investors are cursing our company, saying that our company is out of its mind and is deliberately throwing away the investors' money. Many investors have already applied to withdraw their investment. Although we followed Chairman Lin's advice and comforted them, saying that this was a normal market change and that the price of liquor would definitely rise. But they simply wouldn't listen. They think we're deliberately using their money to take over. They think we're just fooling people, Manager Zhao said with a wry smile. This has a huge impact on our company's reputation. I knew this would happen. Wang Hao sneered, his eyes filled with a chilling light. What does Lin Chun, a mere child, know? Insisting on buying liquor and signing a betting agreement with me is just courting death. Look, semiconductor stocks have already hit their daily limit this morning. Pointing to the stock market information, Wang Hao laughed. If we had bought semiconductor stocks right now, we would have already made 30 million. Investors have long since praised us and showered us with all sorts of compliments. That's right. Li Cheng immediately flattered Wang Hao respectfully. If we had listened to you from the beginning, Mr. Wang, we would have made a fortune long ago. If we listen to Lin Chun now, we've really been screwed over by him. How could he possibly be the chairman of the company? Li Cheng looked at Wang Hao with a flattering expression. Only you, President Wang, are the rightful chairman of the company. It can lead the company to its next glorious chapter. He deserved to lose his shares to you this time. Wang Hao nodded slightly, quite satisfied, enjoying Li Cheng's flattery. Manager Zhao smiled wryly and remained silent, because their investment department had also been unfairly blamed. Go and find Lin Chun. With a quick glance, Wang Hao looked at Manager Zhao with great interest. Tell Lin Chun about the stock market. I want to see how he reacts now. Won't that be a huge shock? Won't you cry in a panic? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. You were pretending to be an expert with me before. What a joke. I want him to know that experience matters. He's no match for me at all. His stock trading skills are nothing but child's play, Wang Hao sneered. They're utterly laughable. Chapter 81 Lin Chun is blind. Clear. Then I'll report to him right away. Under Wang Hao's arrogant gaze, Manager Zhao quickly agreed. Let's see how he reacts. Go. Wang Hao waved to Manager Zhao with great pleasure, thinking that Lin Chun was definitely going to lose face this time. He figured Lin Chun would be furious and impotent in a fit of rage, then burst into tears. After all, 51% of the shares were just given away like that. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. Wait a moment. Just as Manager Zhao was about to go and report to Lin Chun, Li Cheng, who was standing to the side, suddenly had a sudden idea and stopped Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Chun with suspicion. Wang Hao glanced at Li Cheng, also looking puzzled. Mr. Wang, I have another good idea. Li Cheng lowered his voice and whispered something to Wang Hao. Excellent, very excellent. Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up, filled with a strong sense of amusement. Your method is not only good, but extremely good. Mr. Wang, this is an example of using someone's own methods against them. He previously gave his employees cell phones in an attempt to win them over and make them listen to him. Ridiculous. Li Cheng sneered. We want these employees to know and understand who the real boss is. What's the point of Lin Chun giving out cell phones? If Lin Chun manages the company to the point of bankruptcy, they will not only lose their jobs, but they may not even receive their last month's salary. And Mr. Wang, you will lead the company forward. Although they don't have many benefits and need to work overtime for free, at least their jobs are stable and they don't have to worry about losing their jobs. Jobs are hard to find these days. Li Cheng smiled obsequiously. We want them to know that you, Mr. Wang, are the real person in charge of the company. Your vision is truly far-sighted. Only you can make the company thrive. Very good. President Wang nodded slightly and glanced at Li Cheng. You are a quick-witted and intelligent person. I am very satisfied. Go. General Manager Wang smiled and said to Manager Zhao, do it the way Li Cheng suggested. Not only should we make Lin Chun anxious, but we should also let all the employees know. President Wang sneered. How poor his judgment is, and how low his IQ is. Clear. Manager Zhao immediately nodded respectfully and then obediently left Wang Hao's office. Everyone, please be quiet. I have some news to announce. Although he knew this would offend Lin Chun, Manager Zhao had no choice but to bite the bullet and do as Wang Hao asked, since Wang Hao had leverage over him. Of course, he also felt in his heart that Lin Chen's choice this time was definitely wrong, and the price of Baijiu would definitely continue to drop. In this situation, since Lin Chen will soon lose everything and leave the company, therefore, it is reasonable for him to side with Wang Hao at this moment. There isn't much risk involved. Everyone, take a look at the stock market right now. Standing in the company's main office, Manager Zhao said solemnly, the 3 funds we are currently managing have been falling continuously because they bought liquor stocks, and the situation is critical. Many investors have approached us saying they want to withdraw their investment. Meanwhile, other funds that bought semiconductor stocks have seen their prices soar. This is in stark contrast to us. Manager Zhao's serious gaze swept over the group of employees. What does everyone think about this? The employees all fell silent, and no one took the initiative to respond to Manager Zhao's words. Although Manager Zhao's words did not mention Lin Chen at all, every single one of them was a veiled sarcasm and accusation against him. Lin Chen is, after all, the company's chairman. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to agree with Manager Zhao? Everyone, think about this carefully. Our company has developed to this point, on the verge of bankruptcy. Whose fault is this? If the company goes bankrupt, everyone will lose their jobs. These days, jobs are hard to find, and stable jobs are incredibly difficult to come by. Everyone understands that. Manager Zhao said with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I urge everyone to think carefully and understand why the company has come to this point. Don't let a little bit of profit lead you to disregard everything else. Otherwise, the company will go bankrupt. What use are petty gains? Manager Zhao sneered. The most important thing is still a stable job and income. Hey Zhao, what do you mean by this? Old Zhang, who had been personally promoted by Lin Chun, naturally couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring menacingly at Manager Zhao. Shut your stinking mouth. To mock Chairman Lin, how dare you? I didn't say anything sarcastic towards Chairman Lin. Manager Zhao laughed. What did I say that was sarcastic towards Chairman Lin? Don't talk nonsense. Manager Zhao looked at Lao Zhang with a playful expression. I'm just summarizing what happened and telling the truth. I didn't mean to be sarcastic towards Chairman Lin. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Zhang grinned maliciously, looking at Manager Zhao with a gloomy expression. That's hilarious. Aren't you implying that you're being sarcastic towards Chairman Lin? Let me tell you, the stock market is just getting started this week, and everything is still uncertain. Who knows, the price of liquor will go up in a few days. What's the rush? Old Zhang said with a serious face. The company will not go bankrupt. It will only continue to operate under Chairman Lin's leadership. It's getting better and better. As he spoke, Old Zhang looked anxiously at the group of employees with ulterior motives. Don't panic, everyone. Don't rush. Chairman Lin's judgment is unlikely to be wrong. The stock market is unpredictable, and I believe there will be new changes soon. Chairman Lin will definitely lead the company to glory. Everyone must support Chairman Lin. The employees looked at each other with complicated expressions and did not respond. Listening to Lao Zhang's feeble explanation, Manager Zhao smiled contemptuously and shrugged slightly. Everyone has seen how the stock market is doing, so I won't say more. Anyway, the facts are right in front of us. Facts speak louder than words. See for yourselves. Manager Zhao smiled, turned around, and walked back to his office. He dared to mock Lin Chun with a group of employees, but he was still hesitant to actually confront Lin Chun in his office. After all, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Lin Chun is still the chairman of the company at this moment. If you're really unhappy with him, you can still fire him. He didn't want to court death. Foolish thing. Old Zhang glared at Manager Zhao and said again, everyone, don't be anxious, don't be fooled by him. The stock market is constantly changing. The liquor industry is bound to rise. Chairman Lin made the right choice. Looking at the booming liquor industry in front of him, Old Zhang gritted his teeth and said, just you wait and see, it won't be long. It will definitely rebound. We need to increase our holdings, continue buying on dips, and adding to our positions. Chapter 82. Let the bullets fly for a while. Everyone should trust Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin will definitely lead our company. It's getting better and better. Waving his fists, Old Zhang kept cheering everyone on. He knew that his future rested on Lin Chen's shoulders. If Lin Chen loses this time, he will transfer his 51% stake to Wang Hao and lose his position as chairman. The next result is obvious. Wang Hao will definitely fire him on the spot without any hesitation. This is to make an example of someone. Therefore, he must support Lin Shun and help Lin Shun turn the tide of battle. Although Lao Zhang was shouting enthusiastically, his colleagues still had complicated expressions and discussed among themselves as they looked at the liquor stocks that were down and the semiconductor stocks that were soaring in the stock market. Chairman Lin is a good person, but not a good boss. After all, he is still young. That's right, his judgment is really bad. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he was just a lowly employee before. He got lucky and became the chairman. It would be strange if he had any good judgment. When it comes to leading the company's development, we really have to rely on President Wang. Despite Lao Zhang's enthusiastic encouragement, the employees of Root Fund Company still didn't think highly of Lin Chun, believing that he had no real ability. Although I disliked Wang Hao before, I now think he is really capable. At least it can stabilize the company's operations and allow the company to make money, to ensure that everyone has stable jobs and stable income. As for whether Lin Chun is a good person or a good boss, what's the use of this? A good boss is one who can keep everyone's jobs. No matter how good a person is, it's useless if they can't keep their job. Chairman Lin. At this moment, in Lin Chen's office, Manager Go looked at Lin Chen anxiously. Chairman Lin, things are getting a bit complicated. This manager Zhao is deliberately trying to sow discord. I think Wang Hao is behind him. Everyone is talking about this now. This seriously damages your reputation within the company. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen with great anxiety. Chairman Lin, what should we do? If you're in such a hurry, then go and explain to everyone on my behalf and salvage my reputation. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go. Wouldn't that be enough? Chairman Lin, this. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Manager Go's forehead instantly filled with cold sweat. He looked at Lin Chen with extreme embarrassment, unsure of what to say next. It wasn't that he was unwilling to explain to Lin Chen, but rather that he couldn't explain it. After all, it has already happened. The price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, is indeed falling, while the price of semiconductors is indeed rising. So how does he explain it? And what does he use to explain it? Manager Go was completely stunned. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Manager Go looked cautiously at Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, it's not too late now. Or we could sell our liquor shares and buy semiconductor shares instead. Semiconductor prices should continue to rise. After all, it's a positive development for the industry. Manager Go said cautiously, as long as we make the funds we hold rise, I believe the investors won't blame us. As for Mr. Wang, as long as we don't overpay, we should give him appropriate compensation. There shouldn't be any major problems. You can still retain your shares, Manager Go said awkwardly to Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, what do you think? How I see it. Lin Chen smiled instantly. Having enough confidence in the system and his future grandson, knowing they wouldn't lie to him, Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with a playful expression. You don't believe me? Do you think liquor prices won't rise and semiconductor prices won't fall? This, gulp, swept away by Lin Chen's cold gaze. Manager Go quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Chairman Lin, I really didn't mean that. I was just saying. I'm doing this for your own good. Enough with this nonsense. Lin Chen snorted coldly. And there's no need to explain anything. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. Lin Chen laughed. The best is yet to come. The person who laughs the loudest now will cry the hardest later. Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with a glint in his eyes. So, don't rush, don't worry. I've invested over 5 million worth of shares, and I'm not afraid. So what do you have to be afraid of? Go back to your work. What's the rush? This? Yes, ma'am. Seeing that Lin Chen was not worried at all, and seeing Lin Chen's nonchalant appearance, Manager Go was slightly infected by Lin Chen and felt somewhat at ease, so he had no choice but to obey and not say anything more. After all, the shares belong to Lin Chen, and the company belongs to Lin Chen. Even if Manager Go was anxious at this moment, it was no use. I was just worrying for no reason. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Manager Go sighed. Let's just forget about it, and stick to our jobs. If all else fails, I'll just find another job. I don't suffer any unacceptable losses. With a nervous heart, Manager Go glanced at the employees who distrusted Lin Chen and reluctantly continued working. At 1:30 p.m., Shen Zhao drove his Land Rover and picked up Chun Mingyuan directly downstairs at the company. What a figure! Looking at Chun Mingyuan, who was wearing high-waisted blue jeans and a white t-shirt, with her long, straight legs and slender waist that were very alluring, and her curves in all the right places, Shen Zhao's eyes were filled with intense lust. Chen Mingyuan's figure is truly alluring. Young Master Shun. Chen Mingyuan stepped into the car and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. With her legs tightly closed, She sat fragrantly beside Shen Zhao. She had clearly touched up her makeup and applied perfume before leaving the company. What perfume did you wear? You smell really good. Shen Zhao naturally placed his hand on Chen Mingyuan's thigh. Chanel, N5. Chen Mingyuan let Shen Zhao's hand wander freely without trying to drive it away. Haha, not bad. Shen Zhao was in a very good mood. He moved his palm upwards, intending to take things further in the car. Oops. Chen Mingyuan gave a soft hum, and feeling a chill in her lower abdomen, she immediately followed Shen Zhao's lead and gave a shy hum. Young Master Shen, it's broad daylight and we're in the car. It's not appropriate. Don't do that. If someone sees us, that's bad. Haha. Shen Zhao didn't remove his hand, but laughed boldly. Your company has a big project that I facilitated. It's a collaboration with a clothing company to create customized short videos and live stream promotions for them. The contract amount is probably over 10 million. Based on a 5% commission rate, this salesperson could receive a bonus of over 500,000 yuan. Shen Zhao looked at Chen Mingyuan with amusement. I was going to give this to you so you could represent the company to sign the contract. This. Upon hearing Shen Zhao's words, Chen Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. That's over 500,000 yuan for free. Young Master Shen, you're so kind. Thank you. Haha. I can't just thank you with words. Shen Zhao moved his hand that Chen Mingyuan was holding down, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. In terms of action, you prepare. How will you thank me? Chapter 83 Letting Go. This. Chen Mingyuan hesitated for a moment. 500,000. Shen Zhao spoke again. Sign it, and you'll get it. Young Master Shen. With her face flushed and biting her lips, Chen Mingyuan hesitated slightly under Shen Zhao's amused gaze before finally releasing her grip on Shen Zhao's right hand 15 minutes later. Comfortable. Shen Zhao stretched and felt very happy. Chen Mingyuan, standing to the side, blushed deeply and lowered her head in shame. Haha. Looking at the incredibly shy Chen Mingyuan, Shen Zhao felt even more pleased. As a second-generation rich kid, he is not short of women. On the contrary, he has quite a few beautiful women around him. Some women are even more proactive. He doesn't need to do anything, and these women will take care of everything themselves. But that's pointless. Shen Zhao had long since lost interest in women who took the initiative. He simply liked the innocent and naive type of woman, Chen Mingyuan. He enjoyed breaking through Chen Mingyuan's defenses step by step, watching Chen Mingyuan's shy face. I find this very exciting. I heard you like cats and dogs. I happen to have a husky at home. Looking at Chen Mingyuan in front of him, Shen Zhao smiled and said, how about we go to my house now and play with the husky? Young Master Shen. Chen Mingyuan certainly understood the meaning behind Shen Zhao's words. She bit her lip tightly, looking at Shen Zhao with extreme shyness. I'm not ready yet. Let's wait a while longer. Chen Mingyuan, who had just had her first line of defense breached by Shen Zhao, was still very shy and had not completely opened up to Shen Zhao. Haha, okay. No rush. Shen Zhao shrugged slightly and drove directly to Chu Qinglan's company. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, things get boring if they happen too fast. He preferred to guide Chen Mingyuan step by step, gradually educating her into a mature woman. That gives me a sense of accomplishment. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip tightly and twisted her body uneasily. I was thinking I needed to go to the restroom first. At that moment, Lin Shun had just walked out of Ritfun Company. Chairman Lin, where are you going? I'll drive you there. As Lin Shun walked out of the office, Manager Go suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed up to Lin Shun, looking at him with a fawning expression. No need. I'll drive myself. Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively. Now that he had received a Ferrari 812 as a gift from his future grandson, Lin Shun was driving to and from get off work. Although this sports car can't handle suburban or mountainous areas, it's perfectly fine for city driving. However, there is an unspoken rule among sports cars. They don't drive after 11 p.m. and they don't cause a ruckus on the streets. Because sports cars are quite loud when they're driving, in order to look cool. Nighttime street blasting disrupts people's sleep, which is unacceptable. Chairman Lin, then let me see you off. Upon hearing that he was driving, a hint of surprise flickered in Manager Go's eyes. He really didn't expect that Lin Shun would actually buy a car. Lin Shun glanced at Manager Go and knew that Manager Go obviously had something to say, so he led Manager Go out of the office. Chairman Lin. After leaving the office, Manager Go immediately lowered his voice. Manager Zhao from the investment department and Li Cheng, the head of the human resources department, have both completely sided with Wang Hao. They keep slandering you within the company. You mustn't let them get away. Manager Go looked at Lin Shen respectfully. They are just two lackeys under Wang Hao. Lin Shen nodded slightly, showing no surprise or concern. Because he had anticipated this, he knew it all along. After all, Wang Hao has been the general manager of the company for so many years. How could it be normal for him not to have a few confidants? In other words, Manager Go had only been a manager at the company for a short time, so although he was good at flattery, he hadn't yet infiltrated Wang Hao's inner circle. Otherwise, there would definitely be another Manager Go among those mocking Lin Chun at the company right now. And Chairman Lin, there are a few people in the company who are secretly talking about how fierce you are. To put it bluntly, you're just a poor person who suddenly became rich. You have no ability and no vision. They say that under your management, the company will definitely lose money and eventually go bankrupt. Manager Go took out a piece of paper. This is the list. Oh, Lin Chen did not accept the list, but only smiled dismissively. Chairman Lin. Seeing Lin Chen's disdainful expression, Manager Go hesitated slightly. Then, Chairman Lin, should I find a reason to fire them? No rush. Lin Chen smiled and said, let's see how they perform after the betting agreement comes to light. What's the rush? The show has only just begun, don't panic. Lin Chen smiled and patted Manager Go on the shoulder. All right, go back to work. Yes, please take care. Ferrari. Seeing Lin Chen open the door of the Ferrari 812, Manager Go's pupils contracted, and his eyes instantly filled with intense shock. He really didn't expect that Lin Chen's car was actually a Ferrari supercar. This car alone is worth as much as company shares. Take care, Mr. Lin. Standing there, Manager Go watched Lin Chen leave with utmost respect. Gulp. I underestimated Chairman Lin. Swallowing hard, Manager Go wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I didn't rush to join Wang Hao and betray Chairman Lin. Mr. Lin, who can buy Ferrari sports cars with ease, would never be short of money. Even if Chairman Lin loses money this time, so what? Given Chairman Lin's wealth, he certainly owns more than one company. If Chairman Lin values me, he will definitely bring me to the new company and let me continue as a manager, Manager Go said with a smile. This is a golden opportunity for me. I must cling to Chairman Lin's coattails and absolutely cannot be half-hearted. Follow a wealthy person like Chairman Lin. We will definitely succeed. Manager Go was extremely excited. Boom. Lin Chen had no idea what Manager Go was thinking. At that moment, accompanied by the roar of the engine, he drove directly into Chu Qinglan's office park. He didn't notice that he had just passed a Land Rover. Wow, that's a sports car. Shen Mingyuan looked at the cool and stylish sports car and exclaimed in surprise. Snort. What's so great about sports cars? Shen Zhao, who was driving, muttered something in dissatisfaction. Although he said it with disdain, there was still a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. After all, his Ferrari 812 is worth over 4 million, while his Land Rover, even though it's a high-spec version, is only worth a little over $1 million. One of his cars is worth 4 of his. Just wait, after we make money from this stock market. Shen Zhao said confidently, I'll buy a sports car too. Chapter 84 Lin Chun, don't be jealous. Honey, you're amazing. Hearing Shen Zhao's words, Chen Mingyuan's eyes lit up with joy. Darling, once you buy a sports car, you must take me for a ride. Besides, they also want to try driving a sports car. Haha, what's the problem? Under Chen Mingyuan's charming gaze, Shen Zhao, his vanity satisfied, waved his hand dismissively. I'll take you for a drive around the suburbs, and then buy you a car. They're all little kisses. I'll make at least a few million from this stock market investment, which is just enough for a few sports cars. It's just a drizzle. As he spoke, Shen Zhao's hand naturally landed on Chen Mingyuan's slender waist. Oh, young Master Shen. Feeling a warmth on her waist, Chen Mingyuan knew what Shen Zhao was about to do. Her pretty face flushed red as she glared at Shen Zhao and said, We're meeting someone later, so please don't move. Otherwise, I won't be able to walk, which would be so embarrassing. Oops. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip tightly. After you buy the sports car, if you want to. That's in the sports car. They're keeping you company. Chen Mingyuan looked at Shen Zhao with a seductive gaze, and it was obvious what she wanted to say. Haha, great. Looking at the incredibly alluring Chen Mingyuan, Shen Zhao waved his hand, naturally extremely excited. Then let's wait until we buy a sports car, and I'll take you for a drive in the suburbs. Then we can relax and unwind. Shen Zhao looked at Chen Mingyuan's slender figure. It's just that this sports car is too small, and with my big build, it's hard for me to move around. Oops. Chen Mingyuan's pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Shen Zhao with annoyance. Haha, Shen Zhao grinned. But it's okay, we can find a stream in the suburbs and go fishing. Chen Mingyuan gave a shy hum, looking at Chu Qinglan's office building, and muttered to herself, Chu Qinglan, I think you and Lin Chen will never even have the chance to ride in a sports car, let alone buy one. Lin Shun, a poor guy, can only afford a car worth 70,000 or 80,000 at most. And it's a loan. Help him pay his car loan. Hee. Shen Mingyuan's eyes were filled with deep disdain. Chu Qinglan, you'll regret this someday. I'm telling you, marry Lin Shun. This is the biggest mistake of your life. After straightening her clothes, Chen Mingyuan shifted uncomfortably. It's only right that we women use our advantages to get the best benefits. Only a man as capable as young Master Shun. Only a beauty like me deserves you. As for Lin Shun, Chen Mingyuan's eyes were filled with intense disdain. Achoo. As Lin Shun walked downstairs to Chu Qinglan's office building and saw Chu Qinglan leaving get off work early after taking leave, he sneezed. Chen, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with great concern. Could it be that you caught a cold? Should we go to the clinic to get checked out and buy some medicine? No need. Lin Shun waved his hand and replied to Chu Qinglan with a smile. I guess someone is talking about me behind my back. It's nothing serious. I'm in great health. Lin Shun pounded his chest. Getting sick or catching a cold? I'm not one of those people. Cut. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, who was boasting. Honey, don't you believe me? After taking the constitution-enhancing potion, Lin Shun's body was greatly improved, and he had long since gotten rid of his sub-health condition. He winked at Chu Qinglan and said, You'll see later. I'm in great shape. T-Sich, I'm not you. How would I know? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. Everyone gets sick sometimes. You're just bragging. Hey. Lin Shun chuckled, took Chu Qinglan's soft hand in his, and tickled her palm. Wife, how do you think you'll find out in the future? Huh? Chu Qinglan instantly understood and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. I don't want to know. Haha. Lin Shun smiled and winked at Chu Qinglan. That won't do. We need to know as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll sing for you every day. Sing. Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Shun suspiciously. What song are you going to sing? Of course that one. Lin Shun yelled. What use is this iron rod to me? What good is this transformation to me? Oops. Chu Qinglan instantly understood. Her pretty face flushed red as she stomped her foot. You're being indecent. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Ha. Lin Shun smiled and put his arm around Chu Qinglan's slender waist. Between husband and wife, what can't we say to each other? It's the pleasure of being a young lady in one's boudoir. Snort. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Soon, at the Tianjia shopping mall outside the park, Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun met Shen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao. Qinglan, Lin Shun. This is my boyfriend, Shen Zhao. Pointing at Shen Zhao, Shen Mingyuan deliberately linked arms with Shen Zhao intimately and introduced him to Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Hello. Chu Qinglan nodded politely. Oh. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Shen Mingyuan, who was showing off so much. If Chu Qinglan hadn't been too embarrassed to admit it, and if the system hadn't given him this task, Lin Shun wouldn't have bothered with Chen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao, that disgusting couple. It's utterly boring. Hello. Shen Zhao looked at Chu Qinglan, whose skin was fair and radiant, with a gleam in his eyes, quite surprised. He glanced at Lin Shun, who looked indifferent, with a hint of envy. I'm so jealous. Although Lin Shun is penniless and has no money or skills, he still has them. But he really has a way with women and is very lucky with ladies. First Chen Mingyuan, then Chu Qinglan. These two girls are both incredibly beautiful. Chu Qinglan, as the school beauty, is even more beautiful than Chen Mingyuan, the department beauty. What great luck! Gazing at Chu Qinglan's slender and shapely figure, Shen Zhao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He pondered how to find a way to separate Chu Qinglan from Lin Shun, making her the second Chen Mingyuan. It would be best to drive directly to the suburbs and take Chu Qinglan and Chen Mingyuan for a drive. Lin Shun was filled with impotent rage, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Kid, you may not be a money bringer, but you're still someone who makes me happy. Shen Zhao glanced at Lin Shun disdainfully. Just wait, it won't be long. I'm going to turn Chu Qinglan into the second Chen Mingyuan. Let your ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend. They've all left you. Lin Shun. As Shen Zhao pondered how to win over Chu Qinglan, he noticed Lin Shun, who was arrogant and looking away, completely ignoring him. His eyes lit up. She chuckled softly, deliberately tightening her grip on Shen Zhao's arm, and slowly said, Lin Shun, don't be jealous. I agreed to Shen Zhao's request after we broke up. Chapter 85 Chen Mingyuan's Show. Puff. Lin Shun, who was originally enjoying the birds in the sky and the cicadas in the green trees with a clear mind, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Then he looked at Chun Mingyuan with a helpless and completely convinced expression. I thought to myself, is this woman out of her mind? Beside him was Chu Qinglan, whose figure and appearance far surpassed hers, and whose personality was even more overwhelming. So, how could Lin Shen still be interested in her, and even get jealous of her? How could that be? Cough cough. Coughing a few times to suppress his speechlessness, Lin Shen looked coldly at Chun Mingyuan. Please, you're overthinking it. Besides, you're too narcissistic. Boring and ridiculous. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Chun Mingyuan, who had a screw loose. If it weren't for completing the system's task, Lin Shen wouldn't have met her. Seeing such a brain-dead idiot, Lin Shen really has to live several years less. Lin Shen, I know you don't want to admit it, but you're still jealous. Chun Mingyuan chuckled. But I did agree to marry young Master Shun after we broke up. Besides, you now have Qinglan, and I hope you can forget me. Live a good life with Qinglan. We must live up to Qinglan's expectations. Chun Mingyuan deliberately put on a concerned look. You need to work hard to earn money and live a good life with Qinglan. Cough cough. Lin Shen couldn't stand Chun Mingyuan's smug tone any longer. He coughed a few times and looked at Chun Mingyuan coldly. Are you done talking? What do you want? You can go now if everything's alright. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Hey, I just said a few words to you, and you're getting angry? I was planning to treat you to a meal to thank you for treating me last time. Chun Mingyuan hugged Shen Zhao's arm. Young Master Shen, what should we eat today? Of course it's a feast. Let's go eat at the most upscale beef hot pot restaurant here. The average cost per person is 500 yuan. Shen Zhao smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing to me. But for ordinary people, this meal is equivalent to 2 or 3 days' wages. That's right. How can an ordinary worker afford such an expensive beef hot pot with a monthly salary of 4 or 5,000? Chun Mingyuan deliberately looked at Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan. You two are really lucky today. Young Master Shun is very generous and is treating you to a big meal. Haha, thank you so much. Hearing Chun Mingyuan's self-righteous words, Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle. Chun, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to her request. Holding Lin Shen's arm, Chu Qinglan looked at Chun Mingyuan, who was walking ahead with an arrogant air. Her expression was awkward, and she clung to Lin Shen's arm, her eyes full of apology. I really didn't expect her to turn out like this. Sorry. Hey, why are you saying sorry to your family? Aren't you being too polite? Lin Shen held Chu Qinglan's small hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. It's all a small matter. People like her are just plain stupid, no need to pay them any mind. If you take her words to heart and get angry with her, then you've fallen into her trap and lost. Lin Shen laughed. Just ignore what she says, and it won't matter. There's no need to worry about it too much. Lin Shen shrugged indifferently, grabbed Chu Qinglan's hand, and walked into the beef hot pot restaurant with Chun Mingyuan and Shen Zhao. He wanted to see what Chun Mingyuan was really up to. What exactly is the purpose of this? Lin Shen was quite interested in this. Lin Shen, you're probably going to get fired this time, right? After ordering a few dishes, Chun Mingyuan deliberately smiled and asked Lin Shen. Your company's boss must have a lot of opinions about you, right? Haha, our company's general manager does have a lot of opinions about me. Lin Shen said with a smile. You absolutely loathe me. I wish I could leave the company tomorrow. Looking at the arrogant Chun Mingyuan and Shen Zhao, Lin Shen didn't say anything. Even if the general manager disliked him, there was nothing he could do about the chairman. I knew it. You've got some nerve, admitting it outright. Chun Mingyuan, who had intended to use this opportunity to teach Lin Shen a lesson, was rendered speechless by Lin Shen's shameless words. Lin Shen simply ignored her insults. So how could she possibly continue to mock Lin Shen in a sarcastic manner? Lin Shen, you're probably going to get fired soon, right? Having no other option, Chun Mingyuan changed the subject. If you say you're going to get fired, then you won't have any income. We can't expect Qinglan to support you, can we? Although I am the deputy manager, I have just taken office, and it is not easy for me to assign people. Chun Mingyuan deliberately hugged Shen Zhao's arm and acted cute and coquettishly. Young Master Shen, please help me out. Qinglan is my best friend after all, and I don't want her to suffer or be poor. Why don't you just do me a favor and arrange a job for Lin Shen? Haha, of course. Shen Zhao replied with a smile. Lin Shen, our company is short of a security guard. You can come and work for us first. A security guard's monthly salary is 4,500, but since you are Qinglan and Mingyuan's classmate, I will personally subsidize you 2,000, making it 6,500 a month. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to become a security captain earning 8,500 a month or a security supervisor earning over 10,000. Darling, you're so generous. Chen Mingyuan snorted and looked at Lin Shun with an arrogant expression. Lin Shun, aren't you going to thank young Master Shen right away? Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity. Oh, thank you. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, as if watching two dogs putting on a show. Miss Chu Qinglan. Shen Zhao ignored Lin Shun and looked at Chu Qinglan with a sharp glint in his eyes. The position of team leader in my company's secretariat, with a monthly salary of 13,000, has been vacant for a long time. If you are willing to work for my company, there will definitely be a vacancy waiting for you, and we will definitely arrange it. Miss Chu Qinglan, what are your thoughts? Huh? Lin Shun laughed upon hearing this. Shen Zhao was truly interesting. Is this another attempt to poach his girlfriend? However, Lin Shun knew that Shen Zhao's idiocy was purely a dream this time. What a joke. How could Chu Qinglan be a seductive and cheap woman like Chen Mingyuan? Sorry, I don't need it. As expected, Chu Qinglan rejected Shen Zhao without hesitation. They didn't care about Shen Zhao's seduction at all. Haha, it's nothing. This is my business card. Shen Zhao was a shameless person. Although Chu Qinglan refused, he immediately took out his business card. Miss Chu Qinglan, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to call me. The position of team leader in our company's secretariat will always be reserved for you. Cough cough. Sensing that something was amiss, Chen Mingyuan coughed a few times and pretended to pull out her phone. Oh dear, look. Semiconductor stocks have hit their daily limit. Chapter 86 Shocking News for the Stock Market. Wasn't this exactly what we expected? As Chen Mingyuan finished speaking, Shen Zhao waved his hand with an air of pride, brimming with confidence and high spirits. Indeed, Mr. Shun, you have excellent taste. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan immediately let out a sweet shout, haughtily grabbing Shen Zhao's arm, her face radiating happiness. You said it would go up, and it really did go up. That's truly insightful. After all, I've been in the stock market for so many years. If my judgment isn't good, how can I keep making money? Shen Zhao laughed. Besides, in the stock market, the most important thing is actually 2 words. Shen Zhao looked at Chu Qinglan. This is what relationship is. To succeed in the stock market, you need not only a clear understanding of the stock market, but also sufficient inside connections. Through this connection, we can obtain information that ordinary people wouldn't know. Shen Zhao laughed. With such inside information, we can make money even with our eyes closed. Just like the semiconductor industry this time. It was precisely because I knew in advance that foreign countries would block chip exports to China that our country would allocate funds to subsidize domestic semiconductor companies. That's why they immediately bought semiconductors. Because once these 2 positive news items are announced, the semiconductor industry in both the domestic A-share and Hong Kong stock markets will definitely rise. This is something even a child could figure out. Shen Zhao laughed and said, why do people say that rich people will always be rich? It's because there are information and inside stories that ordinary people don't know. We receive advance notice of both positive and negative news, and then we choose to buy or sell, short or long, based on the changes in the stock market. Shen Zhao said proudly, making money is as easy as playing a game for us. Honey, you're amazing. So how much money can we make this time? Chen Mingyuan deliberately played the straight man, tilting her head and looking at Shen Zhao with a smile. You should be able to earn a lot, right? Let me calculate it. Shen Zhao ignored Chen Mingyuan and looked at Chu Qinglan with a glint in his eyes. I bought 10 million worth of semiconductors. Based on the current situation, the price should rise for a few more days. So from this wave, I can earn at least 3 or 4 million. You bought 3 million worth of shares, so you should be able to make a little over 1 million. Wow! Chen Mingyuan exclaimed in surprise, covering her bright red mouth. This is such a great deal. Honey, I can earn not only a little over 1 million, Chen Mingyuan laughed, but probably more than 1 million. Oh, Shen Zhao asked with a smile, why do you say that? I used all of my parents' savings of 500,000 yuan to buy semiconductors. I also borrowed from relatives and friends, raising more than 400,000 yuan, which I also used to buy semiconductors. Chen Mingyuan snorted. Besides the 3 million you gave me, I invested almost 1 million myself. Haha, clever. Shen Zhao smiled and gave Chen Mingyuan a thumbs up. With such a keen eye, you deserve to make money. It's all thanks to your excellent education, young Master Shun. Following someone as capable as you, of course I'll make money. Chen Mingyuan chuckled. Following a tycoon like you, making money is just too good to be true. This wave of profit can earn nearly 1 million in just a few days. Without you, I would never have been able to save 1 million in my entire life. They're all little kisses. Shen Zhao waved his hand generously. What's 1 million? I'll help you earn 10 million, and even 100 million. Wow! Shun Mingyuan immediately covered her face, then exclaimed with immense excitement. That's wonderful. Honey, you're amazing. Holding Xin Zhao's arm, Shin Mingyuan looked blissful. You really know how to make money. Haha, what about the money? Xin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. I have plenty of money. Many of the diners looked at Shun Zhao and Chun Mingyuan with envy and surprise. I was utterly astonished. Hey, Qinglan, don't worry. If you ever need money in the future, just tell me anytime, and I'll lend it to you. We're sisters. Once I'm rich, I'll definitely not forget you. Then, feigning ignorance, Shin Mingyuan looked at Lin Shun and said, but this time, Lin Shun should also be able to make a fortune and get a substantial commission, right? After all, young Master Shun had already mentioned it, and I also told Lin Shun to buy semiconductors. Lin Shun. Shun Mingyuan deliberately looked at Lin Shun. How much did you buy for semiconductors? Oh, I didn't buy any semiconductors. Lin Shun shrugged slightly and replied to Chun Mingyuan with a smile. I bought tens of millions of yuan worth of liquor. Oh, liquor. Chun Mingyuan immediately checked her phone. Lin Shun, the price of Baijiu has dropped. Honestly, I told you so long ago, why didn't you buy semiconductors? You're going to lose a lot of money this time. Chun Mingyuan feigned concern as she looked at Lin Shun. Say, if you sell now and buy semiconductors instead, it might still be in time. Qinglan. Chun Mingyuan then adopted a concerned expression, looking at Chu Qinglan with feigned concern. You should quickly persuade Lin Shun to buy semiconductors. Otherwise, we would have lost so much money to the company and all of our savings. He should go bankrupt and jump off a building. That is. Xin Zhao also said arrogantly. Only a fool would buy Baijiu. Find them and demand compensation. I believe in Shun. Chu Qinglan snorted and retorted to Chun Mingyuan in a firm tone. I will support whatever he buys. Cough cough. Xin Zhao, who was being showered with affection, looked at Lin Shun with immense envy and jealousy. I wonder what kind of magic Lin Shun possesses. How could someone who is clearly penniless and good for nothing win the favor of such a beautiful woman as Chu Qinglan? What exactly happened? What incredible luck Lin Shun had. Lin Shun, you'd better listen to my advice. Otherwise you'll really lose everything. Chun Mingyuan pretended to be concerned again and said, don't make a mistake. Oh, this is it. Lin Shun already knew what Chun Mingyuan's scheme was, so he rolled his eyes and deliberately said, I think the semiconductor industry will definitely lose money, while liquor prices will definitely rise. If you immediately lower the price and sell your semiconductors to cash out, and then buy liquor, you can still make a profit. Otherwise, Lin Shun shook his head. It's too late to regret it. Ha ha ha. You're joking. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Xin Zhao immediately burst into laughter, looking at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Even at a time like this, you're still stubbornly pretending to be something you're not? I'm telling you, if the stock market does what you say it will happen, I'll kneel down and call you my father. Believe it or not. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. There are always oddballs these days, but there seem to be more this year than ever. Why do so many people want to be my son? Stupid thing. Xin Zhao crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Ding dong. At that moment, a pop-up news item suddenly appeared. A shocking piece of news for the stock market. It exploded instantly. Chapter 87 Lin Chen's Foresight. Online reports allege that a certain domestic semiconductor group's most important flagship product is actually a complete fake. The core product they've launched is actually an outdated patent purchased from a foreign company. As for the heavyweight chip that they used in their advertising, which was hailed as a groundbreaking product, it's just a chip bought from abroad with a new name engraved on it. What is that? Independently researched and developed and produced. All of this is a colossal lie. The products displayed on the company's official website are not, in fact, any new products developed independently. The 3 billion yuan NRD funding it received was also used by the group's senior executives for lavish spending. According to netizens' investigations, the company owner owns several villas, over a dozen properties, more than a dozen luxury cars, and has a total of approximately over 1 billion yuan in assets. Furthermore, his daughter and wife are both overseas and own several properties there. His daughter also owns several companies. Several company executives also amassed a large amount of real estate and luxury cars. As for the so-called independently developed new products, it's just a concept. It's just a piece of paper with instructions on it, designed to scam money. After the news spread, not only did the group's stock plummet instantly, but due to the industry-wide impact, the stock prices of other companies in the semiconductor industry also fell rapidly. In just half an hour, as countless individuals and institutions sold off their shares, semiconductor stocks, which had hit the daily limit up, quickly turned into daily limit down. If we look at the peak, Today's drop was as high as 20%. Individual investors and institutions who bought at high prices, hoping to make a profit tomorrow, are now in despair. In just 1 hour, their wealth shrank by 20%. The outlook for the semiconductor industry doesn't seem very good. Looking at the drastically changing stock market, and then at Shun Mingyuan and Shun Zhao, whose faces were pale and bruised, Lin Shen laughed and said, "This drop is quite significant." "Honey, what do we do? Should we sell it?" Shun Mingyuan had never experienced such dramatic ups and downs before. Looking at the stock price fluctuating wildly, she asked Shun Zhao in a panic. "What's the panic? It's just normal fluctuations." Shin Zhaoqiang tried to remain calm and coldly shouted at Shun Mingyuan, "There's nothing to worry about. It will naturally rise again tomorrow. It's just a blunder by one company. Other companies are only temporarily affected. Anyway, we're reducing our holdings across the entire industry, not specifically betting on this company. So what's the big deal?" Shin Zhao said coldly. "We'll clear out our shares in this company, then buy other companies and do a bottom fishing. It will naturally rise again tomorrow. It's nothing." Shin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "Anyone who sells now is a fool. They'll be crying tomorrow." "Is this really true?" Shin Mingyuan looked at Shan Zhao with surprise in her eyes. "Can it really go back up tomorrow?" "Nonsense." Shin Zhao looked displeased at being suspected. "I've been trading stocks for so many years. What situation haven't I encountered? It's nothing serious. Don't panic." Seeing Shun Zhao's indifferent expression, Shin Mingyuan didn't say anything more. "I advise you to be cautious." Looking at Shun Zhao, who was feigning composure, Lin Shen smiled and said, "Who can be sure that only this one company has a problem? What if other companies in the semiconductor industry also encounter various problems? Sell now to cut your losses. That is the only way to achieve true kingship." "Shut up," Shin Zhao roared, glaring coldly at Lin Shen. "Kid, you're teaching me how to trade stocks? You're not worthy. You think you're anything? I've been trading stocks for so many years. I've eaten more salt in the stock market than you've eaten rice." Shin Zhao glared at Lin Shen with displeasure. "You want to teach me? Aren't you ridiculous? I'm telling you, semiconductors will definitely rebound tomorrow. They're bound to rise. Some bigwigs will definitely step in to save the market." "That is..." Shin Mingyuan snorted and looked at Lin Shen with disdain. "Lin Shen, stop dreaming and spouting nonsense. You're not worthy. What are you enjoying? You think you can instruct young Master Shen?" "Hee." Shin Mingyuan looked at Lin Shen with disdain. "You'd better sell your liquor shares right now and buy semiconductors, and wait for tomorrow's rise. Or else, I'll bankrupt you." "Hee." Shin Zhao sneered, crossing his arms. "What's the point of talking to him about this? A foolish thing only knows how to draw a circle around itself and become stagnant." Morning. Seeing that Shun Zhao and Shun Mingyuan were going too far, Xu Qinglan couldn't help but frown slightly, grabbed Lin Shen's arm, and wanted to leave with Lin Shen. "Don't rush." Lin Shen smiled and scrolled through the news page on his phone. But a moment later, a new news story popped up again. "Look, what is this?" Lin Shen pointed to the news on his phone. "Has Matai released its profit report for the first half of this year?" Looking at the news article Lin Shen presented, Shun Mingyuan read the headline with suspicion. The following content states that Matai Group earned over 10 billion yuan in net profit in the first half of this year, with net profit attributable to the parent company also reaching several billion yuan, making it a case of making money while lying down. So profitable. Shin Mingyuan, who doesn't drink much baijiu, widened her eyes instantly. "What do you think?" Lin Shen laughed and said, "Matai is a better product than anything else in terms of preserving its value. If your parents bought a bottle of Matai every year when you were born and kept it until you were in your 20s, that's enough to buy a new house. If you buy one bottle of Matai a year now and stock up, you can use it as a retirement fund when you get old. That's how valuable it is." Lin Shen smiled and said, "It's not just about preserving value. It's about increasing value. It will retain its value even better than gold." Gulp. Young Master Shun. Shin Mingyuan swallowed hard, looking at Shun Zhao in surprise. "Is that really true?" "Barely." Shun Zhao crossed his arms and sneered. "In the end, it's all because of us rich people who made it so. Without rich people like us, it's nothing. This stuff is not something ordinary people can afford." "Is that so?" Lin Shen smiled knowingly and remained silent. "What do you believe in?" "It's just this one company," Shin Zhao sneered. "Only this company's stock might rise slightly. Other companies in the liquor industry will still see their stock prices fall. This is boring." "That doesn't seem to be the case." Lin Shen smiled and said, "Keep reading the news." Shin Mingyuan immediately opened her phone to check. Following Matai, More than a dozen well-known domestic liquor companies have released their profit reports for the first half of the year. Without a doubt, all of them are profitable. With the release of these first-half earnings reports, the stock market once again experienced volatility. This shock is different from the last one. It is. Chapter 88 Direct Limit Up. Rise. Yes, the most astonishing scene has occurred again. After the semiconductor industry's recent devastation, with the stock market going from limit up to limit down, the liquor industry, which had been declining, suddenly rebounded and surged. Finally, in the last 3 minutes before the market was suspended at 3:30 p.m., the price suddenly went from falling to hitting the daily limit up. If we consider the magnitude of the decline, the liquor industry has risen by 14% in just one day. Gulp. Young Master Shun, this? Looking at the liquor stocks hitting their daily limit up and then at the semiconductor stocks hitting their daily limit down, Chen Mingyuan's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Everything has changed so fast. How could the price fluctuate so rapidly between hitting the upper and lower limit? This reversal completely stunned Chen Mingyuan, and it was something she never expected. She was even mocking Lin Chun. But now, the clown was actually herself? What's the panic? Although Shen Zhao's face had turned ashen, he still feigned composure and said with a disdainful expression, "The liquor industry is only experiencing a temporary boost. The overall market is still in a downer. Just you wait and see. The liquor industry will definitely plummet tomorrow, and the semiconductor industry will definitely surge. 100%. Shen Zhao looked at Lin Chen coldly. Kid, don't be too happy yet. The stock market is more ruthless and volatile than you can imagine. You'd better sell your liquor stocks as soon as the market opens tomorrow and then buy semiconductor stocks. Shen Zhao sneered. Otherwise you'll regret it. Ha. Lin Chen immediately laughed, looking at Shen Zhao with amusement. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? You'd better sell your semiconductors and buy liquor. Otherwise. Lin Chen took a sip of water unhurriedly. You'll suffer a terrible loss. Funny. I've been investing in stocks for so many years, I know far more about the stock market than you do. Just wait and see what happens. Having lost over $1 million, Shen Zhao was completely disheartened. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen and said, Let's go. Lin Chen, you'd better listen to young Master Shen's advice. And Qinglan, young Master Shen has experience, you'd better advise Lin Chen. Don't stubbornly insist on losing money. Chen Mingyuan, that's enough. Chu Qinglan couldn't hold back any longer. She glared angrily at Chen Mingyuan. What Chen does is Chen's business. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to interfere. We have our own lives, and even if we lose money, it has nothing to do with you. Don't contact me again. If you do, I won't reply to your messages. Qinglan you. Chen Mingyuan's face stiffened. Hee. Shen Zhao sneered. You overestimate yourselves. You'll regret it sooner or later. Walk. Don't rush off. Lin Chen crossed his arms and looked at Shen Zhao with amusement. Didn't you just say so confidently that if the price of liquor went up, you would kneel down and call me daddy? Look at this stock market. Lin Chen sneered. No need to call me dad. I don't have a good-for-nothing son like you. However, regarding kneeling, I think you can kneel down now. You, a dignified rich second-generation young master. Lin Chen looked coldly at Shen Zhao. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You me? Shen Zhao's face stiffened, and he glared at Lin Chen with a ferocious expression. Bastard. Kneel down. Lin Chen looked amused. He wasn't going to be polite with Shen Zhao. I'm talking about the overall picture, not the present. If the price of liquor continues to rise in the next few days, I will naturally keep my word. A temporary price increase is nothing to worry about. That's all. With a gloomy face, Shen Zhao roared and immediately turned to leave. Young Master Shen. Chen Mingyuan glared at Lin Chen resentfully and quickly chased after Shen Zhao. The two left in a sorry state. Ding dong. Congratulations host for completing today's task. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Clearly, Chen Mingyuan's scheme today was to use Shen Zhao and the stock market to mock Lin Chen, sow discord between Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan, and make Chu Qinglan disappointed in Lin Chen. Unfortunately, her plan failed. Not only did he fail to mock Lin Chen, but he was also targeted and ridiculed by Lin Chen. This is utterly shameful. How foolish. Watching Chen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao flee in a disheveled state, Lin Chen snorted disdainfully. Qinglan. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan beside him and chuckled. Don't worry, the liquor industry will definitely see a rise in prices. And it will rise by at least 30%. This time, we're sure to earn enough to buy a house. Chu Qinglan gave a gentle hum and chose to believe Lin Chen. Ha ha. Looking at Chu Qingluan's gentle and pretty face, Lin Shun was in a very good mood. Actually, this is all thanks to you. Oh. Chu Qingluan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Shun. Although she gave Lin Shun her 40,000 yuan savings, it can hardly be considered her achievement. After all, a mere 40,000 yuan can't change the stock market. Hey, you'll see later. Looking at Chu Qingluan's flat stomach, Lin Shun's lips curled into a smile. This is entirely thanks to Chu Qingluan. How can you have grandsons if you don't have sons? Without a grandson, Lin Shun would not have been able to receive this letter from his future grandson, and thus would not have been able to make the firm decision to buy the liquor. And who gave birth to the son? It must be Chu Qingluan. Without Chu Qingluan, where would Lin Shun have a son? He himself doesn't have that ability. Chu Qingluan snorted softly and smiled as she picked up a piece of beef for Lin Shun, thinking that Lin Shun was deliberately teasing her. You'll know everything when the time is right. Lin Shun thought that when he had the opportunity to prove the existence of the system, he would definitely tell Chu Qingluan. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, but that he was worried that even if he did, Chu Qingluan wouldn't believe him. After all, the system only existed in his mind. It was something he couldn't see or touch. He couldn't prove it to Chu Qingluan. If he says too much, and Chu Qingluan suspects he has delusions, wouldn't that be awkward? Lin Shun didn't want to be in such an awkward situation. Therefore, Lin Shun naturally had no choice but to temporarily refrain from discussing the system. But as husband and wife, there were some things Lin Shun was unwilling to hide from Chu Qingluan. Therefore, when the existence of the system can be proven at the appropriate time, he would naturally tell Chu Qingluan everything in detail, so that Chu Qingluan could be happy with him. Husbands and wives should be happy together. Let's go home. Taking Chu Qingluan's soft hand, Lin Shun reluctantly paid the bill and then took Chu Qingluan home. Chun, I'm going to take a shower. With a wave of her hand to Lin Shun, Chu Qingluan, unable to stand the smell of hot pot, immediately went into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, Lin Shun suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to collect his reward for the day. System, claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 89, a perfect reward for today. 1 bottle of Constitution Enhancing Potion, which can be given to outsiders. Wow! Seeing the rewards the system had given him, Lin Shun's eyes lit up with excitement. Because this reward is not only appropriate, it's just right. Lin Shun had been thinking about when he could change Chu Qingluan's body so that she could become as healthy and youthful as he was. This can finally be done. It's important to know that a woman's physical appearance changes drastically before and after childbirth. You could say that childbirth is a woman's second birth. The advantage is that some pre-pregnancy conditions, such as dysmenorrhea and cold uterus, will disappear after childbirth. The downside is that many women who had great figures before childbirth will find their figures immediately out of shape after giving birth. Not only will you gain weight, but you'll also get stretch marks. This makes many women who love beauty unwilling to have children. But now, with this constitution-enhancing potion, everything becomes much easier. After Chu Qingluan took this physique-enhancing potion, she would not only be immune to all diseases, but her figure and appearance would also remain in their best condition forever. Even if she gives birth in the future, her figure will not be out of shape, and her skin will be as fair and tender as an 18-year-old's. That's what makes this constitution-enhancing potion so powerful. Qingluan doesn't have to worry about her figure getting worse in the future. This constitution-enhancing potion will improve her body. Even if she overeats again, the potion will allow her body to automatically regulate itself. Excess nutrients that shouldn't be absorbed should naturally not be taken at all. No excess fat will appear, and there will be no belly fat. That's much more comfortable. With his eyes gleaming, Lin Shun immediately knocked excitedly on the bathroom door. Qingluan, come out here for a moment. I have something good for you. Chun, I haven't finished washing yet. Chu Qingluan's voice was very shy, clearly thinking that Lin Shun wanted to. Oh, then I'll wait for you. Lin Shun realized he was getting a little impatient, so he could only wait awkwardly for Chu Qingluan, thinking that he could give Chu Qingluan a surprise after she finished washing up. Chun, what's wrong? 15 minutes later, wiping her wet hair, Chu Qingluan looked at Lin Shun suspiciously. Qingluan, you'll need to take another bath later. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qingluan mysteriously. Oops. Chu Qingluan blushed and gave Lin Shun a shy, glaring look. Chun, you promised me. It has to wait until we get married. Well, that's not it. Lin Shun instantly realized that Chu Qingluan had misunderstood, and he immediately explained awkwardly. I have something good for you. Look. Lin Shun took out a constitution-enhancing potion. Chen, what is this? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. This is a constitution-enhancing potion developed with the latest high-tech research. After taking it, your entire body will be transformed. Lin Chen said with a smile. You will completely get rid of your sub-health condition. Didn't you wonder why I suddenly became handsome and had such a great physique? It's because of it. Lin Chen laughed and said, after you take it, you'll immediately have abs. Yeah. Yes. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan excitedly. Take it quickly. This is a priceless treasure. An absolute treasure of the world. Lin Chen laughed and said, even the world's richest man and those big shots at the top of humanity don't have this blessing, nor can they obtain such a treasure. Take this key and put it up for auction. Lin Chen laughed and said, that's truly a rare treasure, priceless and unavailable. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen in surprise. After a slight hesitation, under Lin Chen's ardent gaze, she resolutely took the physique-enhancing potion. Chen, I'm so hot. A few minutes later, Chu Qinglan's skin quickly turned bright red. Then, some black toxins and dirt are expelled from the pores. Normal. Lin Chen laughed and said, this is a detoxification process to cleanse the marrow and replenish the essence. These things smell terrible, but only by expelling them will your body get better. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan. That's why I said you need to take a shower. Oops. I'm going to wash up. Chu Qinglan couldn't sit still any longer. Not wanting Lin Chen to see her in this embarrassing situation, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. It'll be ready in a moment. Lin Chen laughed and said, you'll see how amazing it is. While Chu Qinglan was taking the constitution-enhancing potion and undergoing detoxification washing. At this moment, Wang Hao, the general manager of Root Fund Management Company, Limited, had no intention of leaving get off work. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the red and green stock market updates in front of him, gritting his teeth in anger, his expression ferocious. What exactly is going on? Why? Why is all of this happening? Why did semiconductor stocks fall while liquor stocks rose? Oh shit. Bang. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, glaring angrily at Li Cheng. Damn it. Now the whole company is laughing at me and praising Lin Chen, right? No, absolutely not. Although it was indeed true, Li Cheng still dared not tell the truth when he saw the furious Wang Hao. The fact today is that after noticing the changes in the stock market, all the employees of Root Fund Management Company, Limited are completely convinced of Lin Chen's abilities. The employees who had previously ridiculed Lin Chen excessively were now slapping themselves in the face, saying they were truly blind to have misunderstood Lin Chen. They all understood from the bottom of their hearts how high Lin Chen's standards were. Compared to Lin Chen, they are utterly blind. Lin Chen's vision is that of a true king. Compared to Lin Chen, Wang Hao is utterly useless. Oh shit, this stock market is garbage. He picked up the monitor, his anger simmering, ready to smash it. But after lifting it, he hesitated for a long time before finally deciding not to do it. After all, monitors cost money too. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, glaring angrily at Li Cheng. What am I supposed to do? If the liquor stocks continue to rise tomorrow, they could really exceed 20%. Am I really going to transfer all my shares to Lin Chen unconditionally? Wang Hao's expression turned ferocious. That's millions. Is this how you're going to produce something that can't even skip a step? Hold head high. This? Seeing Wang Hao's exasperated state, Li Cheng had nothing to say. After all, what can he do now that it has already happened? Since Wang Hao was willing to gamble on this matter, he can only accept the consequences. This is entirely nobody's fault but theirs. After all, if Wang Hao wins, he will definitely not give Lin Chen a chance, and he will definitely take over Lin Chen's shares without hesitation. So now that he's about to lose, will Lin Chen give him a chance? Mr. Wang, please don't worry. Li Cheng could only awkwardly offer words of comfort. Perhaps semiconductor prices will rise tomorrow. The price of liquor will drop again. Chapter 90, like an infant. Could it really be like this? Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Li Cheng. He certainly wanted that to be the case. If liquor prices really rise again tomorrow, and semiconductor prices really fall again, then he's finished. Not only will he lose all his shares to Lin Chen, but a large portion of his own savings invested in the stock market will also shrink. Wang Hao cannot afford such a loss. Maybe, probably, roughly, about the same. Under Wang Hao's serious gaze, Li Cheng scratched his head and answered Wang Hao awkwardly. He wasn't sure about this either. After all, he didn't travel back in time. So how would he know what the stock market would be like tomorrow? Besides, the stock market is changing rapidly these days. Let alone him. I bet even most experts can't predict tomorrow's market trend. After all, Many experts had previously predicted online that semiconductor stocks would continue to surge, while liquor stocks, even if they didn't plummet, would continue to decline. But what is the reality? The semiconductor industry faltered halfway through, while liquor bucked the trend and rose. These experts' faces have been thoroughly slapped by the story. However, these experts are always shameless. They simply deleted their original comments and continued to be bullish on liquor and belittle semiconductors, continuing to gain followers and deceive people. Anyway, they just talk the talk, but they don't actually buy anything. There was no fundamental loss. Son of a bitch. Bang! Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, his expression becoming even more ferocious. He wasn't afraid of a drop in semiconductor prices. After all, he didn't actually buy many semiconductors. Even if the price continues to fall tomorrow, he wouldn't lose much money if he chose to sell immediately. At most, we'll lose 10%. Although it's like cutting off a piece of flesh, it doesn't cause any serious damage. However, if the price of liquor continues to rise, then he's really doomed. After all, once the price of liquor rises by 20%, he will have to accept the consequences of his bet and fulfill the agreement, reluctantly transferring all his shares to Lin Chun unconditionally. This is an unconditional transfer, and you won't get a single penny in return. He would be somewhat relieved if Lin Chun paid for the acquisition. After all, you can get money. But now he's lost over 3 million for nothing? Damn it, I will absolutely not allow this to happen. Wang Hao, unwilling to lose his shares, glared at Li Cheng with a ferocious expression. Immediately hire an online army to spread good and bad news about the liquor industry. We need to make sure all retail and institutional investors know that the liquor industry is only experiencing a temporary rebound, and a sharp drop is inevitable. Strive to get all the institutions that have already bought shares in liquor companies to frantically sell their shares. That makes things much easier to solve. As long as they sell off in large quantities, the liquor stock price definitely won't rise tomorrow. Wang Hao roared through gritted teeth. Lin Chun can forget about getting any of my shares. Mr. Wang, this. Looking at the hysterical Wang Hao, Li Cheng felt embarrassed and didn't know whether he should do it or not. After all, he knew very well that Wang Hao was simply grasping at straws in desperation. The orders he gives at this moment will have absolutely no impact on the stock market. It might affect some retail investors, but professional institutions don't care about the messages from online trolls at all. These professional organizations will only pay attention if authoritative media outlets speak out. Or it could be like the semiconductor industry's collapse today, where an insider leaked the negative news. Unless someone working in the liquor industry reveals some inside information about the industry. Ideally, it should involve inside information about food safety. Only such inside information could cause the stock prices of liquor companies, which were on an upward trend, to be halved. The counter-trend rise of the liquor industry was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, the slander from other online trolls would only make some retail investors doubtful. Anyone who trades stocks knows that retail investors generally lack judgment and tend to chase rising stocks and sell at a loss. If liquor stocks continue to rise tomorrow, these previously hesitant retail investors will flood in again. After all, retail investors love buying when prices are rising. Go do it. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious at this moment. He glared at Li Cheng in a fit of rage and said, "Hire an online army to spread bad news. I want to drive down the price of liquor stocks, drive them down." Yes. Seeing Wang Hao's eagerness, Li Cheng could only nod awkwardly. He thought to himself that Wang Hao had completely lost his mind and was probably really doomed this time. I should find an opportunity to meet Chairman Lin and pledge my loyalty to him. He was completely flustered. Li Cheng glanced at Wang Hao, whose expression was ferocious and whose eyes were red, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. I estimate that this time, he is going to lose to Lin Chun completely. Go find an online army immediately. Bang! Wang Hao naturally had no idea what Li Cheng was thinking. After scolding Li Cheng, he slumped weakly into his chair, his expression grave. He had absolutely no idea what to do about this. At this moment, his mind was in complete turmoil, and he was extremely anxious. But all he could do was rage helplessly. At this moment, Lin Shen naturally had no idea that Wang Hao was in such a hurry. If Lin Shen knew, he would only laugh at Wang Hao for being stupid, saying that everything he did was his own fault, and he deserved it. Why did he have to provoke Lin Shen? He deserved to end up like this. At this moment, Lin Shen was waiting for Chu Qinglan to come out of the bath. Chu Qinglan, who had taken the physique-enhancing potion, stayed in the bathroom for an hour. Finally, feeling refreshed and smelling wonderful, she stood in front of Lin Shen. "Wow, wife, you are so beautiful." Looking at Chu Qinglan, who had developed abs under the influence of the physique potion, and whose figure was becoming increasingly curvaceous and slender, with her appearance and temperament becoming more and more outstanding. Lin Shen's eyes widened. My wife is so beautiful. Morning. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. If you're praising me, I'd be on top of the world. Haha, I'm just telling the absolute truth. My wife is indeed beautiful enough. Lin Shen reached out and took Chu Qinglan's soft hand, then pulled her into his arms. At this moment, Chu Qinglan's skin was as delicate and fair as a baby's. Chun, this constitution-enhancing potion is truly amazing. Chu Qinglan ran her slender, white fingers over her fair skin and said to Lin Shen with emotion, some of my minor ailments, such as cervical spondylosis and cold uterus, are all gone now. After taking this physique-enhancing potion, it was as if I had been reborn. I am completely healthy. Sitting on Lin Shen's lap, letting him hold her, Chu Qinglan looked at him with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. Chun, what exactly is this constitution-enhancing potion? Where did you get it? Chu Qinglan tilted her head, her eyes filled with joy and curiosity. This is truly amazing. Chapter 91. Lin Shen, inferior to Chu Qinglan. It was obtained by chance. Lin Shen didn't know how to explain. Unable to directly mention the system reward, he could only laugh it off. A friend of mine works in this kind of secretive department, and he's the one who trained me. This medicine is still under research and has not yet been released to the public. Therefore, ordinary people are not qualified to know. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, don't tell anyone. Okay. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, tilting her head to look at Lin Shen. Chun, do you still have this kind of potion? Or perhaps your friend could get his hands on this potion? Oh. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan in surprise. Qinglan, each of us can only take this medicine once. Even if we had more, it wouldn't be of any use. Chun, I don't want to take it myself. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with tender eyes. What I mean is, if there are any left, we can give them to our parents. Our parents are getting old. It would be great if they could take this medicine. The elderly will surely live to be 100 years old, free from illness and disaster. Listening to Chu Qinglan's words and looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chu Qinglan has such a wonderful personality. Not only are they gentle and considerate, but they are also filial and sincere. To be honest, Lin Shen himself hadn't expected this. When there are benefits to be had, each other's parents are the first people that come to mind. Chu Qinglan is not only a good daughter, but also a good daughter-in-law. That's all for now. That's all he gave me, Lin Shen quickly said. I'll ask him later if there are any left that I don't need. Then let him bring out a few bottles for our parents to take. May our parents be as healthy and live as long as we are. Chu Qinglan gave a sweet hum, letting Lin Shen hug her slender waist. It's time to rest. Lin Shen stretched, then picked up Chu Qinglan and carried her into the bedroom. The next morning, after driving Chu Qinglan to the company, Lin Shen drove to Root Fund Company. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. As Lin Shen arrived at the company building, he saw Wang Hao walking out of the building. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Hao glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression, his heart filled with intense resentment towards Lin Shen. Because as soon as the market opened today, liquor stocks surged. But semiconductor prices are still declining. In just half an hour, liquor prices surged by 3%, while semiconductor prices dropped by 5%. This infuriated Mr. Wang so much that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Therefore, when he saw Lin Shen at this moment, his eyes were naturally red and he was furious. Although Lin Shen wore a smile and didn't mention anything about the stock market, Wang Hao felt that Lin Shen's every move was a mockery of him. He was furious. Lin Shen, don't be too happy yet. The market may continue to fluctuate this afternoon. Then liquor prices will fall, and semiconductor prices will rise. Wang Hao glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression. Let me tell you, you won't be guaranteed to win. You might just turn your joy into sorrow. Snort. With a cold snort, Wang Hao stormed off in a huff. Hee. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Hao, who had a screw loose. Wang Hao really thought Lin Shen cared a lot about shares worth only a few million? What a joke. For Lin Shen, these shares are just an insignificant bonus. It's just that Wang Hao is too pretentious, otherwise Lin Shen wouldn't bother with him at all. Lin Shen naturally didn't bother saying this to Wang Hao. If Wang Hao knew that the shares he cared so much about were so insignificant in Lin Shen's eyes, he would never know. Will he get so angry that he vomits blood? Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin is invincible. Chairman Lin is amazing. Under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will surely reach new heights. Chairman Lin has an amazing eye for talent. Follow Chairman Lin, and you'll get what's coming to you. As Lin Shen stepped into the office, accompanied by applause, Manager Go and Lao Zhang, along with a group of company employees, all offered Lin Shen the most respectful compliments. They were now completely convinced of Lin Shen's discerning eye. Those who can seize this opportunity to buy liquor stocks at rock-bottom prices will make a fortune. Lin Shen is truly a stock trading genius. The next Buffett. Chairman Lin, the fund market is in dire straits right now, with many funds experiencing sharp declines. Several gene products operated by our company have seen a unique surge in price, as they are all heavily invested in liquor, even when the entire market was crashing. Among yesterday's fund market performance, our company's fund had the highest growth rate. They won the top scorer title. Manager Go looked at Lin Shen excitedly. All the investors were stunned, and they all shouted that they wanted to buy our fund again with a large investment. Some individual investors and institutions that had not invested before, or who had invested and then withdrawn their funds, are now contacting our operations department, clamoring to buy into our fund. Our fund is a hit. It is estimated that the net inflow of assets today alone will reach 100 million. Manager Go looked at Lin Shen respectfully. Our management fee alone will net us $1 million. Chairman Lin, this is all thanks to your leadership. That's right. Old Zhang looked at Lin Shen excitedly. Chairman Lin, under your leadership, the company will surely soar even higher. You're sure to make a fortune. Long live Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin's vision is truly remarkable. That's right. Those who sold our fund shares at low prices are now completely dumbfounded. In just 2 days, our fund has surged by 20%. They'll be crying soon. The employees were extremely excited. Yesterday they had looked down on Lin Shen and doubted his abilities, but now they were extremely respectful and praised him. This is just normal fund operation. Don't praise me too much. The stock market is constantly changing, and I dare not say that I will be 100% successful. This was just a coincidence. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, keep up the good work and strive to get the fund managed by our company to reach a scale of 1 billion as soon as possible. I hereby promise everyone that once the funds managed by my company reach a scale of 1 billion, I will definitely give everyone bonuses. Wow, Chairman Lin is so generous. Long live Chairman Lin. We will definitely work hard. Follow Chairman Lin, and you'll make money and have women. Chairman Lin, from now on I will work overtime every day to find clients, and I must make sure that the company's fund reaches 1 billion as soon as possible. Exactly. We have to work overtime, even if it means dying at the company. All the employees had tears in their eyes and were expressing their loyalty to Lin Shen. Chapter 92, 3 days in a row. Haha, let's all work together. Strive to make the company better and reach a fund size of 1 billion as soon as possible. Then let's aim for 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Shen waved to the crowd and stepped into his chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Upon seeing Lin Shen enter the office, Manager Go immediately followed and looked at Lin Shen with great respect. Chairman Lin, you are truly a young man of great promise. Under your leadership, the company will surely thrive and soon be worth hundreds of millions, even billions. All right, let's not waste any more time on this useless nonsense. Lin Shen waved to Manager Go. Go and get back to work. Chairman Lin, there's something else. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't want to be flattered, Manager Go quickly said, it's those people who mocked you before. Do you think I should use this excuse? Fire them all. Manager Go sneered. Don't worry, I'll find a suitable excuse, or reassign them to work overtime, and force them to resign on their own. The company does not need to provide N+1 compensation. You little brat. Lin Shen pointed at Manager Go, unsure of what to say. That Manager Go is really too ruthless. However, his behavior did indeed please the boss. From a boss's perspective, no boss likes employees who don't respect them, and no boss wants to give employees N+1 in compensation. This has always been the domestic practice. If they want to fire you, they won't say fire you, but instead they'll transfer you to another position or arrange for you to work overtime or go on business trips. You're forcing yourself to resign. Manager Go's actions at this moment were clearly aimed at saving Lin Shen money. But Lin Shen had just escaped the life of an employee, so although he understood Manager Go's behavior, he could not accept it. It's normal for them to criticize me a bit. When I was an employee, I would sometimes gossip about my boss and dislike my manager. It's all within reason. Lin Shen said with a smile. Some things are better left unsaid. Just continue implementing the KPI system. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Shen said with a smile. There's no need to think about it anymore. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Manager Go quickly nodded and then gave Lin Shen a thumbs up in admiration. Chairman Lin, you are truly a good boss. They are so lucky to have such a considerate and caring boss like you. After all, I was once a working class person too. I understand the hardships of working people. Lin Shen smiled and said, go and get back to work. Yes, Mr. Lin. Manager Go immediately accepted the order respectfully and left. Knock knock knock. Just after Manager Go left, the door to Lin Shen's office rang again. Enter. Lin Shen sighed helplessly, knowing that being a boss wasn't so easy. To manage a company well, in addition to holding a constant number of meetings, it is even more important to manage the management team effectively. You don't have to directly manage employees, but you should have frequent contact with management. Chairman Lin. Manager Zhao from the investment department looked at Lin Shen respectfully. Chairman Lin, liquor stocks continue to surge today. Based on the current trend, they are very likely to hit the daily limit today, reaching a 20% increase. Then the company received about 100 million yuan in investment revenue today. More than 100 million yuan should continue to flow in. Although some were sold at high prices, it's not as much as the influx of funds. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Shen with a serious expression. Chairman Lin, should we continue to buy liquor with these influx of funds, or this matter? Lin Shen frowned upon hearing this, his expression turning serious. The system did not provide any predictions for him, and he also did not receive the third letter from his future grandson. He really couldn't predict whether the stock market would rise or fall next. Cough cough. Lin Shen coughed a few times and looked at Manager Zhao seriously. There's no need to buy liquor for now. These newly poured funds can be used to buy stable government bonds and deposits. I will inform you when the time is right, at which time a large portion of the liquor can be sold to raise cash. Then, Lin Shen paused for a moment, then looked at Manager Zhao seriously. You people in the investment department can't just sit around eating and collecting salaries. Give me a few investment plans and submit them. It's impossible for all three of the company's funds to heavily invest in liquor stocks going forward. Should we heavily invest in a particular industry, adopt a mixed portfolio, or invest in bonds? Your investment department should come up with a plan analysis, and then I'll decide which one to choose, Lin Shen said seriously. In short, the interests of the investors must come first. Clear. Manager Zhao immediately nodded respectfully. Then I'll make the arrangements right away. Go. Lin Shen waved to Manager Zhao and watched him leave his office. System, oh system, I need stock market analysis skills, I need foresight. Otherwise, relying solely on blindly buying stocks carries a very high risk of loss. I wonder what my future grandson wrote in his third letter? Lin Shen muttered. Can someone tell me about new ways to make money? Perhaps. Amid Lin Shen's muttering, the day's stock market trading finally came to a close after its ups and downs. The stock market closes at 3:30 p.m. As Lin Shen had predicted, the outcome was exactly as he had envisioned. The liquor industry is rising again, with both Matai and Wuliangye stocks hitting the daily limit. Other major liquor companies, while not hitting the daily limit, also saw their prices rise by 8 or 9%, with a sea of red. In contrast, the semiconductor industry remains in dire straits. The stock price of the affected group immediately hit the daily limit down. According to rumors, the company has entered the review stage and may be forced to delist at any time. Meanwhile, other domestic semiconductor companies, affected by this fraud incident, and with the continuous leaks of rumors, are reported to be researching chips that are basically just theoretical or completely unusable. Although the stocks of these other companies did not hit the daily limit down, they also fell sharply again. The basic declines are all below 5%. Young Master Shun, what should we do? Shun Mingyuan dialed Shun Zhao's number with great anxiety and asked urgently, you fell again. What's the panic? It's just a normal phenomenon. Although Shun Zhao's face was ashen, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to admit that he had misjudged the situation. It will definitely go up next. Young Master Shun, are you sure you don't want to sell? Need not. Shun Zhao gritted his teeth. Keep it there. I believe it will definitely rise back in the next 3 days. This. All right. Shun Mingyuan didn't know much about the stock market, so she could only listen to Shun Zhao at this moment. Time flies, and it's Friday afternoon 3 days later. The final scene in the stock market this week was Chapter 93, Wang Hao, who refuses to defeat. Semiconductor stocks fell for a week straight, with a staggering drop of 25%. One of the companies involved was forced to delist from the stock market due to 3 consecutive days of limit down trading. Correspondingly, the liquor industry index rose for a week straight. Among them, Matai Liquor saw the highest increase, rising by as much as 30% within a week. The remaining liquor companies generally saw increases between 20% and 30%. This wave of profits is definitely enough. In the chairman's office, Lin Shun was in a very good mood after successfully selling all his liquor shares at a high price and cashing out. Because his 60 million had appreciated over the past week, after he sold it, it had successfully reached 78 million. Aside from repaying the principal and interest to the bank, Lin Shen's savings at this moment, the figure is a staggering 24 million. 24 million, awesome. Looking at the balance in his bank account, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he was in a very good mood. This should be enough to buy a house. Although this amount of money is definitely not enough for a villa by Shilling Lake. After all, a villa near Shilling Lake and CC costs at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Lin Shen muttered. But a large flat by the river should only cost 10 or 20 million, right? That should be enough. Just don't buy those super expensive properties, those in really good locations, worth tens or hundreds of millions. Buying an ordinary Riverview apartment for 10 or 20 million shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Lin Shen's lips curled up. After buying the Riverview apartment, I can go home with Qinglan and meet her parents. With a house and a car in Hangzhou, I should be able to gain Qinglan's parents' approval, right? As long as Qinglan's parents have no objections, then we can start preparing for the wedding. Lin Shen's eyes were filled with a strong glint. I'm going to prepare a magnificent and dazzling wedding for Qinglan, so that she can marry me happily. After the wedding, Lin Shen stretched and smiled. A hero finally has a chance to prove himself. No need to sigh to the sky every day anymore, but to remain steadfast and unyielding. Qinglan, tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go look at apartments tomorrow. Lin Shen took out his phone and prepared to contact several agents. Then I'll give Chu Qinglan a surprise tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office next to Chairman Lin Shen's office, was General Manager Wang Hao's office. Thump. It's over, everything is over. Wang Hao slumped into a chair, staring blankly at the stock market chart on the monitor in front of him. He lost. Under Lin Shen's absolute control, all three funds operated by Root Fund Management Company, Limited bought stocks in the liquor industry. As of today, the three stocks have risen by more than 25%. The highest performing stock saw a gain of up to 30.5% because the bottom was reached relatively late. On the contrary, the semiconductor industry, which he was optimistic about, suffered a devastating crash, causing countless people to jump off rooftops. Although Wang Hao didn't buy many semiconductor stocks, he didn't lose too much money on stocks. As long as you're ruthless enough to cut your losses, you won't be completely trapped. But he lost the bet with Lin Shen. According to the performance-based agreement, he now needs to transfer all of his shares to Lin Shen. That's 4 million. No, it should be more than 4 million. Because of the impact of this wave of fund surge, the company's valuation has already increased. Wang Hao's expression was grim. If I were to sell these 40% of the shares right now, I could get at least 5 or 6 million, if not 7 or 8 million. But now I want it. I'm not reconciled. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Cheng, tell Li Cheng to get over here. Enraged, Wang Hao dialed the front desk, wanting to consult his lackey about a plan. Mr. Wang, Manager Li has gone to see Chairman Lin. The receptionist readily replied to Mr. Wang. What can I do for you? I'll let him know when he comes out. No. You son of a bitch. Depend on. Bang. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, his anger rising even higher as he faced Li Cheng, that traitorous bastard. That bastard is really pragmatic. He lost his focus for a moment, and then that bastard went to find Lin Shen. What a complete scoundrel. Son of a bitch. Bump. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, filled with pathetic, impotent rage. While Wang Hao was raging in a fit of impotent fury, Li Cheng stood in Lin Shen's chairman's office, respectfully looking at Lin Shen. Chairman Lin, according to the previous betting agreement, you should go to President Wang to reclaim the shares. After all, he has completely lost at this point, and his 40% stake should rightfully be transferred to you. Yes, Chairman Lin. Manager Go quickly added. Chairman Lin, this matter should be handled as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications. You all think so? Lin Shen pondered for a moment, then looked at Manager Go and Li Cheng, a smile playing on his lips. I thought to myself that Wang Hao must be in a terrible mood right now. Having lost his shares, he was now completely penniless in the company. Even Li Cheng, who had always fawned over him and obeyed his every word, was now gone. They've all changed sides now. That's really interesting. Chairman Lin, this matter needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Manager Go, acting as Lin Chen's confidant and considering Lin Chen's best interests, said, lest he deny it later and cause any trouble. After all, the stock market is constantly changing. Since liquor stocks have risen for a week, they are likely to fall appropriately next. After all, many institutions and major shareholders are probably going to cash out and exit. Manager Go lowered his voice. It would be best to resolve this matter this week, so that Wang Hao won't deny it next week. Chairman Lin, that's what I meant too. Li Cheng quickly added. Chairman Lin, you may not be familiar with Wang Hao, but I am very familiar with him. He's always been shameless. So now is the best time to strike while the iron is hot, and make him transfer the shares to you without any excuse. If he gets an excuse next week, he'll definitely pull a lot of tricks and stubbornly refuse to transfer the shares to you. Li Cheng looked at Lin Chen respectfully. He has no credibility. Lin Chen nodded slightly, looking at Li Cheng and Manager Go, who seemed loyal to him, and naturally adopted the demeanor of a wise ruler who listened to advice. In that case, you two will go on my behalf and invite this President Wang over. Let's talk about equity. As he spoke, Lin Chen selected to sign in on the system interface. Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily check-in. You have completed June 7th of the check-in. What's today's task? Lin Chen glanced at it and was astonished to find that today's task was Chapter 94, Making Wang Hao Honestly Admit Defeat. Make Wang Hao admit defeat. This mission. Looking at the tasks assigned by the system, Lin Chen instantly felt a headache coming on. This task is indeed not easy, because it's quite obvious, although semiconductor prices did indeed plummet while liquor prices surged. And according to the previously signed performance-based agreement, Wang Hao should have transferred 40% of his shares to Lin Chen. Of course, it's not just Wang Hao. Gong Tao, the previous shareholder with the hooked nose, will also transfer his 3% of shares to Lin Chen. After all, he had previously joined Wang Hao in making a lot of noise, shouting that he didn't trust Lin Yun, saying that Lin Chen was bragging, and making a lot of slander against Lin Chen. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. But Lin Chen's relentless pursuit doesn't mean they'll obediently transfer their shares to him according to the performance-based agreement. It would be strange if those two didn't cause some trouble. What do I do? Only then will they obediently transfer all their shares to me. Lin Chen frowned, rubbing his temples, his expression extremely solemn. Knowing this, it seems like it will be extremely difficult to handle. At that moment, while Lin Chen was considering how to acquire the shares, Wang Hao was in his general manager's office when he met the hook-nosed, burly Gong Tao who had rushed over. The two stared at each other in the office, completely bewildered and embarrassed, because they lost so badly. Gulp. Brother Wang. Holding 3% of the shares, worth roughly several hundred thousand, Gong Tao glared at Wang Hao with a ferocious expression. Are we really going to let this brat get away with this? Give him all our shares. Damn it, I'm not reconciled. Gong Tao gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with rage and intense hatred. Although his 3% stake is nothing compared to Wang Hao's 40% stake, it is still a small amount of money. If Wang Hao only had to give up 3% of his shares, he would have jumped for joy long ago. But Wang Hao is Wang Hao, and he is himself. He's not as rich as Wang Hao. You think I want this? But what can we do if we don't give it to them? Wang Hao glared at Gong Tao with a serious expression, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After all, we lost the betting agreement. Semiconductor prices have indeed fallen sharply at this moment, while liquor prices have indeed risen sharply. The gains of all three funds exceeded 25%. His status and ability in the eyes of the company and investors have long surpassed ours. Wang Hao clenched his fist. His prestige in the company has already surpassed mine. Especially those investors who listened to my rambling and withdrew their funds from the three funds when liquor stocks fell and semiconductor stocks rose, now hate me even more. It's my fault that they lost 36% of their profits. It cost them a lot of money. Wang Hao looked embarrassed. I don't even dare to turn on my phone now. The first thing I saw when I opened it was their sarcastic messages. You can't blame yourself, Mr. Wang. Gong Tao roared in a low voice. After all, investment involves risks, and everyone knows that. In this world, is there anything that guarantees victory? Who would have thought that this liquor would turn the tide? Oh shit. Bang. Gong Tao slammed his fist on the table, his expression contorted with rage. The stock market is playing us too. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's solve this problem first. Wang Hao frowned. How can we avoid giving him the shares? Well, after all, he had run the company from scratch, and now that Wang Hao was transferring all his shares to Lin Chen, his heart was pounding with heartache. Brother Wang, how about we just deny everything? With a quick glance around, Gong Tao looked at Wang Hao with a sinister expression. We'll deny everything. What can he do to us? He's just a young guy. He can't do anything to us. He had no choice but to admit defeat and suffer in silence. We're already being lenient by not asking him for money or shares. What more does he want? Gong Tao sneered. He has no right to force us to give him shares. It's no use. Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. He had thought about this long ago, but it was no use. Because Lin Shen isn't stupid, how could he not know that a betting agreement has legal effect? If we had only reached a verbal agreement with him back then, we could have simply denied it, Wang Hao said with a wry smile. But the problem is, we signed a performance-based agreement with him. This betting agreement is recognized and protected by law. If we say we won't transfer the property, he can simply file a lawsuit against us and apply for property preservation. Our shares will be frozen by the court at that time. And then it was forcibly transferred to him, Wang Hao said with a wry smile. Even if we deny it to the death, it won't make a difference. If it really comes to that, the court only needs to issue an enforcement order. We won't even need to get involved. Everything will fall into Lin Shen's hands. Damn it. Clenching his fists and glaring at Wang Hao, Gong Tao gritted his teeth in anger. I shouldn't have signed this gambling agreement with this bastard in the first place. What's the point of saying this? Wang Hao chuckled to himself. If I had known this would be the outcome, I shouldn't have gambled with Lin Shen, who knew that liquor prices would suddenly rise against the trend. He initially insisted on signing a performance-based agreement because he was afraid Lin Shen would renege on the agreement. It was to protect his own rights. But little did they know, this whole thing would backfire and cause them trouble. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. They really shot themselves in the foot. Brother Wang, what should we do? Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Gong Tao's face turned ashen with anger. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Are you just going to spend it all for nothing? Well, Wang Hao sighed, his brows furrowed in distress, his expression complex. Brother Wang, I've got a great idea. With a quick glance, Gong Tao suddenly stood up, looking at Wang Hao with a serious expression. Brother Wang, it's a 100% great idea. But that's a good way for us to avoid this. What method? Wang Hao's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Gong Tao. Tell me. Brother Wang, we can go out and hide for a while, until the liquor price drops and the semiconductor price rises. Then we can come back. At that time, Lin Shen will naturally have no reason to ask us for shares. Gong Tao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. We won't say we won't give it to him. We'll just say we're busy abroad, and we'll transfer the shares to him when we get back. We'll come back when the liquor stock price drops. They said the shareholding had decreased, so the performance-based agreement was invalid. Gong Tao sneered. Is it too much for us to not give him shares at this point? Brother Wang, what do you think of this idea? Will it work? Chapter 95. I'll compensate you with 2 houses. Great idea. Wang Hao's eyes lit up immediately, and he was filled with excitement. The more I think about it, the better I feel Gong Tao's idea is. Although it was opportunistic, at least it was something that was stolen. It's better than tragically giving away all the shares you hold, right? He didn't want to lose all his shares in Ritter Fund and become penniless. Although we did breach the contract to some extent, there was a set date after all. Wang Hao's eyes darted around. But it doesn't matter. We can hire a lawyer to argue with him and find loopholes in the performance-based agreement. There might be a chance for things to turn around. It's better than being certain to lose like this. Excited, Wang Hao stood up without saying a word. Let's go. Let's leave now. Let's just go to a neighboring province and hide there, lest things get complicated. Creak. Before Wang Hao could leave excitedly, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Shen was then seen surrounded by Manager Go and Lao Zhang, with Li Cheng following awkwardly. They had already walked directly into Wang Hao's general manager's office. That's right, it's Li Cheng, Wang Hao's former confidant. Feeling that following Wang Hao offered no future, he had already secretly defected to Lin Shen. After realizing that Gong Tao and Wang Hao wanted to leave, he went directly to Lin Shen and reported the news to him. Where are you headed, Mr. Wang? In such a hurry? Lin Shen crossed his arms and looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. Is there something urgent? I wonder if I can be of any help. My brain. Gong Tao slapped his forehead. I suddenly remembered that I was making tea eggs at home this morning. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to turn off the gas. I need to go back right away to prevent a fire. Chairman Lin, you're busy. We'll talk later. As he spoke, Gong Tao tried to leave quickly. Don't rush. It's not too late to leave after we finish our business. As Gong Tao tried to leave, Manager Go and Lao Zhang, one on each side, immediately blocked him with cold expressions. Get out of my way. If the natural gas explodes, can you take responsibility? If my house gets damaged, can you afford to compensate me? Gong Tao waved his hand, intending to push Lao Zhang and manager go. It's all right. I'll take responsibility for them. If it really explodes. Lin Shen looked at Gong Tao with a smile. I'll compensate you with 2 more apartments, okay? This sigh. Gong Tao's face stiffened, and he fell silent instantly. Mr. Wang. Lin Shen ignored Gong Tao, this insignificant lackey, because the real priority was dealing with Wang Hao. Lin Shen. Wang Hao's face was gloomy, and he looked at Lin Shen with a sinister gaze. His expression was extremely ferocious. This whole mess is going to ruin him for Lin Shen. Now that Lin Shen had him cornered in the office, he didn't even have time to run away. Mr. Wang, you know why I'm here, and I know what you want to do. Lin Shen smiled. We're all smart people, so let's not talk about anything else. There's no need to say anything unnecessary. Please sign and affix your seal to this contract, Mr. Wang. Then whatever Mr. Wang wants to do is entirely up to him. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. As for me, I will absolutely not stop Mr. Wang. If Mr. Wang wants to go abroad for study and inspection, that's even better. Lin Shen smiled and said, I can also offer President Wang a plane ticket as a favor. Where Mr. Wang wants to fill in the destination, then fill it in there. I will pay with my own money, and the company will not contribute a single penny. Lin Shen looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. How about it? Lin Shen. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious, glaring at Lin Shen with resentment. He was about to explode with anger at Lin Shen. Mr. Wang, I'm a man of my word. Facing Wang Hao's ferocious gaze, Lin Shen looked at Wang Hao with a smile. After all, if I had lost, I would have signed this agreement without hesitation right now. People should be honest and trustworthy. We are men, and we are also bosses. Even more so. Lin Shen. Wang Hao stared at the equity transfer agreement in front of him, his expression contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Shen. He didn't want to sign the agreement. After all, once he signs the document, the entire company will be no longer his concern. What can you do to me if I don't sign? President Wang's expression was ferocious as he glared angrily at Lin Shen. Huh. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. You won't be able to leave this office tonight. Lin Shen shrugged slightly and replied to Wang Hao with a smile. I'll stay here and keep you company tonight. You dare to detain me? Wang Hao's face twisted in a ferocious grimace. This is illegal detention. Of course it's not house arrest. Lin Shen smiled. I'm just helping the court organize the documents and schedule the trial, so that when the court accepts the case, Mr. Wang, you've already fled abroad and can then deny everything. Isn't this just stalling for time for both of us? Once the court summons is issued, I will naturally grant you your freedom, Mr. Wang. Lin Shen looked at Wang Hao with a smile. But let's make this clear, this is not detention. It was Mr. Wang who voluntarily worked overtime at the company. Don't worry. Lin Shen's lips curled up. Not a single penny of overtime pay will be missed. Lin Shen, you brat. Bang! Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table, his expression extremely grim as he glared at Lin Shen. You've gone too far. No. Lin Shen smiled and shook his head. This is Mr. Wang's own fault. After all, we're in a long-distance relationship. If I lose right now, do you think you'll let me go? Lin Shen looked coldly at Wang Hao. Since you, Mr. Wang, won't let me go, why should I let you go? Okay, I'll sign. I guess I've lost. I've spent my whole life playing with eagles, only to have my eyes pecked by you, a sparrow. But don't be too happy yet. Pointing his finger at Lin Shen, Wang Hao grinned maliciously. It won't be long before I show you what happens when you betray me. You won't get away with this. Ha ha. Lin Shen pushed the contract toward Wang Hao. Whether I end up well or not is none of your concern, Mr. Wang. That's my business. Asshole. Looking at the equity transfer agreement in front of him, Wang Hao clenched his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. After some hesitation, though filled with resentment, Wang Hao had no choice but to sign the transfer agreement. He transferred all of his 40% stake to Lin Shen without missing a single share. From that point on, he completely lost contact with Ritter Fund Company. Mr. Wang is very agreeable. Lin Shen put away the agreement and looked at Wang Hao, whose face was pale and whose heart was bleeding, with a smile. If Wang Hao can't find a good job for a while, out of sympathy, I can let you serve as general manager for a few more months. Don't rush to quit. Chapter 96 Complete Mastery. Lin Shen. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Hao's expression turned ferocious with rage, his body trembled, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly. That's infuriating. Lin Shen's words infuriated Wang Hao. He, the second largest shareholder of the company, has now fallen to such a state because of Lin Shen. Does he need Lin Shen to hand over the position of his company's general manager? And it's only been a few months. This infuriated Wang Hao to the extreme. Lin Shen wanted him to use these few months to find a new job. It's obvious they want him to get lost. Then, to save face, they gave him some time to find another job. Mr. Wang, I'm doing this for your own good. Looking at the exasperated Wang Hao, Lin Shen smiled and said, after all, jobs are hard to find these days, especially leadership positions. So you can take your time and look for a better option while you're still employed. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. I'll be the general manager of our company for a few more months. When you leave the company, I will definitely give you an excellent evaluation in your resignation letter. I guarantee that the boss of your next company will think highly of you. No need. Wang Hao was absolutely furious with Lin Shen. He glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression and said, stop spouting this nonsense with your fake feelings. It's pointless. I'm resigning right now. Don't be too happy yet. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Shen. Just you wait. One day you'll bankrupt the company. What do you know about management? You're just a self-taught worker. Hee. Bang. Clang. Wang Hao slammed the office door shut and left in a disheveled state. It's your turn. Lin Shen then looked at the hook-nosed shareholder Gong Tao with a playful expression. Stop dawdling. Lin Shen, you'll die a horrible death. Asshole. Gong Tao glared at Lin Shen with a resentful expression. He had no desire to sign the equity transfer agreement in front of him. However, since Wang Hao had given in, even if he didn't want to sign, he had no other choice. After all, the fact is that he lost the bet with Wang Hao. You'll be finished sooner or later. You just wait. Gong Tao glared fiercely at Lin Shen, gritted his teeth, signed the agreement, and then became equally furious. Hee. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but under my management, the company will only get better and better. Lin Shen ignored Wang Hao and Gong Tao, who were cursing him, and instead smiled as he put away the contract in his hand. After acquiring the shares from Gong Tao and Wang Hao, Lin Shen has successfully obtained 94% of the company's shares, giving him absolute control over the company. From then on, the company became a one-man show run by Lin Shen. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. Under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will definitely get better and better. I will be loyal to Chairman Lin and follow his lead without question. Manager Go, Manager Zhao, Lao Zhang, Li Cheng, and other management personnel all bowed respectfully to Lin Shen to show their loyalty. I accept everyone's blessings. However, this company doesn't just belong to me. It belongs to all of us. Lin Shen smiled and waved his hand. From now on, everyone should continue to perform their duties and work together. I hope that with everyone's hard work, the company will get better and better. Don't worry, everyone. If I, Lin Shen, make money, you will definitely make money too. Go. Lin Shen smiled and waved to everyone. Work hard. When the company's managed funds reach 1 billion yuan, we will give everyone a bonus. Everyone gets a share. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin is truly a good boss. Absolutely. Chairman Lin is truly the best boss I've ever met. Looking at Lin Shen in front of them, Li Cheng, Manager Zhao, and the others were even more apprehensive and respectfully flattered Lin Shen. Their feelings were much more complicated than those of Lao Zhang and Manager Go at this moment. After all, the two of them had always been quite close to Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao has completely stepped down. This is a case of a new emperor bringing a new court. If Lin Shen dislikes them, they'll lose their positions as investment department manager and human resources manager. Haha, you don't need to praise me like that. I'm also doing this to make money, Lin Shen said with a smile. If the company makes money, then everything is negotiable. If the company loses money, I will naturally be angry and won't be in a good mood either. Lin Shen's expression was serious, so the core of everything is still to run the company well. Manager Zhao, you need to take charge of the investment department's affairs. We need to come up with a suitable investment plan as soon as possible. Lin Shen's expression was serious. If we want the company to manage funds to reach a scale of 1 billion, the key is not only the business development of the operations department, but also the performance of your investment department. When the company's managed funds growth rate rises, the operations department only needs to have a brief chat with the investors, and they will naturally invest heavily. Conversely, if the company continues to manage the fund's performance, it will be in a downturn. Even if the investment department talks themselves hoarse, no one will be willing to buy. After all, everyone buys funds to make money. Lin Shen said seriously, the liquor industry made a profit this time, but it's just a one-off. There may not be a significant increase in the future, but we must maintain the rate of increase. Clear. Lin Shen took a deep breath. We absolutely cannot allow it to fall any further, especially not by a large margin. Clear. Under Lin Chen's serious gaze, Manager Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately replied hastily. Chairman Lin, I understand. I'll arrange for everyone to analyze the filing right away. Go. Lin Shun waved to Manager Zhao and then looked at Li Cheng. We can appropriately expand the recruitment scale and recruit more elites from the financial industry. After all, once the company manages another 1 billion yuan in funds, the accounting and investment departments will need talent, and the operations department can also add some. If the customer service department is short-staffed, we can add a few more people. Clear. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of settling scores with him, Li Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go. Lin Chen smiled and waved to Li Cheng. Do a good job. Don't worry, Chairman Lin, I will definitely manage the human resources department well. Recruit enough talent for the company. After bowing respectfully to Lin Chen, Li Cheng left with a slight sense of relief. Now, Root Fund Management Company is completely under my control. Without Wang Hao, there would be no more obstacles everywhere. Lin Chen stretched and felt very happy. Although he was the chairman, Wang Hao, who controlled 40% of the company's shares, could still challenge him and set traps for him. This caused Lin Chen a lot of trouble. It's impossible to guard against. By the way, now that we've completed the task, what's today's reward? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 97, Top-Tier Business Management Skills. Top-Tier Business Management Skills. This reward is just right. Hearing the system's reward notification in his mind, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he became quite excited. This skill was truly very useful to him. Having just acquired all the shares of Ritter Fund Company and previously acquired Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, Lin Chen's current worry is business management. Although he has a formal background in finance, financial management and business management are two different things. Moreover, although he learned some theories at school, he didn't have any real skills. What you see on paper and what you actually do are always different. Managing a company like Root Fund with only a few dozen employees is a real headache for Lin Chen. Letting him manage a large clothing manufacturing company like Franz with several thousand employees would be even more difficult. But Lin Chen couldn't just ignore it. After all, if you don't manage things, the people below you will line their own pockets and drain the company dry. All the losses were Lin Chen's own money. Now it's great. We have top-notch business management skills as a system reward. Managing a company with dozens or thousands of people, isn't that as easy as playing a game? Even if it's a company with tens of thousands of employees, I'm sure I can manage it well. Without hesitation, excited Lin Chen found the icon for this top-level management skill in the system inventory interface, and then selected to learn it. After Lin Chen clicked to learn, a vast ocean of knowledge flooded into his mind. Then, as if a high monk had blessed him by touching his head, Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He understood what management was in an instant and learned how to manage. It turns out that managing a large company is not difficult. You don't need to do everything yourself. As long as you manage the company's management team well, and then set up the departments and rules, then we can proceed step by step and ensure the company runs smoothly. Lin Chen, who was studying management, had a sharp glint in his eyes. At this moment, he had gone from being apprehensive about managing two large companies to being completely at ease. Because as long as a suitable system is established, then the company will be fine. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Enter. Crunch. Chairman Lin. Manager Go respectfully entered Lin Chen's chairman's office and, with great tact, poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. Chairman Lin, please have some tea. Lin Chen took a small sip of tea and glanced at Manager Go suspiciously, knowing that this guy must have something to say since he came to see him secretly. Chairman Lin, I'm worried that Wang Hao and Gong Tao won't let this go so easily. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen cautiously. After all, these are shares worth millions, and they're just going to lose them like this. They'll definitely be resentful. That's normal, of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately laughed. If I were them, I wouldn't be willing to give up millions for no reason. But what can I do if I'm unwilling to accept it? The contract is already signed in black and white. How can they deny it? Lin Chen shrugged slightly. All I can do is complain in secret and curse at you in a fit of impotent rage. No need to worry about it. I'm worried they'll slander you, Chairman Lin, and the company behind your backs. Manager Go lowered his voice. They'll try to persuade the company's investors to withdraw their investment. That's just needless worry. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go. These investors aren't stupid. The company's funds are rising at a good pace, and they can see that. Withdrawing investment now would be asking for losses, wouldn't it? We're all businessmen, and business is business. Lin Chen sneered. Their instigation won't fool many people. After all, our company's funds can make money, and many people are rushing to buy them. This is a real fact. Doesn't the other side of the coin want to make money? Lin Chen sneered. Even if they can't refuse Wang Hao and Gong Tao's favors, they're just saying it. These days, no one will give up the opportunity to make money. Even if there are a few people with screws in their heads, it doesn't matter. It's not a problem to have that little bit of money. Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with an indifferent expression. No need to worry. Understood. Manager Go immediately nodded respectfully. As long as the company's funds keep rising, we don't need to worry about what they say behind our backs. Right. Lin Chen laughed and said, even if a few are persuaded to quit, there will be many more new ones joining. So don't panic. Yes. Manager Go took a deep breath and looked cautiously at Lin Chen. And Chairman Lin, what do you think about Li Cheng and Manager Zhao? They were all Wang Hao's men before. Especially Li Cheng, he is Wang Hao's confidant. I'm worried that Wang Hao might collude with them from the inside to deliberately cause trouble for the company, Manager Go said cautiously. Although they are currently very respectful to Chairman Lin. But before that, they were all. Manager Zhao is quite capable. Lin Chen hesitated slightly, glanced at Manager Go, and was already fully aware of Manager Go's little scheme. Clearly, after Wang Hao left, he had his eye on the vacant general manager position. However, Lin Chen has no intention of giving this position to Manager Go. This Li Cheng is indeed a traitor who has served 3 masters, and is utterly despicable. But he betrayed me in time and told me that Wang Hao wanted to escape, so he still deserves some credit. It would be unfair to punish him by firing him directly. Lin Chen hesitated slightly. How about this? You find a few trustworthy people in the HR department and report him for embezzlement or taking kickbacks or something. Then, reluctantly, I'll give him a hint so he can resign on his own. Got it. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with a sharp, intense light. When it's time to establish authority, he will naturally do so. Wang Hao's confidant, Li Cheng, was to be used to tell everyone in the company that the company now completely belonged to him. If Wang Hao tries to contact them secretly again, just block them. Clear. Manager Go glanced at Lin Chen with surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen, who was always straightforward and lacked management skills, is now managing the company so skillfully. She really is a gifted person. Go. Lin Chen waved to Manager Go, lowered his head, and continued to study the basic information of Fran's garment manufacturing company. He already had the Ritter Fund company firmly under his control, but as for Fran's clothing manufacturing company, he was completely clueless. While Lin Chen was researching the new company, Chen Mingyuan was in a state of extreme anxiety. Previously, it was Shun Zhao who would contact her, but this time she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to Shun Zhao's company to find him. Young Master Shun, what should we do? Chen Mingyuan looked at Shun Zhao with great anxiety. We've lost a lot of money this time. Chapter 98. Shun Mingyuan suffers a huge loss. What's the panic? Shun Zhao raised his head and looked at Shun Mingyuan with a gloomy expression. There's nothing to panic about. That's how it is with stocks. There are gains and losses. That's perfectly normal. I told you before that investing in stocks is risky. If you want to trade stocks, you need to have a strong heart. Stock market fluctuations are temporary. Don't get too hung up on them. Besides, that 3 million was given to you by me, so the compensation should be my money. What are you panicking about? Shun Zhao sneered. I've already withdrawn that money and used part of it to pay the employees' salaries. It has nothing to do with you. Young Master Shun, it's not just your money. I took my parents' savings and borrowed another 1 million from relatives and friends, and I used it all to buy semiconductors. Shun Mingyuan was extremely anxious, her eyes red with panic, and she was about to cry. If my parents ask about this, or if my relatives come knocking on my door demanding repayment, how am I going to pay them back? Young Master Shun, please think of a way for me. They lost over 300,000 yuan. My parents worked most of their lives, and that's all they had saved up. Young Master Shun. Shaking Shun Zhao's shoulders, Chen Mingyuan's eyes were red with anxiety. It's only a little over 300,000. What's the rush? I lost more than 3 million this time, and my uncle lost more than 10 million. If we're all like you, are we all going to tragically jump off the roof? Shun Zhao glared at Shun Mingyuan and sneered. Let me tell you, there's nothing to panic about. Didn't I introduce you to some business opportunities before? If you close that contract, you'll immediately get a 500,000 commission. Shun Zhao put his arm around Chun Mingyuan's slender waist and made her sit on his lap. I'll talk to your company leaders and ask them to make an exception and pay you the commission ahead of schedule. With this 500,000, you can not only make up for the 300,000 you lost, but also make a net profit of 200,000. Why are you panicking? Whoosh. Burying his head in Chun Mingyuan's arms and taking a deep breath, Xin Zhao felt hot all over. Money is a small matter. Thank you, young Master Shun. For the sake of this 500,000, Qin Mingyuan could only shyly bite her lips, letting Xin Zhao's large hands move around inappropriately. What's making me angry now is that damn Lin Chun. That bastard actually made money. Damn it. Xin Zhao, whose face had been slapped in the face by Lin Chun, frowned deeply, his expression grave. Thinking of Chu Qinglan beside Lin Chun, whose looks and figure were far superior to Qin Mingyuan's, Xin Zhao felt even more furious. Lin Chun, a penniless wretch, is actually more popular with women and has more luck with women than him. Oh shit. I'm going to make sure this penniless wretch is completely ruined. Xin Zhao, whose eyes would light up at the thought of Chu Qinglan, was getting more and more excited. For some reason, if it weren't for Lin Chun, he might not have been as interested in Chu Qinglan, though perhaps not as interested. But now that Lin Chun is involved, Xin Zhao's interest in Chu Qinglan is only growing stronger. The more I think about it, the more exciting and thrilling it becomes. Everyone really is Chow Munda. Depend on. With a determined look, Xin Zhao looked at the shy and bashful Chen Mingyuan in his arms and asked, Chu Qinglan used to be your best friend, right? Tell me about her situation in its entirety. Her personality, hobbies, and family background, etc. Xin Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Tell me everything. Why are you asking this, young Master Shen? Out of a woman's intuition, Qin Mingyuan immediately looked at Xin Zhao with surprise. Smack! Xin Zhao slapped Qin Mingyuan across the face, then laughed and said, Of course, it's to avenge you. You don't mean you want to break up Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan, do you? Feeling a little unbalanced deep down, Qin Mingyuan blushed. Without thinking much, she quickly told Xin Zhao about Chu Qinglan. At that moment, while Qin Mingyuan and Xin Zhao were talking about Chu Qinglan, two other people were also discussing Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan. These two people were none other than Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, who had been severely humiliated by Lin Chun before, and who had given Chu Qinglan the punishment. Is everything ready? Zheng Huan stared at Kong Guanglong with a ferocious expression and a sharp glint in his eyes. Are you sure you can handle Chu Qinglan this time? To completely turn Chu Qinglan and Lin Chun against each other? Certainly. Kong Guanglong smiled mysteriously and looked at Zheng Huan with full confidence. I've already made all the arrangements. I've bribed the manager and the waiters. At that time, Lin Chun will naturally fall into the trap without realizing it, and then be led by the nose by us. When Chu Qinglan sees this delightful scene, how could she not be anxious? She will probably be incredibly disappointed in Lin Chun and hate him terribly in an instant. Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan with a smile in his eyes. Given Chu Qinglan's temperament, after being incredibly disappointed, she will definitely divorce Lin Chun. At that time, Brother Zheng, you took advantage of the situation. This way, we can easily gain Chu Qinglan's trust. After all, women feel empty inside when they break up and need comfort. This is the best time to win over a woman. Kong Guanglong laughed. At that time, Chu Qinglan will realize your perseverance and know that you truly love her. I understand, Brother Zheng. You are countless times better than Lin Chun. Hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan nodded slightly in satisfaction, feeling pleased. What you said is indeed very true. If the plan is to be implemented perfectly, then this time, I am certain that I can easily deal with Chu Qinglan. Don't worry. Zheng Huan patted Kong Guanglong on the shoulder with a smile. You'll get your share of the benefits once I've dealt with Chu Qinglan. I'll invite you to the club then. Choose any of the girls inside, it's on me. Hey, we're brothers, it's only right. Kong Guanglong grinned lewdly. I just hope that Brother Zheng can film a video for me to see later. I've never actually seen a goddess like Chu Qinglan dance or sing in person. I'm really curious. Haha, great. Zheng Huan waved his hand and said, I'll definitely satisfy you after I've dealt with Chu Qinglan. That really shows how close they are. Kong Guanglong grinned. Then I'll be looking forward to it. What do you suggest we do about President Jean? Zheng Huan asked gravely. This gathering was something we tricked President Jean into hosting. What if he really takes a liking to Chu Qinglan too? Won't that make things difficult? This should be fine. Kong Guanglong muttered. After all, there are many women in the company, so President Jean wouldn't just be fixated on Chu Qinglan. At that time, there will definitely be other women who will want to accompany President Jean in order to get a promotion and a raise. At his age, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist a woman in her early 20s. We will definitely not only target Chu Qinglan. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, After all, he's an old geezer. Chapter 99, Inspection of the clothing company. 2. After listening to Kang Guanglong's words and thinking for a moment, Zheng Huan nodded in agreement. For an old geezer like President Jean, a young, beautiful girl in her early 20s with delicate skin would probably be what he likes. After all, as people get older, what they like is the youthful, supple skin and vibrant aura of young women. Looks are secondary. He probably won't be fixated on Chu Qinglan. I'll arrange for a few outgoing female employees in the company to sit with him, and I reckon he won't be able to resist flirting with them. With these female employees around, he probably won't try to take Chu Qinglan from me. That's right. Kang Guanglong's eyes darted around, and he lowered his voice. And this is also a form of insurance. If Lin Shen doesn't fall for it, then we'll encourage President Jean to flirt with Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan doesn't accompany President Jean, he might get angry and fire her immediately. What if Chu Qinglan is forced to compensate President Jean then? Zheng Huan said with a displeased look. Wouldn't all my hard work have been for nothing, just to benefit President Jean? Wouldn't that be too frustrating? Haha, that's impossible. Kang Guanglong laughed. Brother Zheng, don't worry, Chu Qinglan isn't that kind of person. She can't possibly stay obediently with President Jean. We will not allow President Jean to lay his hands on us. And even if we take a step back and assume that Chu Qinglan allowed President Jean to do whatever he wanted in order to keep her job, can Lin Shen hold back? Kang Guanglong sneered. When the time comes, we'll just stir things up a bit, and Lin Shen will definitely be unable to resist running over and getting into a conflict with President Jean. At that time, not only can we sow discord between Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan, but we can also get Chu Qinglan fired by President Jean in a fit of anger. I heard that Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan don't have much money. Kang Guanglong's eyes darted around, a chilling glint in them. After Chu Qinglan is expelled, the two of them will face financial difficulties. Adding to the matter of President Jean, Chu Qinglan will complain that Lin Shen is meddling and say that Lin Shen is petty. Then Lin Shen will naturally feel that Chu Qinglan wants to cheat on him. If the two of them keep arguing like this, their relationship will definitely break down. At this moment, Brother Zheng, you've just the right time to shower Chu Qinglan with concern. With a smirk and a glint in his eyes, Kang Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan and said, I don't believe Chu Qinglan won't behave. To be under Brother Zheng's control. Good. That's a brilliant plan. Slapping his thigh, Zheng Huan looked at Kang Guanglong with great excitement. You're really smart, kid. Let's do it your way. This time, we'll definitely get rid of Chu Qinglan completely. When I'm done having fun, I'll film it and show it to you. So you can enjoy it too. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Kang Guanglong grinned and exchanged a glance with Zheng Huan. Their understanding was unspoken. Achoo. In the chairman's office of Root Fund Company, Lin Shen couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Who's thinking about me? Muttering to himself, Lin Shen put down the documents in his hand and stretched. After most of the day's research, Lin Shen had gained a general understanding of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. He had figured out the company's operations and management structure. Franz Garment Manufacturing Company owns 3 garment factories in Hangzhou. Previously, its main production was OEM manufacturing for some major domestic and foreign brands. In other words, it means producing the products that the other party needs according to their orders and designs. Then, after the other party's inspection, it is sold under their own brand. In fact, about 80% of clothing brands on the market today do not have their own factories, but are produced by contract manufacturers. Just like Foxconn and Luxshare are the main manufacturers of Apple products. Very few brands own their own manufacturing plants. Now we want to develop our own brand and expand our online sales. Lin Shen frowned slightly as he looked at the business plan of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. There's no danger in being an OEM manufacturer. As long as we have enough orders and can deliver on time, we can make money. However, the downside is that the brand owner controls the fate of the business. Once the brand changes its OEM, it loses its orders. Then the factory will have to shut down. Lin Shen rubbed his temples. As for developing our own brand, as long as we can sell clothes through live streaming and the internet, we will have a steady stream of production orders to form a complete industrial chain. This idea isn't wrong, but it's not entirely correct either. After all, live streaming e-commerce isn't easy. If you throw money at it but can't promote the brand, Lin Shen said with a complicated expression, then it's a waste of effort and money. A promotional budget of 10 million. This is no small sum. Looking at the application form sent to him by Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, Lin Shen hesitated. I'm not sure whether to agree or not, but let them try. Or should we simply refuse and continue to steadily develop our OEM manufacturing business? I'd better go and see for myself. Let's inspect these 3 factories. After some hesitation, Lin Shin stood up and said, "This plan is feasible to some extent, but the premise is that the clothes of our own brand must be of good quality, well designed, and have a market. Then the effectiveness of live streaming promotion must also be ensured. Otherwise, it's just a waste of money." Although the clothing company was given to Lin Shun by the system for free, it was still money, Lin Shin's assets. He didn't want to waste his money like this for no reason. If he's not confident, he'd rather put the money in the bank and earn interest. That's right, we can also look into Shunzi's side and have him come with me. I'll arrange a position for him at Fran's garment manufacturing company and have him keep an eye on things for me. Lin Shin's eyes were full of sharp glint. Having just taken over a company, it would be a low-level tactic to rashly fire or replace senior executives for the sake of stability. The best way is to first arrange for your trusted confidants to occupy some key but not important positions, and let them keep an eye on things for you. Ensure that the existing senior executives do not slack off or embezzle funds. Then we will recruit and gradually replace some senior executives in key positions, such as HR and finance. Finally, fire a few disobedient, respected senior leaders as a warning to others. In this way, the company will naturally. Lin Shin clenched his fist tightly. It's all under my control. System, oh system, this top-notch corporate management capability is truly useful. When will I be able to become the richest person in the world? With high hopes for the future, Lin Shin drove directly to Jin Shun's rented apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Shunzi, open the door. Brother Lin, I didn't lock it. Creak. Depend on. The moment I opened the door, I looked at Jin Shun inside. Lin Shun was completely stunned. Chapter 100: Jin Shun's self-destructive behavior. The room was a complete mess. Various food scraps and takeout packaging, as well as leftover instant noodles and sausages, empty beer bottles, smelly socks, moldy bread, and other things were scattered haphazardly on the ground. It's not only unbearable to look at, but also impossible to step on. Jin Shun lay half-paralyzed on the bed with a sage-like expression, staring blankly at the ceiling, smoking one cigarette after another. Cigarette butts were scattered all over the ground. Are you crazy? Lin Shin's lips twitched violently as he walked into the house with a helpless expression, snatching the cigarette butt from Jin Shun's hand. A grown man like you can't even handle such a small thing? As for beating you up like this, will he never recover and completely give up on himself? Lin Shun glared angrily at Jin Shun. Is it worth torturing yourself like this for a woman who isn't worth it? I've already avenged you. What more do you want? Hu Guobin is now cleaning toilets every day, living with excrement and urine. Lin Shin sneered. Li Chui has also been fired. Those who couldn't make it in Hangzhou were forced to leave. This adulterous couple has paid a heavy price for their actions. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Lin Shin looked at Jin Shun with a solemn expression. There aren't many other things in the world, but women are a rare breed. Out with the old, in with the new. Let's find someone prettier, with a better figure and appearance, and younger, Lin Shun said with a smile. Especially someone with a gentle, considerate, and kind personality. From now on, live a good life and make the most of your days. Isn't it good? Lin Shin patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Stand up and go wash up and get ready. Don't give up on yourself. Brother Lin, have a drink. Jin Shun pulled a bottle of wine from under the bed and said with a drooping brow, I just feel like I'm living such a failed life. In my early 20s, I have no house, no car, no savings, and no stable job. I finally found a girlfriend, but she cheated on me. What's the point of my life then? Jin Shun gave a bitter smile, picked up the bottle, and poured the wine into his mouth. I'd rather drink myself to death. Forget it. Lin Shin snatched the wine bottle from Jin Shun's hand and looked at Jin Shun with a serious expression. If that's the case, then I should have died long ago. I dated Chen Mingyuan for 4 years. I could say that I was completely devoted to her and doted on her immensely. Wasn't your outcome worse? Your mere 6-month relationship is nothing. Lin Shin's expression was ferocious. My 4 years? That's 8 times yours. I can't bear to come anymore. If I were as conflicted as you are, I should have jumped off the roof right now. I'd rather die. Brother Lin, this is different. Jin Shun looked up at Lin Shun with an embarrassed expression. You have money, and you also have sister-in-law Chu Qinglan. With sister-in-law Qinglan by your side, you won't think about Chen Mingyuan. After all, sister-in-law Qinglan is much better than Chen Mingyuan. So this isn't really a big blow to you, Jin Shun said awkwardly. That's just how people are. Time can change everything. It can make people let go, but that's all nonsense. This is on the premise that you have a better future. Jin Shun sighed. It's like if you missed a good girl when you were young, but married a beautiful wife and had children when you were middle-aged, then you will naturally let go frankly and say that it was all fate. But if you're middle-aged and still single, or married to a shrew, can you still be so at ease? They'll only regret it and say they were really stupid back then. Or, you might not have performed well in the college entrance exam and didn't get into a good university. Jin Shun looked at Lin Chen. When you achieve success in your future career, you will naturally say that the college entrance exam is not the only opportunity to change your destiny. But if your business fails, you can only eke out a living by working in a factory. I'm afraid I'll regret it terribly when I think about it. Jin Shun slumped his head and said, Brother Lin, the reason you can let go is because you have money now, and you also have sister-in-law Qinglan. Of course you don't care. Imagine if Chun Mingyuan had rejected your marriage proposal that day, and sister-in-law Qinglan hadn't confessed her feelings to you, and you didn't have any money. Jin Shun raised her head, her eyes filled with complicated emotions as she looked at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what will you do next? Lin Chen's face stiffened. If that had actually happened that day, and his girlfriend of 4 years, Chen Mingyuan, had betrayed him, he wouldn't have gotten the system, nor would he have gotten Chu Qinglan. That was truly a lonely and miserable person, or rather, a wretched and pitiful dog. Perhaps if that were the case, Lin Chen's current performance would be. It won't be better than Jin Shun. I feel utterly hopeless. Well, Lin Chen sighed and patted Jin Shun's shoulder heavily. You've lost your job too? It's gone. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. I've been bothered by Li Chui's affairs every day lately, so I haven't been able to concentrate on my work. I've been fired. Brother Lin, you don't need to persuade me. I understand the reasoning. But it's meaningless. Anyway, I have nothing left now, and I have no future. Jin Shun collapsed again. I'll just lie here and wait to die. Don't say I don't try, because it's useless to try. I earn less than 5,000 yuan a month. Even if I work hard my whole life, I still can't afford an apartment in Hangzhou. Going back to my hometown is out of the question. My family doesn't have much money. Buying a house back in my hometown would require at least 400,000 yuan for the down payment, plus more than 100,000 yuan for the bride price, more than 100,000 yuan for the car, and more than 100,000 yuan for the wedding's gold jewelry. Even if you can find a wife through blind dates, it will still cost at least 700,000 yuan. Where do I get it? I'm destined to be a bachelor. Jin Shun smiled and shrugged. So what's the point of my struggle? Since the outcome is already predetermined, I might as well just lie down and wait to die. Just live one day at a time. Jin Shun grinned. Brother Lin, to be honest with you, this is actually quite comfortable. You little brat. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and snatched the beer bottle from Jin Shun's hand. Who said you have no future? Am I the kind of person who doesn't stand on his own? When Chun Mingyuan and I were dating, you would rather eat steamed buns for a month than not lend me money to help me buy her Saint Laurent. Now that I'm successful, how could I forget you? I'm telling you, you'll have everything you need in the future. I'll have a house and a car in Hangzhou, and a wife and kids. Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun with a gleam in his eyes. It's just a job and a woman. What's the big deal? Is it really worth this kind of depravity? Hurry up. Lin Chen kicked Jin Shun hard. Get up and get ready. I'll take you somewhere. I'll arrange a decent, high-paying job for you first. Chapter 101 Hairstyles Worth Over 100 Million. What? Jin Shun stared at Lin Chen with a completely bewildered expression. Hurry up and get up and change into something presentable. Go take a shower first. Lin Chen covered his nose. You smell sour. It's really awful. Give yourself a makeover, and I'll give you a bright future. Don't worry, I'll give you a hand. Lin Chen smiled and said, once you have a stable, high-paying, and respectable job, I'll have the company provide you with a car. As for buying a house, that's no longer a difficult thing. With a motorhome and a high-paying, respectable job, why worry about not having a girlfriend? Lin Chen laughed. If you can't find one yourself, I'll ask your sister-in-law, or the company manager, to introduce you to someone. There are plenty of female office workers in the company, aren't there? If all else fails, I'll just assign you a female secretary. Is that all right now? If you still can't handle this. Lin Chen kicked Jin Shun without any hesitation. Then you deserve to be a bachelor forever. Even a great immortal couldn't save you. Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed hard, staring at Lin Chen with shock in his eyes. Brother Lin, this? Are you really serious? Nonsense. Lin Chen laughed. We're like brothers. Now that I'm capable, how could I not promote you? Can you just watch you fall into ruin and abandon you? Hurry up and pack. With his hands behind his back, Lin Chen walked straight out of the room. Hurry up. Okay. Jin Shun wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. After all, he was forced to lie down, not that he really wanted to. After all, these days, if you can actually get a wife, who would want to stay single? Without anyone to help him, he was unable to find a wife and was forced to remain a bachelor. With no hope left, he naturally lost the motivation to strive and simply chose to give up. With Lin Chen's support, there was hope. Without saying a word, Jin Shun immediately jumped up and quickly tidied up. "Brother Lin, what do you think?" Half an hour later, Jin Shun dragged 2 large bags of trash out of the house, changed into clean clothes, and looked at Lin Shun excitedly. "Brother Lin, what kind of work are you going to arrange for me?" "Your head." Lin Shun glanced at Jin Shun's messy, frizzy head and shook his head. "Let's go get a haircut first." "Welcome. Are you two getting a perm or dyeing your hair? What hairstyle would you like to try?" Upon entering the barber shop, Tony, the hairdresser, immediately greeted Lin Shun and Jin Shun respectfully. "A hairstyle that makes you worth over 100 million. Lin Shun casually said. "Let's arrange it." "Haha, brother, you're so witty and elegant. I'll make the arrangements right away." Tony, the hairstylist, clearly didn't believe Lin Chen's words. He laughed it off and then designed a hairstyle for Lin Chen and Jin Shun that suited young people. Lin Chen naturally didn't bother to explain. That's always been his personality, simple, easygoing, and not one to force things. "Haha, Lin Chen, it really is you." However, just as Lin Shun was getting a haircut, a surprised exclamation suddenly rang out. "Zheng Hui." Lin Chen frowned, looking at Zheng Hui, who was wearing a suit and had a beer belly. Zheng Hui was a co-worker Lin Chen met while working a summer job during his freshman year of college. He hadn't gone to university, so when he was working as a waiter in a restaurant, he often made sarcastic remarks about Lin Shun, saying that Lin Chen's education was useless. They deliberately bullied Lin Shun, the student worker. "Haha, I didn't expect it to really be you." Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Zheng Hui grinned excitedly. "I thought some big shot had come to the store today. He just opened his mouth and said he was worth over 100 million. I was completely stunned." "So it's you, Lin Shun. You ate chives this morning and didn't brush your teeth, did you?" "Such arrogance." Zheng Hui looked at Lin Shun with disdain. "I reckon you just graduated from university, and you're already worth over 100 million? You're really amazing." Zheng Hui gave Lin Shun a thumbs up, pretending to be serious. "If you know any good business opportunities, please let me know. As for me, I've worked hard for so many years. That's how I saved up 500,000 yuan to open this barber shop." Zheng Hui sighed. "Making money isn't easy. Unlike you, a college student, who easily earns 100 million. I will give you a helping hand if I have the opportunity." Lin Shun glanced at Zheng Hui but didn't bother with him. This kind of person is just plain stupid. Because they're inferior to others in some way, they always like to show off. The more you pay attention to them, the more they'll act up. Lin Shun is always low-key, so he just wanted to get his hair cut and leave, too lazy to bother with him. "Haha, then I'll be waiting. Let me experience what it feels like to be worth over 100 million. Zheng Hui grinned. "I'm really looking forward to it." "Did you hear what our boss Lin said?" Zheng Hui glanced at the barber and said, "Pile all sorts of good stuff on his head, conditioner and curry water. Use them all. After all, he is a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million. My hairstyle has to be badass." "Yes, boss." The barber quickly responded. "Haha, brother Zheng, aren't you afraid he won't be able to pay the bill?" Another barber chimed in. "He might even be begging you to pay him." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zheng Hui glared at the barber with feigned seriousness. "Our brother Lin is a college student with a net worth of over 100 million. They can easily negotiate deals worth hundreds of millions or tens of millions. You're still short of this little bit of money. Brother Zheng, if you put it that way, I might be richer than him." The barber laughed. "Yesterday, I just discussed a deal worth several hundred million with my girlfriend. Give her hundreds of millions for free." The hairdresser shrugged slightly. "Sometimes, I even give her billions a day. Do you think I'm a billionaire?" "Haha, you're hilarious." Zheng Hui grinned, then looked at Lin Shun with disdain. "Lin Shun, where are you working now? You college students have also suffered quite a few fates. If you can't make a living like this, you can come to my barber shop, and I'll arrange an apprenticeship for you." "Brother Zheng is such a good person." The barber quickly chimed in. "Beauty and hairdressing, you'll never be unemployed. If you have a skill to rely on, you'll be able to make money for the rest of your life." "That's right. What you learn in university is all nonsense," Zheng Hui sneered. "It's completely useless." "Brother Lin." Jin Shun's lips twitched, and he looked at Lin Chen angrily, unable to hold back any longer. "Why am I being ridiculed for getting a haircut? This is absolutely outrageous. This kid, I think I know him." At this moment, The barber noticed Jin Shun and said to Zheng Hui with a smile, I heard that he couldn't make money after graduating from university. We live on meager rations every month and can't make ends meet. Then his girlfriend cheated on him. She ran away with someone else. Chapter 102 Balance of 24 million. Wow, this is actually quite exciting and enjoyable. Zheng Hui was even more surprised when he heard this. His eyes lit up as he looked at Jin Shun with great curiosity and amusement. Kid, you really wasted your time in college. Like Lin Shun, people like you who are incompetent can't do anything right. Even when I had a girlfriend, I got cheated on. It's utterly ridiculous. With his arms crossed, Zheng Hui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Kid, let me tell you, the reason you got cuckolded is because you're poor. If you want to be like me, you can also invest 500,000 to open a shop. You see, this woman will even cheat on you. She'll just obediently and docilely try to please you and like you. Zheng Hui laughed. Just like my wife, she'll just do whatever I want and be with me every day. He's rich. Zheng Hui patted his fanny pack. That's awesome. Asshole. With her deepest wounds exposed, Jin Shun's face instantly contorted with rage. Come over. Seeing Jin Shun's angry gaze, Zheng Hui, looking excited, waved to the proprietress Wu Fangfang beside him and said, Give her a kiss. Oh, honey. You're so mean. I really hate you. Pop. As she spoke, Wu Fangfang still gave Zheng Hui a cheerful kiss. Haha, women love bad boys. Zheng Hui put his arm around Wu Fangfang's slender waist and asked, Tell me, will you cheat on me? Hey, honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Dislike. Wu Fangfang rolled her eyes at Zheng Hui without any politeness. I'll only stay with you